Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Harry Potter was a mortal god in Percy Jackson and Olympians? Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original stories link in the descriptions. Please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. The 14th of November 2013, 10:40 a.m. Senate Building, Camp Jupiter. Scion knew how to spin a story. If there'd been any doubt about his verbosity, that was all extinguished. Percy sat there, hands faintly trembling at the onslaught of information. Ajax had killed his Aunt Kimberly. His mom's memories had been wiped to keep her safe. Percy had been exposed to the air of Tartarus but was protected by a mysterious force. And the other 100 impossible things that happened in March of 1997. The room was quiet save for the frantic typing of the stenographer. Raina was the first to move, turning her head to check on her metal dogs, Aurum and Argentum. The canines sat on the floor, by the doors. Still as statues, it would have been easy to mistake them as inanimate, but their eyes met hers, put to ease by Sauron's tale of woe. He was telling the truth. At least, he believed he was speaking the truth. Even if the rest of the room agreed, Percy didn't want to, because Scion was too good at speaking so somberly, too good at raising the stakes and lowering the suspicion. Aurum and Argentum looked at Percy now, ears folded back. 4 of Lupa's wolves also sat in the room, their attention now focused on him. Their tails twitched, hackles rising slowly. Percy realized his hands were glowing a soft blue. They felt hot and he rubbed them hastily against his jeans, checking to see if anyone else noticed. As though sensing danger, Annabeth's eyes flickered to his, alarmed. Her jaw tightened and she looked over to the door as a warning. Raina spoke, "Attorney Durand, can I question the defendant?" Assistant Attorney, Ivy Durand, quickly looked down at her notes. "This has been categorized a Level 2A interview, not a priority investigation. Please direct your questions to me." Raina and Jason immediately turned their chairs towards her and began whispering fast. Talia and Annabeth leaned in as well, while Bianca, Nico, and Clarice began their own rushed discussion. Percy looked across the table at Scion, who had a small frown as he gauged everyone's reaction. Then he saw Percy's insistent glare. He swallowed but didn't look away, almost waiting for Percy to accuse him. "Go ahead," he seemed to say. "You won't win against me." Percy gritted his teeth. His hands felt hotter. Annabeth's arm came down on his thigh and she gripped his knee, squeezing hard. Percy nearly jumped. He cleared his throat. "I need some air." Sauron's legal representative from one of New Rome's offices, Melvin or Merlin Tapahonso, Percy couldn't recall the name, spoke up. "I agree. May we reconvene after a short recess?" Ivy Durand looked at her watch. 20 minutes, kids. Scion shot up and walked over to the window like he was in dire need of escape. None of the wolves or metal dogs moved as the people shifted. Percy was the second fastest, out of his chair in a flash and nearly banging open the doors. There was a blur of pale hair and purple robes. Percy nearly went for his sword before recalling that they'd all left their weapons with Lord Terminus and his adorable little 6-year-old assistant, Julia. Octavian? The blonde dude was hiding behind the closest pillar, probably having tried sneaking in or listening in on the deposition. Percy frowned at the pillar before shaking his head and marching away. Cold sweat covered his neck. The rest of his body was hot with tremors. Percy breathed in and out, placing a clammy palm over the healed wound on his torso. It ached with memory. He shakily reached for his inhaler. "Steady, man, steady." He came upon a wide balcony that overlooked a training ground of Camp Jupiter. There was a statue of Poseidon, or rather Neptune, holding aloft a trident and standing tall and proud in carved robes swaying from his battle pose. It was a grand sight, one Annabeth would have loved because it didn't look very Greek but had its own style and brilliance. He was sure even the walls had some kind of Roman artistry. Percy just couldn't appreciate any of it, because his hands were glowing now, properly lit up in blue waves, weaving out from his skin and twirling around his fingers like a deadly dance. Scorpios on Albert Bridge, London. The scorpion roaring in agony, water drained from its body, evaporating or literally flowing from its mouth. Percy didn't care. He was just removing it. The Minotaur in the Second Titan War. The light emerged from his hands again, flowing through his veins to light up his palms. He dug into the Minotaur's neck, forcing the light to eat away at the skin and muscle. So easy. Percy had ripped them both apart with this new power, rather than controlling the available water. "Just stay calm," he whispered. He reached for his inhaler and shook it rapidly. Leaning against the wall, he looked up straight, closed his eyes, and took a shot, letting the blast of air clear his lungs. Stay calm, dude. Cool it. Look who's being a tragic Greek hero in the heart of New Rome." Percy silently groaned and opened his eyes. Triton was on the other side of the balcony in civilian clothes. He was looking at the Neptune statue with a smirk before directing the expression to Percy. "You're late for the deposition," Percy muttered, pocketing the inhaler. "I'm not here for that," Triton said airily. "But I received enough prayers for a smooth event, so I dropped by." Percy frowned. "You're a big deal here." As though affronted, Triton nodded towards the statue. "What do you think?" The demigod looked at the grand statue, back at Triton, then at the statue, and then back at his half-brother again. "That's you? Right down to the 10-pack, Triton grinned. "Oh, please," Percy said, turning away. "Jealous? I wouldn't blame you. So, why are you being such a gloomy guppy?" "I really am not in the mood for a chat." Triton cocked his head, carefully evaluating him. "Do you believe Siren?" Percy clenched his jaw. They had to get into that, huh? The warmth in his hands flared up again, and what was truly terrifying about it was that the heat was comforting. "He said you were the last being to see my aunt alive before Ajax shot her." Triton narrowed his eyes. "Technically, you were the last being to see her alive before Ajax shot her." "You know I don't remember that," Percy snapped. "You know my mom doesn't either. You knew more about that and you kept that from me." The god wasn't impressed by his ire. "Tone it down, Perseus. I'm willing to share the memory with you." "You're too kind." "Yes, I'm very kind," Triton warned. "I'll show you exactly what Kimberly revealed to me. And because I'm magnanimous, I'll also share a piece of advice." Percy exhaled, trying to keep calm. He imagined one of the Aphrodite cabin's comm cards, wishing he had one right now. "This ridiculous tough guy, silent sufferer routine of yours has to cease," Triton started. "You're not a hero, cursed by the fates to lead a wretched life. So stop acting like one." "I'm not?" Percy blurted, half laughing at him. "Are you kidding me, right now?" Triton stepped forwards, deadly serious. "Look at you, look what you're doing right now." Percy watched Triton inspect his hands. His skin was hot, the blue trails of light pirouetting around his fingers. "I'm trying to control it," Percy explained hastily. "I just got worked up in there, because you don't believe Saran's story." "Do you?" Triton chuckled. Leaning back now. "I know what my mother has asked of you. If you have any self-preservation instincts, you'll follow her request." "I am," Percy mumbled. "I'll catch him when he lowers his guard." Triton shook his head. "You'll catch him if he's a traitor." Percy looked up at the god. "You believe him?" A moment passed. Triton's hesitance put Percy on edge. "I believe he believes it's true. But there is a very obvious problem." "He doesn't remember any of it," Percy agreed. "He fell in the Lethe, or the Lethe fell on him, whatever. That's a little too convenient. He could be changing some or all of the facts just to impress us or shock us. Or he's telling the events exactly as he heard it from Cass and Ife," Triton shrugged. "And it may have been them who changed facts to keep Siren safe." Percy paused. He frowned at Triton. "Are you on a first-name basis with them?" Triton blinked. "Seriously?" Percy groaned. "Why? Why do you know them?" "Because they've been working for the Olympians for several centuries to delay the rise of the Earth Goddess," Triton sighed. Percy's jaw dropped. Siren was really telling the truth? "You could have opened with that," Percy said, furiously. "And why should I even believe you? If they're actually spies for us, you really shouldn't be revealing that at all." Triton was annoyed now. "Use your head, Perseus." "Don't call me that." "Siren left his safe house in Alaska 2 weeks ago," Triton continued, adamant. "He traveled all the way through Canada to reach Camp Jupiter, even though he knew how dangerous his identity is. Cass and Ife are on the run. They've been compromised. Someone found out and revealed to the Earth Goddess's host that they're working against her. The bounty on their heads is astronomical. Siren may be under lock and key here at camp, but it's a far better fate than what would happen if the Primordial's army catches him outside. Percy took another step back. His hands were all out shaking. When you say host. Yes, Triton was exasperated now. The Oracle's mother. The woman who adopted her. Beatrice Dare, I believe. Percy banged the meaty side of his fist on the balcony handrail. The stone cracked as blue light circled it, eating away bits of the beautifully carved railing. Percy stumbled back and Triton exhaled. You need to control that. How? It keeps exploding out of me and I don't even know what this is. For Athena's sake, Triton whispered, but Percy's keen ears caught it. He stared up at the god, stunned into silence. Did you? Triton held out a hand and conjured a similar blast of light, dark green trails curling around his palm. It was strong and steady, following the minute motions of his digits. He touched the banister and let the light expand, covering the entire handrail. Percy's jaw dropped as he watched the solid stone crumble away, turning into a liquid that hung in the air, slowly forming a large water bubble. Triton touched it and the water quickly disappeared into his palm, his entire arm glowing momentarily before the light vanished. You're absorbing water out of matter, Triton said, exaggerating his tone. That's it. There's no convoluted betrayal. You're just taking water away from the air, from the stone, from everything organic and not. And since water makes up so much of everything, there's only dust left behind. Percy gawked at him. Dad already told me all that, but why does it keep happening? You're panicking, Triton pointed out. Your magic is simply protecting you. It's stronger now because you're on Roman territory and don't have your weapons. Not to mention Saran's incredible story. How do I turn it off? Kill yourself. The wind blew in from the west, but not even the smell of the sea calmed the energy between the two immortals. I'm not actually kidding, Triton added, blithely. If you lose all control, the best thing is to just kill you. Don't want you accidentally raising a building or all your friends. Your career as the Atlantean comedian must be in the pits, Percy retorted. Funny, the god smirked. You don't turn it off. You merely practice wielding the energy. Learn how to control it so you can use it only when required. Absorbing too much water can leave you overpowered and delirious, and nobody needs that. Percy pressed his palms to the sides of his head. It's not that easy. I've been trying to hold it back all this time because I can't control what turns to dust. How can I practice when I could just disintegrate the entire room by accident? Unexpectedly, Triton nodded. That's the thing I actually wanted to talk to you about. I'll give you the memory I took from Kimberly. In return, you and your partners will request Lupa to train you. Lupa. The wolf goddess? The patron god of Rome. Percy dropped his hands. She has experience with this? She has experience with unruly, dangerous children whose decisions routinely change the world, Triton corrected. If there's anyone who can teach you and your compadres, it's her. He didn't like the idea, but none of us are Romans. None of you are heroes, either. That's my point. You're panicking about your powers, worried about the way the past comes back to bite you, and a whole band of things that heroes do. But did you forget you're not one of them anymore? Percy glared. Triton just scoffed. Don't give me that, little brother. You're an immortal. You've been one for more than a decade. It's time you start acting like it. He held out a hand. Do we have a deal? Triton had the odd capability of bringing out the irritation in him, second only to Ares. Percy feared that Lupa could be even worse than the Olympians. Her harshness and judgmental personality could trigger Percy to lash out. Or, she could seriously help him manage the energy using the anger. Rachel's still gone, Percy stammered. And Harry's in the hospital with third-degree electrical burns, in case you haven't heard. Triton didn't look too concerned. I'm surprised he didn't die. They have very good healers, Percy said shortly. Yes, and the spirit? Percy frowned. The spirit of Delphi, he inquired. I hear she's taken charge of the host's body. Of Rachel, Percy said forcefully. Once she's back, the spirit will go away, probably. Triton nodded before deliberately looking at his outstretched palm. Percy squared his shoulders. The Styx works here, right? Yes, but that's not necessary. Another red flag. Why? Because your word should be as valuable as your promises, and if you break your oath on the river, your punishment may be temporary. No real point in that, if you ask me. Percy made a face. Finally, he said, You'll show me the memory of Kimberly Jackson right now, the one you took from her. And in return, Harry, Rachel, and I will request Lupa to train us and teach us to be like real immortals." Triton nodded. Percy clasped his hand and they shook on it. "Good," the god said, supremely satisfied. "Ready? Go for it, Slowpoke." Triton humphed and touched his index finger to the spot right above the bridge of Percy's nose. Falling was familiar. It was like he'd dived into a pensieve. Prometheus had done this to him in the Second Titan War, during a respite. Percy had seen Luke's upbringing and the terrible fate of May Castellan. Now, he was in an old mud house, its interiors brightly lit by the Mediterranean sun. Percy could almost feel the sand in the air and the pebbles underneath his shoes. The walls were solid clay and there seemed to be no obvious technology until Percy saw small box cameras embedded in the high corners near the ceiling. "Can you stand, Pepe?" an unfamiliar voice cooed. Percy spun around and forgot to breathe. There was his Tia, Kimberly Jackson the First. Her reedy blonde hair was dry and frizzy. She had comfort clothes that were meant for home wear, a stark reminder that she clearly hadn't belonged smack dab in the middle of a battle. She sat on a thin mat on the floor in a cage. It was a corner cell with iron bars fixed in the floor and ceiling. Despite the dreariness, Tia Kimberly had a bright grin and a light voice, holding baby Percy under his arms and trying to balance him on his little feet. The infant babbled, excited by the new position. His feet were curled and unable to properly find footing on the mat, but he kicked happily anyway. Percy felt a lot of things welling up in him. His eyes burned a little till the tears tickled him. He couldn't remember this girl, barely a woman. No, she was 16 here. He was 16 now. Tia Kimberly would never be older than him. He didn't remember her love, but it still hurt. "Look at you, big boy," she gasped. "If I let you go, can you stand?" She placed her nephew fairly steadily on his still curled feet and carefully removed her arms from his little torso. Baby Percy immediately pitched down and landed on his bottom. He cooed up at her, giggling breathlessly. "You fell on your butt," Tia Kimberly teased him. Both Percys grinned. One of them sniffled. The large locked door clicked. Teenaged Percy heard faint sounds of people talking. All smiles in the room vanished. His Tia swept the baby into her arms, turning away from the door to hide him. Percy faced the door, going on alert. Triton walked in followed by Siren. Percy inhaled. This Siren was different. He was way older, taller with broad shoulders, a real threat if there was ever one. His light stubble and dark bags indicated a sleepless night, but the fire in his eyes showed no weakness. Tia Kimberly was gobsmacked at the sight of the god. Even baby Pepe had fallen silent, eyes wide. Percy wondered if he could sense Triton's power. It certainly looked like he could. "Bah!" the baby announced, pointing at past Triton with unexplained strength. Current day. Triton gave the teen Percy a wry look. "Oh, you definitely recognized me." Percy choked. "You knew who I was? All this time?" "Of course, now listen." Past. Triton unlocked the jail cell and said, "Ms. Jackson, if you will allow me access to what you see, we can get this over quickly." Percy didn't like it, folding his hands displeased. His Tia reluctantly allowed the baby to reach for his godly half-brother, who in turn handed him to the demigod half-brother. "What?" Percy burst out, watching Siren gingerly hold up his younger self. "What?" Siren blurted in the same tone, unaware of the spectators. "Current." Triton chuckled. Percy shot him an annoyed look. He should just be glad that present-day Siren didn't remember this. "You may wait outside," Triton told the stumped demigod, before sitting on the floor in front of Kimberly. Siren disappeared behind the door, still carrying the baby. Triton stayed a safe distance away to keep Percy's Tia calm. "Please look this way, Ms. Jackson." Tia Kimberly gulped and nodded, facing him. She tried hard not to blink. The air above them changed. There were literal clouds of thought taking over the space. Percy looked up in wonder, realizing this was a representation of her dreams. Percy was looking at a desolate, dark cave. A river of white ooze bubbled as it flowed recklessly. It was treacherous and unimaginably horrifying. Yet, there was a woman standing far too close to it. Clad in shimmering black and blue dyed peplos, the woman gauged the river like it was a mere obstacle and not a one-way ticket to death. Percy tried to concentrate, But everything about the image set his hair on edge. This wasn't normal. No mortal should be aware of such a place. The gold bands in her brown hair looked like an intricate crown, like she was a princess who'd wandered out of her safe palace into this piece of hell. "What's she doing?" Percy whispered to Triton. "Watch," the god instructed. Tia Kimberly's eyes had glazed over as she repeated her dream to Triton. Percy couldn't look away from the unknown lady whose face was partially hidden in the shadows. The princess hiked up her ankle-length robes even higher and strode forwards. She plunged right into the river. "No," Percy whispered, slowly realizing who this was. The deadly water engulfed her. The woman gasped, writhing in it and struggling to wade through. Her body turned transparent, clothes burning away. She disappeared beneath the river and her colors ascended. Percy had never seen a soul outside its body. It was too fragile and delicate, a mere breeze might tear it apart. The unburdened soul was a soft, wispy thing. The soft translucent shape rose through the air gracefully. Like a cloud, the blue and black tinted essence of the woman drifted upwards. The rocky ceiling vanished and the soul flew up, slow at first before gaining speed and fluttering away into the distant star-studded sky. The image of Tartarus disappeared and Percy sucked in a gulp of air. Even past, Triton looked troubled. "Do you know who that was?" Triton asked Tia Kimberly. She shook her head, her face expressionless. She was still in a trance. "Do you know who that will be?" the god whispered. Percy's heart was in his mouth, but his Tia answered, "No." Triton looked away for a moment, thinking hard. "Have you told others of this dream?" "No, I told Sally, but that's all, I swear," Tia Kimberly said, starting to breathe quicker. Percy glared at Triton till the god acknowledged him with a sigh. "We are not meant to find her," she whispered. Percy shot to attention. Triton leaned in eagerly. "Why do you think that?" "She may be reborn now, this woman," Tia Kimberly said with unblinking eyes. "But if the fates decree her to be hidden, she will be." "And when will they let her be found?" Triton asked carefully. "Narrow the search," she suggested. "Figure out potentials. Refine filters, and find clues. Can't find her using just magic, need to think and search." The god's forehead furrowed. "Are you saying only a mortal can find her?" Tia Kimberly looked up with a bare hint of surprise. "No god has a chance. You may assume she's a threat and eliminate her. No, they will figure out the truth." Saying this, she raised her arm, index finger directed at the door. Percy stared, not understanding. Was she literally pointing to people standing outside the door? Triton sat up. "Those two? They will find her," Tia Kimberly repeated, curling her arms around her legs. She looked distressed, eyes unfocused. "No," Percy thought desperately. "Please let it not be who she says they are." "Perseus and Siren. They'll find Pandora?" Triton asked, urgently. Maybe it was the names, but Tia Kimberly blinked, now looking confused. Her eyebrows scrunched together as she frowned at the god. I'm sorry, what did you say?" The memory ended abruptly. Percy was thrown back into the present. He grabbed onto the wall, barely missing the edge of the balcony which now had no handrail. "What was that?" Percy said, furiously. She offered no other information after that. Triton answered mildly. "You were getting a little emotional there, so I figured it was best to end it." "Did you hypnotize her?" he asked, hands shaking yet again. His aunt had seen Pandora's decision of rebirth. No wonder people had been after them. "Kimberly was a dreamer," Triton said firmly. "An uncommonly powerful one. It was clear she was only becoming stronger. All I had to do was put her in a half-sleep state and she immediately recalled the dream without prompting. Watching the inception of Pandora's second life is something that has avoided seers and many other creatures for several decades." Percy rubbed his hands to stave away the cold. "My mom's clear-sighted. Maybe it just runs in the family." "It practically sprints," Triton muttered. There was only one other person who'd seen Pandora's dip in the Lethe, and that was Lily Potter. Percy flinched. Was their meeting in 1997 prophesized? Was anything truly in their control? Triton seemed to be thinking along the same lines because he lowered his voice and asked, "How did you meet Harry?" He swallowed. "My mom and I lived in Surrey for 7 years. He was our neighbor." The god smiled wryly. "Only a fool would believe that was a coincidence. The Potters owed a life debt to you and your mother. Failing to protect Kimberly is not a light punishment. Witches and wizards take their debts very seriously. It can live on in generations, very much like magic and trauma. Tell me, did you find Harry or did he find you first? Or did Sally intercede on your behalf? We were both babies. Percy snapped at him. There was no divine providence, no prophecy of our meeting. Triton shrugged, looking far too human. Of course not, you both just ended up as neighbors. Right beside each other. No strange meeting of paths there. Percy's shoulders went tense. What are you trying to say? The god looked over the balcony, at his statue and beyond the grounds of Camp Jupiter. He snapped his fingers and bricks and flakes emerged out of the wall, borrowing its stone and metal before warping into solid material to form a new banister to replace the one he'd neatly destroyed. Harry's so used to fixing everything you break, Triton said airily. The two of you come in a set. So, my question is, why did Kimberly believe that you and Siren would figure out the truth of Pandora, rather than you and Harry? Or even you and the Athena girl who could probably figure this out on her own? Or just her entire cabin working together? Why you and Siren now? Percy made a face. Not everything's set in stone. There doesn't have to be a cosmic reason why Harry and I met. Triton looked disappointed. Fine, he huffed. No use speculating things. Once Rachel and Harry wake up from their respective funks, the three of you can begin training with Lupa. And until then. Triton booped Percy's nose. Percy recoiled so violently that he reached for Riptide in his pocket, but of course, came up empty-handed. Well, not completely. The blue light had come back, emerging from his palm, now flickering between Triton and him. The god shook his head. You really need to control that, Jackson, and remember, play nice with Siren. Watching him leave made Percy want to hurl something at the god. Triton knew the Jacksons in. The Potters. He held those memories for over 15 years. How was Percy supposed to tell all of this to his mom? Rachel woke up on a coast. The sky burned into her retinas, a pale blue. She could feel the dry sand beneath her. Her body felt light, odd, and out of place in a way being alive never was. She felt light enough to be inconsequential here. How did she get here? Rachel pushed herself off the sand, sitting up carefully. There was no pain, but there was also no grainy sensation from the sand. None of it was sticking to her. In fact, her weight hadn't even left an imprint on the beach. Rachel got to her feet, feeling like her heart should have been racing, but at the same time, not able to get a pulse at all. Something was wrong. She didn't feel alive or real. The place around her was peculiar too. There was no movement in the ocean. The water was still and silent with barely any waves or foam either. It formed a clear line over the beach separating the wet sand from the dry. She could see no plants either, no grass, seaweed, vines, or flowers. But she knew the place. This was Long Island Sound. Right behind the dunes would be Camp Half-Blood. But Rachel looked up and saw several plumes of smoke rising into the air from a distance. She could distantly smell the smoke, but it wasn't real enough for her. Rachel was beginning to panic. What was going on? She spun around and her non-beating heart jumped up to her throat. Someone else was sitting on the beach, ahead of her. This girl was hugging her knees, just inches shy from the waterline. There was a long golden staff beside her. It was her. Rachel was staring at Rachel. Her red, unruly hair was uncombed and frizzy. She wore a faded and scorched Golden Girl t-shirt over her favorite denim trousers. The green one DJ had gifted her last Christmas. The clothes were splattered in crumbling mud and her hands were covered in dried blood. This wasn't Lily, she knew that. This had to be her. Rachel approached herself, her footsteps making no sound. Was she the specter here? Was this, other her, the real Rachel? Her answers were founded when the real Rachel suddenly looked up from the sand and saw her. Her eyes widened, still green but drowning in grief and defeat. No, she mumbled. Who are you? Rachel demanded. What's going on? Why am I seeing myself? And is that blood? The real Rachel, still curled up on the sand, could only look up at her, unable to articulate anything else. She stared down at her dirty hands, picking flakes of crusted blood from underneath her fingernails. Whose blood is that? Rachel repeated. Is someone hurt? The real Rachel grimaced, her face crumbling into tears. She bowed her head and resumed her quiet stupor. Someone's dead. Rachel began to panic. This is a vision, isn't it? she said to herself. All right. Okay. No problem. I don't know what I was doing before. I think I was at home. No. Wait. Annabeth and Will went on their quest. I'm subbing for her at Olympus. Bolt was there. She frowned. She couldn't clearly recall what exactly she'd been doing up there. Rach. Someone called out from camp. The real Rachel shuddered and threw her arms over her head, trying to block out the world. A dirt-worn Percy made her way from his cabin, presumably. His hair was longer, his clothes were dirty like he'd been soiling away in dirt and ash. He looked just as racked and deadened as real Rachel. His eyes didn't even catch her, immediately going over to the quiet, lonely form near the waterline. Rach, we need to go, Percy whispered, quietly. He walked up to her and laid a hand on her shoulder, but she flinched away. He retreated, pained. This was always going to happen, the real Rachel whispered into her lap. Percy swallowed and responded. You don't believe that. We tried our best. She's here. The real Rachel screamed, looking up and throwing a finger at Rachel. She's here from the past. I've seen this before, it's always going to end like this. Rachel stumbled back. What are you talking about? Percy was stunned. Wait, are you talking about? Percy can't see me? Rachel asked. Am I seriously from the past? Maybe it was the sound of his name, but Percy's head whipped towards her, eyes growing so wide she thought they'd fall off. He gawked at her and then back at the real Rachel. Oh, gods, he whispered feverishly. Rach? That's me, she responded faintly. The more she stared at him and her future self, the more she realized that they truly did seem older than her. Percy's face was more defined, his cheeks more hollow. Even her future self had a slightly longer face, less chubby in the cheeks and more mass in her arms. What year? Percy asked suddenly. She squinted. What year are you from? Swallowing. The answer came tumbling out. 2013. It's November. I don't know the date. I can't remember what was happening before. Percy grimaced and whispered, Bolt. Future, real Rachel turned away, shoulders hunched. Tell me what's happening, Rachel pleaded. I don't understand this. Is this one of the futures? I'm having a vision, aren't I? Where's Harry and Annabeth and everyone else? Percy stepped back as though she'd slapped him. Future Rachel was just shaking her head frantically. From beyond the sand dunes, Harry stepped into sight. Like Percy and her future self, he was taller and more filled out, but severely gaunt and angry. He leveled a deadly gaze at Percy, who backed away quickly, splashing into the water and making the first waves. The ocean began to move again. Harry avoided Future Rachel completely and only looked at not real Rachel. Everyone's dead, he said evenly. We lost. Gay is going to hit here again, the earth's still shaking. I'm going to frost. Rachel's jaw dropped. No. Everyone's dead? That can't be true. Percy looked pained. You're going home? What do you want me to say? Harry snapped. That I'm going to an empty house, fingers crossed it's still standing. That I'm going to go grocery shopping, except there'll be nobody to sell food to me, so I'm just gonna pluck things off the shelves and make breakfast just for one? Rachel had never known Harry to cook anything for just himself. He always made enough to feed at least 3 others, a softer trait from Mrs. Weasley. Everyone's dead. No, we didn't lose, she whispered, pleading for that to be the truth. Harry's face softened by a degree. He stared at her long enough before gesturing at her to follow him. She scrambled up the dunes, leaving the others behind. You died for the first time in November 2013, Harry told her shortly. Rachel stumbled even though her feet hit nothing. Every time you die, you'll see us here. This is your future, and it's set in stone, he said bitterly. Future Harry was angrier and louder than the one she knew. She didn't like him at all, but if he was going to give her answers. They stopped beside cabin 3. Rachel couldn't hold back her gasp. Half of the Poseidon cabin was shattered, its walls were torn down, the fountain cracked open, plants ripped out and dead. All the cabins shared the same fate. The ground between the cabins had split open from the big house, all the way to the other end, cracked at 4 corners and leading down to a yawning chasm 100 yards below. Deadly white and black rivers flowed in the cavern and she could smell their stench from up. But the worst part was the pieces of marble strewn around the broken cabins. The pale gold and silver embedded in the marble didn't shine as they should have. Some pieces were half buried in the earth, Some had crashed into cabins, and a large part of a marble shield had cleaved the big house in half. Everyone and everything's dead. She saw some of the pieces in the open cavern, a couple of them dissolving into the rivers. How long ago did this happen? Hours? Months? What happened? The Athena Parthenon. Harry answered her silent questions. Once she fell, we couldn't pick her back up. Gaia hit camp with quakes to break the statue. A giant statue. Rachel didn't know about it, but he'd said the Athena Parthenon. A statue of Athena? Annabeth and her siblings would know about it, right? How? Rachel didn't even know what to ask. He just shook his head. We lost before Gaia even struck. The moment Elpis died, the future was set. Rachel just stared at the largest piece of the statue, partially buried near the broken remains of cabin 6. It was part of the head, with a beautifully decorated crown now covered in mud. Harry turned and walked away. His voice was loud and ringing in her ears. Welcome to the wasteland. But what terrified her the most was the thick trails of smoke coming from the uprooted forest. Rachel headed there, slow at first but picking up the pace till she was practically flying over the broken earth. She didn't know if Harry was following her and almost didn't care. What was the smoke from? In the middle of Camp Half-Blood's ruined forest was an enormous pit. It was neatly dug and cleaned out, several feet deep. Pyres. Hundreds and hundreds of stacked wood from the dead forest made for the final resting place for all the demigods. She could see the shrouds, charred and illegible, the glint of drachmas shining through the smoking wood. Everyone and everything's dead. There were graves dug to the right and left for others. Headstones covered the area and it smelled of death. Everyone and everything's dead. Rachel found the main headstone, planted into the dead earth in front of the mass grave. Unsteady words had been carved into it by the hands of someone who could not stop shaking. Hope died with you and so did I. Friended the 14th of November 2013. 7 p.m. Vervion Hospital, outside London. The air resonated with a song he couldn't comprehend. His head was filled with cotton and his mouth tasted vile. Can anyone hear me? A very strange song indeed. Harry shifted, unwittingly straining his ears. All noises were muffled, but this lyrical ghostly voice stood out of the buzzing chaos. Help me. His eyes shot open. Ow. Ouch. Bugger. Light flashed into his retinas. His extremities had a phantom burning sensation. Harry closed his eyes and curled onto his side, trying to hide under the covers. The voice was quiet and he fell asleep again. Things made sense a while later. It's gonna be okay, Sally had said. The oddest part was that, he believed that. Harry's hearing was completely tanked, his ears now red and slightly blistered. He couldn't even hear the buzzing of his phone, which was placed on the table beside him. And the thing had probably beeped a lot, seeing as how there were a bunch of notifications on the screen that he was in no mood to read. The skin on his torso, upper chest and shoulders were numb since his nerve endings were in the process of being rebuilt. His designated healer, Sierra Kales, worked her magic and Harry was breathing fairly well. It honestly would have been less pain and hassle had he died from the lightning or even succumbed to the fall. But Harry wasn't fretting as much as he should have. Part of the reason was that his skin was knitting itself back together even when he was alone in the room, even when he'd just woken up. He was healing far too fast after the train wreck on Mount Olympus. Harry winced at the memory. He'd woken up just a day ago to a teary-eyed Sally who'd stayed with him for hours even when he'd been upset with her before. He'd been admitted to the new hospital. As usual, he had his own room here, monitored by Sierra's team. At this point, he should just staple his name on the door. Tonks had told him the whole story, of Ajax reappearing in Olympus to abduct Rachel and how that was thwarted because Percy, Sky, Harry, and the campers who'd gone on the quest had all accidentally crash-landed in Olympus. He wished Hedwig was here. Unfortunately, the hospital had a strict no-animal policy for inpatients. The bad memories came unbidden. Bolt was dead. Rachel was dead, not yet awake. Percy and Annabeth had been stabbed. Wool, Raina, Hazel, and one of the new demigods, Leo or Leah, had encountered a primordial goddess and then fell off a balcony, closely saved by the Pegasi. Pretty sure Piper was mostly fine, but she'd have nightmares to last a lifetime. The spirit of Delphi, funnily enough, seemed to be the only one completely unperturbed. She, or it, was walking in Rachel's body around camp, giving everyone a scare. Sky was back. Harry exhaled slowly. It was a trip to think about him. He wondered if Sky's hair was still as soft as before. Sky had jumped to save him. The memory of falling was brief. The pain had been all-consuming, fiery heat burning through. Stop thinking about that. By Thursday evening, just a few days after the incident, he was already walking around his room, the sensation of pins and needles erupting under his feet. It could have been worse. It should have been a lot worse. Tonks wandered in by lunchtime. Harry was testing his body's ability to have solid foods, with unsurprising results. He didn't need the hydration charm anymore. "You're a sight for sore eyes, Potter," she sighed, shaking her head. Harry accepted the one-arm hug easily. She patted his back and he shrugged. "My hearing's shot to hell. Got no clue what you just said." She pointed at him and then gave a thumbs up. He gave a reluctant smile. In the evening, Sierra walked in with a floating quill and notepad, with a grim face. "You can check out tomorrow by noon." Tonks leapt to her feet, stunned. "Just like that?" "Well, no, but the way Harry's body is healing itself, he'll be leagues ahead after a full night's sleep. It's unprecedented, but I'm confident." Harry was beginning to stitch parts of their inaudible conversation together, but the floating notepad zoomed towards him. He grabbed it, mindful of his tender skin, and read Sierra's notes. "Patient has begun a self-activated healing phase, covering all internal organs and immediate causes. Priority has been reduced from critical to normal. Patient is advised to take an additional 2-day rest, followed by a final checkup. If the prognosis is good, patient can resume usual lifestyle following this." By the looks on their faces, Sierra seemed to be getting past a denial stage and Tonks was just entering it. Still, the healer knew what her patient required. "In case you're new here, Harry hates hospitals. I can leave?" Harry asked quietly. The skin over his ribs itched with the final protective layers of his bones being rebuilt. Sierra nodded. As she spoke, the quill wrote her words on the notepad. "I'm allowing a Friday discharge, but you'll still be an outpatient for the next week. I can make a house call if there's an emergency, but most likely, there wouldn't be a problem after tomorrow. You're recovering at an incredible rate." Harry grimaced. He still felt like he'd been battered by a meat tenderizer. "What about my ears?" She gestured over to the side of his head. "Your eardrums may take some time. The healing is focused on the necessities right now. Give it till Monday morning. If nothing changes, I'll flow in and give you a checkup. Maybe good to keep an eye on your pulse for the rest of the month." Tonks's jaw was on the floor. She jerked a thumb at Harry and told the healer, "The lad got blasted with 1,000,000,000 volts of energy. And no, that's not an exaggeration." Sierra's shoulders dropped. "It was a dangerous amount, yes. But I could also tell from the burns that this was a negatively charged lightning bolt. They don't cause as much damage as a positive one. Of course, this is nothing to sneeze at, but whatever hit him was not at full strength. And it's obvious that his bracelet did its part in aiding the healing." Harry frowned at the notepad. That didn't make sense. The bolt came from Zeus's throne. How could the electricity be anything like feeble? Sure, it wasn't the master bolt, but this was still the king's true seat of power. Harry was barely a new immortal and he'd been injured at the time. The bolt should have killed him. Sierra didn't know about Mount Olympus, so her speculation could be wrong. But Tonks did know about the gods and she shared a troubled look with Harry before relenting. She told Harry, "I'll be just a minute," before ushering Sierra out of the room. The constant ringing in his ears was troublesome and he couldn't hear what was happening outside. The inner ear and drums were being slowly regenerated from the litany of potions he'd taken ever since being admitted, and also by his own magic, it seemed. He placed the notepad to the side, watching the quill zip through the air and fall still on the paper. Then, he carefully swung his legs over to the side and stood up as gently as he could. Unlike the morning, now there was no pricking sensation. He could walk slowly around the room without pain. Either Harry had grown far too powerful in a short amount of time, or Zeus's lightning strike had been weak. Tonks was not pleased. 5 minutes, Potter," she said, standing in the corridor where Harry had reached by shuffling his feet carefully. She sounded less irritated, and more surprised if anything. "I was gone for 5 minutes." She cast a written spell that made her exclamations glow in the air so he could read them. "I want to see Sirius," Harry told her. Or at least, he hoped that's what came out of his mouth. The words were muffled and very dull and he didn't want to strain his healing ears too much to put in the effort to care. She looked at him, disappointed. Sally's on her way, all right. She's been talking about getting Percy to enlist a god to give you another checkup. She's already had a hard few days, this isn't gonna help. Harry didn't want to see a god for the next 2 years. If I see Sirius, he said slowly, his own voice sounding like mush to him, I'll be able to sleep properly tonight. I couldn't get my 8 hours yesterday. Tonks grimaced. She'd been first to reach the Empire State when Talia and a bunch of other demigods had wheeled Harry out. He figured he'd been terrible to look at, and that had been after Apollo had checked him over and cast a body-cooling and regenerative charm to ensure he was still breathing without a swollen airway. So his pathetic expression worked. In return, she'd convinced him to use a wheelchair. Sirius's room was practically air-conditioned. Harry focused on his prone body, which had barely moved in the past 11 months except to breathe. His hair was dry and crumbly between Harry's tender fingers. There was one silver lining. He was still alive. Yet, the healers weren't confident in his recovery. 12 years in Azkaban had ensured he'd never be 100% healthy, physically speaking. But Sirius was one of the strongest people Harry knew. If Azkaban couldn't break him, then this shouldn't either. I know you can hear me, Harry said, lowering his voice. He hoped the words were clear enough. We don't know when Rachel will wake up, but the Delphi spirit is pretty happy. Sky's also fine. I guess Rach and me got the worst of it. Everyone else is fine. Mostly. Harry leaned in his wheelchair, breathing carefully. Percy and Annabeth are in Camp Jupiter. Not sure what's more alarming. That there's another camp, or that those two are walking around like they were never Santa. He stopped himself. That news probably wouldn't help Sirius's sanity. He took Sirius's warm hand and held it gently between his shaking palms. I'm tired of failing, he admitted. And you have to be sick of that bed. When are you leaving this place? Sirius didn't answer, of course. Harry tried to imagine what he would say if he were awake. I'm getting better way too fast now, he whispered. If I'm supposed to be a healer, I should be able to fix this. All you need is a full brain analeptic. But I can't just force the healing to start. I need to. Harry dropped his head onto Sirius's shoulder. That was a bad way to heal anything. Some things can't and shouldn't be brute forced. The help had to come from a place of health and goodwill. If Harry was a master healer, a proper one, he'd be able to cure himself and everyone around him from anything. He was already more than halfway there. He was sick of being held back. Harry leaned into Sirius's space and whispered, if you're not going to wake up, that's all right. I'm going to sort this out. When he left his godfather's side and was wheeled back to his room, Sally was waiting. She paused at the sight of his entrance. Harry looked away as casual as can be. His clenched fist probably didn't help that. Unsure what to tell her, he kept mum. Luckily, Tonks took over the awkward silence, giving a quick rundown of Sierra's verdict and their little trip to Sirius's long-term ward. Sally's nose was shiny. She never liked that. It meant she'd barely looked after herself in the past few days, probably working on automatic to make sure baby Kimmy was fine and to check on Percy and Harry. Something strange came over him. Harry carefully stood up from the wheelchair, faced Sally and raised his arms. Both Tonks and Sally stared. He was sure they didn't know what the gesture meant at first. Finally, Sally stepped forwards, full of hesitance and hope. She moved into his embrace, her arms lifting up to hold onto his back and cup his head gently. She smelled of porridge, milk, and baby powder. Harry couldn't recall the last time he'd initiated a hug with anyone. It had to be recent, right? Unlike his younger years, he'd been growing a little more open to physical affection. Sally mumbled something into his shoulder. He was now taller than her. Her words went over his head, but the meaning wasn't lost when he felt warm tears soak a patch of his scrubs. Despite the argument and the anger he'd held towards her, this moment didn't fix anything. But he felt bolder and more confident. It had always seemed as though he'd been waiting for something to happen to him before taking the next step. Maybe the only one holding Harry back had been himself. Hermione Granger almost never used social media. She had a mobile phone, courtesy of her parents. But studying in Beauxbatons had left little time to conduct an electric-safe space to use her phone. The school owls were ever present to send mail to her parents. She had a magical two-way mirror to reach out to her friends in Britain. A couple of drachmas sat in the inner lining of her beaded bag for an emergency iris message situation. She did have grandparents in South France whom she visited every other weekend, and they had no idea of her magical education. To keep them in the dark, she had a barely used phone they could text to keep in touch. Her meme couldn't bear to go without hearing her voice at least once a week, now that she knew her youngest granddaughter was in an elite boarding school in France. Just a few days ago, Ron had called her with the shocking news of what had happened in Olympus, and Hermione had mailed a double get-well-soon care package to both Harry and Rachel. Now she was in the library, reading up on the grand myths of the past. After finding out that Roman demigods were a thing, she'd done her bit to get her hands on all the books on topics of Troy, Roman empires, and the Roman pantheon. Reading them in French was such a treat as well. Translations had the best and worst of gems. Her Kneazle cat, Crookshanks, had grown even bigger in their time in Bobadins. He languished over her bag, stretched out under a patch of sunlight. Hermione absent-mindedly scratched his ears and let him purr over her fingers. Misa popped into her little nook of the grand library. "Salut, Hermione. Le dîner est prêt. Qu'est-ce que tu fais?" She greeted her curiously. Hermione nodded quickly at her roommate, making notations on a scroll. "Merci, tu pouvais aller." Misa Lafayette was one of the first students who'd taken a shine to Hermione. She didn't mind the new Hogwarts witch or her relentless enthusiasm for school even when others preferred to take things lightly. Misa leaned over her notes. "Ka va la taf? C'est très facile," Hermione mumbled, far too engrossed in the story of Métis. "Mademoiselle," Misa said loudly, putting on the airs. "Avez-vous faim?" "Shush," Hermione hissed, looking around for the formidable librarian, no doubt skulking around. Ignoring her, Misa leaned in close and moved a pile of papers aside to read one of the book's title, The Tragedy of Pallas. Hermione lunged for the falling sheets. "Pay attention, Misa." "Pardon." Misa sighed, retreating. She stood back to watch the seated girl rearrange her papers. Crookshanks wasn't bothered at all. He was laying by another book, its title printed in Latin. Misa couldn't read it, but her attention was caught by a depiction of a white and black ceramic vase on the cover. It had intricate designs of people dancing and fighting. "Whoa," Misa shook her head. "Qu'est-ce que c'est?" Hermione finally looked up. "Quoi?" Misa tapped on the cover. Hermione made a face. She probably shouldn't leave that out in the open. "C'est n'est rien," she said quickly. "C'est tout." "Oui." Misa huffed and retreated with a warning. "Two Sarahs en retard." Hermione frowned at her classmate's retreating form, just as Crookshanks meowed unhappily. She looked at him and heard a slight buzzing sound. It was coming from her bag. Her phone. She stood up to try and move her cat out of the way, but Crookshanks didn't want to budge. He leveled her with a look that plainly said he was far too comfortable in the light. It took several more minutes of her coaxing him away enough so she could reach inside and fish out her phone. Though the data was switched off, she'd received a text notification from Snapchat. Wait, it couldn't be Meme. Hermione opened it and stared at the bold words blinking up at her. Everyone was waiting for Percy when he walked back into the deposition hall. He felt his phone drone in his pocket but made no move to reach for it. Mom would call on the mirror and Camp would IM him if something was urgent. The attorney at the head of the table nodded at him to sit. "Participants, please note, I will ask the questions. You can pass your lists to me." Percy reached out to grab Annabeth's hand under the table. She looked a little surprised, probably from the heat of his palm, and whispered, "What took you so long?" "Triton dropped by. Tell you later." She narrowed her eyes but said no more. "Mr. Alvida, shall we begin?" Durand asked. Percy found Siren staring at the table, engrossed in the reflection. He looked up immediately, flushing at the sight of everyone waiting. "Yes, ma'am. You can call me Sky, though." "All right, Sky," she said politely. Question 1. Why did you infiltrate the gathering in Gretna Green last year? Percy eyed Siren carefully. The Roman looked surprised by the query but answered, "I've never met a demigod before. I've lived all my life in Alaska with my parents. I found out that the demigods from Camp Half-Blood were going to a party outside the country. Since it was far from North America, I knew the gods wouldn't be alerted by me. So I just went." Clarice huffed and folded her arms. Percy agreed with her. Annabeth scribbled something on the question sheet and pushed it back to Durand. "How did you get through the barrier around the house?" the attorney asked. I formed a tunnel under the wall and shield. I didn't actually tamper any magic, just got around it, he added quickly. Percy held back a groan. This was a really common defect of shields, be it magical or godly. Elements could either work for or against enchantments like that. Even Talia's pine tree's protection didn't extend underground, which was how the labyrinth with all its chaotic powers could surpass it. And how did you build this tunnel? With a grimace, Siren said, well, I kinda, made a quake in the ground and split it open before resealing it with enough space. I closed it when I left. Percy's knee bounced uncontrollably. The table shuddered. Frigging dude made a frigging earthquake just to gate crash a party. And it was controlled enough that nobody felt it, not even Hermione was attuned to the earth or Nico and Bianca, who were also in the house. Harry can really pick him. The questioning round continued. 1. Why was he hiding in Alaska? 2. What can he tell about Cassandra and Iphigenia? 3. How much control does he have over his powers? 4. Why did he come to New York? 5. How did he get into Mount Olympus despite not having an invitation? 1. Alaska was safe, it was the land beyond the gods. I mean, sure monsters abound, but we dealt with them easily. 2. Mom's good at cooking and bad at jokes. Ma's good at listening and bad at kicking her reality show binge watching. 3. Pretty good control. I don't generally lose it and wreck things. 4. One of Lady Iris's legacies helped me get into Olympus Parcel Service Office. I was hoping to find a camper, but then I saw Harry. 5. I don't know. Harry's bracelet dragged me along for the ride, I guess. The question is, why did you go to New York instead of heading for Camp Jupiter or the Wolf House? Durand reminded him. Siren squinted. I'd been having strange dreams about things going wrong on Olympus. I can't explain it. I could have gone to Camp Jup, yeah. But it felt right to head east. Percy didn't like that answer. Honestly, he didn't like any of them, but this bothered him the most. Siren had intentionally called Percy to dream about him to warn him something was going on. No matter how much they cross-questioned and interrogated him, Siren gave infuriatingly logical and wholehearted answers. Not once did Aurum and Argentum bat an eyelash. The wolves didn't deign to react. If there was anyone on edge more than Percy, it was Siren, but his responses were on point. When Durand finally exhausted the question list, and nobody could pick at his answers, she adjourned the deposition. Pending a final statement from Lupa, patron goddess of Rome, this deposition may end here. I suggest Siren Alvida is to be placed under probation, overseen by a representative of Camp Jupiter until Lupa's wolves report to her on the proceedings, and she decides on your future. All in agreement? Etiam. The Romans nodded. Sure, Percy muttered. His fellow campers hummed and nodded, unenthusiastically. Annabeth was eyeing Attorney Durand curiously while Talia and Bianca went back to ignoring each other. Jason cleared his throat. Greeks, may we convene? Clarice frowned. What? He wants to discuss stuff, Annabeth said, not taking her eyes off Durand. Everyone stood up and the doors opened. The wolves were the first to leave, completely trained and alert. Reyna's metal dogs waited for her before flanking her out the entrance. Percy watched as the ONUH representative and Siren stayed back muttering to each other. Annabeth was the last to stand. Percy wound his fingers through hers and whispered, "What's on your mind?" Durand can read ancient Greek. He blinked. That wasn't at all what he was thinking about. We wrote all our questions in AG, Annabeth clarified, and you know how Risa's handwriting is. I'm pretty sure she wrote in shorthand. The associate attorney could easily read it, Annabeth insisted. Percy raised his shoulders and dropped them as they walked out of the room. Maybe the Romans asked her to lead the deposition because she knew ancient Greek? Annabeth made a face. Maybe. The others were standing by the very same balcony that Trident had remade. Percy stared down at the banister before looking over at the imperial statue below them. Octavian was here as well. Percy thought he was a watered-down version of Draco Malfoy. And not even that was a compliment to Malfoy. That's ridiculous, Octavian announced, hearing the SparkNotes version of Sauron's tale. You mean to tell me a bunch of old people ran into each other decades ago and now their kids have strange destinies and prophecies all pointing to Pandora? Reyna massaged her temples. Nobody actually said the name Pandora. I believe he's telling the truth. Bianca spoke up. Percy kept forgetting she was almost 15 years old. She still resembled the prepubescent girl he'd met in West Hall, years ago. Her silver circlet spoke volumes and even Octavian fell quiet. "You know about Cassandra and Iphigenia, then?" Jason guessed. "I've never run across them, but yes," Bianca nodded, looking over at the others. "It's true. They've been helping hunters for several centuries." "Helping how?" "Stopping battles, reducing escalations, carrying information, helping figure out prophecies and dreams. We have a system set up on how to contact them. We tried using it during the second Titanomachy, but they never responded." Octavian kept grumbling. Jason looked over to Reyna and asked, "You can confirm this with Hyla?" "I'll ask," Reyna nodded. "This business with Pandora is troubling." "I thought you said nobody mentioned the name," Octavian huffed. Talia frowned. "We need to get in touch with Lord Triton. If Cassandra and Iphigenia are on the run, they may not be able to help us. At least not right away. Percy can go to Atlantis today." "He already dropped by," Percy sighed. She shot him a sharp look for cutting her off, but the others stared. Annabeth nodded, urging him on. "What do you mean dropped by?" Nico asked, suspiciously. He looked around the balcony, almost as though he could sense Triton's presence. "Triton was here," Percy waved an arm. "He said Siren can help with finding Pandora, whoever she is now." He explained the memory but left out everything he could of Tia Kimberly. That was a story only for his mom. "So, Pandora's actually back?" Octavian asked, swallowing heavily. Nobody else responded. Percy winced. Nico checked with his father. "She really is out there." Jason's jaw twitched. He looked to Talia for confirmation and she nodded. Reyna asked, "And the jar?" The group bristled. Bianca answered, "It's in the Oracle's cave. Rachel wasn't as affected by it as most of us." "Affected?" "The spirit," she emphasized. "Hope. She can hear us if we stand too close." They shuddered, a sharp sense of uneasiness sneaking upon them. Reyna said, "That needs to be locked away. We should store it up in Olympus." "Not a good option," Talia sighed. "We know that Ajax can break into the place. It's just better where it is now at camp." "But we have incredible defenses around the Senate building," Octavian blurted. "The jar will be safer here." Nico frowned. "It's being protected by Rachel and Annabeth's tech. Nobody else can get to it." Octavian swiveled around to face Annabeth. "Why you?" Annabeth raised a cold eyebrow. Jason cleared his throat loudly. "We'll figure that out." "There's nothing to figure out, it's safe," Clarice said through her teeth. "But we can discuss that soon." Reyna nodded at Jason, who frowned but didn't retaliate. Octavian pressed his lips together, his face growing unpleasant. "Then let's just focus on one thing for now," Annabeth sighed. "The tale about Pandora." "We need to speak to the Potters for that," Octavian decided. "Jackson's friends with their son, right?" "Harry," Percy nodded, closing his eyes again. "But that's a no-go. They passed away years ago." Jason winced. "Was it the Earth Goddess?" No, unrelated. Let's not get into that." "What about the Dares?" Octavian asked, eyes lighting up. "They have something to do with your oracle, she shares their name." "According to Sky," Talia began, exasperated. "Patrick Dare was resurrected by the Dirt Gal. No points on guessing what Beatrice offered her in exchange for the deed. We have to assume they're not reachable." "That's convenient," Octavian muttered. Percy gritted his teeth. "Rachel hasn't been in contact with them for the past few months," Clarice snapped. "Trust us, that route's not a way we want to go." Jason looked over at Percy with wide eyes. "Wait, your mom?" Percy made a face and Talia smirked. "For shame, Jace." "I'm not joking," Jason said hastily. "I mean, Percy's mom was in Egypt." Percy shook his head. "She doesn't remember any of this. Trust me, when she first met Harry, she had no clue who his parents were." The augur was not pleased. "Is there anyone not dead, not working with the enemy, not on the run, or hasn't had magical memory loss who can corroborate Saran's story?" They stayed quiet. Percy's mind jumped to Ajax, but he wouldn't remember either, not if Cassandra truly dumped him into the Styx. That would have been a horrible death, 1,000 times over. Thankfully, Annabeth gave the answer as usual. "The Aurors." "What?" Nico said. "They're like cops with magic." "Wizard cops," Clarice nodded. Cairo's aura force, Bianca recalled from the story. But Cassandra and Iphigenia wouldn't leave loose ends like that. Those auras would have been paid off or obliviated to keep a secret. Annabeth frowned. The museum curator, Professor Arwa Karim. I bet you they didn't obliviate her. She has information on what the Potters stole from the temple, Reyna realized, but she could be under vow to not speak. Cass and Iphi are smarter than that, Bianca shook her head. I think the curator would be willing to tell us what we need if we can help her out as well. Percy followed what she was saying. We need to figure out what Lily and James stole and where they hid it. Annabeth grimaced and looked him in the eye. We're gonna have to talk to Harry. Percy didn't even know how to approach that, when his mirror went off, sounding aloud, Percy Jackson. Reyna, Jason, and Octavian were startled, but the others frowned. You kept your mirror? Talia complained. In case of an emergency, Percy retorted, plucking it out from his pocket. His reflection was replaced with his mom's face. What's wrong? He said immediately, ready to head back to New York. I'm not sure, she murmured. Her eyebrows came together and she looked over to the side. I'm at the hospital now. Harry's fine. Don't worry, it's not that. Then what? Do you have Snapchat? She asked completely out of the blue. Percy stared. I do. Annabeth frowned. I haven't used it much though. Okay. Take a look at what's trending right now, Sally said, doing her best to sound at ease. Percy, for some odd reason, was only more agitated. Piper watched as Leo ran around Will, screaming that his head was on fire. But it was a cool orange hologram of a hammer. Will proclaimed him a son of Hephaestus, the group of other demigods, seriously, actual demigods. And the teacher Chiron. Believe it or not, a centaur, bowed to a stunned Leo and then led him off in the direction of his cabin. Piper's cell phone beeped. She would have ignored it in favor of discovering a camp full of supernatural beings. She was one of them apparently, before wondering if her dad was calling. She struggled for her cell, swiping it open to find that it was just an app notification. Piper grumbled and one of the boys who'd bowed to Leo looked towards her. Do you know that cell phones aren't really good for us? Yeah, like radiation or something. No, I mean, they can attract monsters to our location. The wireless ones are a huge problem. Piper flinched. Monsters. That was real. Sorry, the boy quickly responded. I'm Adam, son of Aphrodite. Hi. I didn't mean to scare you. We're kinda safe in the barrier, so it's not so bad to use phones now. But there's a landline in the big house if you want to make a call. Thanks, I'll check it out. Piper nodded in relief and pocketed her cell. I'm Piper. I don't know who's my parent, I mean, my dad's human. I never knew my mom. You're unclaimed for now, Adam said, a little surprised. It shouldn't last for long. After the war, nearly all kids get claimed right away. It could take a few days, if your godly parent is busy or is waiting for something. Yeah, Connor said that. She nodded. I'm in cabin 11 for now. Cool. I can help with the offerings, Adam smiled. Huh? The food, he explained. We sacrifice a portion during dinner, right? I can get a bunch of other campers to help you out and get your parent to look over here. Piper was taken aback. Oh, wow, thanks, I'd like that. If her dad would talk to her, she'd be more comfortable with not knowing who her mom was, but clearly he was busy. The way he'd been busy for the past 4 years. The campers weren't so bad. Piper hadn't known what to expect, but she was glad that they were taking it slow. Her head was still muddled with this whole new world of gods and monsters, of demigods and wizards. Mermaids lived in the lake, satyrs lived in the forest, there were harpies flying around camp, nature spirits were the trees, there was a god and a centaur in the big house. It was a lot to digest. I saw you with a lance, Adam said, trying to pick up the conversation again. Piper wondered if someone had told him to make sure she wouldn't be alone. Yeah, I was terrible at that. Throwing isn't my thing. What else have you checked? Sword. Too heavy. Bow and arrows. Too much work. Knives are all right. They don't seem to fit, though. Adam grinned. Annabeth's the best at those. She could give you a proper tour of knives and daggers around camp later. My weapon is the bow. Nice. Yeah. Compound bows are the best, but when you see the hunters at their archery game, Adam whistled, wide-eyed. That sorta beats you up. I've been trying to branch out. Crossbows are pretty great. I found a machete in the training room. That's scary awesome. Ethan couldn't take his eyes off of me for days. Piper was mostly content to sit in the mess hall and listen to Adam jabber on. He wasn't annoying in any sense, but his voice was soothing enough to blend into white noise so her thoughts could wander. And she would have let them wander away had it not been for her cell phone beeping again with a notification. What was strange was that Adam paused and brought out his phone to check something at the same time. Huh? Adam frowned. Piper's nerves were a little high-strung and, on a hunch, she too looked down at her screen. I haven't used Snapchat in ages, Adam mumbled. Piper stared at her phone. The notifications that were now piling in were all from the same app. Percy! Adam shouted, making Piper jump. A few other campers around them turned to him in surprise. A boy with a shiny gold eye patch stood up from another table. They're over at the other camp. What's wrong? Ethan, check your phone, Adam said urgently, standing up. Piper looked back down at her device as a few others did the same. Rachel Elizabeth Dare has started following you. Rachel Elizabeth Dare has liked your post. Rachel Elizabeth Dare has liked your photo. Rachel Elizabeth Dare has sent you a friend request. Rachel Elizabeth Dare has made her first post in a while. Rachel Elizabeth Dare has tagged you in a post. Follow Rachel Elizabeth Dare on her timeline. The video was short but was already being liked and reposted to various platforms. It was shot with a shaky cam, handheld by the face seen head-on. Hello, Internet and friends, Rachel chirped, flipping her long tangled hair with a flick of her head. The tresses reached well below her elbows, framing her face intensely. Her eyes were strangely bright, almost causing a lens flare in the video. This is my first post in years. And damn, do I have a lot to share with y'all. Here's an icebreaker. The kudzu will be the last plant to die on this planet. That will happen in the year 4507 Common Era. Stay tuned for more awesome future updates. Leo and his Dream Chapter Summary. Leo gains a clearer look into the new, old world of gods, monsters, and dragons. His mom has always been there, and so it seems, his old babysitter. Harry is back on his feet, as usual before he's recovered, and already sussing out plot issues with Talia, Sky, and Reyna. Percy and Grover plan to break down their empathic link. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. The spirit of Delphi had logged into Rachel's various social media accounts and was stirring up drama online. Leo wasn't too concerned since he was busy discovering that he was a freakin' demigod. Still, he got a friend notification from the spirit on his Insta. Nissa? Leo asked, interrupting the tour of Cabin 9. Will I be cursed if I don't accept the request? Nissa Barrera, the 17-year-old cabin head, and Leo's older sister, Holy Hammers, he had siblings, heaved her muscled shoulders and spared the cracked screen of his phone a glance. Yeah, a bunch of us got that. Percy says he's gonna check on her. For now, I think we're safe. Shane piped up from the corner. Unless the spirit can send curses or quests online, it's chill. Nissa huffed like that was a joke. Leo lowered his phone. Curses? You don't really believe in that? The mood dropped for a moment. Nissa and Shane shared a serious look before she answered. Just be wary of them, is all I'm saying. Yeah, but, Leo laughed, we got gods and magic, can't we just stop curses? Shane sat back. If you're not worried, you can take Beck's bunk. Shane. Nissa snapped. After what happened to Jake, don't joke about that. Geez. We're out of Murphy beds for now, Leo. Can you make do with a sleeping bag for a week till I sort out space? Leo had never slept in a Murphy bed. He had hated the cots in many of the halfway shelters and orphanages he'd grown up in. After the few nights he'd spent in cabin 11, he was ready for a proper bed. What about Beck's bunk? He blurted. Nissa shook her head. The gears were malfunctioning. Jake was supposed to fix it, but he's out of commission after the accident. Accident? With the dragon. Right. Leo huffed. Can I at least look at it? Nissa and Shane eyed him dubiously before she pointed to the large space right by the first window. She banged the side of her fist against the metal wall and a section opened up, an rectangular outline of neon white light glowing to reveal an enclosed space. The wall opened and out fell a fully assembled cot. Its legs banged against the floor, nearly splintering, and the inner machinery whirred loudly. All the occupants in the cabin winced. Leo pointed out, the gear wheels should be interlocked. Nissa slapped his back, nearly pitching his gangly body forwards. If you can fix it, you can keep it. Wait, really? Cabin rule, Shane nodded, shooting a thumbs up. Leo nearly bounced on the spot. These were his peeps, literally. He borrowed some tools from Shane's kit and got to work. There were corroded wires under the cot, unlit gems, unconnected plates, and a host of other defects. He had the control panel open, changing the board out to clean the interiors. A small boy wandered over. He sat beside Leo and dropped his chin onto his hands. "Hi," he chirped. Leo nodded with 3 screws in his mouth. "I'm Harley." "I'm Leo," he managed through the side of his mouth. "You're the first demigod Dad claimed since the war," Harley said by way of introduction. Leo spat out the screws and laughed incredulously. "War? What war?" "The Second Titan War, duh." He frowned down at him. "Like, the watch company?" "No, I'm not big on sports, my dude." "No," Harley cried. "The gods and titans." Harley leapt right into a full uninterrupted explanation of the Second Titanomachy. Leo was gaping by the time he was done. Piper and he had spent a couple of nights in cabin 11 before he'd been claimed. Some of the kids there had brought up a war, but Leo's head had been reeling with the words demigods, and Greek, and Dad, to even process anything else. "You fought in a war?" Leo spluttered. Harley was a schoolyard runt 4 steps away from puberty. A strong breeze might blow him away. Definitely Leo's brother. "I helped with supplies," Harley said proudly, "and I got to keep the med camp safe." The bed in front of them groaned. Leo closed the panel, deciding that a complete upgrade was due after a full night's sleep. He kept eyeing Harley as he hauled up the bed and activated it. This time, the gears spun smoothly. The Murphy bed emerged gracefully from the wall, settling on the floor like it was running on brand new pistons. Gems around the bed glowed like nightlights and he tested the reclining angles. Everything was smooth. Harley's jaw dropped. "Whoa, you did that so fast." Leo shrugged, coloring at the comment. "Yeah, I'm good with machines and stuff." "We're all good with machines and stuff," the little boy parroted, hopping about. "This is awesome. I'm a tell Nissa." Harley bolted and Leo simply dropped onto the incredibly plush mattress. His head hit the pillows, multiple. This was fine living, and he passed out instantly. Wowza. He hadn't dreamed like this in a while. Leo found a dancing anvil in front of him. It taunted him, before leaping off the balcony of a marble palace and landing hard on the road outside, breaking the road and sinking in halfway. Odd. The palace was 100 miles in the air. How could the anvil hit the ground so quickly? Leo left the laughing anvil, half embedded in the cracked tar. He walked into his mother's old workshop. She was admiring one of his old pictures. Leo immediately blushed. It was a silly drawing by an unpracticed 8-year-old. Yet, his mother had pinned it to the corkboard in her office when he'd shown it to her. "You should show this to your friends," Esperanza hummed warmly. "They ought to know you have incredible plans." "Ma," Leo winced. "How can you stand me?" She smiled over at him, her dark eyes seeing so much more than a lanky, unfit teen. "Why don't you add wings to the boat?" Esperanza let the scrap of paper drift away in the wind. Leo watched it flutter away. When he looked back down, his mother had disappeared, and in her place, Tia Callida was standing in the workshop. She still had her imposing presence from years ago. "Leonidas." Her voice was soft, yet chastising. "Finally made it to camp. You conveniently missed the last war. Better make sure to not sit this one out." Leo's jaw dropped. What?" Tia Callida shook her head. "You might think time is abundant, but you saw the treachery out there. The goddess will spare nothing to raise you. Your stunt with the rocket caused both camps to witness but a fragment of her wrath. When she rises, there will be nothing left to save." Leo was still gawking at her. Tia Callida sighed. "Watch out for the anvil, boy. It's trying to tell you something. Are you your mother's son or not?" "My mom's son." "Well, duh," Leo yelled, annoyed. "What's that supposed to mean? What anvil?" In response, Tia Callida pointed to the sky. Leo spied a tiny dark spot in the immense blue vastness. As he stared, the spot grew bigger and darker, taking the shape of a 500-pound forging anvil. Leo wondered if this was how Wile E. Coyote felt in those cartoon shows he used to watch. Either way, he received an anvil to the face, its solid iron block smashing him into the ground. Leo sank under the soft earth that laughed all around. Percy found Grover just as he was about to lose his mind. The Lord of the Wild was giggling at one of Juniper's jokes. They were making hard eyes at each other, and if it wasn't so urgent, he would have turned around and walked away. "Hey, Juniper," Percy's grin was tight. "Mind if I borrow Casanova here?" The couple noticed the heavy demeanor and she said, "Sure, I'll see you tomorrow." Grover kissed her cheek and Juniper blushed a strong green, running back to her tree. Percy pulled a dazed Grover away from her and brought him to a less populated place by the strawberry fields. Sunset was imminent and cold winds signaling the onset of winter were on the way. "How was Camp Jupiter?" Grover asked, slowly. Percy dropped his head with a low groan. He was lying. About the whole thing. The Earth Goddess sent Siren to spy on all of us and nobody is seeing that. Grover frowned. Romans are supposed to have wolves who can catch someone lying. What happened? They believe him, Percy grumbled. He's being inducted into the ranks as a probatio. But Annabeth thinks that's just legality or whatever. He's the first child of Neptune in several decades. They want to promote him as fast as possible. Same with Hazel, I guess. Even with the wolves? Even then. Raina has 2 metal dogs too and none of them could see through him. Grover folded his arms. "Perce, is there a chance that you have a problem with him?" Making a face, Percy scoffed. "Dio Immortals. Yes, of course I have a problem with him. He's been hiding in Alaska for years. I'm not going to trust him and neither should anyone." He checked the surroundings to ensure they were alone before whispering, "You gotta believe me, Grover. Even my stepmom suspects him." Grover's eyes widened. "Amphitrite?" "Yeah." Percy hopped on the spot. "That's cause for concern, right? I just have to figure out a way to catch him. But I can't keep going over to CJ to keep an eye on him. Right now, Annabeth, Talia, Clarice, Bianca, Nico, and me are the only ones allowed there. And not even to the barracks, just a couple of rooms in their ridiculous Senate building. It's way flashier than the Ministry of Magic and I thought that place was yikes." He kicked a pebble off the path around the field. There were no strawberries yet since winter was descending on them, but the scent was crisp in the cool breeze. It sent Percy's senses tingling and he tasted the Pavlovian sweetness. Could Siren have used primordial magic to fool the wolves? Grover guessed. "That's my thinking," Percy murmured, glancing over the campers of CHB slowly making their way to the mess hall. He could have anything up his sleeve and now that he's inside their boundaries, it makes him very dangerous. But he must have a weak spot. Grover shrugged. "That's easy. His parents. Harry mentioned how he'd go on and on about them." Percy was already shaking his head. "Siren probably infiltrated our party just to get close to him. He's already 3 steps ahead of us. We don't know that anything he said about 1997 is true." The resulting silence was Grover's frown coming into place. "But, you said Triton verified him." "Yeah. And you still don't trust him," Grover mumbled. "Percy, they're all not gonna be like Luke." Despite the Fleece's protection ward, the winds blew cold, clouds brewing dark in the sky. Percy was unimpressed. "Funny. You've been tense for days," Grover sighed, clearly saying something he'd had in mind for a while. "Whatever it is you're thinking, you should take a break, de-stress and then come back." "Can you break our connection?" Grover stuttered to a stop. "Huh?" "The telepathic mind link you made when Polyphemus took you," Percy said, completely changing tactics. "Can you safely break it?" Obviously, Grover hated the idea. No matter, he would wear him down. "This is what I'm talking about," Grover protested. "When was the last time you spent a day without worrying about anything?" "Like that's gonna happen," Percy groaned. "Come on, G-Man. This is dangerous. If I'm going to be investigating Siren, something could happen. You know what happened to Rachel and Bolt. One of them died, the other did too. And unlike me, you can't regenerate." Grover bleated, nervous. "But you haven't died and come back, have you? How do you know if you can do the same thing?" He was grasping for straws. Percy didn't budge. "Come on, Grover. This happened to Harry and then to Rachel. You don't think I could do the same?" Apollo confirmed that Rachel isn't. "She isn't decomposing," Percy whispered, pained. Which means she'll be back soon. The bracelet brings us back. It won't help you if anything happens to me. But, how long will you need, Percy? He said. We made it through the war without this happening. I don't want to just leave, especially when you're out of sorts. I'm not out of sorts. Your eyes are glowing. Percy stumbled back, shutting them tight. Oh gods, oh no. They're blue, Grover said, sounding unafraid. They're kinda awesome. But your veins are also really, visible, I guess. Percy glanced down at his arms. He was right. The veins in his knuckles were the most prominent, glowing through his skin. A soft blue thrumming with dangerous potential. His hands were shaking and he hadn't even realized it. Wait, Percy said hushed, breathing slowly. I got this, wait. I always thought they'd be green if they glowed, Grover mused. Percy's laugh bordered on hysteria. You think about my eyes, G-Man? Passing thought. Harry's do. Huh. His eyes. They glow green. Green is good. Percy exhaled and the light died, retreating into his skin. Grover assessed his hands closely. It'll take me a couple of days to get things ready, he finally said. Percy blinked. Huh? The mind link, Grover said, reluctantly. I'll need some time to severe it neatly. We'll be nauseous for a while after that, so gotta choose a week with least worries. Percy reeled. He'd thought Grover would put up a harder fight than that. At times, that connection was the only thing holding Percy together. But he'd never forget the sight of Bolt lying dead right beside Rachel's body. Nobody knew how to break the news to her when she did resurface. From what Remus had told him, most familiars outlived witches and wizards, going on to make new connections with others, forming links with those who needed companionship. It was exceedingly rare that the person lived past the familiar. What if Percy died any time now? The bracelet might heal him and he'd be up and walking fine in days or weeks. Grover would not be so lucky. It was deadly for them to have fought in the Titanomachy with the bond still intact. Had Grover faced trouble, Percy could have accidentally triggered the bracelet to summon Harry and Rachel to the battlefield, and if anything had happened the other way around, Grover would have never recovered. Yeah, Percy choked. Yeah, we'll make do. The sooner, the better. Leo woke up when his bed rattled. Odd, he'd fixed it, unless something had shorted out. The cabin was quieter than before. The beds were empty and the sun was setting outside. Had they gone for dinner? He heard footsteps close by. Leo sat up, heart hammering. Okay, maybe Beck's bunk was haunted. Gods, monsters, spirits, and ghosts. Why not? Someone was walking under the ground below his bed. Leo frowned, scrambling onto the floor to place his ear to the ground. The footsteps were heavy work boots thumping the ground. There was a cellar beneath him. Leo searched the floor for a trapdoor or an explanation, but he wound up back to his new bunk to stare at the control panel. Many of the wires had nothing to do with the bed at all, and Leo hadn't been sure before. He opened it again and worked the console to activate the larger mechanism under the bed. The whole thing retracted into the wall and the floor opened up, steel white light bleeding out from the hidden space underground. Well, what's a magic camp without a creepy futuristic dungeon? Leo poked his head into the brightness. Scratch that. This was a tunnel. He put on his thinking face, the one that explored Piper's furious reaction if Leo ended up dead in a mysterious tunnel. But it was so cool, with lights strung up at perfect intervals and wires embedded into the dirt ceilings. The walls were dug and carved with precision. It was a clean cuboid beginning several feet below Leo's new bunk and extending out to the north. Thump. 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 There. The footsteps were retreating now. Camp was supposed to be safe for demigods, right? Leo ignored his rumbling stomach and dropped into the tunnel. This had to be way below any kind of normal basement and yet Leo's ankles barely twinged after the long fall. He set off into the tunnel, following the footsteps. He walked until his feet hurt, his regrets grew, and his stomach began to really growl. But Leo reached a dead end and wondered why he'd left his brain in cabin 9. Piper would kill him if he died now and left her alone with a bunch of strangers they were all related to distantly. His pause at the long tunnel wasn't because there was a wall blocking Leo's path. It was because there was a rusty metal dragon, taking up the entire space from ground to ceiling. It creaked and rumbled, dozens of metal plates sliding over each other as it moved and puffed smoke. Leo was facing the tail end, where the tail was bigger than he was. Tactical retreat was Leo's two new favorite words. The heel of his worn shoes knocked against some loose pebbles that clattered over the ground, and the dragon froze before struggling to spin around in the tiny tunnel. Ah, it's kinda cute. Long metal wings extended from its back, slamming into the ceiling and scraping the mud away. Leo was filled with awe and terror, and wasn't it fascinating how often those two collided? No. No. Someone yelled from behind the dragon. Leo caught sight of a large person in dirty overalls trying to calm the wired dragon, but the beast wasn't placated. Its glowing eyes zoomed in on Leo, and it opened its jaw with a clang, a mouth full of stinking oil spraying onto the floor and on his shoes. Leo yelped on instinct, watching the boiling hot oil sizzling the mud and stones. His shoes smoked and he felt the heat, but of course, that wasn't a problem. Still, he turned his tail and ran. Talia found Nissa half panicking about losing her new brother. "He's probably just wandering around," Talia reassured her. Nissa groaned. "I knew I should have stayed at the cabin. But Jake insisted on supervising cabin construction, and someone needs to be there to help him." "I'll round up some slackers and keep a lookout for him," Talia asserted. "Newbies can get overwhelmed. How'd he react to the orientation film?" "It's a good thing we removed the introductory song. Will said he kept cracking jokes all through the movie," Nissa said sourly. "You know what that's code for." Leo was apparently the kind to play things off light with well-intentioned self-deprecating humor. Talia felt very sober. "We'll find him in time for dinner probably. I'll check the cabins again, you can head for the pavilion." Nissa was very uncomfortable. As head of Cabin 9, she ought to be leading the search for Leo, but he wasn't officially missing. Just out of sight from everyone, she'd asked. Squeezing her bicep, Talia nodded confidently, giving her the assurance she needed and sending her off. New campers often needed extra space to absorb their discoveries. The lucky ones came from loving families who were completely safe and far away from the world of gods and monsters. And there weren't many of those. As far as Talia had gleaned, Leo had bounced around the country from orphanage to orphanage and had been kicked out of enough schools to get Sally Jackson to notice him and sign adoption papers. Talia reached her cabin first, intent on finding anyone lingering around to help, when she was caught off guard by the first person she saw. Harry was exiting the big house and making his way to Cabin 3. "You crazy ass." Talia waved him down. "You've never heard of recuperation time, huh?" He blinked fast, before pointing to his ears and shaking his hand. "You're here for a checkup with Will or Apollo?" she asked. He was frustrated. She raised her hands, gauging his face and neck. He seemed completely fine. Still, Talia knew he had Lichtenberg marks all over his chest. Harry brought out his wand and concentrated on the air between them, lips moving silently. His wand flicked down and the air shifted under a heatwave. Talia tilted her head and said, "What did that do?" "Oh." Letters appeared in the air facing Harry, presumably transcribing what she said. He flicked his wand again and new words arrived, replacing the previous ones. This time, they faced her. "Saw realeesd toady. Molts fin." She sighed. "Yeah, this ain't helping." Harry frowned, a vein in his head going prominent. Talia was about to ask him to chill when the letters changed, the jumbled English transforming into legible ancient Greek. She smirked. "Your AG's much better. Been practicing?" Kata Mara Talia made a face. "That's modern Greek, Oops, cheater," she grinned. Then the smile faded. "Seriously, how are you doing?" Harry chewed on the inside of his cheek. He shrugged. "Sounds about right," she muttered. "Did you hear about Bolt?" He went from relaxed to rigid to restrained so fast, Talia only saw it because she was searching for it. "Sally said she's asking some witches about it. About what to do, with Rachel out of commission." Harry waved a hand irritably, clearly not in the mood. Then he stabbed his index finger at her with a questioning eye. "I'm looking for Leo. Newbie's vanished, Nissa's freaking out." Harry pointed behind her. Talia turned, confused. Only to have a running, panting Leo smack right into her, leaving her stumbling and swearing while he tumbled onto the ground. "Damn it, kid!" she yelled, fighting the urge to flip him off. "Where've you been?" Leo's look of terror dissolved when he gazed up at her. His eyes widened, jaw fell open, and nothing came out of his mouth. Talia angrily rubbed the side of her smarting arm. The tiny kid packed a hell of a body slam. Harry chuckled. Leo still hadn't looked away from her. Oh, that's a reaction. Few prepubescent kids stared at Talia, not for the heavy makeup and goth outfit, but because they were genuinely speechless at the sight of her. And Leo was one of them. "Nissa's hunting for you," Talia said loudly, snapping her fingers in front of him. Seriously, if he started to drool, she was leaving. Dragon," he said, flustered. The word glowed in the air for Harry to read, and they frowned at Leo, confused. Harry pointed to the pine tree where Peleus guarded the fleece. Leo was equally befuddled now. "Are you all right?" Talia asked, getting to her feet. "Did you tick off Peleus or run into a wild dragon in the forest?" "I saw a metal dragon underground," Leo explained, breathing hard. Harry turned to Talia and pointed to Leo before tapping his head. "No, Leo didn't get hurt in the crash," Talia sighed, watching her words form in the air for Harry. "I really saw it," Leo insisted. "I swear, underground," Talia muttered. No wonder Nissa and the others kept losing track of it. It must be smart enough to find its way into the labyrinth. Harry raised his eyebrows. Leo began stammering, completely taken aback by the existence of a labyrinth. Talia figured Nissa could explain the rest of that to him. But this new news was disturbing. Ever since Beckendorf's disappearance, the metal dragon Cabin 9 had gone haywire. It had been very attached to him and had not taken his leave well. For a while, campers had been determined to wrangle it in. But after the unfortunate encounter with Jake Mason and a mouth full of fire and oil, it was a lost cause. "We have contingencies," Talia reassured him. Harry frowned before patting Leo on the shoulder and heading towards the mess hall. Talia took a long look at the trees, trying to think of small mercies. Leo muttered, "Will said that we have strange dreams." "Demigod dreams, yeah," she murmured. "Did you see something?" "Yeah," he mumbled. "It was my babysitter." Talia must have made a face. Leo didn't seem to want to say anymore, but she gestured impatiently. His shoulders were tense. "She said there's a war coming. Percy wasn't at his cabin." Great, Talia could have told him that. Harry felt tired enough to lay down and fall asleep, but he figured the warmth of the hearth in the mess hall would be the best thing to cheer him up. On the way, he peered into the amphitheater. Annabeth was alone. Her laptop lay beside her on the steps, surprisingly enough. An iris message window lay in front of her, a brunette on the other side. They spoke fast and serious. The girl in the window wore a purple t-shirt and Harry knew that she was from Camp Jupiter. It was mental to think there was a whole other camp full of demigods solely named after one god. Sure, king of gods, still. He felt the phantom burn of electricity run through him again. Harry winced. The mere thought of the king sent him shuddering. The Roman demigod spied him through the rainbow and Annabeth immediately swerved her neck, eyes wide. "Dude," she complained. "You look like the Walking Dead." The words lit up in front of him and he made a face, mouthing, "Thanks." She made space for him, shifting her books aside. Harry sat down heavily, realizing his chest was more strained than he'd anticipated. Annabeth introduced him to Raina, co-praetor of Camp Jupiter. That sounded like some kind of magistrate. Harry wasn't surprised that it was a girl his age who was basically running camp. CHB was very similar, without the distinct posts for heroes. Raina watched curiously as the air lit up with the words they were speaking. She asked, "And you are the healer?" He tried not to grimace as he nodded. This wasn't the lead-in he'd have chosen for his appearance to CJ, as a lightning victim of the god their camp was named after. "Camp Jupiter wishes you a speedy recovery," Raina said as though reading out of a script. "Once you are hale and hearty, we are happy to extend an invitation for you to our camp. If you will accept." Harry nodded again, writing ancient Greek words in the air. Annabeth tugged on his sleeve, eyebrows high. "They're Roman. They won't like AG." Her words were a scrawl right below the window. Harry erased the Greek words, face burning. Ah, bollocks. His Latin had gone rusty from disuse. He'd barely brushed up on it, since CHB preferred AG in English. "English is fine," Raina said, amused. "Unlike the Greeks, we do not have mainstream dyslexia." "Oh, thank Merlin." Annabeth huffed. Harry wrote his acceptance in English and Raina nodded, satisfied. On her side, a door opened, light spilling into the room. She answered whoever it was, but their face was half concealed. It didn't matter though. Harry recognized the soft brown curls immediately. His entire face went red. Sky glanced up from his box of papers, very engrossed in them. But the concentration was broken when he noticed who Reyna was conversing with. "Sire, this is Annabeth and Harry from Camp Half-Blood," Reyna said, straight-faced. Annabeth was at the deposition. "Yes," Sky muttered, eyes firmly trained away from the iris window. "We're using Lady Iris's mode of communication. I see that, Praetor. Come say hi." Reyna needled him. Oh, she was having fun with this. By the careful blank expression on Annabeth's face, she was enjoying it as well. "Hi," Sky mumbled, eyes shifting to just Annabeth. "I'm Sky." "Hello, Sky," Annabeth said, at ease now. "How are you adapting to probatio life?" "Very well, thanks. I've just finished this paperwork." He held up the box again and Reyna told him to place it on the table near a shelf. Glad for the respite, he immediately turned away. Harry figured he should say something. Despite the constant muted ringing, he raised his voice and said, "Sky?" "Yeah." Sky nearly dropped the box, hurrying back to the window. "Thank you for helping me," Harry said, ears burning. He hoped he was speaking loud enough for everyone. "Welcome, you're really welcome," Sky answered lamely. "Are you feeling better?" "A bit. Harry hesitated. He figured he wanted to ask this when they were alone, but that could be another few weeks or even months. Best to get this out of the way. "Why did you do that?" The hopeful pleasantness in Sky's face vanished. "What? Why did you jump?" "Because," he spluttered, "you were falling." "Yes, but you knew about the bracelets," Harry pestered. "You folks must have told you. You'd have known that I'd be fine." Sky reeled back. "So what? I should have just let you fall." "It wouldn't have been your fault. It's not on you." "But I was there," Sky frowned. "Of course, I stepped in." "You didn't step in, you jumped," Harry pointed out, a little fierce now, without a backup plan. "My backup was using the waterline," Sky protested, "and it worked, neither of us died." Reyna and Annabeth shared a look. Whatever official discussion they were having before Harry had arrived had dissolved into a popcorn-worthy tennis match. "But you could have," Harry snapped, ears hurting now. "You don't have wings or springy knees, you might have hit the ground easily." "Yeah, I got that on the way down. I thought we'd have time," Sky burst out. Harry reeled back. "Time for what? Dial 999? Reach out to your dad or find a Pegasus?" Sky waved his hands, overwhelmed. I don't know, okay. I messed up. I thought it'd take longer for us to fall from Olympus. It's a freaking mountain. I thought we'd be falling for days, so someone would see us and get us out of the sky. But the ground came up so fast." Harry stared. Reyna blinked. Annabeth's jaw dropped. "Days? Was that true?" He squinted down at the words that had appeared in the air in front of him to reread them. Annabeth's eyes were so wide, she could have seen things behind her. She mumbled, "There's a myth about, damn, what is it? A hammer? Falling from Olympus? Sky's right, it should have taken at least a week for the both of you to have hit the ground." "Hesiod wrote that," Reyna said suddenly, frown deepening. She asked Sky, "But you and Harry fell for what? A few minutes? How long was it supposed to take?" 9 days. The new words appeared and Harry spun around along with Annabeth. Talia and Leo stood at the door, both pretty disturbed. Talia answered, "Hesiod's Theogony. He wrote that it takes 9 days for an anvil to fall from Olympus and reach the earth, and another 9 days from the ground to reach Tartarus." Harry and Sky fell for less than 9 minutes. All 6 went silent. The ringing in Harry's ears rose in pitch. This was wrong. Why would the mountain suddenly not be as high up as it should have? Annabeth had the answer to that. Rachel wasn't the only reason why Ajax went to Olympus. He must have done something, or his Locrians. He got into the throne room. Harry winced. Reyna's head snapped up. "Are you saying Olympus is completely compromised?" "Someone let him in," Talia said, shy of a snarl. "If it wasn't just for her, he could have been there for anything." The Ophiatorus was in the throne room. "She's fine," Reyna said. "Jason and Percy are up there now. I just got off an IM with them. Bessie, I think. She's rattled, but healthy." Annabeth swallowed. "There are other things in the throne room." Bessie had been completely fine, but shaking under Percy's soothing touch, and then he and Jason saw Zeus's throne. It had gone bad, bits of it flaking off and the base rusted all around. The thing had blasted lightning after Ajax's arrow bolt had hit it, but now, it lacked luster. Like it was dying. Jason was speechless and Percy immediately checked his dad's throne. Poseidon's was fine. In fact, all the other seats of power were the same as before. The latest one, Hades's throne, emanated the same forceful energy as his cloak with the awful souls did. No change there or anywhere else. Wait, Hera's throne was dimmer. It was barely anything compared to her husband's, but still worth noting. Percy checked the other seats and understood that only Zeus's was being corroded. Jason had still been stuck in place, watching his father's seat of power in silence. "It feels empty," he'd whispered. Before Percy responded, the walls began to glow. Percy urged Bessie to dive underneath and then grabbed Jason's arm to drag him out of the room. They pushed the doors, leaving a sliver of space to listen from. No footsteps. Gods didn't need to make those. "Athena, when did this happen?" Triton whispered. Percy's mouth opened to probably yell like a New York cabbie, but Jason shushed him. "What's he doing here?" Percy asked, furious. "He hates going on two legs." "Maybe they're checking the same thing as we were," Jason suggested. They were crouched behind the grand doors of the god's throne room. Triton was back here. And who the heck was Athena? When the room was broken into, Athena answered, just as low. Why the hecking heck was Triton giving Athena pet names? Percy was unable to recall when Triton and Athena were ever on good or even neutral terms. Was there some myth to this? "Gone missing," Athena was saying grimly. Jason inhaled sharply and Percy snapped back to attention. "What's missing?" Percy whispered. Jason made the same shushing gesture, which, rude. "But, what's missing?" Triton asked in the same tone as Percy. The goddess replied, very somberly, "The king, the queen, and the master bolt." Chapter Endnotes Images. 1. Ship art. https://images wix mped 30a86b8 circa 4ca88777359 wixmp.com/f/0face6.9a09-4065-9 EFAF71 ed 81a66c1 D49 YEC 1 to 9 E5 to 38 A017 B4 circa 73-8 AABF 7731 A 2265 circa 7 JPG token equals EYJ0 exaliakiv 1 Kielk JHBGCIOIJIUZI1 NIJ9 EYJPC3 MeOIJ1 CM46 YXBWOJDLMGQXODG5 ODIYNJQZNZNHNWYWZDQXNWVHMGQYNMUWIIWIC3 VIJOIDX JUOMFWCDO3ZTBKMTG4 OTGYMJY0MZCZYTVMMGQ0 MTVLYTBKMJZLMC ISOM F1 ZCI 6WYJ1 CM46 C2 VIDMLG TPM AWXLLMRVD25 SB2 FKIL0 SIM9 IAII 6W1 T7 in BHDGGIOIIVZI8 WZMU2 ZGFKYS05 YTA5 LTQW NJUTOW VMYS 1 MNs FLZDGXYTY 2 YZEVZDQ5 EWVRMSO5 ZTVK ZTM 4 YS0 WMT Dilter JNZMTOGFHYI1 Maniz Malui MJY1 Isquan BN in 1DXX0 G0OQBTZOXJ WIT2 WinLWLVZFMLDII2 BNPW NBCRT7s 2. Esperanza and Leo by Looney SL. Web links stealing mom's tools you little punk aw. 3. Percy's Magic, web links. 4. Metal Dragon by SP. https://images wix mped 30a86b8 circa 4ca88777359 4c2 wixmp.com/f/264e9434-8 add 6-40DC-8230-915 C8 a 9596 D41Z1J4A5 D66 FBA 4 6 to 439 CBO51 2B22F 882 B6E0 PNG V1 Phil W_900 H_707 Q_75 STRP Steampunk_Dragon_ by _Ernum 7D41 Z1J4.png Token equals EYJ0 Exaoakiv 1 Kielk JHBGCIOIJIUZI1 NIJ9 EYJPC3 MEOIJ1 CM46 YXBWOJDLMGQXODG5 ODIYNJQZNZNHNWYWZDQXNWVHMGQYNMUWIIWIC3 VIJOID JUOM FWCDO3ZTBKMTG4OTGYMJ0MZCZYTVMMGQ0MTVLYTBKMJZLMC ISOM F1 ZCI 6WYJ1 CM46C 2 VIDMLG TPPBWFNZS 5 VCGVYYXRPB25 ZIL 0 SIM 9 IAII 6W1T7 in BHDGGIOIIVZI 8 INJRLOTQZNC 04 YWQ2 LTQWZGM TODIZM 5 MTVJOGE 5 NTK 2 YTQVZDQXEJFQNC 1 HNWQ 2 NMZYS 00 ZGE 2 LT QZOWMTYJA1MS0YYJI1ZJG4MMI2ZTAUCG5NII WID2LKDGGIOII8 PTKW Macus EVA WDODCI6IJW9 ENZA3 in 1DXXO FA9DMZ0KGYD_T8GBI A5G2Q8BPGCSRCGOD6HXV3K8S. The Spirit of Questions Chapter Summary Ajax has messed up quite a lot of our heroes' lives. Luckily, some of the heroes are immortals, and once they get their S*T together, watch out world. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Nothing like the New York skyline, of course. Harry blinked and awoke from his midday nap. He was at Frost in Gretna Green with Sally and Kimmy keeping him company. While Sally was off to take a shower, he and his littlest sister had dozed after lunch. But someone's insistent voice roused his consciousness barely 20 minutes later. "But I ain't alone in this lovely place." The voice continued, topping her monologue with a high-pitched perky tone. She gave an extra squeal and giggled. Harry found the camera end of a phone being pushed into his face. He blinked and backed up on the couch. Rachel's face appeared right in front of him, her expression manic and her eyes glowing green. "This is my baby brother, Harry. Don't mind his hair, folks. It's not because he slept weird or got struck by lightning last week. It naturally sticks up like that." "Bloody what?" "Say, hi, Harry," she chirped. He stared, bewildered. "Hi." She rolled her eyes and tapped the screen, moving away from him. "We're not completely sure what the point of him is, but we'll figure it out soon. Ooh, and this here's my baby sister." Kimmy was in her rocker, eyes blinking slowly, looking just as sleepy and befuddled as Harry felt. Rachel knelt on the floor beside the infant and turned the phone to face them. "Kimmy is the most adorable baby on the planet," she declared. "I tell nothing but the truth." The infant was gnawing on her knuckles, having dropped her pacifier, but she didn't seem distressed. Harry sat up, his head clearer now. His ears were still ringing, but he got most of what Rachel was saying. He also got that she wasn't really Rachel right now. The Spirit of Delphi was completely in charge. And she was live streaming to a Muggle and mortal audience. Closing out with a future fact for you. The Queen's gonna die in 2015. Harry's jaw dropped. "Say what?" The Spirit cocked her head and planted a kiss on Kimmy's head. The baby gurgled happily as she continued, "On the low chance that the climate crisis does not kill us in this decade, Lizzie might live up to 2022. Ya never know. Stay tuned for my daily future updates, babes." She tapped on her phone and lowered it, aiming a sharp grin at Harry. The spirit stood up, moving Rachel's body so well, it could have been Rachel herself. But the loose hair forming a halo around her head and shoulders was a clear sign that this was not his sister. Rachel rarely left her strong curls free like that. And of course, the glowing green eyes were a dead giveaway. Confusion bled away, giving rise to wariness and hot anger. Keeping his healing body in mind, he carefully leaned down to unclasp the rocker's seatbelt around Kimmy and lift the baby into his arms, moving away from the spirit. She watched him, smiling unwavering. "What are you doing?" Harry asked her in a level voice. "Now you have a question for me?" the spirit asked, languidly stepping around the couch. Harry matched her stride, backing away slowly. "The last time, you had nothing to ask," she said, raising her eyebrows. "All heroes ask me for the way, for their futures and destinies. You came up to my attic and ignored me." Her voice devolved into a hiss and he heard 1,000 snakes hissing in tandem all around them. Harry froze. The spirit was enraged. She was talking about his unwitting insult years ago when a 14 going on 15-year-old Harry Potter had flipped a coin and lost it in the attic of the big house. And she'd reeled him in and asked him a question instead. Rachel's face relaxed. The spirit smiled again and said, "Remember my query?" Kimmy's body shook in excitement. Like any 3-month-old infant, she didn't have much control over her emotions or muscles. She kept moving in small jerks, chin occasionally resting on his shoulder as she hiccuped and drooled over his t-shirt. She gave Harry the levity he needed to inhale deeply and stand his ground. "You asked me a question," he recalled, "because I didn't ask you one?" The spirit shrugged. It was such a human reaction that Harry gawked. "I made an educated guess," she said, her voice growing relaxed. "Heroes come to me because they do not know as much as I do. Their questions prove that. You did not ask me anything, so I assumed you knew more than I did." Harry held back a scoff. "That's a terrible assumption." She made a face. "It isn't terrible if you know the answer. Where is she?" "Who?" "You know who I'm talking about." "I don't," he blurted. "I didn't know then and I don't know now." "Pandora," the spirit threw at him. Harry was truly stumped now. Of all the things. "I don't know where she is." The spirit crinkled her nose. Rachel didn't really do that when she was confused or annoyed, so it helped Harry stay on track. "I am asking, well, the world is asking about her." Harry frowned. "We know her. She's the first mortal woman. She was sent as a gift by the gods to punish the mortals." She opened that box. "It's a pathos." The spirit shook her head. "The world knows that." "Then what?" "Pandora was sentenced to the netherworld to spend eternity in punishment," the spirit warned, eyes glowing brighter. "Her husband lives with her in one of the many torture centers in the middle of Tartarus. Epimetheus is a minor god, or a titan, depending on your myths. But Pandora had a mortal soul." Harry swallowed. "What does that have to do with anything? That was thousands of years ago." The spirit turned away for a moment. "Her soul escaped confinement in March 1945, Common Era. She's been reborn into her second life." He nodded, not really taking in what she was saying. A second later, it hit him. "Wait, Pandora's alive?" "Pandora's dead. But her soul is back in the mortal realm," the spirit of Delphi announced. She stepped forwards, this time coming within an arm's distance from him. "Where is she?" Harry stared. I don't know. I don't know where or who she is." "No living creature knows who she is," the spirit dismissed. "That is a futile question. I ask for her whereabouts." "How many times do I have to say it?" Harry finally snapped. "I don't know where Pandora's soul is." The baby whined, sensing the ire in his stance. Harry tried to calm down, bouncing Kimmy in his arms. She turned her watery eyes on him and he grimaced, backing away towards the fireplace. "I need to go," he told the spirit. "I can't help you." She eyed him carelessly. "Don't fret, Harry. You're still of use." He hated the way she said his name. As though he was a mere means to an end, dispensable. "I really don't think." 31st of October, 2001, she said and Harry stilled. Number 3, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey, East Britain. You, Percy, and Sally Jackson were killed in a home invasion. Harry couldn't breathe for a moment. The spirit continued. Sally woke up first. The patron had her taken away to a different site for full head reconstruction under the moonlight. You woke up next in the basement. How could she know? Somehow, you found Percy and yourself in the forest, the spirit whispered, walking towards him. The trees and the bracelet healed you and you waited for Percy, watching him heal. Waited till dawn. Harry couldn't move. The memories came to the forefront, playing exactly as she described. Waking up to a freezing cold basement just to hack out all the water in his lungs. Seeing something move in the darkness. Someone wiped the tears from his face like a mother would. He blinked and the next time that came to his mind was watching the trees overhead stretch out their branches and roots to fix him. Same for Percy, submerged in the deep river, who was worse off. It had been Harry's first time seeing a jagged piece of bone plunge out of the skin, and there had been loads of that. He'd seen the bones shift back into the body, watched the muscles reknit, and saw the skin grow back over everything. Percy had woken up to the sun glinting through the trees with no recollection of the previous night and not a mark on his 5-year-old body. The spirit of Delphi looked concerned for Harry. How long did it take for the river to wash all the blood away? She asked quietly. Harry's throat was dry. His tongue felt useless, but he opened his mouth and croaked, 2 hours. She nodded. You never told Sally. He shook his head. And you'll never tell Percy. He didn't move. The spirit gave a sad smile. He's going to find out soon though. Harry stared. Eyes burning bright, she leaned in and whispered, you left a loose end in the basement. He recoiled with a jerk. Kimmy flinched from the movement and began to cry, an ear-splitting shriek of terror. The fireplace burst into green flames and Percy emerged from the hearth. Covered in soot, he ran a hand over his face. He took one look at the scene. Without hesitation, he strode forwards to place himself between Harry's tense frame and Rachel's unalive body. The spirit took a step back, face going sour. How was your brother's disposition, Percy? The demigod narrowed his eyes. Deposition. That's not what you were hoping for, she winked. Harry took the moment to try and calm himself. Kimmy's tiny body shook with the force of her sobs and he rubbed a hand down her back. Percy glared at the spirit. What's with the videos? He asked. You were basically announcing to the world that there's something up with you. She shrugged. Again, it looked so odd. Rachel had those accounts. I thought they'd be a fun way to warn the mortals. Snapchat is easy with quick and short videos. I should try Instagram too. There's less messaging there. TikTok can wait. Facebook is gonna be old hat in a few years, and Twitter's gonna be bought up by the biggest twit. Warn the mortals? Percy asked, surprised. Yes, she said, exasperated. The apocalypse is set for 2015. Most intelligent life will die out by then. Percy and Harry paused. What? The Feast of Spes. The spirit sighed like this was news everyone should already know. I can say no more. Spes? Percy asked, eyebrows scrunching up. That's a word? What's going on? All three of them moved away and looked up. Sally was halfway down the stairs fresh from her shower, her damp hair bundled up in a towel over her head. The spirit nodded. There. I'm sure you have something important to tell her, Percy. Harry and I can continue our discussion. Sally frowned, reaching the last step. What is it, Pepe? Percy winced. Harry backed away murmuring, I'll be in the kitchen. I'll follow, the spirit said, but Percy cut her off. You'll go back to camp, he told her. I don't know how you use the flow, but this is dangerous. You can't just walk around in Rachel's body. The spirit stared him down. Rachel's 5 feet 6 inches frame and glowing green eyes were no joke, but compared to Percy's 5 feet 11 inches build and burning blue eyes. Actually, no, they were both insanely powered up now. Harry held his breath. It was that blue energy emerging from Percy's skin and swirling in thin tendrils around his body like satin ribbons. It made his veins stand out under his skin and his eyes had a fiery bright blue to them. Percy? Sally whispered, aghast. What are you doing? Even the spirit stood back, interested. Percy quickly shut his eyes and screwed up his entire face in concentration. Hold on, he said through his teeth. Sally and Harry shared a worried look. But the blue receded, its glow fading. Percy let out a breath he'd been holding. Sally stepped forwards, hands out to carefully take Percy's face and inspect every part of it. Are you hurt? She demanded. What was that light? What kind of magic is that? Mom, now's not the time for that, Percy pleaded. There's something you need to know. She swallowed, clearly interpreting his low tone correctly. She turned to Rachel's body and said, "Will you please go back to camp?" The spirit looked surprised. "How polite. Perhaps I will then." It was odd that she was willing to go against Percy but accepted Sally's request. Maybe it was because Sally had posed it as a question and the spirit seemed to like those. She turned to Harry and said, "We'll catch up later, bro." "Not your bro," Harry said, without caution. She merely smiled at him before heading for the fireplace. As though she'd done it 100 times, the spirit extended Rachel's arm to grab a handful of flow powder from the flower pot on the mantel. She stepped inside the hearth and shot them all a smile. She dropped the powder and announced, "Camp Half-Blood." Green flames swallowed all of her except for her intense eyes. Even after she disappeared, Harry had the striking impression that she was still watching them. Kimmy was struggling in his arms, trying to throw herself out of them. Sally took her with a resigned expression before directing her attention to Percy. Nothing could have prepared them for what Percy had to tell. Jason exhaled. "Say that again," Annabeth ordered. "Your mother," Jason repeated, "told one of the sea gods. Percy was there as well. This can't be happening again. The Master Bolt is not on Olympus." "Then Zeus would have taken it with him," Talia blurted. Jason shook his head, wishing he was wrong. But he knew for a fact he wasn't. "Both Jupiter and Juno are not in attendance," he stressed. "Lady Minerva confirmed this. You said it yourself that they've been silent on your emails." Reyna weighed in. "We should check with the Olympians. On an official stance, if they announce that the king and queen are indeed missing, we'll know." "Maybe they went on vacation," Clarice muttered. "If they did, they'd have gone on their own," Talia pointed out. "I'm not saying that Zeus and Hera can't stand each other, but they really can't." Annabeth shook her head. "We just got done with the Titanomachy. This can't be happening right on the tail." "We let down our guard," Bianca sighed. "We've been so focused on both camps that we didn't keep an eye on any other threats." "Our threat is the Earth Goddess," Octavian protested. "How can we look out for the gods while being vigilant about primordial armies?" He had a point. Jason watched the borders of the large rainbow window that showed them a room with a ping-pong table. All of Camp Half-Blood's counselors gathered around the table, except for Percy. It was a casual setting, far too normal to be considered a war room. Unlike the Greeks, the Senate building's war room was a lavish hall with an oval table in the middle. Its purple felt top was excellent at testing the attention of ADHD-ridden kids. Jason ran a finger over the surface, watching the tiny hairs flatten in its path. He wished Percy was here. Jason was usually the one to calm rising tempers in desperate situations and he hated it. Percy always seemed natural at de-escalating situations. Granted, no one was yelling yet, but that could change anytime. "I agree with Reyna," Octavian piped up. "We should wait for the Olympians to confirm something's wrong." "Or," Nico said, eyes narrowing, "we get on top of this right away. We can ask the Delphi spirit." "Excuse me, I'm right here," Octavian protested. "Fine," Clarice remarked. "What should we do, Augur? Another quest?" Jason winced. Beside him, the Centurions were doing their best to muffle their groans. "Obviously," Octavian groused, rising to his feet, "I call a quest." Clarice gawked. "I was kidding. I'm not. This will be a search with 3 heroes." "You need to send the application to the Senate," Jason warned him. "They won't take it too kindly if you call for another quest without their approval back-to-back. Not to mention, you have to find suitable heroes who received an indication that there's trouble brewing. Who can you nominate at such short notice?" Octavian's smirk was so quick Jason almost missed it. "I'm so glad you asked, Praetor Grace. Since you were at Olympus when Lady Minerva and Lord Triton revealed the news, you can be part of the quest." Jason should have seen this coming. As it were, every muscle in his body tensed. Talia stood up, eyes blazing. "Hey, wait now. At this camp, we expect heroes to volunteer for quests. Nobody should get shoehorned into this." Octavian glared. "This is not Camp Half-Blood, daughter of Zeus. That's not how we run things." Jason snapped, "I'll take 2 Greeks." Everyone fell quiet. Reyna stared wide-eyed. Octavian's head snapped towards him, stunned. "Wait. That new camper, Valdez," Jason pointed out. He received the dream about the anvil falling within minutes from Olympus when it's supposed to be 9 days. That's how we knew something was off. He's new, Jason, Nyssa griped. Leo's barely had any training. Ask him, Jason said, leaving no room for doubt. He was reaching his limit with Octavian's path of destruction. For years, the augur had wanted to call a quest for Romans to go out and succeed at something great. All the previous quests were announced by the Senate. Jason needed Greek influence to subvert this. Nyssa didn't look happy. She whispered something to Annabeth, whose silver eyes never left Jason's face. And the third hero? Clarice barked. Let's compromise, Octavian posted. A Roman. A compromise would be neither Roman nor Greek, Dakota sighed. Jason nodded towards the rainbow window. I trust them. Let 2 Greek heroes volunteer for this. No one should be persuaded. If we don't get 2, I'll take a Roman. Oh, you'd settle for a Roman, Octavian muttered. I see where your priorities lie, Praetor. Don't electrocute him. Don't blast him, Jason exhaled. Annabeth reached cabin 6, eyes practically inches away from her laptop. She'd sent Hera the missive hours ago, but the stuck-up queen hadn't responded yet. All the statues she'd asked for were ready for her inspection and she wasn't responding. If the Romans were right, then zealous Zeus and hair-brained Hera were really missing. The culprits behind this could literally be anyone on the planet, starting from their fellow Olympians to the oldest monsters in Tartarus. Annabeth. What? She barked. Malcolm stared wide-eyed, standing at the door of their cabin. You're just in time for dinner. We're about to leave. Yeah, that's good, she nodded shortly. Zara, one of the littler Athena kids, sniffled and Annabeth restrained herself with great difficulty. Sorry, I didn't mean to snap, she whispered. You rugrats go on. I gotta finish typing this up for Zeus. I'll be up in a minute. Annabeth plugged in her laptop to the nearest smartboard and dragged the emails to the larger screen. It was barely a relief to her sore screen-strained eyes, but she needed to finish this. Zeus had not said anything about his throne upgrade that he'd asked for in the week following the battle. That had been the first thing Annabeth had actually finished. She'd sent the designs to him 4 days ago, right before she'd left for the quest. Annabeth, you gotta eat with us. Her inbox was empty. Well, not really. There were hundreds of unread messages from different people, spirits, and gods, but none from Zeus. We haven't really seen you in days. What was more important to Zeus than his throne? He'd proved that when Ajax had attacked his seat of power and the throne's defense mechanism activated. This isn't healthy, come on. Well, there was his master bolt, but Jason had been adamant. The smartboard went offline. Annabeth flinched, her heart leaping to her throat. She searched the cabin wildly, disoriented. Malcolm had shut her laptop. Whatever it is, it can wait, he said, his eyes flashing. Annabeth jumped to her feet and the others cowered behind Malcolm. Zeus's throne can't wait, she snapped at him. Hera's stupid statues, as much as it pains me to say, can't wait. You finished your part on the throne a week ago, Malcolm argued. And the statues around the main hall are done, so it's fine for now. Come to dinner, Annabeth. No, I need to find Lord Ganymede. I'll call Percy, Malcolm threatened. Annabeth shook her head. You think I'm afraid of Percy? You remember the last time we had to get him? She pressed her lips together. That had been humiliating. Some weeks ago, Annabeth had foregone lunch and was preparing to pull an all-nighter when Percy burst in, tickled her until she let go of the laptop, and hoisted her into a fireman's hold. Campers were snickering when he'd deposited her at the Athena table at dinner time. She did not doubt that he'd repeat the stunt. This was why she usually spent the busier nights at Olympus. Athena's library had a divan that was great to snooze in. Fine, she relented, letting her body go slack. Malcolm wasn't so easily fooled. He stepped aside and said, after you. They stared each other down till the youngest, 8-year-old Isadora, began to tremble. Annabeth swallowed the sour taste in her mouth. All right, I'm going. She walked out of the cabin, keenly aware that everyone was going to point and whisper at her. Annabeth decided to take the long way to the mess hall, cutting through the forest line. Managing to lose Malcolm's sight for a few minutes, Annabeth darted through the trees and nearly ran headlong into Grover's back. Bah! He bleated, stumbling. Annabeth, Grov, ow. Annabeth winced when one of her braids tugged on his horns. He helped her get untangled. "Why are you hiding behind the trees?" she groaned. "Shish." Grover slapped a hand over her face. He nodded towards cabin 2. Annabeth frowned. The door to Hera's cabin was open by inches. The demi-goddess started. She'd never seen the cabin in use. Of course, there would never be a half-blood child of the queen. Her very existence would never allow for it. No child would be allowed, and maybe Jason could check it out, seeing as how the queen apparently favored him, but other than him. "Rachel wandered in just a minute ago," Grover whispered, frantically. Annabeth sucked in a breath. But Rachel wasn't Rachel. Her body was puppeted by the spirit of Delphi, and Apollo wouldn't let anyone lock her up. So the spirit roamed about as free as a bird. "Why would the spirit want to go there of all places?" Annabeth hissed. Their cover behind the trees wasn't the best, but nobody saw them spying on cabin 2. Annabeth couldn't see inside the cabin. The door wasn't open wide enough for that. "It's the creepiest thing ever." Grover shook his head. "I miss Rachel." Annabeth grimaced. It was hard to accept that Rachel had died. Not gone, though. Everyone knew she'd wake up soon. Seeing Harry's track record was enough proof. But until she actually woke up and dispelled the spirit away, Annabeth wouldn't hold her breath. "Yeah, I miss her too," she agreed, leaning her temple against the rough tree bark. "She was up in Olympus helping me out. If she'd been in camp, she'd have been safe." Grover turned to her. "It's not your fault, Beth." Annabeth swallowed. She hadn't said it because Percy had already given her the speech, but deep down, she couldn't shake the guilt off. Rachel wouldn't blame her, but when she realized her dear familiar, Bolt, was truly gone, would they still be friends? "Why'd she go into Hera's cabin?" Annabeth asked, not wanting to sink into the truth. Grover dropped his shoulders. "No clue. I just saw her go in there now. We should tell Chiron." "Tell Chiron what?" a third voice said, and Grover and Annabeth jumped. Grover shrieked, and Annabeth had her knife out so fast that the newbie screamed and backed away. "Piper," Annabeth gasped. "Don't do that." "My heart stopped," Grover gasped. "I didn't even hear you." Piper was still staring at Annabeth's knife in fear and awe. "Sorry, I should have made some noise." "Yeah." Grover was patting his chest, reassuring his heart. "You demigods are gonna kill me one day." Annabeth punched him. "That's not funny. If anyone's gonna kill us, it'll be Percy with one of his stupid stunts." "Huh. Not likely. Percy just asked me to cut our telepath bond." Annabeth paused. "Say what?" Piper observed Grover. "Are you a faun?" "Bahaha. Satyr. I'm Greek. We're all Greek." "Oh." Hazel called Coach Hedge a faun, so I assumed. "Grover." Annabeth barked, startling him and Piper. "You cut the bond with Percy?" I haven't yet. We're gonna do it tomorrow," Grover said, suddenly nervous. Didn't he tell you?" "Does it look like he told me?" "Nope." "You have a bond?" Piper asked, mesmerized. Like that tiger with Rachel? Is that why he wants you to remove it?" Annabeth recoiled. "Oh." Grover was apologetic. "You were there, weren't you?" "Yeah, Percy's been torn up about it. He thinks if anything happens to him, I'll die." And unlike him, Annabeth realized. "You won't resurrect." Piper did a double take. "I'm sorry, resurrect?" Annabeth waved a hand. "Percy and Rachel are immortals. Harry too. They'll wake up if they get killed. Rachel's also the Oracle, so while she's dead, the spirit of Delphi is roaming about. That's why everyone's avoiding her." Piper reeled. "Annabeth," Grover reminded her, "she's new, take it easy." They can. Piper stammered. "They can just come back? People can do that?" "No." Annabeth held back a hysterical laugh. "It's just those three. And Cassandra, Iphigenia, and Ajax." Piper went pale. The guy who shot me, yeah." "Beth, sorry." They fell silent. Piper was trying to calm herself, absorbing the information slowly. Malcolm was right. Annabeth had been so out of touch with the others that she'd completely forgotten how to interact with newbies. "Hey, you haven't been claimed yet, right?" she asked. Piper shook her head, her brown eyes growing sad. "Adam mentioned something about burning my food to get my mom to notice me." "We can help with that," Annabeth said. "The gods vowed to claim kids 13 and older." Grover patted Piper's shoulder. I'll get some satyrs to pray as well. I think you're the only demigod left in the Hermes cabin who's not claimed. She ought to notice you. Piper managed a smile and the trio left the trees to head for the mess hall. Annabeth took one last look at cabin 2. Rachel's body had walked out. The spirit closed the cabin door behind her and headed in the opposite direction, back to her cave on the hill. She moved with purpose. With a bunch of demigods and satyrs sacrificing a portion of their food into the fire for Piper, the flames rose high, burning bright pink. Piper's clothes turned into a techno-punk faux leather jacket over a traditional chiton, pinned by a beautiful brooch in the shape of a snake. The air around her glowed a warm pink and the hologram of a dove appeared above her head. "All hail, Piper McLean," Chiron announced as everyone stood up from their tables to bow to the stunned demigod, no longer unclaimed. Daughter of Aphrodite. For a moment, Piper's eyes flashed the colors of the sea and sky, in that iridescent way of a fantastical chameleon. Nobody doubted her. Chapter Endnotes Images. 1. The Spirit of Delphi being kooky. Web links Elizabeth Dare 555495841. 2. The Spirit of Delphi being mad. Web links Oracle of Delphi -554,294,696,627,785,967. 3. Percy being op. Web links. Piper and her vision chapter notes. Who do you think Pandora is? Vote your guess here, web links. Or just mention them in the comments. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Sally hadn't told anyone about what happened to Kimberly, probably because she'd never truly known how it had happened. Night terrors had plagued her for weeks after that day. She'd work for hours on end, fuss over baby Percy who would cry bitterly for Tia Kimberly, and fall dead asleep late at night only to be awoken by Percy in the middle of her nightmares. The monsters pushed her over the edge. Proposing to Gabe had been her WTF/Hail Mary moment, only second to Poseidon telling her he was a god. Life had barely even seemed normal or stable. Things constantly happened. Even now after the second Titanomachy, Sally ought to have been assuaged that the demigods would be safer and Percy and Nico would have calmer lives and go back to school. So when Percy sat her down to tell her what exactly happened that day in March of 1997, Sally was beginning to see no end to the upheavals. Cassandra and Iphigenia kidnapped Kimberly and Percy, and took them to Egypt to get away from the Greek pantheon. Cyrne had been a 20-something-year-old man who nearly died saving Percy's life. Lily and James Potter had gotten the wrong end of a broken promise that left them cursed. Kimberly had been murdered by Ajax. More than a decade later, Cassandra and Iphigenia kidnapped Harry and took him to Rome but were forestalled when Ajax managed to kill him too. Sirius was now in a coma after pushing her out of the line of fire, a fiery purple beam of light. DJ was dead after defending Percy from the worst curse. Sally locked herself in her room and wept. Step-siblings. Leo crowed, offering an open palm to Piper. She high-fived him without enthusiasm. "Oh, come on, Pipes," he groaned. "Your mom and my dad are friggin' married. This is the coolest thing ever." "I think my mom's cheating on your dad," she muttered. Leo stared. "What?" Adam popped up over her right shoulder. "She's right. Mom's not subtle about it." Drew appeared on the other side. "I guess Ares is more fun in some aspects. Still, it's not like he and Hephaestus ever got along. They have nothing in common." "Same parents, though," Mitchell added, his grin practically blinding everyone. "Hi," Piper told them, overwhelmed. Leo slapped her back and she stumbled into the table with 2 left feet. "Yeah, sure. She was a daughter of Aphrodite." Drew Tanaka, head of Cabin 8, Drew introduced herself imperiously. With her perfectly curled lashes and smoky eyeliner, Piper thought she looked like a real kid of the goddess of beauty. Mitchell and Adam made room for Piper to sit between them. There were 2 others at the table and they greeted her enthusiastically. Piper had 5 half-siblings. "There's 9 of us in total if you count the Romans," Drew informed importantly. 2 in their cohorts and 1 who's in university. Piper nodded, stuffing fried broccoli into her mouth. She simply didn't know how to respond to that. Mitchell stared at her in awe. "You like greens? I have more if you want them." I'm not a huge fan of them actually," Piper chuckled nervously. "I'm a vegetarian." Adam blinked. "Vegan. I tried going vegan. But it's really hard, she answered, feeling less unease. She'd had this conversation enough times with people that she had a script. Drew nodded. All right, hun. Word from the wise, diet and exercise never go hand in hand. If you're dieting, don't work out. Adam made a face. It's word to the wise, Drew. If she's wise, I wouldn't need to advise her, would I? Drew shot back. Way to be welcoming, Lacey muttered. Piper stayed as mum as she could during dinner. After they'd all eaten, everyone gathered in the amphitheater and sang old songs from the myths and new songs about the war they'd had a few months ago. Adam explained how they fought against the Titans to defend Olympus. Piper had heard bits and pieces of the story, but the songs were lonely and haunting. She didn't know the words, but the rhythm was easy to catch and she hummed along, committing the lyrics to memory. And I've lost my will yet my heart stands alone to stir all that's still. Yet find my way home. It wasn't heroic at all. Piper caught Leo's eyes across the fire pit and saw him holding a little boy's hand, probably one of his half-siblings. Piper smiled. She knew Leo had grown up even lonelier than her. Maybe this camp had a lot of sadness, but it was just what they both needed. She got the top bunk above Adam in their cabin. Piper hung her new outfit in the closet space Drew assigned her, faux leather couture paired with an Aegean chiton. Mom got fancy. Piper placed her snake brooch on the shelf above, admiring the jeweled body. Its eyes shone in multicolors as the light hit its gems. Piper wondered if they were diamonds. Grandpa Tom would have gotten a kick out of it. He always said she had the old voice of snakes. I'll give you a tour of the cabin tomorrow, Drew told her. I gotta write up a new package for the gift shop, so I'm busy right now. That's all right, Piper nodded, exhausted. She hadn't done much during the day, just tried archery and boating. But it had been cold and she'd shivered in the boat until Ethan from cabin 17 took pity on her and rowed them to shore. And then she'd seen Annabeth and Grover huddled in the trees whispering about Chiron and telepathic bonds before she'd gotten claimed. Her brain had the full workout. Lacey, get her some pajamas, Drew ordered, shooing the young girl towards the large closet. Piper leaned by Adam's bedpost while he plugged in earphones to watch a BTS video. Lacey came back with a silk gown that made Piper blanch. What's this for? Your sleepwear, duh. Do you have, like, a t-shirt and shorts? Mitchell chuckled. Closet 3E, Lacey, comfort wear. Lacey tossed the gown at him. You get it, then. Piper barely remembered changing into the sleepwear before falling asleep. She was surrounded by cotton candy. Yum, Piper loved it and would binge eat it for days if Jane would let her. The delicious cotton candy turned into cold sleet of rain. Heavy clouds hung in the air around her and Piper peered at the enormous ice palace in the sky. Lightning flashed and the scene changed. Piper spied a regal lady in the sleep gown Lacey had shown her. The lady had a sparkling crown of jewels and peacock feathers nestled in her lovely brown curls. She was a cold beauty. Her eyes glinted at Piper. Well, hero, will you do your part and prove yourself to the gods? What? Piper whispered. The goddess rolled her eyes. Oh, you're as slow as the boy. Look after my Jason, would you? He's the only thing of my husband's worth anything anymore. I'm in a spot of bother, as you can see. Heart thudding in Piper's chest, she backed away. The lady was behind bars with heavy mud rising above her waist. Do your part, child, she warned Piper. Nobody can replace you. My part? Yes. And if you succeed, you can bring your father home. He knows too much. The earth laughed all around them. Piper's entire body flinched. She woke herself up, covered in sweat and panting like she'd run a marathon. The cabin was dark. Drew's bunk was right by the door, below the first window. The counselor was sound asleep as was everyone else. Piper settled back, heart still racing. The sheets in the lower bunk rustled and Adam peered out. Hey, he whispered. You okay? Yeah, she nodded, wiping the sweat away. Nightmares? She didn't want to sound like a child. She was about to blow it off when Adam continued. It's all right. We all get them. Do you want to talk about it? Her eyes burned. Other than Leo, nobody had ever asked after her for a couple of years now. Her dad had been so busy. Wait, wasn't there something about her father in her dream? I can't remember it clearly, she whispered. Adam nodded. It might come to you if you fall asleep now. Oh. Why are you still awake? He shrugged. I kinda sleep late, it's only midnight. She eyed him. Adam grinned. Tea? Huh. I've got ginger, English breakfast, Earl Grey, and jasmine, he explained. Piper settled back on her pillow. No, thanks. It was just a nightmare, I'm good. Adam gave her a funny look. He opened his mouth like he wanted to say something, but instead just nodded and climbed back into his bunk. She didn't think it was odd, but maybe Adam was avoiding nightmares too. We have to tell them about May and Mark Rohan, Percy groaned, head falling onto the kitchen table with a thump. And Janet Cassidy dying in the Lethe, Harry added, poking Kimmy's squishy cheeks gently. Maybe Nico's new sister might know something about her. I don't know where to even begin with the Romans, Percy mumbled. Raina and Annabeth are getting along, and Jason's not too bad. Dakota is chill. Not too sure about Gwen, but she seems fine. I'm not banking on Octavian, though. Also, Harry recalled. You have to ask them about the Feast of Spes. Special. Specs? Spes, Harry hissed. The spirit of Delphi said that's the day the world's gonna end or something. Percy nodded. The world's ending every few years. The novelty kinda wears off, you know. Don't blame me, Harry said before adding. Spes is the Roman name for Elpis, hope. Nice. She's the thing trapped in Pandora's Pythos. Even better. It's no coincidence that Rachel's vision of the Pythos breaking has a connection with the Day of Hope. It's on the 1st of August. Percy sat up. Rachel's birthday. The Day of Hope, Harry said pointedly. It's also Rachel's birthday, Percy repeated. Harry exhaled, exasperated. What's it with the birthdays? You defeated the Titans on your sweet 16th. That was Luke. And now Hope is said to die on Rachel's day? Percy shrugged, extremely desensitized. Happy 18th, Rach. Here's your present, a lifeless planet. Want it gift wrapped? Baby Kimmy blew a raspberry, perfectly encapsulating their feelings. Harry pursed his lips. Think she'd like some tea? She's a newborn, nearly 4 months old. No, Percy said firmly. We're inviting the Romans to Camp Half-Blood on Saturday. The topic may have bounced, but Harry had long since grown used to the demigod's ways of conversation, especially Percy's. He sipped his tea, nodding slowly. They'll know exactly what the Feast of Spes entails. Let's just hope they accept. Hope. Maybe if we show them the Pythos, they'll feel better. Percy wondered mostly to himself. Piper found Leo inhaling his oatmeal in the morning. Hey, Piper greeted him. How'd you sleep? Barely. I dreamed about drowning in chocolate fudge. Or it might have been quicksand, Leo amended. Maybe I can get the same dream tonight. I'll taste the mud. It was laughing at me. Most conversations with Leo went like this. Piper sighed and leaned down. I think I dreamed about my dad. Leo's eyebrows flew up faster than the spoon slipping out of his grasp. It splashed into the bowl, spilling the food on the table. One of the wind spirits stopped by the table to glare at Leo. He yelped as the spirit swiped the table clean and disappeared in a puff of wind. Piper shook the nerves off. Camp was normal like that. Your dad? Leo asked as though they weren't interrupted. For real? I think so, she moaned. I can't remember it clearly. There were other people too. This peacock lady told me about how our time's running out, and the thing is. Piper leaned down to whisper. Adam told me that demigod dreams are dangerous. They could be true. Leo swallowed. So, it wasn't chocolate fudge that I was drowning in? Be serious for once, she pleaded. My dad's not picking up the phone. I called him twice today, it went straight to voicemail. Okay. Leo set his bowl down. One of the kids said that there's a phone in the big blue house. The big house, Piper nodded. Let's try that, or maybe we can reach Jane and... Jane's useless, she argued. I need to hear him. They left the mess hall and made their way through the cabin sector. 20 tall buildings stood proudly in the shape of an omega. 2 more cabins were currently under construction, and Leo began to point out why the load-bearing pillars were a thing of beauty. Like the ones you'll find for bridges, but this one's partly in the water. It's the same with cabin 3. He yelped. I bet all the cabins have secret sections to them, like in mine. You won't believe what I found under my bed. Piper was only partly listening. One of the cabins they passed by had a stone peacock carved into the wall above the large door. She slowed down to stare at it. Could it be? Was it the peacock lady from her dream? Piper changed tracks, heading right for the short pathway towards the cold silver-blue cabin when a voice called out, "Piper, wait." That wasn't Leo. In fact, Leo was speechless, staring at the boy who jogged up to them. Piper took a second to place him. Oh, the boy from Olympus, the one who had a gaping hole in his arm and who threw Ajax with an invisible spell like a wizard. The boy who was hit by a bolt of lightning from Zeus's throne and survived. "Harry?" she asked tentatively. "That's me," he nodded, his black hair far too wayward to simply blame the wind. "Be careful with that cabin. She doesn't like heroes going near it, or anyone, really." Piper looked at the door. "It's a peacock." Harry squinted. "Right. That's one of Hera's. She's the queen of Olympus. Goddess of home and marriage. Wife to Zeus. The cloud to many parades. Hera. The queen. The lady with the mud rising all around her because she was stuck in a cage. Because the earth goddess was trying to kill her." Piper blinked. Why was she dreaming of the queen of Olympus? Harry was frowning at Leo. "You okay, mate?" Leo coughed. Yeah. What about you? How y'all doing? I mean, are you fine? I mean, I'm Harry." "No, you're Harry. I'm, This is Leo," Piper sighed. "He's weird with new people." "Halo," Leo grinned, before squawking, "Shit. I mean, hi. No, hello. I meant, hello." Harry nodded warily. Giving Leo a break, Piper pointed at the sandy path leading up to the queen's cabin. "You said no one goes in? I see footprints here." They found no discarded shoes, but it was clear someone had wandered into the cabin barefoot. Leo and Harry were stumped and Piper used the distraction to walk up to the door and knock. What? She can be brash and polite. The door wasn't locked. It moved a few inches from the force of her knuckles. Piper pushed it open and found a mane of dark red frizzy hair at the base of an immense statue of Lady Hera. The Stone Queen was seated on a stone throne. The cabin didn't have much, no beds, no furniture, no bathroom, nothing that anyone could actually use to live. For a goddess of home and marriage, Hera's place reminded Piper of a tomb. She swallowed thickly. Even inanimate, the statue was imposing, her carved eyes stayed sharp, aimed right at Piper. "Rachel?" Harry blurted, peering into the cabin. The owner of the halo of hair turned around, eyes glowing green. Piper and Leo backed away, unable to look directly at the eyes. It was like staring at the moon. Their retinas felt strained to the max. "Not yet," the girl answered. Her face was unsettling. It was as though she didn't know what a smile was and was trying to pull her lips up to pass off as a human. "You're that girl," Piper realized. You were dead, on Olympus, but then you stood up." She stopped talking when the glowing eyes were directed at her. The air went fuzzy. Rachel, or rather the thing with glowing eyes, twitched. An ugly look came over her face and Piper retreated. The eyes went dead for a second and the body nearly tipped back, except Piper was the one falling. As the ground whistled up to meet her, the statue of the queen stood up like a mirage, heat waves emanating from the ground. "Free me, Piper McLean, or the earth shall swallow us all. It must be by the solstice." Flames erupted all around them. Piper was alone in the inky void of chaos. She glanced down to find her dad tied to a post surrounded by the same fire. "Dad." She tried to scream but her voice was trapped and her body was petrified. Piper watched from afar as her father panted, sweat and blood dripping down his face. It could have been a scene from one of his movies but she knew that it was real blood and real fire. Something paced in front of him. Piper couldn't see them through the haze of purple fire and silver smoke. It bellowed, "Where is she?" "I don't know," Tristan yelled. "I swear to you, I saw her enter the river, nothing more, nothing more." Lies. The ground cracked and the post tilted. Her father was dangling over a terrifying chasm thousands of miles below his feet. Piper's heart seized. She saw tears trickle down his cheeks. "What else did you see?" the voice roared, shaking the ground. Tristan flinched. "Just the river, nothing else. No one alive knows." The giant came into view. It was terrible. He towered over everything in the vicinity, a vicious flaming whip hanging from his enormous grip. Terror crept up her throat. Piper opened her mouth and screamed, "Don't hurt him." The fumes blasted away from her and the giant stumbled back. Her dad raised his head and found her through the flames. Smoke raced back and covered the scene separating them. She didn't even feel her body hitting the floor of Hera's cabin. Percy had just entered the counselor's room in the big house when the IM from the Romans was done. Clarice brushed the rainbow window away and Percy pouted. "Ah, I missed it. How'd Sally handle the news?" Annabeth asked, taking his hand. He grimaced. "She's still processing. But she confirmed that Tia Kimberly was a dreamer. And the last thing Mom remembered about that was the dream of a princess or a lady walking into a river to drown." Will clicked his tongue. But it wasn't just to drown. That was Pandora turning to mist or something. Right. Percy fell into his chair. He jerked his chin towards Chiron. "So what's the deal about dreamers?" The centaur was packed in his wheelchair, rather quiet through the whole thing. Janet had an idea about that. Drew sat up. Janet Cassidy was a daughter of Aphrodite. "I can check my cabin for any notes she might have left behind." Chiron nodded. "That ought to help." Her closest friends were May and Mark Rohan, twin siblings of Hephaestus. The three of them went to Alexandria based on the dreams she'd been having. They made it back, but it was rough. The plane they were in was struck down by lightning. Percy flinched. Annabeth frowned. "That can't be random. Why would the gods not want them back?" "I can't be sure," Chiron sighed. They survived the crash. May and Mark commandeered the plane and landed what was left of it on a New Jersey tarmac. 327 casualties, engine failure, tail broken, wire faulty shortage. 6 survivors, Percy whispered. Everyone turned to him, but Percy couldn't concentrate. Why were those statistics so familiar? He'd heard about that a lot from somewhere, someone. 327 dead. One of the engines had caught fire, in fact the wings. Chiron sat up, alarmed. Annabeth frowned. "Did you dream about this?" "The right wing broke," Percy said, wide-eyed. "The winds pushed it back into the plane and it skewered the second half." Chiron nodded. "That's right. Have I mentioned this before? My mom and aunt were on that plane with their parents." Nico's jaw dropped. Talia rubbed her face in disbelief. Percy felt dizzy and hot, the inhumane blue light threatening to bubble up. "Dude," Travis choked. "Zeus had it out for your fam." Percy glared at him. "Yes. Thanks, Trav. No, like he also lightning bolted your mom when you first came to camp." "I know." Nico swiped out his phone and began tapping urgently. "Percy," Chiron asked, deadly serious. "Are you sure your parents were on the red-eye from Puerto Rico in the summer of 1984? "Yes. I can literally call up my mom now and she'll tell you the same thing. She was 4 and my aunt was 2 at the time." "He's right," Nico whispered, growing pale. He was reading something on his phone. 6 survivors on Flight 029. Patrick Dare aged 5. Sally Jackson, 4. Kimberly Jackson, 2. May Rohan, 16. Mark Rohan, 16. And Janet Cassidy, 17. Percy was close to a faint. Annabeth caught his shoulder as he dropped his head into the crook of her neck, breathing heavily. "Patrick Jane Dare is Rachel's dad," Nico added to his stunned audience. Chiron closed his eyes, tapping into his older memories. Talia swore creatively, Lou Ellen eyed the ceiling, Clovis snored. And Clarice covered her mouth, probably to stop following Talia's lead. Travis massaged his temples. "Dude's middle name is Jane?" Katie grabbed his ear and twisted it. "Stop it. This is serious. Chiron, it's not a coincidence that both Rachel and Percy's parents were on that flight. We're literally searching for May and Mark right now." Chiron nodded, faintly. "They're in New Rome, disguised as per their father's instructions. After Janet Cassidy disappeared, May and Mark approached me, saying their father had given them a new permanent quest." "Quest?" Nissa asked sharply, clearly worried about her older half-siblings. "They're in the Roman camp on a 2-decade-long quest?" "Nearly 3 decades, Will choked. Chiron, the Romans aren't going to like that. Hell, we'd be PO'd if there was a Roman living in our camp pretending to be Greek." Everyone shifted uncomfortably. Chiron winced. "I agree. Which is why Lord Hephaestus spoke to Lupa before shifting his children there." Percy raised an eyebrow. Lupa was fine with 2 Greeks joining her beloved boot camp? Oh, they had to prove themselves, Chiron said with a warning tone. Lupa doesn't allow anyone into Camp Jupiter without passing her trials. But May and Mark performed admirably. She agreed to accept them with the promise they never speak ancient Greek on her lands. They had to follow all Roman customs while staying there. Aside from a couple of older Senate members, no one else knows about them. Percy couldn't imagine pretending to be someone else just to gain sanctuary. How scared were May and Mark? This couldn't just be about evading Zeus, right? The Roman camp was literally named after him. Someone else must have been after them. Someone terrifying enough to scare demigods in their prime, sneaky enough to stay under the Olympians' radar, and ruthless enough to rank higher than literal monsters. They were running from Ajax, Annabeth nodded. You took the words right out of my mouth, Percy murmured. Drew winced. Ajax killed Janet, then? We're not sure, Nico said. She drowned in the Lethe and she didn't leave behind a ghost or anything. I wouldn't dismiss that theory, Talia growled. Janet was a dreamer, just like Kimberly. Dreamers must have similar powers to seers, but these people also seem to know more about Pandora than anyone else. If May and Mark ran from CHB, I think Janet told them things about Pandora, or they also dream about her. Will was curious. Are you saying all dreamers are in danger then? Perhaps just some of the more perceptive ones, Chiron figured. I'm sure there are more out there, most of them are probably mortal. But for now, find a way to let the Praetors know about May and Mark as nicely as possible. I think Jason will be willing to accept it. He's ready to go on a quest with 2 of you to search for the king and queen. Percy blinked. I'm sorry, what? You missed that, Annabeth said sourly. Octavian ordered a quest. Again. He's fond of doing that. Nyssa grumbled. Jason's asked for Leo. I gotta check if he's okay with it. And who's the third? Percy asked, just as the doors to the war room burst open. Everyone jumped, weapons sliding out in an instant. All manners of swords, knives, daggers, arrows, spears, and pillows were pointed at Leo, Harry, and an unconscious Piper. Leo yelped. The spirit did something to her, Harry gasped, hiking up Piper in his arms. She was mumbling a lot. I think she had a vision about Hera and her father. Annabeth snarled, Hera's father? We just dealt with him. No, Piper's dad, Leo blurted. The giants took him because he's been having dreams about Pandora. Chapter endnotes image. Ice Palace. Web links IG sheet equals ZM minum FMZTC %3D and IMG_index equals 1. The Ghost in number 3, Privet Drive chapter summary. Percy and Grover dissolve the empath link. The Romans arrive at Camp Half-Blood. Jason meets Piper and Leo. Things are growing great. But the spirit of Delphi think they're taking it way too slow and she decides to speed ramp things. AKA Percy meets the ghost living in his old house in Privet Drive. Chapter notes the Pepe and Pumpkin saga has crossed 200 subscribers. I'm blown away. See the end of the chapter for more notes. It was supposed to be a fortunate day for the demigods. Jason arrived at Camp Half-Blood with a small entourage of Romans. Reyna, Octavian, Hazel, Gwen, Dakota, and Mako were dressed smartly, eyeing the expanse of Half-Blood Hill carefully. They carried with them a letter of invite for Harry to enter Camp Jupiter, along with Jason's supplies since he planned to leave directly to search for Jupiter, Juno, and the Master Bolt. Piper volunteered for the quest even before Jason asked. She was sure that her dad was truly captured by the same giant who'd abducted the king and the queen. Leo jumped in after her, promising a terrifying badass mode of travel. Percy was out of sight for all of this. Ready? Grover asked, about to leap out of his body. Totally, Percy said, his voice cracking. They stood facing each other in a clearing surrounded by the Council of Cloven Elders. It was a big deal when the Lord of the Wild elected to dissolve his empathy link. The elders were present to ensure the ritual was done well, especially since Grover had made the link during a time of serious stress. Percy closed his eyes and let the memories flash through his mind. Waking up in a new apartment with Grover's voice loud and clear in his head. He wasn't a half-blood hero anymore. Grover's pain and panic bleeding through the link every time Polyphemus was close to figuring out his identity. He was a burgeoning immortal. Percy reassuring his best friend that they were coming for him, trying to pour his surety and comfort into the link. Time to accept his fate and make sure nobody was hurt on the way. Grover's palms left Percy's temples and the both of them breathed out at once. Percy embraced him tightly. "I miss you already," Percy whispered, and Grover laughed, still shaking. Mercury, as the Romans called him, brought them to Mount Olympus. They chartered a bus from NYC all the way to Long Island. Annabeth stood atop Half-Blood Hill with Talia, Clarice, and Bianca. "Where's Nico?" Talia asked. "With Harry," Bianca and Annabeth replied at once. "Saturday," Annabeth reminded them. "Therapy day." "We all need therapy," Clarice muttered as a city bus pulled up on the highway, at the foot of their hill. Peleus raised his golden head, snout quivering. Trails of smoke hissed out of his nostrils. Annabeth patted his scales and said, "They're our allies. They're not here to take the fleece." "No, just the Pythos," Talia grunted. "Octavian wants to just see it," Bianca muttered. "You don't actually believe that?" "Thalls," Annabeth frowned. "If we keep second-guessing them, they'll do the same to us." Talia wiped away her scowl as Romans pulled out of the bus. "You know they're already doing that." Annabeth exhaled, focusing on Reyna and Jason's tiny figures in the distance. A group of 12 demigods/legacies marched up the hill in their standard formation. Their purple and gold togas fluttered in the breeze. "We're just gonna invite them in, show them around camp, and then send Jason off with Piper and Leo," Annabeth said firmly. "What if they stay the night? We'll deal with that later." Everyone was quietly nervous, but Annabeth was surprised how well things turned out. Percy wasn't here because his empathy link severance would have drained him and Grover. He promised to arrive at camp bright and early tomorrow to occupy the Romans with his best smile. For now, Talia and Clarice showed them around camp while Annabeth and Bianca answered all their questions. Reyna handed over an envelope made of shimmering golden parchment. It was the letter for Harry. A non-Roman, non-Greek, non-demigod, allowing him a single admittance to Camp Jupiter. "I'll deliver this personally," Annabeth promised. "Where do you store Pandora's jar?" Octavian asked briskly. Annabeth nodded toward the rock hills where the Oracle's cave entrance was visible. "It's hidden up there. Only a few people can access it. After lunch, we'll bring it out for your perusal." "We need to check it for cracks and damage," Octavian insisted. "I've had visions of the jar breaking." "Yes, our Oracle has had them too," Talia cut across him. Octavian went pink. Reyna cleared her throat. "I admire the cabins. You have one for every god?" Annabeth nodded furiously. "That's the plan." She spotted Piper and Leo across the green and waved them over. They had good timing. A light distraction of a possibly lethal quest ought to clear the air. Jason stuck his hand out. "Praetor Jason Grace of New Rome, son of Jupiter. I'll be leading this quest." Leo shook his arm, eyes wide. Leo Valdez, of Texas. "But I'm in Camp Half-Blood now, so I guess I'm of this camp." "Can you be of two places?" "I guess we're all technically of two people, so are places like that too?" "Except for us, it's one person and one god." "Is it the same for all demigods, you think? What if we have different combinations? Like two gods got bored, made a kid but didn't give them any immortality? Or a god and two people, they could make a demigod, 'cause apparently, gods don't give us any DNA, and that's why none of us look like them." The Romans had no response. Piper shook a stunned Jason's hand. "Piper McLean. I'm Leo's Wrangler." "Good. Jason stammered. "It's great to meet you, both of you." Leo grinned. "No one's ever called me great. I called you a great menace," Piper told him. "Don't think that counts." Annabeth was doubly glad when her mirror rang out. She needed a distraction from their distraction. Usually, Remus or Tonks escorted Harry to his weekly therapy sessions with Healer Mantis. But it was the full moon today and Tonks was visiting her parents for the weekend. So Harry dragged Nico to the clinic. "I'm supposed to be escorting you," Nico complained. He was still stumbling from Harry's apparition. "Sally just wants someone to be with me when I come here," Harry said, exasperated. "She forgets I'm a full-fledged adult." "You were complaining about the lack of ketchup in your sandwich yesterday," Nico deadpanned. "Adults complain. Not as much as you." Peeved. Harry shook his head. "Say, you want to join me?" Nico eyed him sharply. "No, sure." Nico looked away. Harry held back his frustration. Ever since Nico admitted he was cursed, the kid had been shifty with his agenda. Percy couldn't get him to open up. Bianca wouldn't tell them what was going on. And with Rachel still out of commission, Nico was stubbornly close-mouthed about his secret plans. Harry was sure he was planning a solo quest. He had no idea how to relay this to Percy without the bloke blowing a gasket. A child, smaller than Nico, bounded up to them. "You're Harry Potter," she cried, delighted. "No," Harry said. "He is." He jerked a thumb at a flabbergasted Nico. The girl frowned. "No, he has brown eyes. Yours are green." "Mine are actually barrel-shaded," Harry said, sidestepping her. "This guy's the celebrity." The little girl couldn't have been older than 8. Her blonde pigtails bounced as she stomped a foot, tightened her fists and announced, "No, that's the Shadow Boy." Nico stared wide-eyed. "Huh? You know him?" Harry asked, surprised. "Duh. He saved all those students from the train last year, when the giant spiders attacked. Harry Potter didn't do that. It was the Shadow Boy with the black sword." Nico blushed. "Oh, yeah." The girl grinned. "I guess that does make him a celebrity." Harry smiled along. "Absolutely. I bet he'll give you an autograph." Nico glared at him. "Not happening." Harry grinned and wandered up to Healer Mantis's room. It was nice for Nico to get a little recognition about that. People usually focused on his quests and powers, and his involvement in the Battle of Manhattan. Harry doubted any witch or wizard actually recognized him as the strange little boy who'd saved nearly a dozen students, bitten by acromantially, by shadow traveling them out of the runaway train. The session with Mantis went smoothly enough. The healer was trying to get Harry to be more open about his positive, sincere side. Harry was positively sincere that such a side did not exist in him. Mantis promised they'd revisit the non-existent side. He walked back to the reception to find Nico surrounded by a handful of tiny children, listening to him awkwardly describe his heroic escapades of defeating gigantic, venomous spiders. Harry grinned. He would have gotten a photo of that if his mirror hadn't rang right then. Percy was excused from the day's council meetings, thank the gods. He flowed to frost. Gretna Green was even colder than New York, though the snow had not begun yet. "Harry," Percy called, stretching his arms over his head, "do we have leftovers?" No one answered. Percy was trying to recall if Harry mentioned when he and Nico would be back. That's when one of the baubles on the mantel beeped and whirred. It was a sneakoscope. It lit up, sharp white dots blinking in alarm as it spun on its point. Percy brought out his sword and dagger. The house was quiet, but even as Percy strained his ears, he heard quiet shuffling noises in the kitchen. He sprinted to the door and raised his sword at. The effing spirit of Delphi was seated at the kitchen island. Her spot by the window made it very hard to ignore her, even if Harry could get past her glowing green eyes set in Rachel's face. Worst still, was Pandora's Pythos sitting on the kitchen platform beside the kettle. "Nope," Percy said, backing away. "It's my nap time. When I wake up, that Pythos better be back at camp." The spirit raised Rachel's head. "Depends on how long you nap." "What? Do you have a pen?" she asked, unfazed. Then she added, "One that has ink, preferably." "Why is it here?" Percy asked furiously. "You can't just take the jar out and go sightseeing. The Romans are at camp right now. They'll be wanting to see it." "Does the pencil on the refrigerator work?" "I'm not joking. It's a pencil magnet," the spirit mused. "So I didn't think it would work." "Think?" The spirit of Delphi needed to think? Rachel's body moved fluidly. Life was back without Rachel. The spirit had gotten used to moving her limbs and her head. She turned the torso towards the fridge and lifted a pliable arm to pluck the pencil magnet from the metal door. She scribbled something down on the notepad and tore the page out. She smiled. "I've never written before," the spirit said, then she giggled. Goosebumps erupted along Percy's arms. "Is it Apollo?" Percy asked, stepping closer to the jar. "Or the Fates? Who's making you do this?" Rachel's long, curly hair tumbled over her shoulders. The longest ends reached below her elbows. She rarely wore her hair like that, and it helped Percy separate his friend from this spirit-possessed body. She folded the written note and stuffed it into her pocket. "Nico D'Angelo asked me for Pandora. I could not give him an answer then. But that doesn't mean I can't research." The cold prickle of the fear worked its way up his spine. The spirit of Delphi was planning something. Separate from Apollo, Rachel, and the Fates, she was following her own path. Why did you take the jar from its place? Percy asked. He was inching his way to the Pythos, ready to snatch it, but the spirit took 2 large steps. She leapt right in front of him, her hand slamming down on the jar's handle. I'm speeding things up, she said and plucked it from the platform. She walked around him, heading right for the hearth. Wait, Percy gasped. He reached for Riptide, but it's not like he could brandish a sword at the spirit of Delphi. Lady Hestia, the spirit called out, and flames burst alive in the hearth. They were green, the usual flow shade, and that's when it occurred to Percy that the spirit was being aided by a goddess. Was Hestia making her do this or helping her? Rachel's body smiled at him just as she disappeared in a spurt of flame. The fire died immediately and Percy stared at the empty hearth before diving for his mirror. Annabeth reached for her mirror just as Percy's harried, bug-eyed face appeared, shrieking. Annabeth Chase. She jumped. What? Where are you? What's happy? He cut across her, spirits gone AWOL with Rachel's body in the Pythos. I got no clue where, but for some bloody reason, Hestia's helping her. Annabeth stared in horror. One moment, she was alone, and in the next, a dozen others leapt in. Percy's face fell when he saw the Romans had heard every word. You mean the spirit of Delphi? Octavian spluttered. What do you mean gone AWOL? Clarice shouted. She took a body, Raina whispered. And the Pythos? Someone else crowed. Jackson said she took the jar? What jar? My peanut butter jar. What jar do you think? Percy groaned, spinning back into the kitchen. Annabeth held the mirror away from people shouting all around her. Talia barked at the stalls to check the oracle's cave. Percy, did you say Hestia? Bianca yelled. He looked up, hopeful. Is she by the hearth? No, Bianca answered. But I'll send her a sacrifice. And Will and his gang can check with Apollo. If the spirit's gone rogue, he can get her back. Do that. Percy agreed. His attention wasn't all there. Annabeth saw him eyeing a small notepad on the kitchen table. A pencil sat beside it. He's right. Travis yelled for all to hear. The jar's gone. She must have used Rachel's prints and code to open the pedestal cavity thingy in her cave. The crowd of Greeks and Romans erupted again, but Annabeth squinted at what Percy was doing. He'd suddenly grabbed the pencil and began scratching over the notepad. There were words revealed from the lead. Whoever had written on the paper atop it must have pressed the tip into the paper hard enough for the slip below to have impressions. What's that? Annabeth asked, turning her head to read the word. PIR, Percy sucked in a breath. I got it. I'll handle this, Beth. He cut the call and raced out. The mirror in her hands revealed her face and that of Talia right beside her. Seaweed brain. Annabeth groaned. Did you get the words? Talia asked, scowling. Was it an address or private something? Annabeth guessed. I didn't get the whole thing, but private. Annabeth paused. Dread coiled in her belly. She felt like she should know this. What sort of place was named private? You are not ordering another quest, Jason yelled. Someone has to go get the Pythos, Octavian roared. Hey, Clarice snapped at them. Percy said he got it handled. Then why didn't he tell us? Octavian asked. Why didn't he say where he was going? Romans. Raina shouted. The decibel fell. She raised her voice again. Greeks. You've invited us to your home. The issue with the missing jar is not just your problem, it's everyone's. Let us help. Talia was furious and impressed at the same time. Annabeth was still racking her brains for the address when she got a funny feeling and turned back to her mirror. Harry Potter, she called out, crossing her fingers. Her face and the background of camp disappeared in the reflection and Harry popped up. He was in a busy and noisy room, his face light and airy like he'd heard a good joke. Chase? He asked, worrying at her anxious expression. The spirit of Delphi took the Pythos and disappeared, she explained. Percy's gone after her. Some place called private something. Private what? I didn't get the second word. Harry's jaw dropped. Wait, did you say she took the Pythos? As in, Pandora's Pythos? Octavian peered over her shoulder. And who are you? This is Harry Potter, Annabeth said, raising an eyebrow. He can help. He's the magic guy. Can he even hold a sword? A sword's not really gonna help us now, is it? Harry snarked. He turned his head and yelled. Nico, get to camp. We have a situation. When do we not have a situation? 100 gasps echoed behind Annabeth. She spun around, unsheathing her knife and racing forwards. Her heart thudded fast and she reached Bianca's side, where a tall, beautiful goddess stood in the middle of the green. Her eyes reminded Annabeth of Sally Jackson. The lines on her face were ready to crinkle into a warm smile and her arms seemed moments away from offering a wonderful hug. She smelled of freshly baked pita bread and feta cheese. Her eyes glowed like embers in her sockets. She was the opposite of Ares when it came to fire, but just as powerful. The demigods fell to their knees. Leo yelped from somewhere in the crowd and toppled into a bunch of kids who fell into more campers. A wave of tumbling children hit Annabeth. The goddess smiled at the fallen demigods. Lady Vesta. Octavian gasped, pulling his overturned toga off his face. Dakota had landed on his shoulders and he struggled to get back to his knees. The goddess's form trembled. She winced and changed clothes. Her previous modest and brown robes changed to an elegant white chiton with gold inlays. Her face remained the same. Bianca spoke up, "We need help, Lady He." She held out a hand in warning. "Please, child. I implore you to stay with one name." "Of course," Bianca flushed. "Apologies, my lady. The spirit of Delphi has stolen Pandora's jar." Vesta raised her head. Annabeth had never seen her in the form of an adult woman. When she'd been younger, Annabeth would sit beside Hestia in front of the hearth. The goddess had always resembled a child her age. "The spirit searches for answers she could not give you before," Vesta explained. "She wished for my help." "Answers?" Bianca whispered. "Pandora," Annabeth realized. "My lady, where did you send the spirit and the Pythos?" Vesta's smile flickered. "An old home." The water traveling was second nature for Percy now. He used the spritzer from Frost's kitchen sink and ended up in Petunia Dursley's front yard, materializing from her noon sprinkler system. Soft sunlight lit up the green lawns and the pale white and blue houses of Privet Drive. It hadn't snowed yet but the breeze was brisk this fine noon. Percy was ready to confront the spirit of Delphi and wrestle her for the jar. He was prepared to even blow off Petunia and Vernon if needed. He was not ready to stumble upon the spirit striking up a conversation with Dudley Dursley. In a very different world, watching Rachel and Dudley hang out would be a pretty normal thing. They're cousins. They're muggles. They're pampered beyond belief. They'd bond over not having magic. But in this world, one where Dudley was a spoiled bully and Rachel was, well, dead, it was hard to really picture any kind of good conversation going. And yet, Percy stopped in place and gawked at a nervous, but curious Dudley listening to the spirit bang on about journeys and destinations. "And so, I said to myself," the spirit announced, "why wait for the heroes to get the ball rolling? Why couldn't I just bring everyone together and reduce the stress of keeping all the secrets? And while that was going on, I could also get into the Hall of Prophecies in the Ministry and find any information on Pandora that I don't already have." Dudley nodded, wide-eyed and numb-tongued. He clutched the strap of his backpack tight. Dude was just 16, the same age as Rachel and Percy. But he was 6 feet 2 inches and already built like a wrestler. Rachel's body was a stick compared to him. A part of Percy was giggling at the sight of Dudley inching away from her. The rest of him searched for the Pythos. He gulped. Pandora's jar was nowhere around the place. The spirit finally took notice of Percy. "You took your time. Have you informed the campers?" "Have I? What? Did you tell them about me?" she asked slowly. Percy frowned. "Of course, I did. Where's the jar?" The spirit leaned on the side of the white picket fence, shot him a lazy smile and jerked a thumb over her shoulder. Percy and Dudley turned their heads and found the ancient clay Pythos sitting innocently on the porch of number 3, Privet Drive. Dudley said, speaking up for the first time, "That's bad." "Don't worry," the spirit assured him, "it will get a whole lot worse." Percy marched out of the yard and onto the pavement. "Wait till Rachel finds out that you're just wreaking havoc with her body," he snapped, reaching for the gate of his old house. Dudley grabbed his arm. No, you can't go in there," he gasped. Percy was pulled to a hard stop. "What, Dudley hissed. Know what? Dudley glanced around, eyes wide in fear. Then he leaned in and whispered, "The ghost." "The ghost," Percy repeated. Dudley made a duh face. "Well, look at it." He waved a hand over number 3 and Percy turned back to it. He saw no ghost, but the obvious difference was obvious. 20 houses stood side by side on one row of Privet Drive. They faced 20 other houses just across the street. Every single one was two-storied, painted pale blue with white and gray trimmings. Every single house had a pampered front yard, though the plants were shrunken thanks to winter setting in. And every single house was cozy and lived in. Number 3 was not. Percy watched the broken windows of the foreboding house. The peeling paint revealed cracks on the wood and shutters. The gutters were filled with leaves and rot. The yard was overgrown and dead, tall branches and thorns sticking out of the hard earth with no leaves or flowers. Cobwebs stretched across the fragile porch and the door handle and knocker were rusted. Percy only noticed this after Dudley had pointed it out. "Most people just walk by, thinking nothing of it," Dudley explained. "The neighbors forgot about it. Everyone avoids it even though no one can reason why." Percy exhaled. "How do you see it?" Dudley clutched his bag nervously. "If I think about the house too much, I can't unsee it. It takes a while to forget it and pretend everything's normal." That Percy understood. Petunia and Vernon were pillars of normalcy. Their version of it. Pandora's jar sat on the derelict porch. The only place less homey than this house was number 12, Grimmauld Place. And that was a building Percy would never venture into for the rest of his life. "Ghosts are harmless," Percy finally said. "Besides, there wasn't one when I last lived here." Dudley winced. "I need to get the jar," Percy told him. "It's really important." "Thanks, man. But you better head back inside, or she might tell you too much." The spirit of Delphi grinned at both boys. Dudley stepped back, hesitantly. "You should call Harry. I think the ghost has something to do with him." Percy held onto the old gate of number 3. Dudley kept surprising him with all this logic. He'd always known something truly horrible had gone down in number 3, Privet Drive. Something which Harry knew about but never told Percy or Sally. If Percy called him now, he had a feeling Harry would keep him away and retrieve the jar himself. "If you can't handle it," the spirit added, "then call Harry. He always helps you out." Percy hated that tone. She made it seem like he couldn't do anything without Harry, like he hadn't managed hordes of demigods and meetings at camps or led an army into war. He reached down to hold the heavy iron padlock on the gate. Soft blue light lit it up and the ring unlocked itself. "I can't wait for Rachel to come back," Percy said, without looking at her. "At least, she contributes." Percy marched through the dead yard. The temperature dropped. The porch creaked badly as Percy climbed the short steps. Years ago, he used to sit here and draw terrible pictures. That was a time when he had no clue about monsters. He reached for the jar when someone whispered, "Percy?" The voice emerged from inside the house. Percy stared at the dirty, rusted door. Had he imagined that? Someone breathed out. Cold air enveloped him. The door creaked open. Percy stumbled back, because seriously, what in the hecking Hades? A small boy peered out at him. This was no ghost. The kid was opaque with pale, dull skin and stringy black hair falling over his face. He had dark circles around his eyes and he peered up at Percy with dark eyes. "Hello," Percy mumbled. "Percy," the boy said. The door opened some more and Percy gulped down bile. It was Harry. He was staring at a 5-year-old Harry Potter. Which was impossible because his Harry was 16 and gone for his weekly therapy sessions in London. "Then how? You came back," Harry whispered. Percy's head spun. The stale, cold air of the house was tugging him inside. The kid opened the door even more and stuck his arms in the air. It took an embarrassingly long time for Percy to understand, but Harry was patient. He was always patient with him. Percy kneeled down and hugged him. Instantly, he knew that was the wrong thing to do. The boy's body was cold. His arms had rubbery skin like a corpse. He had no body warmth. He smelled like dirtwood that had rotted underwater. Percy's blood chilled at the thought of embracing a dead body. "You won't leave me," Harry spoke, tiny hands clamped around Percy's shoulders tightly. The demigod saw images in his head. Memories. Percy woke up to a cold house in the dark. He reached for his bottle before realizing that it was empty. His breath turned into fog. He shivered and got out of the bed and opened his door. Rubbing his eyes, Percy went straight to the kitchen for a nice glass of water. Percy leaned against the platform and jumped. It was close to freezing. He touched the marble surface and yanked his hand back. What was going on? Even as he thought about it, he felt the temperature drop. There was a crackling sound and he stared at his bottle, which became a bit heavier. The water turned to ice, its volume increased, nearly touching the cap. There was a fine layer of mist like water over it. Someone whispered. Percy ran to the hallway and he stared. The door to the basement was open and Harry was lying on the steps, just a few feet short from the top. He was trying to hobble up the stairs. As he got closer, Percy backed away. His left arm was twisted badly, his ankle kept bending with every step at the wrong angle. Sobs arose. His clothes were torn and he was soaking wet. Percy heard a clanging noise and saw chains around his arms and legs. They looked rusted and were broken. Get help, Harry croaked, staring at a petrified Percy. But he couldn't move. His body was rooted to the spot. He couldn't. A shadow fell over Percy. He looked up and found a tall, bald man grimacing at him. Another one. The man sighed. Then he plucked Percy by the back of his collar. Momentum kicked back in and Percy struggled. His feet hit the stranger's stomach. The man grunted, now riled up. He reared back and bodily threw Percy down the stairs into the basement. The last thing he heard was Harry crying out in terror. Percy's scream was trapped in his throat. His blue light lit up the veins of his hands. The dead body of 5-year-old Harry patted his back and whispered, "I'll tell you everything." Back in London, Harry was waiting for Nico to escape from a throng of 7- and 8-year-old fans when he felt it. The air sung and he was blown back by a wave of his own magic washing over him. The blood wards. His blood wards, gone. Haydn was free. Chapter Endnotes Images. 1. Sneakoscope, web links. 2. Frost Kitchen. Web links pictures images catalog. 3. Pandora's jar, web links. Geometric 5,726,657 quarters. Lead scratching, web links. Haydn and Perseus chapter summary. Truth will out and the past has been spilled open to Percy. No going back. Chapter notes. Find image links and chapter warnings in the end notes. See the end of the chapter for more notes. From Magic and Love, ch 15. Lily and James Potter renamed their son Harry, with the hope that he'd have a softer destiny. They were only delaying the inevitable. 11 years ago, Sally, Harry, and Percy were murdered in number 3, Privet Drive. Halloween midnight of 2001 was the changing point when all three woke up with the patron's blessing. Sally awoke miles away on the top of a remote hill. She rose with the dawn, shivering and severely confused. A celestial bronze bracelet was clamped onto her upper left arm. An odd thing because she was mortal and could not be detected by enhanced metals. Except she suddenly was, and she could not remember a thing from that night. Percy awoke underwater. He blinked up to watch a raging river rush all around him. Freshwater had never been so welcoming before. The world was new and beautiful to his regenerated body. He watched his fingers twitch as skin grew over it. His bones were sensitive and he could hear the cricks in all his joints. His jaw felt stretched. Percy recalled running his tongue over his new teeth, counting several more than he'd expected. But he could not remember a thing from that night. Harry remembered. He didn't want to. 5-year-old Harry Potter remembered it all. On midnight of Halloween, Percy had woken him up, thirsty. Harry had told him to get a glass of water himself. He wandered down to the kitchen, while Harry was distracted by an unusual noise from the neighboring bedroom. Curiosity overwhelmed his sleep and little Harry stuck his thumb into his mouth and toddled into Sally's room. She was dead. She was on the floor, with a pool of blood dripping from her skull that was split open. Harry stared at the cracked bone underneath her matted hair. He didn't understand. "Ye be the bitch's runt?" A gruff voice spoke from the shadows. Harry gawked at the several men that appeared, almost by magic. Or maybe he just hadn't seen them. "Which one did he say?" Another man asked. "Dunno. Orders just said to get rid of them. Leave a warning for anyone who comes looking." Harry's throat closed up. His teeth clamped around his thumb and the pain jerked him out of his petrified stance. He stumbled back, pulling his aching thumb out of his mouth. "She bit me," a third man whined. "I get him." "Quit whining," the first man growled. He was bald with bushy gray eyebrows. "Just take him to the cellar." The third man grinned, but Harry didn't understand the humor. Nothing was funny. Mum was lying on the ground, really hurt, and she wasn't moving at all. Strange men had come into the house, and were saying bad words that Harry had only ever heard from Smelly Gabe. The man approached Harry and swiped him off his feet. He gasped and twisted away from the rough hold the man had on him. The others stepped over Sally. "Mum!" Harry cried, but a huge hand came down and slapped him so hard his entire head whipped to the side. Something cracked in his jaw and white-hot pain burst from the side of his mouth. An invisible force jammed his mouth, crushing both jaws into each other, and Harry screamed, but the sound was muffled through the clamped mouth. "Mac, Benning," the leader ordered. "Head over to number 4 to get the kid." "They have 2. Get both," the first man said, exasperated. 2 walked ahead of the man carrying Harry. The group trooped down the stairs. Agony grew. The world spun in and out of Harry's vision. He was brought to the basement, whimpering through a broken jaw. He could hardly move it, but tried to wrench it open because the screams inside his throat had to get out. Nothing had ever hurt him like this. The pain was electrifying and indescribable, changing the child's tolerance forever. He wanted the pain to stop. A flash of accidental magic burst from his hands and the man holding Harry dropped him with a startled curse. The man gasped like he was burned. Harry scrambled up the stairs, trying to reach the living room. He saw Percy gazing down at him in horror. "ELP," Harry tried to say through the mounting agony and tears blinding him. But the 2 men who'd been sent to the Dursleys never made it to the door. They spotted Percy, clutching a glass of freezing water. "Another one." The short one sighed and plucked him off the floor. Percy shrieked and kicked him promptly in the stomach. The man grunted before his face twisted into rage. Harry's shriek was once again caught in his lungs as he watched them throw Percy down the stairs. Percy hit the cold ground, his hands breaking upon contact. The boy cried. Harry turned back up just in time to see a heavy boot swinging his way. The steel-toed boot caught him in the face. He must have been kicked down the stairs, back into the basement, he wasn't sure. The world burned. Blood filled his eyes, replacing the tears at some point. He was pushed into an old broken tub in the basement, filled with stagnated water. Maybe to quench the fire threatening to engulf him. Harry Potter died for the first time in that basement. Drowned because someone had ordered strangers to murder a small family in mundane Privet Drive. He died, clutching onto life, bleeding and screaming underwater. He didn't know one of the oldest goddesses of the universe would bestow immortality. All he knew was Sally, the woman who loved him like a mother, was killed by those same hands. All he saw was Percy beaten to death by those red hands. Harry died, leaving behind a vengeful ghost, as many murdered magical children are wont to do. Haydn was the manifestation of his rage and id, of his promised vengeance, his undead wraith that was bound to the house he was murdered in. Nobody expected Harry to wake up, least of all Haydn. But the boy did, and he made the choice to lock the wraith in the basement using the bloodwords from the Dursley house. An unconscious but powerful feat. Harry was 5 and newly awakened, knowing that should this strange, undead imitation of him were to find freedom, it would wreak bloody havoc. Haydn was the grieving, vengeful wraith that his grandfather had feared many years ago. Harry locked him up, swearing to never reveal him to the world, for this spirit was the ultimate proof that Harry Potter was immortal. Until December 2012, it worked, and then Percy had to revisit the house thanks to the spirit of Delphi. One of the few similarities between Harry and Haydn. They both loved Percy, but only one of them forgave him for abandoning them. "You won't leave me," Haydn whispered now, his thin corpse arms tightening around Percy's warm, stiff neck. Percy couldn't breathe. He couldn't control himself. His power threatened to explode out of him, the terrifying blue light burning his veins and making him glow otherworldly. Haydn's memories, Harry's memories, had bled into his mind. Percy knew the truth. The blue power emerged from his gut, raging into his heart and limbs. Percy was going to explode. He was so close to breaking everything, to burning everything. His eyes glowed bright blue. Sally Jackson named her son Perseus, with the hope that he'd have a happier destiny. She was only delaying the inevitable. Chapter end notes. Images. 1. Parchment. Web links. 2. Watermark. Web links. Warnings. A torture B murder C coarse language in flashback scenes. Inevitable chapter summary. Perhaps you can delay your fate, but certainly not forever. When Percy knows the truth of the patron and what happened the night he, Harry, and Mom received the bracelets, it nearly breaks him. But he knows he can't lose control. It would break apart the uneasy balance of the worlds of magic and gods. Chapter notes vibe. Rush by the score. See the end of the chapter for more notes. The Romans were already readying their battle axes. Clarice rallied a few Greeks to get ahead of the situation. Jason, and funnily enough, Talia were doing their best to crowd control. Annabeth was still trying to figure out what Percy had written on the page. Hestia, or rather, Vesta, had said she'd sent the spirit of Delphi to an old home. A place Percy had recognized, so it couldn't be the old temple at Delphi. Percy's old home, which was also Harry's. Annabeth straightened up the mirror and called out, "Ron Weasley." Her reflection warped and instantly changed to reveal the tall, pale, and freckle-faced Ron. He raised his mirror, watching her wide-eyed. His background was a busy office, with paper airplanes flying around. "Annabeth?" he asked, surprised. "Ron, where did Percy and Harry live? Like, before Harry went to Hogwarts?" "Where did, London. No, they were on the outskirts, Surrey. Yeah, Surrey." "Where's that?" Annabeth asked, a lump in her throat. 50 kilometers, southwest from London," Ginny rattled, popping in from the side. She shoved Ron's face away and frowned at Annabeth and the chaos brewing in the background. "Did they live in a private place?" Annabeth asked, angling the mirror away from the Greeks and Romans. "Like an HOA community?" Ginny blinked, confused. Ron pushed her aside. "What's WA?" "You guys don't have that?" Annabeth asked, jealous. "Lucky. Privet Drive's no community," Ron promised. Annabeth clamped her mouth shut. That's what Percy had written. Harry apparated to Privet Drive with a surprised Nico. "Ugh." Nico complained, yanking his arm away. "I thought we're going to camp. Why are we here? Where is here?" Harry hardly heard him. Too busy gawking at the loss of magical wards around houses 3 and 4. The hairs on his arms stood on their ends and he knew the wraith was free to escape. "Rachel?" Nico asked, stunned at the sight of the oracle behind them. Wait, it's not you." Harry turned to glare at her. "What did you do?" The spirit of Delphi sat on the pavement and stretched out her legs, ready for a show. She grinned up at Harry and Nico. "I'm trying this new thing called taking direct action. It's refreshing." Harry growled. "Where's Percy?" She nodded at number 3. Harry gritted his teeth and marched inside. The dead yard greeted him. White mist emerged out his mouth. Harry brought out his wand and spelled the door open. It swung and banged against the wall. The entire house shuddered from the momentum. Nico snatched his wrist. "There's something here. It's not a ghost," he whispered, deadly pale. Harry swallowed down a bitter taste. "It's a wraith. My wraith." Nico stared in disbelief. "I died here for the first time," Harry murmured, and left behind a not-so-friendly imprint. "I'll handle it. You get Percy." They descended into the cellar. Percy was crouched down, his head in his hands. His fingers dug into his scalp. Clumps of hair gripped tightly. His face was screwed up in pain. The veins in the back of his neck glowed, illuminating the colorless face of the demonic thing holding him. Harry and Nico had their weapons pointed at the wraith. It was an opaque, white-limbed creature that disturbingly resembled a young child like Harry. Nico raised his sword. "Get away from him," Harry said carefully. The wraith snarled. Its face twisted into a mangled shape, all humanoid traces falling. The mouth split apart at the corners as its jaw unhinged. It opened its gaping mouth to show pointed teeth and a forked tongue. Harry lowered his wand, but the wraith's body shifted. Its legs elongated and its arms grew long enough for its knuckles to brush the cemented floor. It crouched down and glared at Harry with bulbous black eyes, gleaming in the darkness. It leapt into the air, lunging for Harry, but he was faster. Harry grabbed its collar, swung the wraith's grotesque body above him, and slammed him into the floor. Nico rushed past him and skidded to his knees in front of Percy, who was panicking and gasping for shallow breaths. "Haydn!" Harry shouted, but the wraith roared back, incensed and enraged. Its claws nearly raked Harry's face. He jumped back, his grip leaving it, and Haydn leapt again. The problem with this plan was that between a glowing, hyperventilating Percy and a snarling, monstrous Haydn, the most dangerous thing in the cellar was not the wraith. Nico tried to hold onto Percy's wrist but released it immediately. He leapt back with a startled yelp and clutched his burning, blistering hand. His sword clattered to the floor. Percy cried in pain, his hands clawing at his own head. "He burned me!" Nico shouted in terror. Harry blasted the wraith to the other side of the cellar, spinning around at Nico's yell. He gasped at the sight of Nico's forearm. It had gone a terrible dark flaky consistency. Percy's hand had left his skin withered and devoid of moisture entirely. "The light thing!" Nico moaned in pain. "It's like fire and electricity, it just torched my hand." "Plasma," Harry whispered, yanking Nico away. He tried to draw the pain away from Nico's arm, but it burned his palms. The quickest he could do was contain the festering agony till Nico could stand without support. "Torpor." Harry cast the short but strong charm over the flaking skin. Nico sighed in relief, slumping against him. Percy lost control of the light. An arc of energy blasted from Percy's hands. The cellar lit up in a devilish scene, and Harry barely managed to shove himself and Nico backwards to avoid the explosion. Blue light slammed into the wall and ate up the cement and bricks. It burrowed a hole underground and dissipated only after eating away the earth. Harry and Nico were frozen against the corner for a moment too long. Percy managed to catch his breath just as the wraith shoved debris aside and roared again. "No!" Harry yelled, but the wraith grabbed a rusted, broken tub from the corner and flipped it over. It flew at Harry, who blew it to bits in midair. Haydn used the distraction to claw its way towards Percy. Percy gasped, bright light building from his chest again. Instead of standing his ground, he turned and scrambled into the hole in the wall. The wraith chased after him like a demented white spider, and Harry leapt to catch its ankle. It screeched and turned back to dig its long curved claws into Harry's shoulder. "Incarcerus!" Harry shouted. Ropes flew out of his wand and wrapped themselves tightly around the wailing wraith. They lifted it off of Harry's body, dragging the creature to a corner as it struggled and shrieked. "Nico," Harry yelled hoarsely. "Call Mrs. O'Leary. Get to camp and tell them what's happening. Someone needs to find that Pythos." Nico groaned, stumbling to his feet. Harry threw himself into the impromptu underground tunnel and military crawled at least 10 feet. He reached the other side, right into the cellar of the neighboring house. Percy had collapsed by the stairs, twitching and curling up. His eyes were shut and he was breathing with the occasional hitch in his chest. "Percy," Harry gasped in relief. "Did it get you? Did it hurt you?" Both boys were covered in dirt from the tunnel. Cold perspiration gathered around them and Harry scooted closer to sit on the last step of the staircase to check Percy's pulse. "I think it's a panic attack," Harry said. "I'm right here, Percy. We're going to get through this one moment at a time. I'm going to hold your hand." But Percy shook his head, shuddering. He curled up tighter, pulling away from Harry. "You won't hurt me," Harry said carefully. "I think all you had to do was get it out of your system. You already disintegrated a tunnel here. It should get better now." But it didn't seem like it. Percy's temples were beaded in sweat. He was struggling to hold back the energy. Harry was harshly reminded of Ginny, back in the hospital, nearly a full year ago. He recalled how she burned the place down because she could no longer control the fire from her core. Harry steeled himself. "All Nico needs is a bit of ambrosia and he'll be right as rain. Stay with me, Pepe. Keep breathing." It was hard. Percy's lips moved but he couldn't say a word. Every gasp turned his lungs over from the shock. Harry told him he didn't have to speak, that others would handle the Pythos and the spirit, and all Percy had to do was catch his breath. It might even have worked had the door to the cellar not flown open. Bright light and open air spilled over both boys. Harry turned around and found himself staring up the barrel of a gun. "You," Petunia Dursley hissed, her sharp eyes burning holes into Harry's head, "have some nerve breaking into my house." The wraith fell quiet when Nico held his sword close to its face. "On your feet," Nico hissed. "Now," Haydn snarled under his breath. Nico breathed, unable to believe this. A real wraith. They were 1 in 1,000,000. And Harry had managed to create one years ago. The wraith's body shifted and shrunk. The bone-thin long limbs shortened and he fell back into the form of a very young child. He could pass for a real human boy. A dead human boy. His skin was way too gray. Harry's ropes held well. The wraith grumbled under his breath, arms still pinned to his side by the ever-tightening ropes. Nico held his damaged arm close to his chest. Harry had cast a numbing charm, but his whole arm tingled from the initial shock of pain. They trudged out of the decrepit house only to find Li appearing out of the shadows. Along with a dozen demigods. What a sight! The most boring M&M place on Earth was now getting a full dose of supernatural presence for the first time since Harry Potter moved away. No wonder all the muggles were inconspicuously staying behind their doors. Oomph! Nico slipped down the webby porch steps and landed on his butt. "Nico," Bianca called, leaping right over the picket fence. "What happened?" "Gods, your arm," Annabeth gasped. "It's fine," Nico groaned. "It's not fine," Bianca scolded. She reached him and dropped to her knees to examine his arm closely. Li also stopped in front of Nico, sniffing madly around him. Jason, Reyna, and the Romans scanned the sunny but cold roads of Privet Drive. The Greeks stared up at the rundown house, unable to figure out what was wrong with it. "Where's Jackson?" Reyna asked, "and Pandora's jar?" She and the others approached the house, but it was Hazel who sucked in a breath and pointed in a completely different direction. "There, she has it." The gang looked up in anticipation, only to find Rachel's body waving from across the street. The spirit of Delphi let her amusement known, making her eyes glow green and her smile grow wicked. She got to her feet and slung an arm through the clay handle of the jar, letting it dangle from her elbow like a posh handbag. "Great," Talia said through her teeth. "We gotta deal with this piece of work." Jason grew worried. Isn't she your oracle?" Annabeth turned back to Nico. "Where's Percy?" Nico winced as the wraith snarled from inside the house. All the demigods raised their weapons, startled. Li growled back, raising her terrifying hackles. "Maybe don't mention his name around it," Nico said. Bianca stared up in horror. "Is that a wraith?" The air behind Nico went cold as the wraith shuffled to the door, still bound in unforgiving ropes. It scowled at them, daring them to approach the house. Annabeth swallowed. "I've seen him before. The first time I was here, he was in this house, just staring out the window." Nico found this odd. He had no idea Annabeth had been to this painfully mortal neighborhood before. He was about to say something, but that's when he spotted the spirit of Delphi checking Rachel's watch. When did she even put on a watch? The back of his neck pricked. "Where's Potter?" Jason asked, eyes darting from the spirit to the house. The wraith bared its human teeth, clearly loathing his creator's name. "Do not attack us," Bianca barked at it. Nico leaned forwards and answered Jason, Jackson needed a breather. Harry's with him. They should be out soon. He's not doing too well." "Who? Harry?" "No," Reyna frowned. "Then we split up. Half of us will escort the oracle and the jar back to camp. The others can wait for Jackson and Potter. And also handle that." She nodded at the wraith who growled low in its chest. Nico was still staring at the spirit of Delphi. She was still eyeing her watch. He didn't like this. Multiple pops snapped around the demigods. The air flickered right before long-robed wizards apparated into Privet Drive, armed with wands and scowls. Instantly, everyone was shouting. "Unauthorized apparition. You are in violation of Code S-268. What the Hades? Is that a Class 30 creature? Li, don't eat them. Stand down," I said. "Stand down, weapons down. You put your breakable sticks away, we won't ask again. You were ordering, not asking. Get back up." More than 20 wizards surrounded the demigods. Li howled into the air only to get hit by a horde of fiery stunning spells. Bianca shrieked, bringing out her bow and shooting arrows at their wand arms. She got several in one go. At least 6 wizards dropped their wands. Arrows with silver fletching stuck out of their arms as they staggered in shock. Thunder rumbled as both Talia and Jason growled like real wolves, bringing out swords. The others followed their lead, standing back to face several witches and wizards who'd now formed a wall around them. Nico, Bianca, and Annabeth were accosted by 5 other wizards who yelled several warnings. Bianca raised her bow again and Annabeth tried to shout over the chaos. Nico tried to summon the shadows, but the exertion made his burned arm flare up sickeningly. His head spun and he collapsed on the ground. From his low and dizzying vantage point, he saw Bianca get struck down by the red beam. Annabeth disappeared from view and almost instantly, 2 of the witches attacking them were knocked out by her invisible fists. Nico was panting now, panic bubbling up his throat. He rolled his head over to watch Rachel's body across the street, past the screaming, flashing lights, and swinging blades. Delphi's spirit caught his eyes. She smiled. "Oh," Harry hesitated. "Petunia, please put the gun down." "Do you even know what's happening outside?" Petunia snapped. The rifle was scarily steady in her arms. Her eyes stayed trained on his and Harry had to de-escalate the situation, which sucked because he liked to stay back and watch the Dursleys make things worse. "Percy's in trouble," Harry said, struggling to keep his voice low. "I just need to get him calm and I'll leave." Petunia narrowed her eyes and oh, how Harry hated it when she did that. Like everything in the world was his fault and he deserved all the punishments and time-outs even when he never understood. "Your people are all outside, making flashes and bangs," Petunia said in a warning tone. "They cut my hedges clean off." "I'll fix it," Harry hissed. "Why is he glowing?" Petunia suddenly said, staring at Percy, disgusted. Harry groaned. "You're scaring him." Percy was trying to say something. His lips kept moving and he struggled to suck in deeper pulls of air. "I knew it," Petunia said grimly. "Every time something freakish happens, it's always you." "I don't know who's outside," Harry said, glaring back at her, "but I need to get Percy away." "He's afraid of you. He's afraid of the gun. You did something to him, didn't you? Are you even listening to me?" "Boy," Petunia yelled. "Did he hurt you? You could at least say his name," Harry snarled. Percy groaned out loud. "Can't breathe," he faltered. "Please tell me you have your inhaler. Please, please." Harry pulled out his moleskin pouch from around the neck and rifled through it desperately. Accio inhaler. The little device jumped into his hand. Harry pulled Percy up by the collar, propping his back to Harry's front. He lifted Percy's heavy head to guide the inhaler into his mouth and pumped it once. Eyes still squeezed shut, Percy hacked the gas, moaning in pain. "Again," Harry said, praying it would work. "You have to breathe it in, Percy, again." Click. Harry glanced up and found Petunia's rifle aimed at his temple. No way, no bloody way, the world exploded and Harry was gone. Nix. Gunshot. Primogenitor. Blood sprayed over his face. Goddess of the night sky. Harry collapsed, half his head blown apart. Her faceless void offered 3 gleaming bracelets to revive the dead bodies of Sally Jackson, Harry Potter, and Percy Jackson. Percy tasted Harry's blood in his mouth. The shade of Lily Potter watched from the shadows. Percy's heart should have stopped along with Harry's. "Do you know what it felt like seeing you dead? I was ready to give up. It was the worst feeling I've ever had. If Voldemort had tried to kill me next, I would have let him." Percy admitted this after the lethal aftermath of the Triwizard Tournament. Voldemort had tried to cast the killing curse on Percy, who was pushed aside at the last moment by Harry. "Why did you do it? What would you have done in my place?" Had Percy ever sacrificed his life for Harry? He couldn't recall any moment like that. It was always Harry who threw everything aside to rush to Percy's aid. The only time he literally couldn't was during the Battle of Manhattan when he had a concussion and couldn't apparate. So he spent the day supporting Sally while she gave birth. "I had the sense of wanting to leave the both of you, but you didn't." Harry revealed his feelings about the moment Percy and Annabeth had water traveled from Long Island to Surrey, where Harry had stumbled upon them. Percy abandoned him. Sally staying with Gabe to keep Percy under the radar. DJ pushing Percy away from the killing curse. Annabeth taking the knife for Percy. Tyson shielding Percy's body with his own against the Dracon's venom. Nico burning his hand trying to help Percy. Harry always staying, protecting, never abandoning. Why did Percy allowing everyone do this for him? He only made things worse. If these were the downsides to immortality, Percy didn't want it. If people had to keep hurting and dying while Percy stayed alive, it wasn't worth it. No, Percy would never let them do that again. He'd left Harry behind once. It had taken him years to find his way back. Despite being frustrated, Harry didn't hate him for it. Percy fought with DJ so much only for him to turn around and sacrifice himself for Percy. Never again. It didn't matter if he burned. The world would not pay for Percy's shortcomings. You're gonna have to wait, Nix. Right now, Harry needed help. Percy would find him. 15 arrests. Yes, madam. Crimes? Illicit group apparition into a Muggle community. They possessed several magical items including weapons of enchanted metal. They also attacked us. We had to call in 2 separate reserve groups to apprehend them. I see. A group apparition, you say? Yes, madam. They had no portkeys. But, well, Vance thinks it's not apparition. Emmeline always did have a flight for the fancy. She thinks it has something to do with the shadow boy, D'Angelo. He was with this group. He seems to know them, madam. But he claims Harry Potter brought him via side along apparition. Of course, Potter's involved. What's his cockamamie excuse? He's dead, madam. Again? Yes, we checked. Here's his wand. Best lock it up. Cod? A Muggle weapon. It launched a small metal cylinder at an incredible speed at his head. Sounds dastardly. Perpetrator? His aunt. Muggle? Yes, she shot him. Vance calls it a GSW, and this weapon has genuinely killed Potter? Yes. The blood spray was conclusive, plus the gray matter, and the skull fragments. Utterly tragic. He will be missed for the next few weeks, I suppose. I don't think so. Gulp. Excuse me? He's already healing. Regenerating, was what Vance said. Emmeline seems to know quite a bit about this. Detain her with the paperwork. We're short on officers. Many of them are in the med wing suffering from lightning burns. Lightning. What else did you find? 2 creatures on the threat list. One is XXX and the other quadruple X, a Cerberus and a Wraith. Oh my. We sedated the Cerberus hound. D'Angelo insists she is friendly. And the Wraith? Not friendly, we're very sure. However, it's bound in ropes that we've been unable to remove. Also, it listens to limited people. Who? D'Angelo and Rachel Dare, but she's not exactly herself right now. Ah. Thank you for speaking to me, John. Yes, one other thing. We also found this. Thud. I see. We can use it as bait. The D'Angelo boy was furious when we took it away. He tried to get us to call Ms. Jackson. Do not involve her. Did he hide something inside it? Possibly. We were unable to open it, but see for yourself. Tap, 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 tap. Gasp. There's something inside it, madam. I shall test it. Reducio. None of our spells work on it. Is it heavy? Quite. It's almost as though. Almost what? Almost as though someone is sitting inside the urn. I see. And where did you put Potter? In the morgue, madam. Annabeth woke up on the floor. She jerked awake, searching for her Yankees cap, knife, hidden blades, mirror, all gone. Bianca was lying beside her, similarly knocked out and divested of her weapons. Her silver circlet glowed angrily. Everyone was sprawled over the floor of large jail cells. Annabeth scanned the hall. It resembled a police station, except there were no other prisoners. No windows or doors either. The walls were made of gray and black blocks while the floor was dirty white paneling. The campers were divided into 2 groups. Annabeth counted the familiar faces. Only Harry and Lee were missing. The spirit of Delphi was standing in one corner of the cell. Harry's wraith, still bound in ropes, stuck close by to her. The both of them watched Annabeth quietly. She decided not to address that. Thankfully, someone else was awake. Nico, Annabeth said, sitting up with a wince. He was in the adjacent cell. He lay on the floor with his back propped up on Jason's legs. He was holding his right arm close, staring with wide eyes at Percy. Annabeth's boyfriend was hunched over in the corner. His face was twisted like he was putting all his effort into some invisible task. He kept his muttering to himself. Shimmering beads of sweat dripped from his temple. Nico whispered, his face was covered in blood. Annabeth stifled a gasp. She checked him out as closely as she could but couldn't see any wound. It was Harry's, Nico answered. It evaporated in minutes. What evaporated? The blood. Annabeth eyed Percy, horrified. Why had Harry's blood been on his face in the first place? He keeps glowing and breaking things, Nico said, worriedly. I think he's trying to control it. Trying was the keyword. Even as Annabeth watched, Percy's veins gleamed blue light through his skin before fading. Breaking things. Annabeth whispered. The seat. He disintegrated it. Annabeth's head spun. Every jail cell had a long metal seat attached to the wall. Talia was unconscious on the seat in Annabeth's cell. The others were empty in their respective cells. But the wall in Percy and Nico's cell was empty. A long, thin rectangular shape was etched in the wall, where the seat probably protruded from. Dust lay on the floor below it. Annabeth had witnessed Percy fight the Minotaur during the Battle of Manhattan. He won without his sword. He turned the monster into dust using the vicious light. Plasma, Harry and Rachel had once suggested. Like Percy was a nuclear reactor going supercritical and ionizing the very air. As though Percy was radioactive enough to put the Hulk and Godzilla to shame. No, Percy wasn't radioactive. Like Triton said, he was simply drawing moisture from objects, from jail seats and minotaurs. Practically everything in the world had water content. Percy could reduce anyone and anything to dust. And if he didn't get this power under control, Annabeth, Nico, and all the unconscious demigods were in danger. Fantastic. They were arrested without weapons and Percy was liable to kill everyone in the building. Annabeth wondered what other people did on their Saturdays. Delphi's spirit checked her watch. Nico glared at her and hissed, "Did you get us arrested on purpose?" Her glowing eyes found his. Nico and Annabeth shivered. "Yes," the spirit said. "Running out of time. Time for what?" The spirit glanced over at Percy, still struggling in the wall corner. Then she patted the wraith's head and said, "Stick to me." He nodded. Annabeth couldn't get over it. Why was this undead non-being so meek? Was it truly terrified of the Oracle? A large space of innocuous wall outside the cells transformed. The bricks birthed a door in the middle, solidifying an exit. It opened and 3 adults walked in. The door morphed back into an impenetrable wall behind them. 2 men and a woman approached the cells. They wore office clothes, unlike the Aurors who had stupefied all the demigods from a distance, those cowards. The woman ran a check over the prisoners in cells, gaze landing on Rachel, the Wraith, and Percy. Then she glanced at Annabeth and Nico. She threw her hands in the air. "Wonderful. You've detained children. And why is there a Wraith in the cell with them?" Both men were startled. "We tried to separate them, Madam Bones. But the Potter girls said it'll behave with her." The woman was perhaps in her 50s. Annabeth tried to get a read on her. She actually seemed annoyed that they were locked in cells. "You," she barked, now recognizing Nico. "You're the boy, the one from the train." Nico gawked. What? You had the black sword," the woman said, surprised. "You killed the acromantuli and apparated several students to the clinic." Yeah, I did. You're Sally Jackson's nephew?" she clarified. "Yeah," Nico confirmed. "Who are you?" "Amelia Bones, head of the DMLE, she said brusquely. "Are these your companions?" "Yes. We all got attacked for doing literally nothing." The tiles cracked with a resounding noise. Annabeth flinched and some of the demigods even woke up. Talia groaned, clutching her head. Bianca and Jason were next. The others began to stir. But Nico shushed them. "Careful, Ethan, get away from him." Ethan Nakamura raised his head, confused and scowling, but he immediately found the danger and scrambled away. Percy's jacket was disintegrating. It pulled apart like taffy and turned to dark wisps that settled on the floor. The tiles and bricks around him split under his palms. Percy fell forwards and grabbed a cell bar with his dangerous hand. The iron bars splintered, flecks of metal flying away. The wizards drew out their wands. "Whoa," one of them shouted. "Hold on, you're not allowed to break out." Percy groaned. One hand had ripped out some of his hair. The other hand clutched the iron bar and tore it away from the cell entirely. Annabeth gaped at the radiance from his skin, eating at the bar. It turned the iron into dust in seconds. He stumbled to his feet. Eyes screwed shut, Percy squeezed out of the gap he'd made in the bars. Stupefy! The Auror yelled. Wait, Bones shouted. No! Annabeth shrieked. The hex slammed into Percy, lifting him and throwing him several feet away and against the wall. It didn't knock him out. Percy fell to the ground on his hands and feet. He growled, raising his head to literally glower at the suddenly petrified wizard with shining blue eyes. Run! Talia advised. The demigods watched the wizards dive out of the way to avoid an actual laser beam from Percy's hands. It was hot as fire, sizzling the air and driving up the temperature. The beam blew a hole through the large wall, eating the bricks and magic infused in the holding area. Annabeth pulled a dazed Bianca away as everyone scrambled back to goggle at the devastation. The light barely grazed their cells, but the iron bars were already melting and deteriorating from the power. Percy, Nico yelled. You need to get it together. The beam cut off abruptly and Percy swayed on his feet. He didn't even seem exhausted. He was panting, likely ready for another blast. But he leaned against Annabeth's cell and the bars splintered into bits at his touch. That was the problem. He did not have it under control. Most of the bars of their cells crumbled into dust right before Annabeth's eyes. She sat up, running through all the things that could possibly calm Percy down. Sally, Kimmy, cookies, pancakes, surfing. But the spirit of Delphi spoke first. The morgue, she said, her quiet voice echoing in the suddenly silent hall. Take an elevator from the atrium. Annabeth stared. Nico swore under his breath. The wraith stepped out from behind the oracle and peered up at Percy, unafraid. Percy blinked hard. A silent connection went through them. Percy reached out and poked at the thick ropes binding the wraith's body. His index finger lit up and blazed the coils like it was steel wool. The ropes withered into smoke and the wraith grinned happily like a child discovering their favorite person. Then Percy slowly walked away. He moved carefully, slamming his feet down on the floor and sending hairline fractures with each step. His sneakers peeled, melting and disintegrating till he burning entirely. Every movement took an unbelievable effort, like he was holding all that power inside him for a reason. All Wixens and demigods watched him leave, gobsmacked. The spirit of Delphi breathed out a sigh of relief. She smiled at Amelia Bones and said, better evacuate quickly. And she walked out of the holding area as well, with Haydn the Wraith traipsing after her. Chapter Endnotes Images 1. Haydn, in Wraith form, web links. 2. Burnt, skin, web links. 3. Blue light burrowing a tunnel, web links. 4. Blue laser beam, web links. Warnings. A dangerous creature, description and image of a wraith. B. Gun violence, on-screen, see Nico's burnt skin as an image of tattoo peeling. D. Character death, yes, it's Harry, Filtato's chapter summary. What do you do when your fate is inevitable? Delay it. Percy manages to delay the impending explosion as much as possible. Right until he simply can't anymore. Chapter notes. PR done. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Hello? The basement was filled with moving shadows. A woman with a red halo appeared in Harry's blurry vision. Mum, Harry called weakly. He knew instinctively that this lady wasn't Sally but someone who loved him all the same. Shush, the woman soothed. Let it heal, close your eyes. She touched his matted hair and broken body lovingly. He closed his swollen eyes to the image of the red-haired woman humming softly. Is anyone there? Again? James asked, worried. Do you remember this time? Lily wondered, running her hand through Harry's hair. He leaned against her, trying to understand it all. I don't think so. James smiled faintly. Immortality isn't all it's cracked up to be, huh? Harry nodded. Where is this? He finally asked. James cocked his head and gazed around their lush, green land. Their quaint red brick house was firmly planted between fanciful mango trees around them. I'd say this is Elysium. See, you can even spot the Isles of the Blessed over there. He pointed offshore, across an immense ocean of sparkling, cerulean blue waters. In the distance 3 silver islands rose from the surface, glimmering with all its charm and happiness. I was here before, Harry recalled. The last times I died, the third task and in Rome. And from last November, Lily said grimly. That was a bad one. Harry touched his chest. Right, Tom had possessed Percy's body and used that strength to kill him. Can you hear me? How long was I here then? Harry asked, distinctly feeling as though someone was calling for him. More than 2 weeks, possibly. James hedged. He leaned back on his arms and knocked his shoulder into Harry's. It'll be shorter this time, Lily said in relief. It takes longer when an immortal kills you. Oh. Harry nodded to himself. That made sense. Rachel was killed on Ajax's orders, which is why she's still dead. When Ajax killed Harry in Rome, and when Tom killed Harry using Percy's hands, it had taken him several days to recover. Who killed him this time? Harry slowly spoke. I have to go back. James grinned proudly. That a boy. Wreak some havoc. And maybe be nicer to your sister, Lily suggested. Harry sighed. I am nice to her. I like her. She'd like to hear you say that, Harry. He made a face. Fine. When can I leave? Lily and James eyed him closely. She said, sooner than you think. They need you, love, as much as you need them. How much help can I be when I keep dying? Then go back and learn how to work with it, James urged. You're so much stronger than you think, son. Harry's silent heart nearly began beating right there. Nobody had ever called him that. He'd never thought he'd get to hear James Potter say it. Immortality isn't about avoiding death, Lily said. It's about knowing the weight of it and understanding the value of what remains. You don't remember the suffering, Harry. But all your friends will. It hurts them so much to see you like this. You have to step up and guard them while they guide you. Guard them, he repeated. You're talking about my shielding, right? Lily's grin was sad and proud all at once. It's not easy being a healer, or the first line of defense. But you'll excel at it only when you accept the role. Please? Can anyone hear me? Harry's head snapped skywards. He definitely heard that? Did you? She's been calling for a long time, James whispered. It's no small feat, helping her. Who is she? The better question is, where is she? Lily said, infuriatingly sounding like a seer. Mum, Harry said, frustrated. Wake up, darling, Lily told him. Wake up and listen. Can you help me? Harry said slowly, looking towards the sky. I think I can. Really? Who are you? No one's heard me for so long. Harry instantly felt bad for her. You know who that is, he told Lily and James. They shared worried glances. James kissed his forehead. Lily embraced him tightly and said, You'll find out when you're awake. Give Rachel our love. I am Elpis. Her voice was gentle music, calling him away from the land of the dead, back up the layers to the mortal realm. Harry had heard her before, but this time, he responded. I'm Harry, he croaked. Hello, Harry. He opened his eyes and met the inside of a black body bag. Harry shoved a hand straight through the zipper, tearing it apart and scrambling up. He gasped loud breaths, eyes darting around the cold, windowless room. He was in the bloody morgue. The hell, he mumbled, running a hand over his sticky and matted hair. He withdrew his palm to find red and brown flakes congealing over his fingers. Blood covered half his head. Harry wiped at his face, thankful it didn't smell so bad. The right sleeve of his t-shirt was also stained dark red. His heart thudded rapidly, trying to piece together what had happened. He was talking to Percy, in the basement, of Aunt Petunia's house. She wouldn't. Oh, she did. Harry kicked the body bag off of him and rolled off the freezing metal table of the silent room. His bare feet hit the equally cold floor. It was a white hall with gray tiles and several steel tables with wheels. He saw no other corpses and breathed a sigh of relief. Another point of relief was that his body no longer felt jittery or high-strung. His magic flowed seamlessly, stretching out from his chest and into his limbs like a soft potent breeze. Harry clenched his fists, grinning at the powerful sensation of unlimited energy brimming inside him. Brilliant, he whispered. He felt like he could run a marathon. Maybe cast 100 different hexes. Or pull all-nighters and not feel the least bit tired. Harry. He jumped. Elpis. Yes, that's me? She sounded so pleased. Harry chuckled breathlessly. You're in the jar, right? Unfortunately, He frowned. Why was that unfortunate? The morgue doors sprang open. Harry's dagger slipped into his arm, but his wand was nowhere on him. Of all people, Umbridge, Dawlish, and another lanky Auror stood at the entrance, gawking at him. Despite not at all resembling like each other, Dawlish and the second Auror managed to unconsciously copy Umbridge's flabbergasted bull-toad expression. Harry could either panic or enjoy this. He decided to have some fun. Dad did tell him to wreak havoc after all. Already? Dawlish complained. You were out for weeks last time? Harry choked back a laugh. Practice makes perfect. Umbridge scowled. Put your little knife down. You are hereby under arrest for violating Code S-268. Harry made a face. No, where's my wand? Your wand has been detained. Accio wand, Harry said, not even bothering to raise his voice, or listen to the toad. Something boomed dully in the distance, but no wand came flying. Harry frowned. Guess he'd have to search for it himself. Stop, Dawlish ordered. No, Harry walked past them. The air whistled far too light for anyone but him to pick up. His ears pricked in warning and Harry dodged to the right, avoiding two stunners easily. He smirked at the Aurors who gawked after him. Now, immortality seemed fun. Harry. Where are you? He whispered, shoving open the doors to the stairs and vaulting up the steps several at a time. In a room. Harry smiled. Play hot or cold, what's that? If I'm closer to the jar, say hot. If I get further away, say cold. Okay. Hot. Yes, hot. Cold. No, ice. Yes, warm, that corridor. He was halfway up the building when Harry recognized that it was the Ministry of Magic. The noises grew louder and Harry wondered if someone was actually shouting in the distance. He slowed down in a particularly deserted hallway. Yes, it was the weekend, but was the Ministry less crowded on Saturdays? Elpis, what's happening? He whispered. I'm not sure. Your friends were knocked out by red lights and taken away. Harry stumbled. What? Which friends? Percy and Nico. And a few others. Elpis was startled by his change in mood. Harry reined himself in. Okay, let's get your jar and my wand. And then we have to get them out. And me? She asked hopefully. You're literally first on the list, Harry reminded her. Hot, she said. Harry saw an office door straight ahead marked Junior Undersecretary. Of course Umbridge would have it. He blasted open the door and set off a bunch of alarms in her dainty and decorated office. Even her parchment sheets was a nauseating pink and yellow. Her table was thankfully mahogany. Pandora's jar sat by the corner on a wheelie chair. He summoned it and this time, his spell worked. The jar flew towards him like a compact refrigerator. It was solidly heavy. Oof. Harry caught it, staggering back into the wall. Fiery hot. Elpis cheered. We win, yeah, Harry grunted, hoisting it up by the handles. Good game. Let me out, now. He paused. What? Elpis faltered. Harry scrutinized the jar. Its shell felt brittle enough that someone could just knock it against a wall and shatter it. In fact, it already had a crack on one side. You said you'll get me out. Harry gawked down at the clay jar. It was deceivingly simple and lovely. No, he whispered. I didn't say that. Elpis sniffled. A watery drop collected at the end of the crack. It glistened like a dewdrop. Harry touched the wetness, lifting the drop on the tip of his thumb. Then he put it in his mouth. You promised, Elpis whispered. Harry hesitated. I promised to get your jar, to keep it safe. She fell silent. Someone cleared their throat behind him. Harry spun around, standing in front of the jar and pointing a dagger at Rachel. She was different. Her beaded necklace was over the pale t-shirt. Her eyes glowed green and her hair frizzed out over her shoulders like a red-headed banshee. She seemed taller than usual, like the spirit of Delphi had somehow elevated Rachel's body. Running out of time, she said. Time for what? Harry asked, standing his ground. She jerked her head to gesture towards the hallway behind her. You'll find him in the atrium. Who? Percy. Nico. Answers. I'll take that, the spirit added, reaching for the pithos. No. Harry snapped, yanking the jar further away from her. Protega. A sheen of magic spread over the body of the pithos. It covered the jar in liquid metal, glimmering like the starry sky. The light dissipated slowly. The jar now had a glassy cover all around it, transparent and impermeable. "Get back to camp," Harry told her. "Apollo'll be waiting for you." The spirit retracted her arm, now frustrated. Harry sidestepped her and marched away. Whatever she had planned for them, he wasn't a part of it. Right now, he had to find his wand. Atrium. Harry swallowed heavily. "Don't start with me." Elpis was obstinate. Alarms. She was right. The closer he got to the flashing elevators, the louder the noises became. It was only when the elevator doors refused to open that Harry heard building-wide alarms wailing. Ron and Ginny had picked the wrong day to visit their dad at work. To be fair, it was a ministry-mandated meeting for both of them to get a checkup of their core magic. Hermione's appointment was scheduled for the next day. Ron'd been wondering out loud if she would have enough time to visit them after the session when they received the mirror call from Annabeth, all the way from Long Island. That was bizarre, Ron said, when the demigod had cut the call midway through his explanation of the humdrum of Privet Drive. "Did she seem panicky to you?" Ginny asked. "It's Annabeth. She doesn't panic, she plans." Even so, the siblings called her back, but Annabeth didn't pick up, neither did Harry. Resolving to try again after lunch, they sat in their father's cubicle and munched on cafeteria sandwiches while Mr. Weasley was off to one of his meetings. After a comfortable time, the alarms went off. Obviously, everyone's first assumption was the Death Eaters. But Ron grabbed the table and nearly fell on his knees, panting heavily. He scratched his throat desperately like a boy dying from dehydration. "What?" Ginny hissed, bringing her wand out. "What's wrong?" "Ow, the pipes, I can't understand it, the water." "What's wrong with the water?" "It's gone." Ron gasped. "I can't feel it in the pipes anymore. It's like someone drained all of it." "Drained? All the water in the pipes?" Ginny frowned and stood up. "You mean the plumbing? In the building?" Ron pried his eyes open. "We need to go. Now." They ran for freight elevators. Mr. Weasley had directed them to use those if they were ever caught in a situation at the ministry without him, when they came across Amelia Bones and 13 demigods. "Whoa, bloody hell, Ginny? Annabeth? Ron? Nico? Excellent." Amelia Bones barked at them all. "Weasleys, get them out of the building, post haste. Where's your father?" "He's at the conference about the biting doorknobs. But something's wrong. The water's all gone." "Gone?" Bones asked, utterly perplexed. Annabeth stepped forwards. Her expression was tight. "Explain." "My core, you know I have water manipulation," Ron said hurriedly. "I can sense water." "Wow, really?" Frank asked, amazed. "Like a son of Nay, I mean, that's cool." "I suppose it's a little different. What's wrong with the water?" Annabeth asked, heatedly. "It's gone," Ron announced. "The building's water supply is totally dried up." It sounded wild even to the demigods. That's how you know things were spiraling. "That's impossible." Bones gawked. "This is the Ministry of Magic. At any time, we have more than 30,000 liters. "Well." Ron laughed infunnily. "It's all gone." The looks on the demigods' faces told Ginny that things were far worse than a sudden water shortage. "Madam Bones!" Someone shrieked, rushing to the group with their robes in a tizzy. "The flushes have stopped working. Is that why the alarms have gone off?" Bones conjured a large glowing ostrich from her wand even as Ron was talking. The demigods gawked at the massive specter. "Evacuate. All personnel level 4 and below, evacuate," Bones announced. Her voice was magnified times 10, recorded by the glowing ostrich. They winced at the volume as the ostrich split into 3 more, each one leaping in different direction to spread her orders. "Wait," Annabeth gasped. "What about Percy?" "The Aurors will capture him," Bones said grimly. "They'll kill him," Annabeth yelled. "No," Nico interrupted, holding a bandaged arm to his chest. "He'll kill them. We all need to get out." Ginny went slack-jawed. "Excuse me." Bones stared at them hard. "This is no time for arguing. The Ministry is not kind to non-humans and human hybrids. You must leave." "Then why are you helping us?" Talia snapped. "You're seriously looking a gift horse in the mouth." Bianca spluttered and Talia scowled at her. "Let's not talk about gift horses," Gwen muttered. The others were checking their weapons. peering out from the corridor to observe the situation. Even as Ginny watched, people were packing up, parchment was flying about, and memos were zooming all over the place. The sirens still wailed and they heard Bones's announcement from the other floors now. "Just go." Bones ordered and swept away into a new crowd of department workers who rushed to the stairs. "Wait, wait." Ron waved his long arms. "What do you mean Percy's gonna kill?" Jason answered, "He's glowing blue and turning everything to dust. I guess he removed all the water from the building too. The wizards will stand no chance against him." Ginny couldn't fathom it. Was this some more demigodly power? "Where's the atrium?" Bianca asked. "Level 8, Ron said, his eyes still wide. "It's the lobby. The main entrance for the whole building." Annabeth frowned. Why would she tell him to go there? Who told to go where? Thalia growled and marched to one of the elevators. It had just shut down and she rattled the bars, annoyed. Nico groaned. The spirit of Delphi, she orchestrated the whole thing. Ginny's heart stuttered. "Rachel's here too. How? I thought she's still, She's still dead," Raina said solemnly. "But the spirit, it seems, has overarching plans." Ron gulped. "Fantastic. Okay, so Percy's gone berserk?" "He's not," Annabeth shouted. He's trying to control it." "Hey," Ethan called out to them. "That's him, that's Potter." He was way ahead of them, peering over the balcony. Everyone rushed to his side and looked over. 2 floors below them, Harry was running in the opposite direction of the crowds. Ginny inhaled sharply. Even from a distance, she saw the blood dried over his tea. He was clutching an old clay jar to the side like a quaffle and fleeing down the corridor. Ginny shook her head. Why's he always covered in blood? "Harry!" Ron roared over the chaos. Harry skidded to a stop, head whipping around till he found them. He waved frantically and rushed to the side to see them clearly. "Catch!" he shouted. "Catch! Catch what?" Nearly everyone gasped. Harry had grabbed the banister, hurled himself halfway over the edge and swung the jar up into the air. Jason leapt over the balcony and caught it. "Ugh!" he groaned, hovering in midair. "It's heavy." "Don't listen to her," Harry was yelling. "Go!" Annabeth cupped her hands over her mouth and screamed. "He's headed to the atrium." "I'll get him out," Harry said frantically. "He's destroying everything," Nico yelped. Just put a shield around him or something." Or something was about right. Ginny's head was spinning. Was Percy losing control of his magic? Was it like her back in the hospital? Dear Morgana, this was bad. But Harry's shield had once stopped fiend fire from consuming him and Percy. Perhaps he could do the same thing again. Annabeth faced the group. "Get the jar back to camp. Ron, Ginny, show them the way out." She turned and ran to the fire exit. "You're not going alone." Talia barked but she was already out of sight. "We split up," Jason decided. He handed the jar over to Raina who grimaced at the weight. "I'm going with Annabeth. We can scare the wizards enough to get them out." "That'll work, we're already terrified," Ron assured him. Bianca nodded stiffly. "Nico, go with the others. Natalie and I will get Lee. Both Nico and Hazel argued, but, "No buts, all of you, go." Bianca's order finally had them moving. Her silver circlet was glowing even in the daylight and neither Ron nor Ginny wanted to contest her. "The freight elevators will still work," Ron advised them. "We can take them straight out of the building and find the nearest flow." The fountain cracked from side to side. Percy held in a laugh. His mom would think it was funny. His gut tightened and he watched the fountain of magical brethren run out of the last of the building's water. He hadn't meant to, but Percy had taken away the water, absorbing it into his body. He didn't catch all of it of course, but most of the moisture was gone and his body felt light enough to lift him off the ground or set him on fire. Percy refrained from touching anything else. The walls and floors had cracked from his water tapping so to speak. He'd broken a path from the jail cells all the way to the atrium. His aim was to head down to the morgue and find Harry. But the golden statues that made up the fountain distracted him. A wizard, a witch, a centaur, a goblin, and a house elf were built of stone. And gold, raising from the rock. Rachel would have fit right in. She would have been the centaur of attention. Percy giggled to himself. Cracks emerged around Percy's bare feet. The last time he'd caused a proper earthquake, it led to a full-fledged volcanic eruption. He still remembered the news playing the footage for weeks. The statistics were imprinted in his head. He knew exactly how many had died, been hospitalized, and been left homeless. He wouldn't do that this time. London would not suffer. The noise all around had slowly died down, and he sensed the blood pressure of several humans behind him. They formed a semicircle on one side, the air shimmering with protective charms. Their wands were pointed at him. Percy knew he could have absorbed them all, blood and flesh included. But that sounded like murder, and he figured he better not. Find Harry. Right? That's the goal, because Percy was so close to losing it. He wasn't in control like Harry, or even holding onto the final threads like Ginny when she'd burned St. Mungo's down. At least she could keep the fire off of the floor. At least she had a target. Percy was volatile with no other way out. He remembered what Triton had told him. Kill yourself. The sharp and cutting words terrified him then but made sense now. Unlike Harry and Rachel, Percy had delayed death for too long and his magic was escalating. I'm not actually kidding, Triton added, blithely. If you lose all control, the best thing is to just kill you. Don't want you accidentally raising a building or all your friends. Triton must have known something like this would happen. He said the exact words needed. No, Percy did not want to raise a building or any friends. He just managed to avoid raising Olympus or whatever that prophecy had said. Percy wanted no more raising. Harry would do the right thing. Percy knew this. Harry'd make sure he wouldn't hurt anyone. Percy peered up and found the spirit of Delphi watching him silently from one of the empty corridors on the floor above him. The building rose like a hollow husk from the atrium, and Percy was right in the middle by the fountain. From the distance, Rachel's eyes barely glowed. It made her no less intense. There's no way he'll listen to us, Tonks whispered to Kingsley. Look at him, he's barely holding it together. Kingsley Shacklebolt ordered 3 separate teams of Auror forces to form a barrier behind Percy. The boy was giggling to himself, having sent a minor tremor into the ground to crack the golden rock fountain. The statues tilted and trembled alarmingly. Is everyone else out? Kingsley asked. Civilian and law enforcement departments have, well, departed, Cedric murmured, shakily. Our danger readings are off the charts. We should not engage. Kingsley nodded. They had no choice. Attacking Percy, even to try and stun him, could be what sent him over the edge. Not to mention, Sally would never forgive him for hexing her son. Retreat, Kingsley whispered, and Tonks blew a sigh of relief. Some of the Aurors grumbled, but several others backed away thankfully. That's when one of the exit doors burst open and loud footsteps crashed into the previously silent hall. Harry, Tonks almost screamed. You? But, I saw you, you were Shish. Harry hissed at her. His eyes were wide as they darted from her to Percy to Kingsley to all the Aurors waiting for more orders. Kingsley almost lost composure. He'd seen the body. Harry's skull had been in pieces. His brains had been. Kingsley pulled himself into the present and said grimly, so fast? Harry nodded. Blood had dried into his hair and t-shirt. His jeans were grimy and his feet were bare and even muddy. But Harry himself was fully functional, ready to dive back into the fight. Lift the disapparition wards, Harry urged Kingsley. Harry, you can't. I can, he promised. You don't even have a wand. Trust me, Harry said, finally breaking away from the Aurors and walking to Percy, who still had his back to them. More footsteps echoed from behind. Kingsley saw Annabeth Chase with 2 teenagers rush into the fray. Cedric, Zachary, and a few other Aurors stopped them. Tonks. Annabeth Whisper yelled, King, let me through. No. Kingsley said firmly. Everyone back up 4 paces, Cupio Discadir. The atrium lights flickered as the wards shifted. The Auror circle retreated, dragging the demigods with them. We can help Harry. The girl with the dark spiky hair said. Her eyes crackled blue and Kingsley was tempted to just let her pass, but that's when Tonks gasped. Everyone stilled. Percy had gotten to his feet and turned to face them. Harry froze a mere yard from him. He threw a hand out to stop the Aurors from trying anything. Percy's eyes were glowing blue. His veins stood out and the skin of his face and arms shone in a greenish-blue tint as though he was underwater. He didn't even breathe. His chest was unnaturally still. His focus was completely on Harry, who steeled himself and tried to soothe him. "Percy," Harry said. In the terrible quiet of the hall, every whisper was magnified. "You're going to be okay," Harry said carefully. "It's me. I'm here." Percy eyed him, deadly silent. Slowly, he approached him. "It's Harry," Harry whispered. His outstretched arm was trembling ever so lightly. "Quietly and no light," Kingsley said under his breath. "Shields up." The air barely wavered as the oars erected their invisible walls. Percy didn't give it any notice. He was fully focused on Harry. Then, he raised his arm. Annabeth's grip tightened on Kingsley's shoulder. Percy's hand had the mildest glow possible, but the light had still eaten away the sleeve end of his hoodie. Harry didn't back down. He stayed still even as the glowing hand reached for his face. Everyone held their breaths. The glow retreated. Percy's hand touched Harry's face, gracing the side. His fingers pushed into his sticky hair. Checking the wound, Kingsley realized. Percy's hand came away and it was covered in flecks of dried blood. Harry exhaled faintly. "I'm okay." Percy let out a sob. His face crumpled and he fell into Harry's embrace. Harry was so startled he didn't push him away. But the light was gone and nobody was hurt. Harry immediately wrapped his arms around Percy, one around his back, the other cupping his head. And he disapparated with Percy from the Ministry of Magic. The land north of Privet Drive was a secluded forest. Further ahead was a large ravine. Beyond the ravine was another expanse of unoccupied land, starting from a cliff and stretching out to farmland before reaching London's city limits. The unoccupied land had barely any plants. Some scattered shrubs and freezing grass patches were all that remained. This was where Harry apparated. The air violently expelled him and Percy onto the ledge. Harry shoved himself away from Percy and conjured a shield around himself as Percy let go. The explosion rocked the earth, shaking the shrubs and their roots off the ground. The oncoming light decimated every inch of life in a half-mile radius. The earth rocked and the ground threatened to crumble underneath their feet. He reduced the earth to ash. Birds fled and crickets scattered. Harry crouched beneath his impenetrable shield, knowing he was safe, knowing that he was the strongest he'd ever been. Harry was in absolute control for the first time in his life. He knew exactly what he was capable of. Percy didn't. They found out when the dust settled. The crackling and grinding noises stopped after a few minutes. Harry counted to 20 before removing his spherical shield. His magic had dug through the ground, keeping some of the mud safe enough for Harry to stand on. He stood up and gawked at the destruction. There was a reason why Percy was called the Destroyer. This was it. Harry was now staring at smoking land with the topsoil disintegrated. There hadn't been much green to begin with, but now, there was none. Percy was on the ground, breathing unsteadily. He'd collapsed after the explosion and his clothes had torn at the seams. The cuffs of his jeans were gone, ripped apart by the light. He'd somehow managed to keep all of it from disappearing, which was a miracle. Harry inched forwards. "Percy?" The demigod grimaced. You're okay?" "Yeah. I'm good," Harry said, trying to make his face neutral. "You?" "Been better." The clouds gathered above them, attracted by the sudden dip in air pressure. Harry wondered if it would rain or snow. He hadn't been to Surrey during the winter for a few years now. The surroundings were so quiet it pricked at Harry's nerves. He sat on the ground beside Percy and said, "You didn't hurt anyone?" Percy didn't answer. "They would have told me if you did," Harry continued. "They evacuated most of the building." "You got hurt. Blame Petunia." Percy opened his eyes. "You remember?" Harry pressed his lips together. "Bits and pieces. I don't know exactly how, but I know it was her." Percy nodded. He turned on his side, still lying down. He pressed his cheek to the dry sand and cracked ground. "I heard the shot, and I tasted the blood." "That would shock anyone." Harry nodded slowly, wanting to physically strangle Petunia but also hoping to never venture near her ever again. "The blood disappeared," Percy said. Now Harry was taken aback. It did?" Percy nodded and Harry touched the side of his own head. His hair was messy as ever, but the right side of his scalp was still sticky in places. His shirt was still stained. "This one time, Clarice punched my teeth out," Percy said. Harry blinked. Oddly enough, he wasn't all that stunned by the idea of Clarice being violent. but the change in topic had been pretty sudden. My first capture the flag. A single pow to my face. I didn't even see it coming. Point is, I spat both teeth out on the ground. I watched them disappear. Harry sat back wide-eyed. Just like that. Maybe it's because we're fighting the Earth Goddess and she's absorbing us? That was terrifying. Percy didn't want to believe it. Remember your blood was all over me? It disappeared too. Maybe because it's my blood? It's still on me, Harry pointed out. See? It doesn't smell though. Both boys pondered quietly. I know the patron's name, Percy said suddenly. Harry bit his tongue and winced. What? It's a who, Percy whispered. She's a who? I mean, she's a primordial goddess. We figured that. But whose? You know that spell you used to knock out the lights? Nox. Harry nodded. That's her Roman name, Percy explained. She's the goddess of the night sky. She's older than Gaia. Her sister, I think. Harry exhaled heavily. I don't know her story. Percy grinned. I only know one. This one time, Hypnos irritated Zeus about something. Zeus got angry and chased him around the planet. Hypnos did the divine equivalent of hiding behind his mother's skirt. Zeus left him alone because he's afraid of her. Harry sat still. Zeus? The king? He's afraid of Hypnos's mother? Are you remembering the story right? It was a testament to the goddess that Percy refrained from saying her name out loud. This is Percy Jackson. There was no god he wasn't willing to piss off. Not even Thunderpants Zuzi would cross her, he said solemnly. Case in point. What does she want with us? Harry asked. No clue, Percy said. But Lupa will know. That's where he was going with the conversation. Harry should have guessed. Made your choice? Yeah. Triton was right. We need her to teach us, Percy decided. At least me and Rachel. You seem fine with the extra power. I keep dying way too often, Harry pointed out. I have to stop that. The wind blew, cold and hungry. But neither of them were too bothered by it. They were used to the cold forest of Surrey, having spent their childhood playing there. Percy swallowed. Then we all need the training. We'll start when Rachel wakes up. Harry nodded. Done. Percy looking down at his torn clothes. He glanced up at Harry, eyes growing wide and hopeful. Harry smirked. Reparo. The torn fabric recombined. His hoodie grew into a single piece, threading back what had been missing and burnt. The denim also reformed, growing back to his ankles. Harry frowned. Are those my jeans? Percy coughed. Huh? No, I have no idea what you're talking about. He eyed Percy suspiciously. Harry had to stop leaving cash in his pockets. It was only a matter of time before Nico and Rachel began stealing his pants too. What happened to your shoes? Percy finally asked. Harry peered down, confused. Mortician must have taken them off. Yours? Percy wriggled his bare toes. Absorbed him. Harry nodded, fighting a grin. They caught each other's faces and burst into loud cackles. They laughed for a long time. Harry collapsed on his back, his sides aching. He watched the clouds swim sluggishly through the gray sky. The sun still managed to filter through them. Gentle beams lit up the sky. He didn't want to go back. Not yet. X and O's, Harry suggested. Percy was still smiling wide and breathing hard. Huh? Harry rolled over on his stomach and used his finger to draw two parallel lines in the loose dirt. Then he drew two perpendicular lines to make a large hash. Percy's propped his head up with an arm. You know everyone will be waiting for us. They can wait, Harry said, drawing an X. We need a break. Percy grinned and scratched an O in the hash. Harry felt proud for cheering him up. It snowed. They played a few dozen games till they were drawing, not on dead sand, but melting snow. For once, the teens basked in the lack of deadlines, promises, and the end of the worlds. Chapter Endnotes Images. 1. Plasma Explosion. Web links. 2. Tic-tac-toe. Web links beach hand drawing tic-tac-toe playing sand summer beach image 157970475. Warnings. A description, recollection, of a gruesome murder, gun violence. B. Inner turmoil, internal struggle, feeling out of control. Rachel wakes up chapter summary. Harry and Percy returns to find an eclectic collection of friends from both camps befriending Ron and Ginny. They're all stuck for the evening at Frost Mansion, but not all is so bad. Because the spirit of Delphi reveals 2 prophecies she's stolen from the Department of Mysteries. And Rachel wakes up. Chapter notes: so pleased with all the excitement I've received, you're all the best. As this story progress, drop a comment letting me know who you think Pandora is. Cheeky smiley face. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Amelia Bones might not tell anyone, but they weren't exactly quiet when Ron and Ginny led the demigods out of the ministry. So they used a public flow to travel, not to the burrow, but to Frost. All covered in flow dust and hearth soot. The Greeks introduced the Romans to the house. Ron called Hedwig from her jaunt in the woods outside. The snowy owl swooped through the trees, gliding silently and so gracefully that everyone fell silent. Hey, Ron said, holding an arm out for Hedwig to perch upon. Any chance you know if Harry's safe? You can talk to owls? Frank asked, impressed. What? No, this is Harry's owl. She's tuned to him. She ought to know. Ron trailed off when Hedwig hooted low. She squatted and prepared to sit on his outstretched arm permanently. She's not going anywhere, Annabeth figured. Probably for the best, Harry wouldn't want her hurt. Hedwig hooted again. She allowed Annabeth to stroke her feathers gently. Flows blocked, Ginny called out, standing in front of the mantelpiece. If it's anything like the London attacks last year, they probably shut down transportation all over the country. We caught the final grate. At least we didn't get separated, Gwen said, ever the optimist. They managed to dust the soot off of their clothes by the time Bianca and one of her hunters, Natalie, Shadow, traveled into the living room with the spirit of Delphi and Haydn. Stay. Bianca snapped at the wraith. The creature wisely sat on the floor by the couch, pouting but otherwise silent. You brought that thing here? Annabeth groaned. And where's Mrs. O'Leary? Lee was gone before we could find her, Bianca scowled. She'd woken up some time ago and left the cell they locked her in. Nico exhaled, relieved. At least she's safe, but what do we do with Ghosty here? Haydn snarled at him and Nico glowered back. Ginny gawked at it. Ron murmured, but, what the bloody hell is this thing? It's a wraith, Talia explained. Harry made it when he died the first time. Of course he did, Ron said faintly. Ginny faced him, incredulous. Harry's wraith? Like he died and left a murderous ghost? These things eat flesh, you know. We know, Nico said, laying back on the couch. Ginny punched Ron's arm and Hedwig took off, flying up to Annabeth's shoulder. You never told me. Ginny berated Ron. Ow, bugger off, Gin. Ron shoved her away. What makes you think Harry told me in the first place? He's never mentioned it, Jason asked, strangely amused. This would be a hell of an icebreaker if he did. If only, Ron shook his head. Harry really isn't the sharing sort, but I guess he's always been curious about the ghosts. Ginny gave him a dirty look. That didn't set off any alarms? Who's not vaguely interested in ghosts? Hogwarts is full of them. But I always thought it strange that Harry could manhandle Peeves. Nico raised his head. That poltergeist you guys have? That's the one. Nico frowned at Haydn. Poltergeists are more mischievous than wraiths. But they're the same kind of deviations from ghostly apparitions. Haydn bared his teeth. He may have been smiling or preparing to eat them all, it was unclear. He looks like Harry, Ginny said, hesitantly. Like a dead Harry, Nico said bluntly. That's how old he and Percy were when they were murdered in that house. You couldn't torture that information out of Harry. Bianca shot him a look. Watch your tongue, Nicolo. Nico grumbled but fell silent. Jason and Raina shuffled the large pithos beside the armchair. She asked, so, this fireplace connects all houses? Flow system, Ron answered, still watching the wraith. Frost's grate is protected by additional enchantments so we can hunker down here for a while. Mum would kill us for leading an Auror entanglement to the burrow. Mind you, she'll kill them for barging in the first place, Ginny sighed, dropping to the couch by Nico's legs. We just wait then? Ethan asked, dubious. Wraith and cursed jars are fine. I just don't want to be anywhere near her. He jerked his thumb over his shoulder at Rachel's corpse, still happily inhabited by Delphi's spirit. Annabeth spun on her heel. Hedwig flapped her wings unhappily. Annabeth accused, you planned this whole thing. Yes, the spirit answered. The house fell silent. Even Haydn watched her. Why? Hazel asked carefully. The spirit smiled. Rachel's face pulled as her lips curved. It looked less inhuman than when she smiled before, like she was getting used to the body. She walked towards Nico, who sprang up to a sitting pose. His bandaged arm was still tucked to his side. Ginny froze and neither of them moved as the spirit dug her hand into one of the pockets of her jeans and brought out 2 tiny clear marbles. She offered them both to Nico. You asked me for Pandora's identity. This is the best I can do. Nico gawked up at her. What are they? The spirit shook her hand and Nico held his uninjured arm out. She dropped the marbles into his palm. Nico held them close to the eye, confused. Haydn, the spirit called. The wraith jolted. It looked up at Bianca warily. No sudden moves, Bianca told Haydn, one hand clasped around her silver bow. The gesture was enough of a warning. Haydn carefully kneeled up. He touched one of the marbles in Nico's hand and it activated. It grew to its full size, a crystal ball with a prophecy weaving inside like soft smoke. Ron gasped in a strangled voice. Did you break into the Hall of Prophecies for that? The spirit smiled. Of course. I needed Haydn because these 2 are Harry and Rachel's prophecies. Annabeth blinked. Rachel too? Wait, they both have prophecies related to Pandora? Shish. Nico said. He held up the crystal ball. In the presence of Haydn, words appeared within the glass sphere and the prophecy recited itself to everyone in a low woman's breathless rasp. Brothers of destiny, ruled by prophecies, broken chains, gained by tearless eyes, what one lacks, the other receives. Born from when innocence dies. Only rebirth shall set them free, breaking the strength of lies, united by love so deep. By the hand of life. Annabeth backed away from the sphere and Hedwig took off. Nico had gone pale and Ginny's hair began to spark. Who recorded this? Raina asked hushed. The spirit of Delphi smiled. Lily Potter. Wonderful seer. She gave this prophecy a few weeks before she died, can you believe it? The sun slowly set. The shadows extended. The skies grew red and orange, late sunbeams sneaking through the scattered clouds and lighting up the falling snow around Surrey. Percy sat up and stuck his tongue out for a snowflake to land right on it. He grinned to himself. Time to head back, Harry suggested. His smile dimmed. Percy let the snowflake sit in his mouth. He sensed the tiny crystalline edges smoothen and melt from his warmth into a tiny drop of cool water. It's below 0, Percy said. Harry nodded, gesturing to the thick blanket of snow around them. We're not freezing, Percy pointed out. Harry shrugged. We've never frozen. When was the last time you were sick? Harry thought it over. I guess, does swallowing a snitch count? Nope. Huh. I had a cold once. Percy frowned in thought. Your nose was all red, wasn't it? Yes. Right before you and Mom dropped me, Annabeth, and Talia off at Westover Hall. To pick up Nico and Bianca, Harry recalled. Percy laughed. It was a bright burst of energy and Harry could have sworn some of the snow melted from the mere sound. Guess who else had a cold at that exact time? Percy chortled. Harry tried to think back to those days. Things had seemed strangely simpler in hindsight. Despite the Titans rising and the Triwizard Tournament looming over him, they knew who were the enemies and allies. And they knew themselves. Things were up in the air now. Luckily, Harry was good at catching things. Who? He finally asked, unable to figure it out and needing the answer. Percy was still giggling to himself. Rachel, she sneezed right behind me and I nearly skewered her with Riptide. Harry exhaled. His warm breath rose in a soft white mist. They were in freezing temperatures but he was pretty comfortable, sitting in the snow. No such things as coincidences, Harry said, smiling. She was as red as you, Percy said, dreamily, funny. Percy fell onto his back and made his 12th snow angel. Harry tossed a handful of slush at him. Percy didn't even flinch. The cold snow hit his face and instantly dissolved, absorbed under his skin. How does it feel? Harry asked. Percy stopped waving his limbs. His face was perfectly dry. Like the ocean, like I can reach out and feel all the snow in a 5-mile radius. I can hear the blood pumping in my body and I can tell that I took in a lot of water from the ministry. Harry sat cross-legged. Did you absorb it all? Most, Percy said. His smile waning. I think I hit a limit somewhere. Made me feel bloated. Sucked ass. Harry's body shook as he choked back a laugh. Percy pointed at his hair and said, "It's all frozen. It'll probably break off if you move it too much." Harry touched his hair carefully. Points of ice had formed over the strands and Percy was right. Tufts of hair had frozen under thin ice and might actually break his hair if he crushed it. "Calidus," Harry said, and warm air blasted through him, heating up the space around him. Ice and snow turned to water which evaporated away as a blanket of white vapor. His hair relaxed freely, having been blow-dried. Percy nudged him with his foot. "Show off." "What?" "No wand." Harry examined his hands. "I can feel my blood too, you know." "Like, not in the normal way, right?" "Right." Percy sat up. The snow did not cling to him. "What if I hurt them again?" Harry didn't say anything at first. This would always be Percy's first fear. No amount of cajoling would brush it away. He might not recall exactly what happened to Nico, but he understood he'd hurt the boy. In the same way, Percy knew that Harry didn't want to talk about Haydn or the events from Halloween, 2001. Harry knew that Percy didn't want sweet and empty promises. Harry said, "Light up." Percy sucked in a tight breath. "Harry. Trust me." In the same way, Percy knew that Harry would always help him. Harry knew Percy would always trust him. The demigod grabbed some snow and held up his hand in between them. The snow melted, but instead of being absorbed into his palm, the water turned to vapor and then plasma. Azure light licked his skin, disintegrating his hoodie sleeve again. The surroundings had grown dark enough that his power lit up both their faces, bathing them in ominous blue. It didn't crackle like fire or electricity. It was almost silent until Harry leaned in and heard the high sweeping hiss of the power. He reached into the blue space. Percy yanked his arm back, but Harry grabbed one of the light ribbons, twisting his wrist up to conjure the black glittering shield nonverbally. Percy flinched. Harry was fine. He was smirking, in fact. In Harry's hand was a small sphere the size of a snow globe. Through the translucent surface that glimmered like the night sky, was a tiny spark of Percy's light, still flickering and alive inside it. Harry brought his fingers closer, shrinking the shield. The sphere closed in on itself, extinguishing the blue light and leaving behind nothing. "Reparo," Harry said, and Percy's sleeve rebuilt itself, again. Percy gulped and whispered, "Time to head back." They didn't activate the other crystal ball. Nico had seen some of the words and knew that it was the same one Rachel gave just a month after the second Titanomachy. Even the Romans had heard of the one called the Prophecy of Heroes. But they didn't talk about it now. The spirit of Delphi had relaxed into the single armchair. Jason snatched Pandora's pathos away from her. After another 10 minutes of waiting, they received a familiar ostrich Patronus. Amelia Bones's voice echoed from it. "Stay put. Do not leave your location. Flow tracking will end tomorrow at 9. The Patronus dissolved, leaving most of the demigods speechless. Annabeth frowned. "AM? We can't just stay over." Nico looked around. "Why not? This place is big enough for everyone." "Yes, but we have a wraith and a rogue spirit of Delphi here," Bianca said, exasperated. They turned to the spirit. She raised her hands and said, "No more shenanigans from me, for the week at least." None of them believed her. "My brain is fried," Travis announced. "Does this house have food?" Gwen and her girlfriend, Mako, sat on the couch. Raina and Jason were talking in low tones. Ron, Frank, and Hazel joined Travis in the kitchen. Annabeth, Talia, Bianca, and Natalie were also discussing furiously. Ethan, Ginny, and Nico moved to the floor, effectively forming a barrier between the spirit and the pathos. "What are the chances that your ministry found Jackson and Potter?" Ethan finally asked Ginny. "They might be under arrest right now and we're sitting ducks." Ginny shared a look with Nico, who smiled wryly. "Harry doesn't like staying put," Ginny said. "And Percy, well, it goes without saying that nobody can clap him in irons." "Harry regenerated really fast this time," Nico recalled. "I think he did get Percy out of harm's way. If he really disapparated." "He did." Annabeth and Talia chimed in from across the vast living room. "With Percy," Jason added. "Just pop into thin air. That mortal, Kingsley, allowed them to leave the building." He spoke in Latin. Talia smiled. "You caught that, huh?" British witches and wizards use their magic through Latin spells. Reyna frowned. If I may ask, if the Wixens are Latin inclined, it's surprising they befriended Greek demigods first, before the Romans. Nico shrugged. Blame Harry and Percy. They met each other and never unmet. Even Ethan chuckled at that. How close are they? Gwen wondered. Nico held up the first crystal ball that had spewed Lillipotter's prophecy, this close. So they met at your camp, England. Surrey, we were just there. The run-down house you guys saw? That was the Jacksons. They were 2 years old. Reyna nodded. I'm guessing they were integral to your plan to unite Camp Half-Blood with students from Hogwarts? Hogwarts, Ginny said. Yeah. A bunch of us got together and had a serious meeting and everything. Last year, right in this house, actually. Jason nodded. Good open space. Far away from your castle and camp, though. Neutral enough, Nico said. We also had a party here. Talia smirked. That's what people like to remember. The one sky crashed, Reyna guessed. Yep. It's been a while since I've been to a proper party, Mako said wistfully. Nico smiled. He'd like that too. Imagine all the Wixens, Greek and Roman demigods just getting drunk and spinning on the dance floor. Gaia wouldn't know what hit her. And Pandora wouldn't stand a chance against them. Pop. They heard a loud sound from the dark backyard. All the demigods were on their feet. The others from the kitchen rushed out and everyone gawked at the two figures that were walking across the bare ground towards the back porch of the house. Harry was way too relaxed to be covered in dried blood, yet he was. Percy was way too nervous to be walking to all his friends, but he was as well. Annabeth was first out the doors. She made a running leap at Percy, wrapping her limbs around him and madly yelling so fast her words ran into each other. Oi, Theoe. You're okay? You hurt? How could I scare me like that seaweed brain? Hi to you too, Harry told her. She waved a hand and smacked him on the shoulder in thanks. Percy got over his nerves pretty quickly and kissed her in plain view of everyone. Hedwig flew from the kitchen, hooting happily. She settled on Harry's arm, nuzzling the clean side of his head. Ron burst out and caught Harry by the arm, furiously checking the drying blood. Talia shoved Harry's shoulder before hugging him tight. I'm good, it's okay, Harry said. You guys all right? More or less, Ginny said, looking over her shoulder to where Nico was. News is that the flow will be open by 9 tomorrow, Talia informed him. We figured it was best to wait for you both because we have some not-so-keen guests here. Harry grimaced at the sight of Haydn. I'll take full responsibility for the Wraith, but the spirit of Delphi is on her own. Agreed, Talia said, short of snapping. But can you get us to camp? The flow is out. Lily escaped and Nico won't be able to take all of us. I can try, Nico began, but Bianca, Hazel, Harry, and Talia scowled at him. Harry gauged everyone in the house. 8 Greeks, 6 Romans, 2 Wixens, and 1 spirit of Delphi. He could get Ron and Ginny to the burrow. But for the demigods, group apparitions were discouraged for a very good reason, because if Harry's concentration slipped even a tiny bit, he'd splinch all of them. I'll stop you right there, Ginny said, pointing fiercely at Harry. You're pale and cold. You need as much rest as Nico. We can all stay here till tomorrow morning. Harry sighed. I'm not cold. It was snowing in Surrey, okay? Percy finally pulled himself away from Annabeth. Don't listen to him, he needs the break. Travis waved a hand over him. And maybe take a shower. You don't stink, but the bloody look is so last season. Harry tried to send a Patronus to camp, Sally, and Remus. It was hard to do without a wand, so he coached Ron through it and managed to send it after a few attempts. They spent the rest of the night setting up mattresses in the living room and pushing the furniture to the wall for everyone to get some sleep. Nico got the couch despite ingesting enough ambrosia to make a difference to his arm. Mako, a Roman daughter of Apollo, also tried her brand of healing while wrapping a fresh bandage around the burned skin. Percy apologized another 4 times before Nico shoved a throw cushion into his face. I'm serious, Percy said, frowning deeply. I could have really messed things up for good this time. It was pure luck we got out of there. Gwen shot him a quick smile. You did your best to get away from us. You were trying to head down to Harry in the first place. That wasn't just luck, Percy. Here, Ginny said, raising a glass of butterbeer. They had a supper of various fruits. Harry warned them to stay away from his beloved greenhouse. He also conjured a shield around the wraith. "Will it hold?" Bianca asked, folding her arms and staring Haydn down. The wraith poked at the translucent sphere from inside, unhappy about the barrier. But he hadn't made a move to attack anyone the whole night. He was particularly wary of Bianca, Hazel, and Nico for obvious reasons. He was also frustrated with Harry. Oddly enough, it was the spirit of Delphi who Haydn stayed away from. Anytime she glanced at him, Haydn dropped his head and fidgeted with his dirty clothes. "It'll hold," Harry said decisively. "It worked with the Pythos, it ought to work with him." Frank spoke aloud for the first time in over an hour. "What? You mean Pandora's jar?" Everyone turned to look at the clay jar standing tall beside the coffee table. Nico tilted his head and clearly saw the shine of the magical shield pulsing around it. "Whoa," Nico said, impressed. "Is it permanent?" Harry frowned. "I can make it permanent, but this will fade if I die again." "Okay." Talia nodded. "That means we have like a week." "Bugger off, Thalls." She smirked. Hazel offered treats to a hesitant Hedwig. Annabeth shared her bowl of orange slices with the others. She carefully asked, "So, are you gonna tell us what happened?" Harry dug into his papaya and lettuce salad. He didn't look up until his mouth was full. Meh, F Thigs Jid Berg. Ron was curious, but Percy nudged him gently. "It's chill. Things got out of hand, that's all." Haydn chuckled. Harry glared. The wraith ignored him and crawled away like a hamster in a plastic ball. "Since there are so many of us, we can easily take turns keeping watch," Reyna decided, getting to her feet. "This house is safe," Harry promised. "You can all turn in." "I don't sleep," Delphi's spirit said unexpectedly. The others stared at her. Ethan said what they were thinking. You are not keeping watch." "I could." "No," Jason decided. "Ray and I will take the first watch." They settled in for the night and turned off the lights. Surprisingly, Harry was the first to fall asleep. By 4 a.m., they were all slumbering, even the assigned watchers. Even the spirit of Delphi. The wasteland stretched as far as the eye could see, and Rachel had excellent vision. Trees stood iron and dead, petrified like stone without their spirits. The ocean was still like a mirror reflecting the orange-red skies. The wind had died alone with the heroes and no sound emerged from what was once a dense and magical forest of Camp Half-Blood. The fires of the pyres had crackled down to nothing, echoing eerily until silence enveloped her. They were charred black and quiet like the mounds of graves underneath cracked earth. This wasn't her world. "How'd I get back?" Rachel asked. Harry gauged her carefully. He seemed around 19, maybe 20 or older. It was hard to tell through the angry twist in his face. "Not my problem," he finally said and walked away, leaving Rachel in a mass grave. She turned back to see the pyres and graves of all her friends. Everyone from Nico to Octavian, from Ginny to Draco, from Chiron to the last forest nymph, all dead. "This can't be it," Rachel gasped. The land didn't reply. She ran from there. Her feet pounded on the cracked ground, leaving no footprint or dust in its wake. She headed for the beach, searching for a familiar face. Percy was gone, possibly dived under the ocean for a reprieve. But Rachel was there. 19-year-old Rachel sat on the damp sand, picking the dry blood from underneath her fingernails. The other Rachel, the dead one, the younger one, came to a stop beside the Immortal and yelled, "This is not the future." The Immortal woman exhaled. Her veins glowed gold, the light climbing up her limbs and neck, trickling into her face, and lighting up her eyes like a goddess of the old. "Not this," she told a startled Rachel, "but I am." She stood up from the sand and held her arm out. The gold staff jumped into her palm. Rachel backed away from her. This older version of her had magic? No, she would not accept it. Red hair curled around the goddess like a halo. She spoke, "Wake up." She had a crick in her neck. Rachel raised her head carefully. She stretched her limbs and turned over in the armchair. Odd. When did Olympus have armchairs? Wasn't she working on Annabeth's laptop checking on the throne's design drafts? Yes, that's what Rachel was doing with Bolt up in Olympus while Annabeth was off to the Grand Canyon to pick up 2 unclaimed demigods. Rachel rubbed her eyes. No, they weren't fooling her. She was in the living room of Frost Mansion in Gretna Green. At her feet were at least a dozen others asleep on mattresses on the floor. Cold morning air breezed through one of the open French doors that led to the backyard. Bolt. When did we get here? Rachel thought. She received no answer. Bolt. An owl hooted from outside. Hedwig swooped in through the door with a flap of her silent wings. She eyed Rachel closely, eyes wide as though trying to gauge if Rachel was a friend or foe. Harry apparated onto the porch outside. The sound of his arrival was a loud snap of the air. Some of the sleeping teens stirred. Ari, Rachel croaked, sitting up. Her body was strangely not stiff from inactivity that sleep usually brought her. Harry gasped. He ran in from the back porch, sliding to his knees in front of her. He clasped her wrist and pressed 2 fingers to check her pulse. It's you, he whispered. Rachel squinted. Of course it's me, you weirdo. Who else am I supposed to be? Harry choked a tight laugh and yelled, Wake up, you wankers. Rachel's back. Annabeth was first to shoot up from the floor. Her eyes lost sleep immediately and she stared at Rachel in shock. Rachel's awake, she announced, smacking Percy's back. Rachel sat up slowly. Was I asleep for long? Nico pushed himself up with one hand. To her complete surprise, he scrambled up and hugged her. It's so good to see you, he crowed. Rachel patted his back, confused. Bolt, what's going on? Can you hear me? The others sat up, sheets falling, still half asleep and befuddled. Hey, Dare, Travis announced, grinning wide. You're a sight for sore eyes. Thanks, what are you doing here? We slept over, a tall, chubby boy answered. He went pink when she stared at him. I don't know you, but I'm also glad you're back. I'm Frank, by the way. Hi, Frank, by the way, Rachel teased him. He grew pinker. Rachel. Ginny gasped, sitting up as well. Rachel gawked. That's when she realized there were way too many people to count this as an uneventful sleepover. Did something happen to the quest? Rachel asked Annabeth and Hazel, the latter of whom had just woken up. Annabeth grimaced, sharing a worried glance with Harry. I'll tell her, Percy said quietly. Bolt was dead. Rachel had seen visions of her beloved tiger's entrails strewn around, months ago, but she'd dismissed. And now her beautiful, smart, brilliant companion was gone forever. Rachel let Annabeth and Percy hug her. Annabeth had apologized over and over for summoning the spirit of Delphi to ward off Ajax, but that was secondary. Percy was almost crying when he spoke of how Ajax murdered her darling Bolt. Ajax, who'd been sent by her parents to pick her up. Her parents, who were working for Gaia, who'd waged war against the pantheons. The gods, who probably didn't care that Bolt's blood was spilled on their hallowed marble floors. Rachel wondered who mopped up those floors and packed up Bolt's body. Or did someone just snap their fingers and make her disappear? She stayed on the armchair while people fussed over her. She watched Bianca, Nico, and their sister, Hazel, stand around a tiny live corpse in a soap bubble. The body looked a lot like Harry with the colors leached. Rachel, here's some water. Or maybe you want to freshen up. Washing your face can help. Do you want some tea? Tea? Really? It's what my mom does when someone's upset? Oh, my grandma too. Rachel dripped the arms of her seat, fingernails digging into the soft stuffing. She breathed carefully. A little slip and she'd break. Bolt was dead, and she hadn't been able to do anything. The doorbell rang. Everyone paused. Harry stood up, scowling at the front door. Percy gulped. They're here for me. Stay back, Harry warned. Rachel let her ears do the work. The demigods lingered about, waiting for the hearth to reopen in order to flow to Percy's apartment in Manhattan. Ron and Ginny were waiting for the all-clear from their parents. Harry and Percy were waiting to be screamed at by Sally, who they'd forgotten to inform about everything that had happened the previous day. Rachel had been out for no less than 2 entire weeks. The world had continued to spin chaotically in her absence. Like she hadn't mattered at all in the grand scheme of things. She heard Harry open the door and say, Or Dawlish, fancy seeing you here. Not another word, Potter, a smug voice spoke. We have a warrant right here. How about you talk to my attorney first? No, see, these delightful papers are for you or any of your freaky little friends. The warrant is for the arrest of one Rachel Elizabeth Dare. Eyes darted about in confusion. Rachel frowned. That didn't sound right. Excuse me, Harry blurted. She heard the snap and rustle of papers. Footsteps barged into the house and Dawlish and his team of oars arrived at the entrance to the immense living room. He nodded at Rachel, still frozen on her armchair, flanked by 4 others. Stand up, Ms. Dare. Hands behind your head. She stared, uncomprehending. Are you serious? Percy snapped, stepping in between her and the oars, blocking their view of her. What are the charges? Annabeth asked, equally furious. Read the warrant, one of the oars retorted. It's because she broke into the Department of Mysteries, Harry announced, waving the arrest papers in the air. And for stealing 2 prophecies, Dawlish added. Ms. Dare, let's not delay. She's not going anywhere, Nico said, fuming. Says who? Dawlish barked. Nobody said a word, but everyone gathered close, standing in front of Rachel to face down the oars. Everyone. Rachel's breath hitched. Obstruction of justice, one of the oars whispered. Did you forget what happened yesterday, you little twerps? Another spoke up. Oh, yeah, Talia said, grinning, electricity crackling between her fingers, same as Jason. Round 2, let's go. We're not fighting, Percy said evenly, holding an arm in front of Talia. You are going to turn around and walk out of here. Bold words from someone who nearly destroyed an entire building full of people, Dawlish snarled. But he didn't, Harry said, stepping forward. His voice chilled the air, he wasn't messing around. She thieved from the ministry, Dawlish finally snapped. 2 prophecies. I don't even get all this divination bahooey, but it's a crime, plain and simple. What if we told you why she took them? Annabeth suddenly said. Only people who the prophecies are about can take them out of the department, correct? 2 oars whispered in the back. Dawlish scowled. What does that have to do with anything? Our warrant states. Then perhaps those prophecies had something to do with her? Annabeth said. What are you saying? Talk to my attorney, Harry repeated. Rachel just picked up her prophecies. That's not a crime. She did not have an appointment, and if she took something out of the department that didn't belong to her, that's a crime. Dawlish shrugged. Are you so daft to actually believe in prophecies and palm reading? Where's the proof that they were her recorded prophecies or even words describing her? Explain that. What was so important that Dare had to go get them? Rachel's body jerked forward. The air was punched out of her throat and she fell back, out of her body. I always thought it was rude to push my host to the side to deliver answers. Who said that? Bolt. I am the spirit of Delphi, my dear. A green silhouette made itself known. She and Rachel were floating in space, utterly untethered to reality. Would you like to see us in action? The spirit whispered kindly. After a moment's hesitation, Rachel agreed. The living room came back into view. Things were fuzzy and frozen. Rachel saw her own body, seated on the armchair. Her hands were crushing the arms of the chair, her torso forward but head tilted back. Her eyes had rolled up in her head, not just showing the whites, but also glowing green. Green smoke bellowed around her, curling through the feet of all the teenagers and oars in the room. She was watching herself host the spirit of Delphi and deliver the prophecy of heroes. Heroes shall sail to answer the call, to Pandora's oath the king must fall. Cursed ice to thaw with her love's depth, and foes bare arms to the doors of death. The terrible voice emerged from Rachel's throat. She watched the spirit use her body to doom her friends again, and this one included Pandora. Chapter Endnotes Images. 1. Holding a crystal ball. Web links crystal ball image 32,382,380 hash res 266155551. 2. Hand conjuring blue plasma, web links. 3. Hand capturing blue spark in a sphere, web links. Warning. Police authority trying to arrest a minor without their guardian present. Temporary Tempest chapter summary with Sally's help. They make a temporary solution to the problem. And then the Immortals discover an out-of-box solution. That will be held off for a later date. Bottom line is, some parents know how to help, and others really don't. Chapter notes few. This month's been hectic. I think this is the longest I've gone without updating this series. I can't say how irregular the posting schedule is, but I can't guarantee anything except for the fact that I really want to finish this saga one day. Vibe. Things are gonna get better by Nefex. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Mrs. O'Leary had escaped from the ministry's detention center for large beasts and waited outside London for hours. When it was clear none of her demigods could call her safely, she found a responsible adult who could help clear matters up. No, not the gods. That's how Sally Jackson arrived at Frost Mansion to find a team of Aurors shrieking and running out of the house. Several of them were already sending Patroni, yelling for backup. It didn't help matters when they saw Lee, the only helpful creature for 100 miles. "This is private property," Sally barked, descending from the hellhound's back. "Push off before I call the authorities." "We are the authorities," one of the Aurors snapped at her. "This house will be blocked from the public for safety concerns, namely the possessed squib inside," another man announced. The hound growled. Sally held a hand out to her. "Check on the kids, Lee. It's all right." The hellhound carefully nudged her back, which sent Sally stumbling a few steps, and disappeared into the shadows. The adults instantly heard relieved cries from inside. "For the last time," the man named John Dawlish groaned. "Rachel Elizabeth Dare is under arrest, but after the recent scene where she was revealed to be under demonic possession, we will be bringing her into custody for immediate exorcism." Sally watched him closely. He was serious. "The possession is consensual," she finally announced. "There is no demonic presence here." "Oh, yeah," another Auror challenged, almost sounding hysterical. "Then what about that wraith, huh? It could be the thing taking control of Dare and making her spout poems and shit." Poems? Sally's heart sunk. Had Rachel's body given another prophecy in front of everyone? That poor girl? The door burst open and Harry, Talia, Percy, and a few others marched out, scowling at the Aurors. "They have a warrant for Rachel," Percy said, glaring hard at Dawlish. The man actually backed away from him. "Is that right?" Sally asked, trying to think up a loophole. "And you brought it here?" "Yes, of course," Dawlish answered, managing to not sweat too much. He seemed to think Sally's sweet Pepe could be anything other than harmless. "Rachel is a minor," Sally said sternly. "You need to deliver the warrant to her parents and guardian." "We've sent a missive to Dumbledore," Dawlish declared. "And her parents?" He faltered. "Are you saying Mr. and Mrs. Dare are in the country?" "I'm asking you if you think that they aren't here," Sally countered. Another Auror frowned. "Ms. Jackson, we can't prove they aren't here." "So you haven't sent them a copy of the warrant?" Sally figured. "You have not informed two dedicated parents that their beloved daughter is to be clapped in irons? A daughter who is a minor and a squib, and thus is not actually registered in the British Ministry's database?" Dawlish narrowed his eyes. "That has nothing to do with the arrest. She stole 2 prophecies from the ministry." "They were her prophecies," Percy said. "Oh, please. No, they really are," Harry insisted. "She even gave one of them right now in front of you. You were all witnesses to it." Dawlish paused. Some of the Aurors frowned and whispered to each other. Sally took her chance. "Rachel isn't under demonic possession," she explained, softening her voice. "She is a powerful seer. Not a witch, but her visions are truly breathtaking. She was not herself when she walked into your ministry to take the prophecies. You cannot fault her for something she personally had no choice in." Sally hoped a kinder version of the events would sway them. Most of the Aurors did seem inclined to just leave. Dawlish wasn't happy. "Are you aware of the havoc your son caused in the ministry last night?" Sally frowned, eyes darting towards Harry and Percy. "Was anyone hurt?" she asked. "Several. We have several people in the hospital ward suffering lightning burns." "That wasn't Percy," Talia huffed. "No, well, it certainly wasn't Rachel," Sally huffed. "We seem to have crossed some wires here. Will you please go away and come back with the right papers?" A few of them rolled their eyes. "As though any of these kids will be here by the time we're back," Dawlish scoffed, glowering at them. "So you admit that you attacked and stunned a group of kids?" Sally asked. Dawlish gawked. "Look, you've blocked the flow. There's nothing else you can try," Sally said, sidestepping him. "We'll have our attorney reach out to you. That way, everyone's on the same page." "That's not, good day, Mr. Dawlish." She ushered the teens in and shut the door behind her. It was a few days before Rachel was on better footing. Sally invited Albus Dumbledore to sit in on a meeting with Lawrence Kettler, who was Harry's attorney, possibly the busiest and best-paid attorney on the planet. Kettler had reviewed the entire situation. He ensured the family that as long as Rachel really had picked up her own prophecies, even without appointment, the ministry could not legally arrest her. How about illegally? Percy asked. Kettler nodded. Detainment without obvious crime or warrant is not allowed under the British Ministry of Magic. Unfortunately, that only applies to humans. Rachel winced. But, I am human. Sally and Dumbledore shared a look. Nico leaned against the table and said, they probably think coming back to life is a non-human thing. Very much so, Kettler confirmed. A competent solicitor can argue against your rights based on that sole fact. It doesn't help regarding your situation with the possession. Rachel leaned back, grumpy. What, do they want a certificate of my consensual possession? Dumbledore actually looked optimistic about that. Perhaps you can write to him. Him? Rachel asked baffled. Apollo? Kettler frowned. Who is Apollo? That put the topic on hold while Harry tried to explain to his lawyer about the delicate system of the deities of Olympus. It wasn't much of a secret anymore. When the ministry had put the demigods in custody, colorful lights and menacing sounds had blared around the walls at first. A direct indication that the cells were not holding humans. Remus mentioned that it was a safety measure for Aurors, but honestly, it was a kick the people out of closet indicator. And with Harry's same-day death and regeneration, Rachel's possessed body wandering the Hall of Prophecies, Percy's almost explosive situation, and the mysterious 7,000-year-old clay jar, some folk at the ministry had been smart enough to put two and two together. Nico raided the fridge while Harry, Percy, Sally, and Dumbledore helpfully explained the full situation to a completely gobsmacked Kettler. "Oh, Kay," the attorney said weakly. "Gods, and monsters, and wars." Percy held up a finger. "One war." Nico snorted. "We should be so lucky." Harry wondered if he should offer Kettler a bonus. Maybe you could hire a team to help work things out? Lawrence narrowed his eyes. "Harry, I do have a team." "Oh, your godfather set up services for the next 5 years." "Right. I'll be delegating tasks," Kettler assured him with a sigh. "We'll also send out a notice to charge Mrs. Dursley." "What?" "Yes," Sally said firmly as Percy nodded. Rachel leaned against her bent knees. Harry sat up. "We're charging Petunia." "What, like arresting her?" "We're not doing that," Kettler verified. "We're charging her with murder in the first degree." Harry gestured to himself. "Where's the proof though?" "I'm a witness," Percy argued. "It won't be easy," Dumbledore muttered. "She still comes under the Evans bloodline protection." "Screw that," Sally cried. "She kicked him out. She shot him point blank." Kettler frowned at Dumbledore before facing Sally. "I think what the headmaster means is that we could run into the same issue as with Rachel here. If the ministry doesn't accept the act as a bona fide murder, since Harry's still here with us, the most we can charge Mrs. Dursley is assault and battery." Nico swore from the kitchen. Sally didn't even reprimand him. Percy's jaw dropped. "You can't be serious. Would she even get jail time for that?" Kettler sighed. "I can't be sure. A court-appointed lawyer could bring up her muggle status indicating she was within her rights to use any force against an unknown threat." Harry got that. "You think they'll use Percy against the conviction?" If the ministry didn't recognize Rachel as human anymore, they'd do the same for Harry and Percy. Which means none of them had human rights in the UK. It was doubly bad for Percy and the demigods who never had a chance in the first place, especially not since Percy's unwitting romp of the ministry building in central London. Percy groaned, falling back into the couch. "I messed this up so bad." The others tried to placate him, but Rachel voiced out, "Not everything's about you, Percy. I think you can blame this one on Gaia. Nyx only made us immortal to go up against her." She stood up and headed back up to her room. It's where she stayed most of the time now, sometimes skipping meals. By the look of her, she seemed to be skipping sleep as well. Kettler left soon after, possibly to scream into the void and delegate various jobs to the team of attorneys that were working full-time to handle their issues. He promised to get back in touch after sorting through the right files to get the ministry off of Rachel's back and see to Petunia's future. Dumbledore relaxed back into the chair. "Well then, I suppose we'll need a reporter." Harry made a face. "You really think the papers will print what we have to say?" The room grew tense. Sally said, I think the ministry will already have their article ready to go. They'll have a lot to say about a group of demigods breaking into the ministry as targeted attack. If we can get on top of it right away, we can stop the rumors from exploding any chance of a safe reveal. A safe reveal of demigods and gods and an entire existence of the mythical world, she meant. I know some good papers who will publish our side of the matter, Dumbledore said. Give me an hour and I'll write it up, Sally added. Actually, Percy, did Annabeth say there was a goddess who allowed Rachel to get into Privet Drive? Percy frowned. Was there? Hestia, Harry said, eyes lighting up. She appeared to both the Greeks and Romans at CHB. Told them what was happening here. And would she be willing to corroborate? Percy was confused. What, like a group project? No, hun, Sally smiled. That's collaborate. Would Hestia support us should the wizards come back with questions? Nico shut the fridge, his arms loaded with juice boxes. Hestia is Bestia. She might, Percy agreed. All right, Sally smiled. I'll get an article out, Percy, you take a copy to camp and get Hestia and Chiron to ratify it. Rats. Get their approval. Dumbledore smiled and apparated back to his house. Harry always imagined him living at Hogwarts. Even after he'd actually visited Dumbledore's place several times, it felt like a secondary location. Nico, you'll make yourself sick drinking all that, Sally warned him. Nico was already 3 boxes in. His lips were stained orange, reminding Percy of Dakota and his Kool-Aid. I got a craving, Nico said. Take a box to Rachel, Sally sighed. She missed lunch today. Harry snatched 4 juice boxes from Nico's hoard, ignoring the demigod's yelp. He handed one to Sally, tossed another at Percy's head, and jogged up the stairs to Rachel's room. She'd left it open this time. It must be a good day. Mango juice for the lady, Percy called as he and Harry peeked in. Rachel sighed from somewhere beneath her mound of pending laundry on the bed. Bed covers littered the floor. Her bag of paints had fallen over, spilling small bottles of paint everywhere. The closet door was opened with fresh clothes balled up and stuffed in with no rhyme or reason. Her books took up most of the space on a desk that was haphazardly pushed to the wall. The curtains were closed, shrouding the stuffy room in darkness. You cleaned up in here, Harry said, wide-eyed. A stray paintbrush came flying from the laundry pile, nearly taking off his head. Percy dangled the juice box over the laundry, like trying to entice a kitten out of her hiding place using bait. True to a cat's nature, Rachel's arm shot out of the pile and smacked the box from his hand. So, maybe not that good of a day. We got multiple good news, Percy said carefully. News plural. Newses? Harry shook his head, but Percy pretended not to notice. Kettler's pretty confident about you getting off the hook. Besides, it's not like you did it anyway, Percy added. All the demigods are doing okay. Jason, Piper, and Leo just left on their quest this morning. Fun fact, Leo found the entrance to Bunker 9. And fixed up a metal dragon. It vomited oil all over him. Tangent, Harry mouthed. Yeah, so Piper's dad's in trouble and they're off to save him, Percy summarized. And find Zeus and Hera if they have time. Plus the Master Bolt. Say, now that I think about it, it's like my first quest but on steroids. The great laundry pile of despair shook and collapsed to the floor. Rachel sat up. Her hair was loose, curling around her head in pajamas like a used mop. Her face was pale and drawn and her eyes were bloodshot. She looked awful. You smell nice, Percy said. Rachel croaked, mango? Harry summoned the fallen juice box and handed it to her. We can help, Harry said quietly. The room. Do you want us to straighten it up? Rachel sucked on the juice through its small white straw. She refrained from answering and Harry stood there and waited. Percy bounced on the heels of his feet, did a couple of spins, and sniffed at one of her tossed paintings. Sure, she finally said. Harry picked up the first pair of denim pants he could find. Not that, Rachel whispered, holding a hand out for it. The spirit of Delphi was wearing it that day at the ministry. She put something in the pocket. Harry dropped the pants in her hands and reached for his wand. He separated the shirts from the shorts. Percy sat on the chair and picked up the scattered books from her table. We need to talk about Lupa, Harry said. Percy glared at him, but it can wait. Just talking about her, Harry muttered. She knows more about our immortality than most gods. Rachel turned out the pockets of her jeans but listened quietly. I'm still not sure how she knows anything about us, Percy huffed. You're just grumpy because she's a Roman goddess, Harry shook his head. Rachel found a crumpled sticky note from her pocket. It was wrapped around a pretty golden chain with a shiny pendant dangling from it. She'd never seen it before. Not true, Percy pouted. Absolutely is TRAACK, Harry yelled, jumping back. His horror-struck eyes were focused on Rachel and the golden chain. She flinched so hard that she squeezed the chain and the juice box. The box exploded, spraying all three occupants with mango juice. Rachel dropped everything and scooted back on her bed, breathing hard. Harry was still staring at the fallen items, absolutely stunned. Juice dripped from his hair. What? Percy said furiously. He had his sword and dagger out, pointed at the floor. That, Rach. Where did you get that? Harry whispered, his voice shaking. Rachel's heart beat fast enough to hurt. She crawled forward and peeked down the bed. On the floor was the sticky note with a private drive address on it. Beside it was the pretty golden chain. In my pocket, she rasped. What's wrong? Harry flicked his wand and the chain flew into the air to his hand. He examined it closely, eyes growing wider with every pass. Cursed? Percy asked quietly. He and Rachel waited for Harry to speak. Doesn't seem like it. Clasp is dented. It's stable though, Harry finally said, but it's bad news. Why? Harry turned troubled eyes onto Percy and Rachel. Because it's a time turner. It means the Delphi spirit stole this from the Department of Mysteries. If the Ministry realizes, we're in it deep. Percy snapped his head towards a shocked Rachel. It meant when the Ministry found out that she'd taken a time turner, they'd actually have evidence to arrest Rachel. What's a time turner? She asked. It had to be a big deal by the way Harry and Percy were reacting. Exactly what the name suggests, Harry groaned. It allows the wearer to travel through time. She frowned. A few seconds passed. Seriously? Yes. No way. Rachel shook her head. It is possible, Percy said, unable to look from the tiny hourglass with its fine golden sands. You mean to tell me, Rachel said, kneeling up on the bed and glaring, that tiny thing can send someone to a different time? Like in the past or the future? Yes. So if I wanted to go back 2 weeks from now, she spoke loudly, I could? Percy winced. Yes, Harry said. So, technically, I can go back and kick Ajax's ass and get Bolt back. Both boys fell silent. Rachel huffed. Thought so, it's not funny, okay. Why would you say something like that? Technically, you could, Harry interjected, but you'd get trapped in a time paradox. What the hell? Rachel swore. This is magic and myth and fantasy, not a sci-fi. When did we change genres? We didn't, Harry said carefully. It's from canon. Hermione used a time turner to travel back hours at a time just so she could take all the elective courses in third year. Rachel couldn't offer a denial. From everything she heard about Hermione Granger, that sounded scarily plausible. So, it'll take us back only a few hours? Percy asked. The one Hermione had was an hour-based turner, Harry explained. He checked out the hourglass and the circular frames with markings. He examined the markings on the minuscule dial outside the hourglass frame. His eyebrows furrowed. M, H, D, M, Y. Rachel's eyes went wide. HDMI. It's got a cable port or something. Percy smirked. Why? Rachel asked. Why? Harry confirmed in a quiet voice. Why what? Percy asked. Years, Harry explained, showing him the dial. This thing can take us back and forth, at the most 99 years. Rachel couldn't believe it. What seemed like a problem before, now felt like the perfect solution. Then let's go, she shouted, stumbling off of the bed. Rach. Harry tried to say. You're saying we can go back to my 16th birthday? Percy asked, pointing at the turner. We can actually go back to the Battle of Manhattan? We can go get DJ. Rachel gasped. She slapped a hand over her mouth, as Percy staggered back from the implication. We can get everyone back. Percy spluttered. Zoe, Luke, Aunt Kimberly, the kids we lost from the labyrinth attack. No, Harry shouted. Percy and Rachel stopped short, gaping in shock. We can't do any of that, he said slowly. We can't bring anyone back. But you said 99 years. We can't change the past, Harry said, pleading with them to understand. What the Hades is a time turner if it can't change the past? Percy said furiously. We can go back, Harry said, but we can't change anything. Everything has to go the way it did. Otherwise, we risk our present. If the timeline senses a threat like that, it will trap us in a box, I think. It's to avoid getting into a paradox and breaking the timeline altogether. A paradox box? Rachel said in disbelief. You're scared of being stuck in a box? Hermione mentioned it once. Harry said desperately. It's like a time-imposed imprisonment forcing us to go the way history has already run. A timeout, Percy said unimpressed. The timeline will put us in a timeout? That's a load of bull, Rachel decided. Give it. No, Rachel, wait. Harry backed away, but both she and Percy advanced. Harry disapparated from the spot as Rachel lunged for him. Percy spun on his heel, nearly catching Harry when he apparated behind them. Harry leapt back, holding one arm in front of him. The time turner was gone. Where is it? Percy asked. Elsewhere, Harry said, wide-eyed. There are rules. Hermione'll tell you herself. You're one to talk about following rules, Rachel spat. I'm not letting you two dunderheads get trapped in a paradox and erase our timeline, Harry threatened. Rachel and Percy shared a look. Percy's eyes crackled blue. Hey, wait now, Harry said alarmed. You ever get trapped in a paradox? Rachel asked. No, ever known someone who did? No. What about Hermione? Percy asked, advancing slowly. Did she get trapped? Does she know anyone who did? No, of course not. Time travel is strictly regulated. It was outlawed decades ago in most countries, Harry explained. It's pretty restrained in Britain. Well, we're in Scotland. I don't think they'll mind, Percy snapped. What are you really afraid of? Rachel asked. Harry stopped. He wasn't about to let them bully him or scare him off. Never happened before, not gonna happen ever. I'm not afraid of actual time travel, he said slowly. I'm afraid of making the wrong move and getting stuck. What if we went back a bunch of years and somehow lost the turner? You're ready to live out all the years without seeing any of our friends and family again? Percy frowned. If we can bring people back, it'll be worth it, won't it? Rachel said, besides, we're immortal. So we won't age, right? Nobody'll be able to tell if we're 16 or 60. Harry grimaced. But, we're aging. Percy paused, looking down his body. Oh, yeah. Rachel didn't take it so well. Her eyes went soft and she offered a gentle and hopeful smile. We can go back 15 years, Harry. We can get Lily and James back. The room fell silent. None of them breathed. Harry gazed at her, caught between a rock and a hard place. He opened his mouth twice with no words emerging from it. On the third try, his voice was a coarse whisper. We can't, Rachel. I'm sorry. Rachel's face hardened. She turned her back on him and climbed into bed. Rach. Go away. Let me express, get out. Harry stepped backwards, through the doorway. He waited for Percy to join him. Percy whispered, turning away. I'm going to camp. Harry watched, stumped, as Percy turned and left without another word. Mom calling Rachel stared at her phone. She hugged her pillow tighter and burrowed under the sheets. The call cut and the phone stayed silent for a minute. Then it lit up again, ringing insistently. She picked it up. Ma chérie? Her eyes teared up. Sweetheart, I'm so sorry, her mom whispered. I told Ajax clearly, just to bring you and not hurt you. He shouldn't have done that to you. I'll make sure he gets punished for it. You have my word, baby. Rachel didn't say a word. Her mother was delusional. What did Beatrice think would happen by sending Ajax and his Locrians? He always killed someone during his missions. If it wasn't some poor unsuspecting mortal plus muggle, it was a hero, an immortal, or a familiar. You're angry, Beatrice said. Her voice was low and soft. I understand, sweetie. Take your time. I know those people won't turn on you just yet. Excuse me. You're just a few miles from Gretna Green railway station, Beatrice added. Dad's booking a standing ticket for you from GG to Edinburgh. You'll need to transfer at Carlisle, Indiana between. It should be smooth from Edinburgh though. Direct flight to Helsinki. We're at the cabin up at the lake there. Mom thinks Rachel would leave? Run out on all her friends just like that? Especially after Mom and Dad sent Ajax to hunt her down? But was it worse than Harry deciding to not save everyone they lost? Rachel swallowed quietly. Beatrice spoke again. Dad's here. The call crackled as another voice joined. Rachel, Cherie, Dad said hopefully. I sent the tickets. Check your email. They're good for up to a week. Anytime you decide to leave, just let us know. And don't worry about the others, Mom said again. They can't stop you. Not even Apollo. You're destined for greatness, sweetheart. We'll make sure you reach where you need to be. The words sat like lead in her stomach. Rachel pulled back and watched as the screen of her phone lit up. It pinged with email notifications. Tickets for her way out of this mess. Rach? Harry's voice echoed tentatively from outside the door. She gritted her teeth and buried her face back in the pillow. I brought you dinner, he said. Oddly enough, her stomach didn't even rumble at the thought. Rachel felt as though she could go 100 years without eating or drinking. But she couldn't go another minute without Bolt. Harry set the plate on the floor and sat beside Rachel's door. He'd kinda messed up with not explaining the time turner properly, but he could just imagine all the problems they'd create by fixing the ones they'd struggled through. Nico found him on the floor cross-legged, well past sunset. The Quibbler printed Sally's article, he told Harry, waving the eye-searing yellow magazine in the air. Harry nodded. Luna said she'd get it published ASAP. Is it the headlines? It's on the front page, Nico nodded, before coughing, right below the invasive bowtruckles in locks. Harry blinked. Bowtruckles live on trees, not locks. Nico sat beside him on the floor. How'd you mess up? Harry let his head fall back on the wall with a thump. 'Cause Percy ain't spilling, Nico continued. Is it the Wraith? I can get rid of it, you know? Harry shook his head. Percy was upset enough as it was. He'd straight up ignore Harry if anything happened to Hayden right now. I misspoke about something, Harry finally admitted. I could have phrased it better. Why? Nico asked, eyes lighting up. What did you say? The wizard had no illusions that Nico wouldn't grab the time turner for himself and go back to 1945 and save Maria D'Angelo. And most of their friends might even agree with it, since with her death, they wouldn't be facing the Pandora problem anyway. Harry said, some personal things. I'll handle it, Nico. You needn't worry. Nico leaned back to face him better. You don't always have to fix things, you know? Huh? It's a thing you do. You always try to fix the mess. Harry raised his eyebrows. You want the mess, D'Angelo? I guess not, Nico sighed. He rested his back against the wall. Both boys faced the banister. Rachel's room was on the second floor, and so, they could see most of the living room and entrance hall from their vantage point. They spoke a bit about the Roman delegation leaving Camp Half-Blood with Pandora's Pythos. The Greeks weren't too happy, but with the spirit of Delphi potentially trying things no one was prepared for, it was probably better for the jar to be sealed up in the Senate. Harry was sure his shielding charm wouldn't fade away from the jar. It was a temporary fix though. Who knew what powers the current Pandora had? Maybe she could punch a hole through any kind of magic and break the jar? I don't think so, Elpis whispered. Shush, Harry said. Huh? Nico asked, yawning slowly. Nothing. Rachel was yet to come out of her room. Her dinner grew cold. Percy wandered up the steps a while later. He stared wide-eyed at Harry and Nico sitting by Rachel's door. Hey, Harry whispered. Nico was sound asleep, leaning part of his weight on Harry's shoulder. Hey, Percy sighed. Harry was pleased when Percy walked over and slid down to the floor on Nico's left. I'm sorry, Harry said under his breath. Percy winced. Yeah, me too. You don't have to apologize. You and Rach reacted pretty normally. Maybe, but meddling with. Percy paused and eyed Nico closely. The son of Hades didn't stir. Meddling with Doctor Who stuff isn't the best way, I guess, Percy continued. Harry smiled. You asked Annabeth? I was discreet, Percy promised. Uh-huh. I was? Nico mumbled under his breath and they paused, waiting for him to relax. I was, Percy whispered. Harry just smirked. She thought I was talking about Kronos, Percy insisted. Harry nodded. Oh. Yeah. She was pretty weirded out. Said it wasn't smart to do Doctor Who stuff for real, not with the crooky one back in tartar sauce so recently. There was a brief pause. Harry had to hold back a laugh. You have a way with words, Percy. Percy snorted. Then his eyes fell on Rachel's now cold dinner. She's still inside. Yeah, Harry said, smile fading. Could you get her to eat something? What does she usually have at camp? Fruit Loops for breakfast, sausage and bacon for lunch, sometimes with eggs. Coffee for dinner. Harry made a face. Percy justified, it's like an artist thing. I guess I could make coffee, get her favorite order from a cafe, Percy suggested. Harry lowered his head, feeling Nico's hair brush his cheeks. She doesn't really want to see me now. Call Annabeth over, will you? Percy's shoulders slumped. Tomorrow. She's still working on the throne room. They fell silent and stayed that way till dawn. When Rachel opened her door in the morning and saw Harry, Percy, and Nico asleep by the wall outside her room, with a tray of cold, dried pasta, her anger faded. She got her phone out and snapped a photo. Rachel saved the pic and deleted the train tickets. Chapter Endnotes Image. Time Turner. Web links back to Hogwarts. The Wolf House chapter summary. We have our trios heading out to their quests, while Jason, Piper, and Leo head west on Festus. Harry, Percy, and Rachel also apparate west. They ought to have coordinated, but it's for the best seeing as how the day ends. Chapter notes, image links and chapter warnings in the end notes. Smiley face. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Festus was happy. He was also ecstatic. Leo had given him a tune-up to rival Beckendorf's methods, and the metal dragon was now perfectly viable to fly 1,000 miles from Camp Half-Blood all the way across the country. Jason felt strangely out of place when it came to Piper and Leo's camaraderie, but it wasn't so bad being their third wheel. Leo easily included him in all his jokes, and Piper did her best to chat with him any time they stopped for breaks. With the Greek's oracle out of commission, grieving the loss of her familiar, Octavian had proudly stepped up to give them their prophecy for the quest. Jason hated this part. Receiving cryptic words from the unseeing, unsympathetic fates ruffled his feathers. But he'd shut his mouth and accepted them. His father and stepmother were missing, along with Jupiter's sacred master Bolt. Alongside them, Piper's dad had also been kidnapped on account of being a dreamer, someone who dreamed about Pandora. After they managed an escape from Aeolus's palace flying on Festus's metal, cramped in a demigod sandwich, Jason no longer blushed red while placing his hand over Piper's waist. Now he simply turned pink during the flight. We need to make a blood pact, Leo announced over the roar of the wind. A what? Jason asked, alarmed. Blood pact, Piper said, just as worried. Yeah, Leo said seriously. No more dropping by ice palaces for funsies. Jason and Piper laughed. Oh yeah. Keone's homicidal tendencies hadn't gone over well with them. I wish. Jason chuckled. We need to capture the Venti and return them, Leo. Yeah, Leo groaned. Hopefully this Medea lady's nicer than the Ice Queen. Narrator's voice. Leo was wrong. Camp Half-Blood was bright and loud for this winter day. It was the start of December and Rachel was finally on her feet, dragging herself around with the boys. They were in her oracle cave, straightening things up. Rachel eyed an empty canvas in the corner, but no concrete ideas came to mind. She left it alone. She found the toy Octavian had given her and picked it up. The soft stuffed tiger sat in her hands silently. Rachel hugged it tight and kissed it on its little head. She was still hurting, but she'd get up and face the day. She, Percy, and Harry were about to head west to the Wolf House to meet up with Lupa and see what the goddess could offer them. Technically, Percy insisted. Triton said we have to go talk to her. He said nothing about her training us. It's implied, Harry pointed out. Let's just go, Rachel sighed, dropping her tiger back on the bed. Lupa's training grounds were somewhere south of Camp Jupiter. They'd be apparating them. You know, as soon as Harry and Percy stopped bickering. Still here? Annabeth called, jogging over to them as they were walking to Half-Blood Hill. I was worried I'd missed you. Waiting for Mr. and Mr. Complains a lot to finish their symposium, Rachel muttered. Annabeth laughed. She'd been overly happy and attentive to Rachel these last few days, and the redhead figured she was feeling guilty for the appearance of the spirit of Delphi who'd taken over Rachel's body for a fortnight. She hugged her. Good luck. Don't let Lupa rile you up. I hear she's the single reason why the Romans have such a militaristic success. Joy, Percy said. He leaned over Rachel's shoulder to kiss Annabeth. Rachel detangled from Annabeth. The last thing she wanted was to get caught up between the couple. "Time's a tickin'," Harry announced with the worst Texas twang they'd ever heard. Rachel slapped his arm. "Never again." Annabeth walked them to the hill. They came upon a lean boy, petting Peleus under the pine tree. Rachel frowned at him. He had a soft rounded face, dark eyes, and badly chopped brown hair draped over his head like a wig. His pouty lips made him look effeminate, and had Rachel not been in mourning, she might have grabbed a canvas to sketch his features out. Annabeth and Percy stopped to warn the new camper of sitting too close to the poisonous, fire-breathing dragon guardian of the Golden Fleece. "You think Lupa'll keep us the whole day?" Rachel wondered. Harry said seriously, "I think she knows more about our immortality than most other gods." "Why?" "The way Triton told Percy," Harry said, raising his eyebrows. "He knows Percy'll hunt him down if he gives useless information." Rachel nodded. Percy was chill most of the time. Triton would have to be a special kind of stupid to tick his half-brother off. "Peleus is a sweetheart," the new camper promised, scratching the dragon beneath its scaly chin. "Yes," Percy said, exasperated. "He's a sweetheart right up until you twitch a little too close to the fleece. Then you're dragon feed." The boy just grinned. Rachel took a second look at his haircut. It was worse than she'd thought. It was shorn shot, clumps of it cut close to his head and in stiff lines. "What happened, dude?" Rachel asked, gesturing to her own head. The boy blinked. "My hair? Yeah, I got an acid cut. It's all the rage now." Annabeth made a face. An acid cut? Yeah. Dripped acid onto the tips to shorten it," he said like it was an everyday thing. "Do not spread that to camp," Percy warned him. "The kids might actually start trying that." The boy patted Peleus's great head and got to his feet. Now that he was upright, Rachel realized he was shorter than she thought. Taller than Rachel, but not yet Annabeth's height. "You're older than 13, Annabeth said, her eyes narrowed. "Have you been claimed or?" "Nah, I ain't no hero," he assured her. "I just wanted to see you off." Rachel's eyes widened. The boy shot her, Harry, and Percy a grin. "I'm Destin," he added belatedly. "The nerdiest name ever, second only to Justin," Harry mumbled. Rachel almost giggled. Percy said, incredulous. "You can see us?" "Relax," Destin said, leaning against Talia's pine tree. "I'm not mortal. Your camp's safe." That didn't sound safe. Percy's hand went to his pocket. "Who are you?" he asked. "I just said my name," Destin said, pointing at him. "You better get going. Lupa doesn't like latecomers." Rachel swallowed. "She sent you to track us or something?" "Or something," Destin grinned. Despite the brisk December wind, he stood there comfortably unruffled in his t-shirt and jeans. "Good luck. It'll be fine. You just have to be patient." "Patient," Harry repeated, unimpressed. "Who are you?" "I literally introduced myself," Destin sighed. "Or did I say all of it in my head? So sorry, guys. My name is Destin. I'm new here. Ignore me for now." "Did Lupa send you?" Percy demanded. Destin hummed. "Well, not exactly. I guess I can give you a message. Should you need to hide, use DJ's room." Harry advanced, his wand already in hand. "What did you say?" Destin held out his palms, a little alarmed now. "Don't stun the messenger, dude." "Who sent the message?" "That's classified, I'm sorry. Good luck." Destin waved and spun on his heel and walked into the forest. Peleus whined sadly. "I can stop him," Harry muttered. Percy and Annabeth shared a worrying look. Rachel stared wide-eyed at Destin's retreating back. She tried to quietly reach out to the spirit inside her. "What do you think? Is he a threat?" The spirit of Delphi laughed inside her head. "Rachel, he's the very opposite of a threat. He really was here to deliver the message." She breathed out. "I think he's fine." Harry scowled. "You sure?" "Yeah, my oracle senses aren't tingling." Annabeth nodded, still uncomfortable. "He must be a spirit sent by Lupa to check on you." Percy frowned. He didn't seem Roman. He looked really opaque too. "Doesn't matter," Rachel said, nudging Harry to lower his wand. "We shouldn't be late." "Let Chiron know," Percy told Annabeth. "And stay inside the borders till you're sure it's safe out here." Harry apparated them to the wolf house. It was early morning here. They stood in front of a towering log and stone cabin nestled in the trees, deep off-road, They closed the wooden stile behind them, walking silently on the sand. "This is pretty," Rachel said in surprise, checking out the building. Large stones were cobbled and stacked up to make the durable walls of the structure. The breeze whistled through the trees that danced above them. Despite its reputation, the quiet solace of the place soothed her. She imagined spending summer vacations here to escape the city noise. "Who'd have thunk?" Percy agreed. A wolf sat just by the door in the shade of the stone arch. It was pale and was about the size of Raina's metal hounds. "Lupa," Percy greeted her. "We're starting or what?" Harry coughed quietly. "Maybe we should be polite?" "You say it then." "Hello, Lupa," Harry said, maintaining eye contact with the pale wolf in front of them. "I am Harry Potter. These are Percy Jackson and Rachel Elizabeth Dare. We're here, as per Triton's request, to seek guidance from you." The wolf cocked its head at Harry, then it yawned. "Excellent speech, Har-Bear," Rachel said. "Encore," Percy said, mock clapping. A shadow fell over them and Rachel smelled her. "You threatened to put my guard to sleep?" Rachel swallowed, turning her head slowly. Harry and Percy were faster, spinning on their heels to peer up, way up, at Lupa. The goddess of wolves, the patron of Rome, and New Rome. Lupa was a tall and enormous brown wolf with deep golden eyes gleaming in the sunlight. She smelled of the woods and dirt, forever a force of nature that would track between the trees, always out of eyesight and earshot. Only her prey would ever get to see her and they'd be dead in less than a second. A growl gradually built up deep in her throat. Her eyes scorched them where they stood. Lupa's hackles pulled back and her teeth gleamed against the dark brown of her pelt. Her limbs tensed, muscles tightened as her flanks flexed powerfully. Rachel's chest seized. Lupa was about to pounce on them and rip them to pieces. There was no hesitation in her eyes. "Yo," Percy said, nodding. Riptide slipped out into his palm instantly. "We going at it then?" Rachel's stiff head jerked to the right and she found Harry glaring right back at the goddess, body turned, already defensive. He was armed with his wand and dagger, both of them hidden behind his forearms. Rachel looked back and felt faint when she saw the goddess glowering at her. Lupa said. The word fell odd from her wolfish mouth. 2 out of 3. Percy scowled. 2 out of 3 what? Your score, Lupa said. She relaxed her muscles and sat down, her rump resting comfortably on the earth while his front legs were straight. Her head was tall and imposing, eyes shifting between the three of them. Rachel had a feeling this was a test and she'd failed it. They were off to a great start. Lupa was everything Percy had warned them about. Rachel wasn't a fidgeter. She could stand quite still for a long time. But under Lupa's strict eyes, it was a hard task. Every single twitch came under the goddess's scrutiny. "I shall be brief today," Lupa announced. "Lord Triton has requested me to see to your training. But I can only offer my knowledge if you choose to accept it." Her voice was smooth like the sharpened side of a knife that was about to burrow into your guts. It settled somewhere between a rumble and the wind. Percy, thankfully, undercut the tension. "Or we'll self-destruct in 5 seconds. Lupa's eyes moved from Rachel, "Oh, thanks gods," to Percy. "Are you aware of what your immortality entails, child?" she growled. "Kinda," Percy nodded. He still held Riptide in pen form, but his voice was light. "We're like cheese." Lupa stared. "You know, cheese," Percy said, this time looking to Harry and Rachel. They just watched him dumbfounded. He sighed. "Cheese. You can grate cheese and get it all shredded. But if you melt it all back, it'll be one piece again." Rachel gulped. Lupa looked like she wanted to shred and melt Percy. "Yes," the goddess said, her voice rattling Rachel's teeth. "Immortality is cheese." Her disdain was apparent and Percy seemed proud of himself. "And like cheese," she continued, menacingly, "I will grate you and pull you apart. I will melt you and boil you till you are puddles of blood and bones on the grass. I will rip you to pieces, eat you, and regurgitate you into proper immortals." The silence was louder than anything else. "Can you rewind to the blood and bones bit?" Percy asked. Lupa lowered her head and looked Percy in the eye. "You speak like a hero." "Shocking, I know. You are no demigod, Percy Jackson," Lupa warned. "Not anymore. You come to my house to be trained and understand what it means to be immortal." Percy went tight-lipped. Harry hesitated before saying, "Do you mean to say that Rachel and I are no longer humans?" Her massive head shifted to face him. You haven't been a human in many years, Harry Potter. When was the last time you ate? He looked surprised. This morning. Breakfast. Why? Harry gaped at her. Food is vital to mortals. Most creatures on this planet require sustenance of some kind. You three, certainly, do not. Percy made a face. So we can just go without eating or drinking and we'll be all right. And sleeping and breathing, Lupa said. Seriously. Have you never tested it? Lupa demanded. Have you never been curious about the brand around your arm, the very same one that offers unthinkable redos and regenerations? Have you never pushed your bodies to see what you can take and what you are capable of? Harry fell silent. Percy exhaled. Well, we have a really strict mom. She wouldn't like anything that you just said. Again, Jackson, using humor to hide your fear and frustrations and cope with the overwhelming truth of the situation is a demigod tactic. Not an immortal one. Quote. I have demigod friends, I don't think they mind. Lupa tilted her head. What are you afraid of? Her voice was soft. It was more terrifying than her threats. Pain, Rachel whispered. Lupa's eyes flitted to Rachel's. Pain is temporary. You can heal yourself, fix any aspect of your body. Hurt, Rachel suggested. Things can hurt on the inside. Why do you let the truth hurt you? Rachel frowned. We don't let things hurt us. Sometimes life just sucks. Lupa eyed her silently. Rachel swallowed again, her throat going dry. Is it life that sucks, or is it certain enemies managing to win a battle, leaving you with terrible losses? Rachel didn't have an answer. Was Lupa insinuating that it was Rachel's fault for allowing Bolt's death to hurt her? How dare this second-rate goddess talk about Bolt that way? Rachel had half a mind to grab her blue hairbrush and shove it. What are you afraid of? Lupa asked, head moving to catch Percy and then Harry's gazes. Percy said. Nothing, Harry said. Lupa focused on him. Are you sure? Yes, Harry said, meeting her eyes easily. Jackson, dare, will you confirm his answer? Rachel jolted. She and Percy shared an alarmed look. Were they supposed to agree with Harry or outright refute him? Harry frowned at them. Back me up. Percy exhaled. Well, sometimes you don't like going to the cemetery. Yeah, Rachel said, and you don't like talking about DJ. Harry stared at them in disbelief. I generally don't do those things, doesn't mean I'm afraid of them. You've never gone into DJ's room, Percy said, and Harry shut up. It was harsh, but Percy was right. Harry avoided DJ's room back in Frost Mansion. Rachel had once caught him staring at the door, but he'd refused to go in. There was a lot of resentment and regret that Rachel wouldn't even know how to unpack. Destin, a stranger who they've never interacted with, had barely mentioned DJ's room, which nearly set Harry off. How about we share what you're afraid of? Harry told Percy, furiously. I didn't say I'm not afraid, Percy sputtered. I'm scared of normal stuff, great big monsters that could level buildings. Personal fears, Lupa corrected him. Percy dropped his gaze and concentrated on Lupa's paws, burning red. He had to have been thinking about his own powers and how Percy could level buildings himself. You are 16, Lupa said, now addressing all of them. I will tell you right now, you have unlimited time to learn everything that makes you immortal. But your allies cannot afford that. They cannot wait for you to take your time to figure out your shortcomings and weak links, your fears and debilitating issues. The goddess stood up on all her four paws, her stare blazing down on them. I trained Cassandra, Iphigenia, and Ajax a long time ago. Spent 3 years wringing the mortality out of them before sending them to the Earth Goddess. We cannot afford 3 years. The most we have now is a year before Olympus accepts that we're at war with the Earth. She lowered her snout and locked eyes with each of them in turn. If you cannot handle what I have to teach, leave. Harry bristled. He didn't like anyone assuming he couldn't do something. Percy was still stiffly staring back, scowling at the thought of training this way under Lupa. And Rachel wanted to turn around and run away. She wasn't a hero, she was no fighter. She was supposed to be an oracle, a seer. The champion seer, in fact. But had she known how to fight decently, she could have perhaps knocked out Ajax, grabbed Bolt, and run. If she hadn't frozen up there, Bolt would have been alive today. Percy asked, how exactly do you wring mortality out? Lupa prowled around them carefully. They followed her body, slowly spinning in place. Maybe this whole conversation was a trial. Although, recalling the strange boy from camp, perhaps Lupa's been testing them since morning. How many times have you died? The goddess asked. Her voice echoed through the trees. Rachel stepped back, pressing her arm to Percy's side. 5, Harry said in a low voice. Lupa eyed him. She seemed incredulous. That's it? How long have you had the bracelet? Harry blushed. 11 years. Lupa shook her head, pathetic. And you too? Percy and Rachel shared a look. He said, one each for us. I've had the thing for 11 years too, and Rachel's had it for almost a year. Lupa sighed. No wonder you're still clinging to mortality. You think death is quote-unquote bad. First world problem, Harry muttered under his breath. Death. Are you afraid to die? Lupa demanded. You regenerate every time, you don't remember the death much. You won't recall the pain. What, in the name of all the gods, are you afraid of? It's not that simple. Our deaths affect others. Okay, Percy shouted. It's easy peasy, lemon squeezy for us, but everyone else will remember us, and they'll be royally effed by the whole thing. Lupa didn't like his answer. So you live like humans to avoid hurting others? You're just twisting things. You've had the bracelet for more than a decade and you've died only once, Perseus Jackson, because you fear it, Lupa rumbled. You ask me what I have to offer you. I answer. You will learn far more only when you embrace everything your immortality has to offer you. Will you accept my training? Percy held up a finger. Excuse us. He caught Harry and Rachel's arms to pull them to the side. They obliged. I don't like this, Rachel whispered. We can learn from Chiron, can't we? How different can her training be from a regular hero? You heard her, Harry insisted. There's a major difference in mortal and immortal lessons. Percy and I had the bracelets for so long and we have no clue what else we can do. All those things she said about not having to eat or sleep or breathe. I want to learn how to do all that. You believe her? Percy asked. Yes, Harry said. When I just started Hogwarts, I was feeling all kinds of homesick and it took me a while to get used to the food. I went some days without meals. And I didn't feel like I was starving the way most people say. Rachel frowned. She had skipped some meals too, right after she'd woken up and learned about Bolt's death. The scary part of that was she hadn't slept well either, but her body hadn't been totally craving food or sleep even after several hours of neither. She'd thought at first that it was deep shock and grief that distracted her from physical needs, but now, thinking about it in hindsight. Ajax can do that, Percy realized. Remember Saron's story from 97? He said he'd caught Ajax in a water sphere and held him like that for 10 minutes. But Ajax woke up soon after. He'd held his breath the whole time. Harry nodded, wide-eyed. I don't think most humans can do that. This cinches it, we need Lupa's training. She worked on him, Cassandra, and Iphigenia all those millennia ago. She knows how their bracelets work. Maybe there are differences in Gaia's magic versus what Nyx gave us. Lupa might be the only one to know about all this. Rachel held back a groan. Then can we skip her training and just get her to explain about the things they can do with their bracelets and what we can do with ours? What if she can teach us to fight them? Harry asked. Personally, I would like to bite Ajax's head off. Literally. Lupa seems like the one goddess who would encourage that. Percy turned back to look at Lupa. She was seated beside the pale wolf who seemed like a small toy next to her. Rachel's got a point. I don't like her either, Percy said. But Harry's right. She knows way more than us and a lot of other gods. She personally dealt with Gaia's trio when they were new and coming up. And she'll push us beyond human limits, which is something I think we actually need. Rachel grimaced. But Percy, you both have been training me up until now. Why can't we just continue that? Because Harry and I know how to use our magic the way we were taught, Percy said patiently. We didn't learn much about the bracelets. It brings us back and then what? We have these 12 charms on our band that Ajax and the others don't. Mom said most are to throw enemies off our tracks, but we really know the bare minimum. We have a year to figure this out. Let's do something about this. Lupa's right. Our friends can't afford for us to spend our sweet time trying to figure all this out. Rachel gave in. When Harry and Percy agreed on something, that was usually the way to go. They approached Lupa. We accept, Percy said, unsmiling. But you need to keep us in the loop and explain everything about the bracelets and the primordials. Lupa raised an eyebrow. It looked odd on the wolf's face. I have your word then? Harry nodded. Yes, I'm in. Rachel leaned back on the balls of her feet before agreeing. Yeah, sure. Lupa raised her snout. Very well then. Our sessions will begin the day after Jackson wakes up. Percy frowned. Wakes you? Rachel saw a blur from the side of her eye. The wind blew her bangs off her forehead as Percy was already stumbling back. His blood sprayed over the side of her face. Harry shouted, uncontrolled and loud, his words a garbled mess as Percy fell back, a deadly arrow impaled deep in his neck. Her voice was caught in her throat as his blood spurted onto the mud. Percy's eyes rolled back and the light was gone even before her brain caught up to what she was seeing. It had been years since Percy succumbed. He'd tried his damnedest to avoid being murdered by monsters, titans, rogue demigods, Death Eaters, random magical creatures, and mortals. But it turned out a goddess would be the one to catch him off guard. Life sucks and then you die. Harry heard the twang of a bow and the whistle of an arrow, but he didn't see the projectile itself. That's Rachel's job. Blood kept flowing from Percy's neck even after he was dead. Harry tried to stem the flow, his mind screaming and his heart stuttering, threatening to stop beating along with Percy's. Hot liquid coated his palms, drowning his fingers in Percy's blood. Harry went lightheaded. He'd seen Percy this pale and bloodless only once before. Something growled in the back of his mind. No, Harry stiffened. Rachel, catch him. Rachel jerked back, still on her feet, wild eyes darting from Percy to Harry. What? Haydn manifested himself out of Harry's side. He grew from a small 5-year-old to a large, long-limbed wraith, white-skinned, rubbery and menacing. It snarled at Lupa and leapt at her face. Rachel kicked it mid-jump. Her foot landed right in its face, slamming it back into the ground several yards from them. The wraith rolled back to its long limbs, hunched over like a starving gorilla, knuckles brushing against the ground. What the hell? Rachel screeched, deafening everyone. What the absolute F? Haydn stopped and curled over the ground, transforming back into a small child. He threw his hands over his ears and huddled over himself, quaking under Rachel's screaming. They stared at it dumbfounded. How'd you do that? Harry asked, stunned. Do what? You got him to stop? I kicked him by accident. Harry didn't have the brainpower to understand it all. Percy's blood was noticeably cooler than before. The flow was sluggish and Percy long since stopped twitching. Haydn had curled into a small ball of sniffles at Rachel's feet now. She stood up, facing away from Percy's body. Bloody bitch, Rachel whispered. Lupa had already gone into the stone house, so Rachel's words went unheard, but she hoped the sentiment was delivered anyway. Rach, Harry said, it could take him days to wake up. She flinched. Or weeks, Harry swallowed. She continued swearing under her breath. I knew it. Rachel hissed. This was a bad idea. She was a bad idea. You saw how chill she was the whole time. She was planning to kill him. Just to make a point that she knows more about us than ourselves. What if she kills him again next time? Or me? She might want to equalize us before starting warm-ups. Harry could almost pretend he couldn't smell Percy's blood in the air. It was a miracle no monster was hunting them down right now. Maybe they were too scared of Lupa. That made sense. His hands shook. There was no point stemming the blood flow now. Harry sat on the ground, almost collapsing. His hands were covered in blood. Rachel's face still had the first jugular spray. You know, she began. Percy told me that, when Petunia shot you, your blood disappeared after a while. Harry looked up at her. He stared hard at the bloody dots over her right cheek and temple. What do you see when you're dead? She asked, out of the blue. Harry looked down at his hands, which was a mistake. I see Lily and James. He'd said this once before, so it wasn't a huge shock to her. In return, Rachel had revealed that she'd been in a strange desert where she'd seen mass graves and pyres. What do they say to you? She asked. That was the rub. Dying stripped them of the memories. Harry was able to use occlumency to focus and retrieve flashes of what he'd seen. Whispers of their words that had been taken away. But it was far too difficult to permanently get back those moments. All he knew was that Lily and James were in Elysium and Harry could visit them when he was dead. And that he could hear Elpis. Hello, Elpis said, intrigued. Harry sighed. Not now. Well? Rachel asked. Harry hesitated. I only remember one thing. What? They ask about you. Rachel glanced over at him, unblinking. He wondered if she'd start shouting, interrogating why he never said that to her before. Instead, she said, What do you think Percy'll see now? Neither had an answer for that. Harry sat up suddenly. Rach, you remember what that nerd said? What nerd? Did he mean Destin? She frowned for a moment before inhaling sharply. Should you need to hide, use DJ's room. Chapter endnotes. Images. 1. Lost Hero Trio, web links. 2. Lupa's Wolf House, web links. 3. Lupa, web links. Warnings. A some blood and gore. B temporary character death. Dora and Thea's chapter summary. Percy wakes up thankfully, except he's not alive yet. He's still alert enough to witness the majesty of the first mortal woman of the world, falling out of a tree like a Looney Tunes cartoon. Chapter notes. Vibe. Hyalarum by Serhat Durmush, feet. Zarin. Note. There's an image of a green grass snake here. It's harmless and non-venomous. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Percy woke up slowly. Sunlight filtered through the plants and the light graced his face. But something was off. He opened his eyes and was surprised to find himself underwater. Well, that was obvious because he's in a kelp forest, right? Wrong, because Percy couldn't sense the water around him. He shot backwards, partially floating because he could tell the water was there, but couldn't feel it on his skin. He reacted appropriately. AAARGWAAAA. Percy pushed off further into the water, his body going through the seaweed and coral as though they weren't real. Or worse, like he wasn't real. This can't be happening, but it was. I'm not real. That errant thought made him stop. Percy sucked in a large gulp, but it wasn't water swirling in his throat, he was losing it. Percy pushed his feet against the sands and shot out of the water. He gawked at the surface world. Birds flew overhead. The sky glowed pink and blue in a way Percy had never seen before. Clouds scattered the light and he swore he could see stars peeking from behind the fluff. It looked like deep space was hiding behind a thin veneer of the gentle sky. The most apparent thing that took over the skyline was a towering pale stone castle that grew from the precipice of an island. The front line of the rest of the island took up the horizon. Percy stayed in the water, trying to process everything. Taking the Annabeth route, he listed out his worries. He could not feel the ocean's power. He had a craving for dumplings. His heartbeat did not exist. Someone was watching him. His body had passed through kelp, coral, and rocks like he wasn't real. He couldn't sense his coordinates in the water. Okay. That wasn't organized by level of urgency, but Percy's in charge for the rest of this chapter, so suck it. Wait, back up. Who was watching him? He swiveled around to stare at the sunlit forest to the left of the castle. A pair of eyes disappeared into the shrubs. Pushing himself through the sea was strangely easy. He let his shoes touch the shoreline. There was no water clinging to him, so there was no need to repel the drops and stay dry. Percy felt for his non-existent heartbeat and wondered if he was dead. Lupa. Wolf House. Harry and Rachel. Arrow. Percy panicked and felt around his neck. He yanked the collar of his hoodie to the side to check the entry wound, which was also non-existent. No pain, no blood, no wound, no arrow. No bracelet either. No sword or dagger. He had nothing with him except for his clothes and his shoes, and his camp necklace. He exhaled in minute relief, holding onto the beads to calm himself. Ow! Someone cried. Percy's head whipped upwards to look at the bountiful trees covering the island. There was someone on the branches. She had dark reddish-brown hair that shimmered under the sun. Her gentle brown skin was new to the world. Her robes were caught in the wind, blowing freely, but the girl didn't seem to care. Percy walked around the tree to avert his eyes and was able to get a better glimpse of her face. Symmetrical and sharp. That's what she looked like. Pretty as well, but Percy was caught by her expression. She was determined to climb the tree in an uncomfortable dress. Hello? He called. She wrapped her hands around a large branch and peered down at him. Greetings. She chirped and Percy recognized the language easily. Not English, but so much older. Her words had a lot of S's in there. A beautiful day, is it not? The girl called out. Have you seen my friend? Pier slipped away and I can't find her. Pier? Percy mouthed to himself. He'd never heard a name like that. More to the point, the girl's ancient tongue was dated and swirled in the air the way older languages love to do. Percy figured he wasn't in Greece. Except, I haven't seen anyone else, he admitted. I'm Percy. I think I'm lost. The girl gasped. She poked her head through a clump of leaves and exclaimed, "Oh no. Are you all right? Where are you from? Let me help you." Even as she said it, she was making her way to the left, artfully placing her feet on the root of the branches while finding solid holds on the stems. She seemed like a natural, always aware that the tree could have a dryad watching silently. And then Percy saw the hive. "Wait, get away from it," he hissed, backing away from underneath the dangerous branch which had several wasps already buzzing around it. The girl beamed. "You see it too? I've never seen one before, it's my first time." What? The bees, she explained carelessly. "That's not a beehive," Percy warned. "It's for wasps." The girl paused in her efforts. "Well, I've never seen a wasp either." "No one wants to. That's rude," she chastised him like a proud sister. "All beings in Lord Zeus's kingdom are treasured and vital." Percy gawked. "The wasps won't think that about you. I am just going to greet them." The branch wobbled. She grabbed onto another one, voice faltering. The wasp hive shook ominously. "Olympus above," she gasped. "Hold on," Percy yelled, running to the tree. He held his arms out to catch her just as she fell. The girl passed through him like he was a projection. She hit the ground hard, feet crumpling painfully. She cried out as one of her ankles twisted the wrong way. Collapsing on the grass, she struggled to breathe properly. Percy was still standing there, arms outstretched, absolutely stunned. "I'm not real." The girl shuddered in pain, moments away from tears. She looked up, still gasping. What are you?" "I'm not real in this world. I'm dead. Lupa's arrow. She'd killed him. And Percy had woken up in this strange place with a strange girl who was foolish enough to explore a wasp hive." One of the bushes nearby rustled. Percy spun around, hand thrusting into his pocket for Riptide, but his pen was missing. Right, he had no weapons. The brambles parted to reveal a snake. He backed away from it, revulsed and caught in admiration. It was a smooth-scaled snake. "Here!" The girl cried in relief, holding her trembling hands out. The beautiful green snake slithered right up to her, curling around her hands, and she lifted it up to hold it close to her chest. Footsteps were heard off to the side. "Oh, my gods," Percy finally whispered. "I'm so sorry, I don't know what happened." The girl looked up with teary eyes, but before she could say anything, a man wandered into the clearing. He was large and tall, just like the Titan Atlas. He wore red robes with gold-trimmed garments and simple jewelry. Percy immediately stood between him and the girl, fists clenched. It didn't matter. The newcomer couldn't see him. "Are you all right, my lady?" he asked the girl. She flinched, trying to turn around to see him clearly. "Who are you?" The man, or a minor god, Percy wondered, made a face and said, "I am the master of this island." "Who are you to come to my home and ask me such a question?" The girl looked at Percy before staring at God. "Can you not see him?" "See? Who?" Percy stepped forwards and waved a hand in front of the god. There was no realization there. He actually couldn't see Percy. Then the god looked down and saw her swelling ankle. "You are hurt." The girl winced. "Yes, I apologize, my lord. I did not mean to interrogate you, but I was in the tree." "Why?" "Looking for Pier." She held up her beloved snake. "Found her." The god gazed at her in wonder. He kneeled down at a good distance away from her to not startle the girl. The snake unwound itself from her grip and went into the grass, reaching the god. It raised its head and gave a deep bow. His voice rumbled, "I know this creature, Pier." The girl nodded slowly. The god continued, "I remember you. You are the first snake. One of the first souls I have ever crafted." Percy and the girl looked stunned. "Pardon?" The god grinned. It made him look younger and less imposing to set the girl at ease. His brown hair curled in gentle tufts. Percy realized this was someone he should know. This being looked like Atlas but younger and nicer. "Dio Immortals!" The girl exclaimed, her dark brown eyes shining. "Your Lord Epimetheus." Oh, shit." She tried to kneel but stumbled forwards. Epimetheus rushed to catch her. Unlike Percy, this time it worked. She braced his arms and he helped her stand on her sprained ankle. The snake slithered down his hand and coiled around her arm and shoulder. Percy backed away, chest growing heavy. He had a faint idea of what he was witnessing. "Forgive me, my lady," Epimetheus whispered with stars in his eyes. "I do not recognize you." The girl grinned, her smile lighting up the forest around them. "I am new to this world, Lord Epimetheus. Do not apologize. I have helped create souls of all mortals," he said, frowning. "I do not recognize yours, but you are not divine." "No more than a man," she giggled. "My soul came not from your hands, Master Potter, but from the gods. I am Pandora." "Damn." Percy watched as the pair slowly made their way to the castle. Epimetheus was blushing every time Pandora paid him the slightest attention. And she had eyes for no one but him, so they were both glowing like fireflies. Percy was in the past. He was killed and sent to the past where he didn't feel real and was invisible to everyone except for Pandora. He was watching the moment when Pandora met Epimetheus. What the hell kind of arrows did Lupa have? Or was this a side effect of dying with the bracelet? Percy wondered where Harry and Rachel went when they died. Harry mentioned his parents once. Rachel had said something about a wasteland. But neither of them remembered much of when they were dead. Would Percy not remember this? Would he forget seeing Pandora, her mad pet snake, and her new boyfriend who was half a step away from proposing to her? They entered the palace. The guards stood at attention, saluting the lord and lady. Percy followed silently. For a moment, Pandora turned back to look at him curiously. Percy grimaced. She was clearly confused as well but elected to not mention him to the Titan. Epimetheus called on a few servants to clean and dress Pandora's ankle. She beamed, delighted to meet new people. The men were startled by her presence, moving around the room as though they'd never encountered anyone like her. When one of them nearly tipped over an amphora of water, Epimetheus tutted and sent them all away. He bent over her ankle and began dressing it himself. Pandora was flushed. Percy buried his face in his hands. "Why am I here?" he whispered. Her eyes darted to him, silent but inquisitive. She said nothing. The couple sat in the room and began to chat. Epimetheus told her all about his role in the grand scheme of the gods. He was in charge of creating all flora and fauna in the world. It wasn't just their bodies he built, it was their minds and souls that he crafted with his bare hands, using his innate sense of magic and the clay in the special mixing room to build every creature. "My brother has a similar role," Epimetheus explained, eyes shining. "He brings forth intelligent life." Pandora sat up straight. "Mortals?" "Yes," the Titan grinned, looking much younger now, like a sweet teenager surrounded by butterflies. Percy wanted to strangle him. When it was Pandora's turn to talk, she said, "I was created by the Olympians. Perhaps that is why I am not familiar to you." Epimetheus's eyes went round. "You are a goddess, of course. I apologize 1,000 times over, my lady." "No, no," she assured him. "I am mortal, just like your brother's creations." The Titan tilted his head, bemused. "But, you are not man?" Percy made a face. Had Epimetheus never seen a girl before? Pandora found the Titan's confusion hilarious. "My lord, I am a woman. I am the first of my kind. Lady Athena has spoken of the many sexes that exist between the gods. They wanted to see if mortals can sustain the same." Epimetheus went red. "Oh, yes. I see now. You are very becoming, my lady." The two giggled like schoolkids. Percy wondered if he could bang his head on the wall. Unfortunately, his body passed through solid things. How the Hades was he standing on the floor? Shouldn't he have sunk all the way down to the center of the planet and come out the other side? Best not to question it too much. More to the point was Pandora's explanation. She was the first mortal woman. Prometheus used her likeness to create more mortal women out of clay, but that's way down the line. No wonder the servants had been tripping over themselves. They'd never seen or dreamed anyone like her. As Apollo's chariot made its way across the sky, Pandora and Epimetheus became Dora and Theus. Percy paced around the room, stepped out into the corridor, and looked everywhere around the palace. He had no way out of this death dream. Pandora and Pier seemed to be the only creatures who could see him. If a Titan of creation couldn't sense Percy, how could two mortals do so? The sun had set by the time Percy had come back, stumbling into the room only to find the Titan and Mortal making out. Pandora jumped. Oh! Epimetheus practically flew off of her and Percy slapped both hands over his face, spinning around. Pandora turned away to catch her breath. Epimetheus swallowed uncomfortably. Are you all right? Right. He couldn't see Percy blushing to high Olympus. She stammered a response, and Percy was about to walk out again when a new voice emerged. Perhaps, your lordship could show my companion her room? If she is to stay? Percy gawked at the snake. The thing talked. Epimetheus nodded frantically. Yes, yes. My lady, if you choose to stay, I will arrange some comfortable quarters for you. Pandora gazed at him. Yes, I accept. You can understand her? He grinned. Of course, I speak the snake tongue. I created her kind. I am taken aback that you can. Pandora blushed. Lord Hermes bestowed a boon upon me. I can interact with all creatures that roam the realm. Percy's eyes widened. Parseltongue. Beings in super ancient Greece spoke Parseltongue? Exactly how old was the language? And also, all creatures. Is that why Pandora can see him when no one else could? But how did the snake know? Was Pier also blessed? Epimetheus bowed and left the room to arrange a place for her to stay the night. Pandora quickly brushed back some errant hairs. Why can he not see you? She whispered. Percy shrugged helplessly. No clue. This is my first time in a situation like this. Pandora nodded slowly. Her eyes roamed his entire person, observing the clothes he wore. That is a strange garment. It's a hoodie. There was no word for hoodie in any ancient Greek dialect. Percy said it using the English word. Pandora stared. What is hoodie? What I'm wearing. No, what language is it? English. What is English? It's Percy screwed up his face, trying to use words she'd know. It's a different tongue, derived from Latin. Pandora frowned. What is Latin? Ooh, boy. Where are you from? Pier asked. Percy jumped. Pandora peered excitedly. You can understand her. Far away, Percy blurted. From far, far away, and yeah, I guess I can. Wonderful. But you haven't mentioned why Lord Epimetheus and the other mortals cannot see you. Percy rubbed the back of his neck. I don't know. Perhaps I'm a mere spirit in this land. Pandora grew sad. Oh no, my apologies, Percy. No problem, Percy assured her. I'll probably be leaving soon. She pouted. You will? Where are you going? My place? Like I said, it's really far away and something happened to me. So while my body heals, I'm here like a spirit or a memory. Pandora nodded slowly. Thankfully, she didn't outwardly call on his bluff, but she could tell he was lying somehow. She picked at the linen of her extravagant chair. Percy scuffed his shoes on the floor, awkwardly. Of course, the floor did not scuff. Are you a god? Pandora finally asked. He did a double take. Nope. Okay. It's just that, you are very reminiscent of one of the Olympians, did you know that? Lord Poseidon. Percy maintained eye contact. Who dat? Pandora went on a spiel. She spoke about the Olympians in glowing and deferential terms. She waxed poetry about their power and poise, their beauty and cleverness, and how King Zeus, in all his infinite wisdom, thought to create her, a mortal woman, to see if they could advance mortal life all across the world. I am the only mortal whose soul has been crafted by the king himself. Pandora preened. All the creatures down here were given life by the titans of creation. Lord Prometheus and his brother Epimetheus. Percy nodded. Dope. Pier, her snake, slithered out from around her forearm. She raised her solemn head and hissed. Why does the titan not sense you, traveler? Traveler was an apt word for Percy, he figured. No clue, Percy sighed. I didn't think I'd get this far after dying. Lupa had killed him, and Percy was 7,000 years in the past as a non-corporeal ghost talking to Pandora. He hoped that Harry and Rachel weren't freaking out too hard. Chapter endnotes images. 1. Percy Underwater by Team Leo Valdez, https://thebadboysupreme.tumblr.com/post/12844311698one/viva-y-do-i-thrive-on-angst. 2. Fantasy Island Castle by Ignis Fatuus, web links. 3. Woman Climbing Trees, web links. 4. Pier, Snake, web links. 5. Pandora by Let's Go Fatima, web links. Time flies when you're dead. Chapter summary. Nothing and no one functions when Percy is out of commission. Chapter notes. Vibe. Pumped Up Kicks by Foster the People. The Romans barely had any new recruits since the Titanomachy. So when Lupa was summoned to her courtyard by an irate Olympian, she decided to oblige since she had the time. Irate wasn't really the word because Poseidon was in full war armor, trident at the ready. Her courtyard steamed and was on the verge of being boiled away around him. Her wolves avoided him, scattering away from the wrathful elder god. Lord Neptune, Lupa said coolly. You know very well that I am not him, Poseidon growled. Ah, of course. Do not patronize me. What have you done to Perseus? Lupa observed his towering 20-foot form. She was not moved. He and his compatriots have accepted my training. Lord Poseidon. Do you wish to veto them and their primordial patron? Poseidon snarled. The air currents shifted and Lupa smelled the seas growing turbulent. The skies grew dark. I see that without the king of the skies, you have assumed temporary control over his earthly domain, Lupa merely pointed out. Quiet. You will pay for this, Lupa. You dare to raise a claw against my bloodline? Lupa lost her good mood. Your bloodline has more than blood in his veins, my lord. Surely you know this by now. Do not barge into my house and presume to order me. Your son arrived here and verbally accepted my training on the advice of your heir. Surely, Triton has explained how my methods work. Poseidon scowled. I will keep a close eye, Lupa. Do as you wish, Lupa said. But remember, Jackson, Potter, and Dare have given me their word. Do you demand for them to turn their backs on their promise? Poseidon's trident crackled with power. The air pressure bent and wavered, threatening to create a sonic boom and destroy the wolf house. Lupa glared back at him. The god's eyes glowed. Do not test me, wolf. Triton may be in agreement with your training methods, but I will not condone such a blatant murder again. The wolf goddess regarded him closely. Very well. The next time they die, it will be during my combat training or the quests I send them on. Is that agreeable? Poseidon's tall form shuddered. The earth rocked with him. He held back with the barest hint of control. Lupa waited, cool as a cucumber. A full minute passed. Finally Poseidon vanished his trident and armor. He transformed into the body of a human, wearing a loud pineapple-printed Hawaiian t-shirt and board shorts. Lupa wrinkled her snout. Fine, Poseidon said, suddenly smiling. I should warn you, the Earth Goddess has become attached to the Dare girl. Lupa frowned. You mean her mother? No, I mean the goddess. It seems sharing the same body for the past several years has given our grandmother a familial love for Rachel Dare, as strong as Beatrice has for her. Poseidon smirked. So it may not be me who tears apart your precious wolf house with a well-placed earthquake, should you hurt them, Lupa. She glowered at him. He added, same with Potter. Sally Jackson has a primordial on her side as you yourself mentioned. The night goddess. Yes, she's quite enamored by both Potter and my son. It's you who've grabbed the short end of the stick, Lupa. You may push them beyond mortal limits, but take care to not render both primordials incensed. If you do, I shall watch your punishment with popcorn. Lupa watched the smug Olympian vanish back to his underwater kingdom. She sighed. She'd received many a family preying upon her to reconsider their legacy's applications. Parents can be so attached to their children. But this took the cake. I speak to you, primordial of the moon and the night sky, Lupa whispered. I seek to empower your champions. They will learn through their deaths. Jackson will wake up with better control over his powers. I swear to you. Lupa wasn't one to cower, but she was no fool to anger Nyx. Harry apparated with Rachel and Percy outside the gates of Frost Mansion. Scotland was far more frigid than West America and the difference in temperatures startled Rachel for a moment, but she wasn't shivering. How cold do you think it is? Rachel asked as they rushed up the stairs. What? Harry asked, incredulous. He hefted up Percy's dead weight in his arms. It's December in the north. What do you think? I don't actually feel that cold, she pointed out. Harry nodded. Huh. I think we can withstand extreme temperatures. We should try visiting Siberia and test it out. or the North Pole. We don't have visas for that, Rachel said. Why would we need visas? She rolled her eyes. Rachel opened the door to DJ's room and stopped short, her limbs freezing in place. Harry crashed into her back, stumbling and nearly dropping Percy's body. What the blow? His voice choked and disappeared. Nico stood in the middle of DJ's room, with Kimmy cheerfully babbling in his arms. He stared back at them, his face going from surprised to confused to utterly horrified. Ba ba ba. Kimmy greeted them happily. What? Nico whispered. His eyes had gone round at the sight of Harry carrying Percy's unresponsive form, quickly piecing things together. Rachel quickly shielded the body from him. Nico, look at me. That is. What? I mean, Nico. Annabeth called from the stairs, just about to come into view. Rachel inhaled sharply. She shared an "oh shit" look with Harry, who shoved Percy's body into Rachel's arms and shut the door on her. Annabeth narrowed her eyes, suspicious of the way Harry had slammed the door. It didn't help that he still had his hand on the doorknob, pointedly looking at the chandelier. You're back, she said in surprise. What did Lupa say? Harry swallowed thickly. Some pretty important things, yeah, we learned a lot. Annabeth frowned. Okay, and you guys are planning to take up her training? Probably not, Harry said, still not looking her in the eye. She nodded slowly and approached him. Where's Percy and Rachel? Who? Annabeth scowled. Harry was a terrible liar, they all knew that. But she'd never actually seen him this rattled. He'd always been so sure of himself, cocky and confident to the point she wanted to beat him up sometimes. They're at camp, he said belatedly. Annabeth eyed him closely. So they aren't in DJ's room with Nico and Kimmy, hiding from me? Why on earth would they be hiding from you? Harry said. That's crazy talk, Chase. Did you just call me crazy? Yes. Well, at least he was sounding more like himself now. Annabeth marched forward and grabbed the doorknob, but it remained stubbornly locked. She rattled the entire door and called out, Percy? I know you're in there. He didn't answer her. Hey, Annabeth. Rachel called from the other side. Her voice was strangely high. Percy headed off to camp. Annabeth turned back to Harry. Why didn't you just say so? Because I didn't know where he'd gone, Harry said. His tone had the same worried quality that echoed from Rachel's. She's gonna kill you. Nico's quiet voice reached Annabeth's ears. Shut up, she can hear you, Rachel hissed at him. Harry sighed. The door rattled. Harry, let us out. Harry stared, surprised. It's locked? Alohomora. The door clicked open and Nico and Kimmy appeared first, being pushed out by a frantic Rachel. Annabeth. She said in a false cheery voice. Girl, you are a sight for sore eyes. Let's talk in the backyard. The only reason Annabeth agreed was because Rachel practically dragged her down the stairs. She told her. Annabeth didn't breathe for a while, eyes focused on the hills in the distance. Lupa had killed her seaweed brain. That mangy, no good, Roman bitch. My thoughts exactly, Rachel said earnestly. The moment Percy wakes up, we're gonna let her know that we're turning down the deal. Good. Annabeth spat. I thought the Romans were diligent about attacking with warning. How dare she kill him? With an arrow to boot. Rachel looked confused. To the neck, actually. Annabeth stifled a gasp. Harry's sure he'll wake up. Rachel added hurriedly. It's just a matter of when. It could take a few days. Or weeks, Annabeth realized. Like you. Yeah, Rachel hesitated. But that was my first death. Since this is Percy's second, it might not take that long. Harry woke up minutes after he died for the second time. Annabeth nodded. She recalled when Percy had told her about the third task in the Triwizard tourney. The killing curse had struck him for the second time in his life, taking him out of commission. And yet Harry had woken up in front of everyone and thrown up spectacularly. I need to see him, Annabeth mumbled. I don't think. Don't even start with me, trust me, Annabeth, Rachel pleaded. Just until he looks a little better, please. They spend the next few days lying to everyone. The Greeks accepted Annabeth's excuses reluctantly. Talia and Clarice were suspicious but didn't push too much. Bianca and the hunters stayed out of it, but she did give Nico a calculating stare. The Romans shrugged it off. Jason and Reyna were quietly sympathetic. Octavian seemed to have guessed it. but he said nothing. Chiron also understood something was truly wrong, but he didn't call out on them. Dionysus didn't care. Sally, by far, was the hardest to convince. She knew something was off. After 2 days of not seeing or hearing from Percy, she tried calling Chiron. Rachel panicked and pulled out the landline cord from the wall. Harry threw her mobile phone out the window. Nico stole Kimmy's pacifier and the baby cried, finally distracting Sally. "Would you at least ask him to call?" Sally asked, annoyed. Harry remained tight-lipped, nodding. He stared down at his lunch quietly. "Percy isn't picking up his mirror either," she mentioned. "Maybe it broke," Nico hedged. "You know Percy, he's pretty clumsy." Sally stared at him. "Clumsy? Wait, he broke his mirror." "What Nico means is that," Rachel interjected, trying not to panic, "Percy wouldn't answer if he was in a really important situation. Like back-to-back meetings or rushing off into the ocean to save turtles." "Right." Harry nodded. "Yes, that," Nico added. Sally pursed her lips. Yuha. Aside from Nico, Annabeth, Harry, and Rachel, and Lupa plus Poseidon. The only other person who knew Percy was dead was the baby. "Awuba." Kimmy told Rachel seriously. "Yes," Rachel told her sadly. "I miss him too." "Guga. Will you do me a favor? Awa, take care of Miss Kitty for me?" Rachel placed the stuffed tiger into Kimmy's crib beside the baby. Kimmy's tiny hand clamped over the toy's nose. She dragged it close and began gumming on its head. "I suppose it's not nice to give away a gift," Rachel told her. "But this has been getting me down for a while. See, it reminds me of Bolt. Do you remember Bolt?" Kimmy was engrossed in the soft toy, now ignoring Rachel completely. "Octavian somehow knew about her," Rachel sighed, leaning her arms over the crib's bars. "But I think he also knew that I had a tiger just like this one when I was a kid. I lost it in a lake." She paused for a moment, recalling the time she'd fallen through the ice. 5-year-old Rachel had wandered on a frozen lake in Finland clutching her beloved tiger. They'd stepped on thin ice that had cracked right away. Her mother had dragged her out, but the tiger had long since sunk. Rachel had cried for days. "You'll take care of this one, Kim?" she asked, peering at the baby. Kimmy garbled, drooling liberally over her new favorite toy. They hoped Percy would wake up soon. The wound on his neck healed well enough, there was but a pale patchwork of lines. Rachel still found it hard to look at him directly. Nico approached the body, careful to avoid touching him. Rachel figured he would be able to sense the death and the lack of soul underneath his skin. Harry still didn't let Annabeth into the room. She threatened to tell Sally, but he called her bluff. None of them would want to hurt her like that. Rachel had once taken Harry aside and whispered, "You have the time turner, right?" Harry shut her down right there. "We can't, but we can go back and stop the arrow." "We can't change the past," Harry said firmly. "Trust me on this. I can't think of a single moment when it's safe enough for us to go back and actually start meddling." Rachel didn't talk to him for a full day. Nico hadn't known about their argument and was convinced Lupa had done more than just kill Percy. The goddess had gotten into their heads and twisted something inside them. Meanwhile, Annabeth dropped by every day now. Sally was quite sure something was going on. It was now 5 days since Percy had died. "You think we can lie to Sally for another week?" Annabeth hissed. Rachel and Nico lounged about on the couch watching them solemnly. "I think I don't want to tell her that her firstborn is dead," Harry snapped. "She'll be broken up even more if she found out later that we didn't tell her." "You know what, be my guest." Harry threw his hands into the air. "I don't know what to do, all right? When Rachel died, we could only wait for her. It's the same with Percy." Annabeth glowered at him. "I remember when you were dead for weeks, Potter. Things went haywire so fast. We totally missed the bullshit that Tom had been pulling with Percy on puppet strings. That's how bad things had gotten. We can't keep this to ourselves and we can't be divided about this." Nico hesitated. "Maybe we should ask Lupa." "No," Annabeth, Harry, and Rachel yelled. Nico slumped further into the couch. He was in real danger of disappearing into the throw cushion's shadow. "What we need is to be proactive," Rachel said, "because we actually have a way to fix this." Harry stiffened. "Don't, it's just a little golden chain," Rachel insisted. "We're asking for a solution and it just dropped into our laps. We can do something with it." What chain? Annabeth asked, alarmed. The only one stopping me is you, Rachel said, glowering at Harry. And the only thing stopping you is your own incompetence. Nico's jaw dropped. Harry advanced, towering over her. Say that again. You're afraid, Rachel said, staring up at him boldly. I heard you screaming when Percy fell. Lupa asked you what you're afraid of and you said nothing. Nothing. She proved you wrong. And now, you're so scared that you won't touch that moment for fear it will turn out worse. Harry's eyes burned into hers. Rachel gave back as good as she got. But you're willing to risk it? Harry whispered, shaking all over. Annabeth and Nico watched the confrontation wide-eyed. If we sit down and talk it over, we'll get the answer, Rachel insisted. Life's not so simple, Harry snarled. This is death, and it is simple. We'll get stuck in a paradox if we change anything, Harry shouted. You don't know that, Rachel screamed. The doorbell rang. Harry and Rachel flinched. Annabeth jumped and Nico almost collapsed. They never received many visitors here at Frost. The last time someone had dropped by, Rachel had nearly gotten arrested. Harry stomped over to the front door and yelled, Who is it? It's me, Hermione Granger. Let me in, it's freezing. Rachel gasped. Hermione? Had the universe heard her complaints of the time turner and sent the very person who'd time traveled hundreds of times successfully without setting off paradoxes? Harry grabbed the door handle and called out, Answer this. How many trolls did Ron and I kill in our first year? 0. You stuck your wand up its nose and Ron knocked it out with its club. Harry yanked the door open and everyone stared at Hermione standing on the doorstep, wrapped up in 2 layers of winter jackets. It's one of the better ways to make friends, Harry agreed as Hermione launched at him with a fierce hug. Hermione had barely gotten to say hello to Annabeth and Nico before Rachel dragged her and Harry to the kitchen. What do you think they were talking about? Nico mused to Annabeth. Golden chains and paradoxes. Annabeth said nothing. He turned around and blanched when he realized he was alone in the hall. He heard the doors to the back porch creak open. Nico cursed and dropped into the couch's shadow, reappearing in the yard below DJ's room. Annabeth was scaling the wall, finding handholds along the window frames. Annabeth, I need to see him, she said fiercely. We can't just hide him from everyone forever. Annabeth reached DJ's window. The heavy curtains blocked her view. She slammed her elbow into the window and cracked the glass. Annabeth. Nico called again. The reason we don't want Sally to know about Percy, much less see him like that, is because it'll hurt her. And we know it's not permanent, so please, just let him wake up and come back to you. She didn't listen. She broke through the window and reached inside and unclasped the window lock. Percy wouldn't want you seeing him like that, Nico yelled. Annabeth stopped. If it was the other way around, would you want him seeing you dead? Nico demanded. Annabeth didn't answer. Warm air from the room greeted her. The curtains were the last obstacle. They fluttered in the brisk breeze. He's not a demigod anymore, Annabeth whispered, and he's certainly not mortal. Death is a short break for him. It doesn't mean the same thing for him the way it does for us. She looked down at Nico, standing a dozen feet below her. I guess that's why you didn't feel him die. Nico stared. Annabeth climbed into the room. Percy basically got knocked out, she decided. He's just unconscious in an immortal sense. I don't want him waking up alone. She pushed the curtains aside and hopped into the room, disappearing from Nico's sight. He stood out in the falling snow. Times like this really reminded him how much he missed DJ. He used to like complaining about everything to him. Nico sighed. You believe this, DJ? A clump of snow fell on top of Nico's head. Splur. He spluttered, brushing the cold wetness out of his hair and face. His heart thudded. For a second, he wondered if DJ had thrown a snowball at him. Nico looked up at the wall. Nobody was there, of course. But Nico didn't feel so alone anymore. His shadow traveled into the room. Percy was utterly still, lying in DJ's bed. He was atop the covers. Harry hadn't covered him in a sheet, which Nico was now thankful for. Annabeth was kneeling on the floor, beside Percy's head. She stared at him quietly. Her expression was raw and full of hurt. The good thing was Percy wasn't waxy. His pallor was decent all things considered, but he didn't breathe or twitch. And if Nico concentrated enough, he could tell there was no pulse. Nico sat on the floor beside her. He saw Annabeth's hand on the bed beside Percy's curled fingers, but she hadn't moved to touch him. He reached out and grazed Percy's knuckles with the tips of his fingers. A wave of cold numbness washed over him. Nico shuddered. It wasn't as strong as true death, thankfully. This was just a taste of Thanatos' realm. He'd only ever felt this with Harry and Rachel. Annabeth watched him, worried. Nico took her hand and tucked it into Percy's slack palm. Nico said, "I didn't want you waiting for him alone." Annabeth smiled. She brought Nico's hand back, wrapping his digits in between hers and Percy's palms. They sat in the quiet till Nico asked, "Did you brush snow off the window?" She stared curiously. "No, maybe it was DJ who'd," answered Nico. Annabeth sucked in a breath. She smacked Nico's shoulder. "Is that supposed to happen?" Nico sat up, unable to believe it. Percy's bracelet was glowing through his sleeve. His veins lit up in dangerous blue, but it didn't burn or hurt them. Nico felt his limp hand grow warmer. "You died again." Hermione scolded Harry. She smacked him with a rolled-up newspaper that she'd bought from Paris that held news of his latest death via a Muggle gun. "Ron was saying something ridiculous about the Aurors killing you and arresting everyone else," Hermione continued. Harry reassured her, "Petunia killed me, but the Aurors arrested everyone except her." Rachel rolled her eyes as Hermione began bewraying that. "No, Harry, that is not actually comforting." "We have a question for you," Rachel interrupted her scolding. Harry blurted, "Let's not just say things that we can't take back later." Rachel groaned. "Fine, Hermione, I'd like to interview you about your third year." Hermione frowned. "Okay, namely the time turner." The witch dropped her newspaper on the kitchen island with a sigh. "Oh. Yeah," Rachel said excitedly. "I just wanted to know." "Let me stop you right there," Hermione warned. "Harry shouldn't have told you about it, but he did, so I'll give you the first warning now. You cannot go back into the past and change things that already happened." Rachel stared in disbelief. "How do you know that's what I was gonna ask?" "It's what everyone asks about time travel," Hermione shrugged. "But Harry and DJ went back to save Sirius and Buckbeak. You also caught Wormtail." "Keep it down," Harry hissed, looking out the kitchen worriedly. "Sirius was still imprisoned in the tower as far as we knew," Hermione pointed out. "And Buckbeak, that was tricky. But we actually saw it wrong the first time around." "Wrong? We were standing too far away," Hermione explained. "When the executioner swung the axe, it hit a pumpkin. The last we'd seen was Buckbeak sitting, chained up among the pumpkins. We assumed he killed Beaky." But, Rachel blanched. "You believed he was dead, but you went back for him anyway." "No, we went back for Sirius," Harry explained. "We only realized we could save Buckbeak when we were already in the loop." Rachel stared at them. "What loop?" "Time loop," Hermione said. "Harry and DJ went 3 hours back into the past. They looped back onto their timeline. So essentially, there were already 2 versions of them when the situation began." Rachel groaned. "This is more complicated than Back to the Future. I was actually hoping for hot tub time machine levels of timey shenanigans. Is there a doctor or an expert on the subject?" "There was one," Hermione chirped. "Who?" "Not Doctor Who, Harry. He's fictional," Hermione patted his arm. "I'm talking about Professor Odenkirk. He made some major breakthroughs regarding stable time traveling. He holds the record for the longest time loop, 29 years. Harry exhaled. "He went back and lived for all that time?" "Yes. I have all his books. It's so fascinating. See, the biggest problem with forming stable loops is that time itself functions around you. Regular people are free to make decisions and the timeline builds based on every choice and action we make. But the traveler has to assimilate to the timeline they have already built the first time. This is because the traveler is essentially a fourth-dimensional being." Rachel held out her hands in a stop gesture. "This is Flash levels of complexity." Hermione grinned. "I'm saying Professor Call solved the stability issues by figuring out the rules of time travel. He successfully avoided time paradoxes for almost 3 decades. He avoided his past self the whole time. He didn't let anyone who knew him see 2 versions of him. He mapped everything down and built the equation for stable long-term traveling. There's a reason why no other country in the world authorizes time travel to such an extent." Many governments have even banned it. The risk of being timed out is too great if your time turner doesn't have the stabilizing equation. Rachel made a face. I take it back. This is reverse flash levels of difficulty. Do you just put time in front of everything? Hermione shrugged. You'll understand when you read Call's papers. Rule number 1 is to always have the time turner on you while traveling. I thought rule number 1 was to never meet your past self, Harry interjected. Hermione folded her arms. I told you that because I knew you would have wanted to go find your past self to grab Pettigrew when Hagrid handed him to us in his hut. Harry scowled. I have some self-control, Hermione. I'll believe that when I see it. Rachel bit back a laugh at Harry's outraged face. All right. Hermione, I need all the books you have on time traveling. Hermione shrugged. Sure, but there's no point if you don't have a turner. Rachel and Harry nodded after an awkward beat. Unless, Hermione hesitated. Unless you have some godly enchantment that allows you to travel? Harry stared at her wide-eyed. Nothing like that. Hermione scowled at him. Promise? I promise no god or deity has given us any crazy time-traveling objects, or abilities. Rachel blinked. Harry and Hermione tilted their heads at her. What's with the Hypothetically, if I'm dead, but I sorta dream about the future and interact with my future self and everyone else, is that time traveling? Hermione's jaw was on the floor. Harry inhaled. You mean the wasteland? Kinda, Rachel shrugged. I know you see Lily and James, like in present time, down in the underworld. I'm sorry, what? Hermione choked. But what do you think Percy's seeing now? Rachel finished. Harry was at a loss for words. Unfortunately, Hermione wasn't. Percy's dead? Before they could answer her, Nico skidded into the kitchen. He bounced on his feet, ready to catapult into the air with all the energy thrumming in him. Good news, he crowed. Percy's alive. The doorbell rang, again. Harry and Rachel were still standing frozen in the kitchen, gawking at Nico. Hermione blinked. So, he's not dead? He was, Nico said, but he just woke up now. On cue, Annabeth arrived, pulling a confused Percy Jackson behind her. He was wide alert, eyes blinking, rapidly darting around the room. He focused on Harry first before switching to Rachel. His neck had a pale white scar, barely visible. His gray patch of hair seemed darker. Percy even looked a little taller than Harry now. He was perfectly all right. Harry gasped, stepping back and stumbling into the counter. Rachel was still frozen. You're okay, Hermione announced, relieved. Then her face fell. Wait, did Petunia shoot you too? Percy blinked. Annabeth said it was Lupa. Hermione mouthed the name, confused. The doorbell rang again. Everyone ignored it. Harry disapparated a grand distance of 4 yards, appearing in front of Percy to bring him into a tight hug. Percy's lower arms flailed in shock. He hooked his chin over Harry's shoulder and gaped at Annabeth like, Are you seeing this? Rachel couldn't bring herself to say anything. She'd seen the arrow hit him. She'd seen Percy gurgle for air. She'd felt the hot spurt of blood from his neck to her face. She'd heard the death rattle in his throat. She'd never forget these details. But here he was, standing, talking, and in danger of having his ribs crushed by Harry. His bracelet just activated, Annabeth said. Her voice was mellow and soothing, the complete opposite of her frantic self that had terrified everyone in the past few days. Harry finally pulled back, both arms squeezing Percy's shoulders. You do care, bro? Percy cheered. It's not funny, Harry threatened. Rachel finally spoke. What's the last thing you remember? Percy paused, thinking hard. A girl, I think. Annabeth leaned back, some of the steel returning to her voice. Who? Do I know her? Percy hesitated. It was like a dream. I don't actually remember, so maybe she's not that important. Yuha. Did you time travel in your dream? Hermione asked, amazed. Percy was even more confused now. Nico raised his hand. First things first. Percy, you better call your mom. I'm pretty sure she's ready to ground you. Why? Because you've been out for 5 days and nobody outside this house knows about it. Percy groaned. The doorbell rang yet again. Rachel stepped out of the kitchen, but not before hugging Percy tight enough to actually make him grunt in pain. Don't ever scare us like that, she warned. He nodded seriously. It won't happen because we're going back to Lupa and rescinding the deal, Harry said fiercely. I'm not training with anyone who we can't trust. Triton will be mad, Percy sighed, but we'll handle it. They continued talking about Lupa. Rachel headed for the front door just as the bell rang again. Who is it? She called, annoyed. There was a pause. It's Destin, the bell ringer answered. Rachel gawked. The voices in the kitchen fell silent. She opened the door and there he was. Destin stood on the porch, smiling at her. His straw-like brown hair reminded her of Octavian's unkempt mess. Totally different from Harry's. Up close, she saw how unevenly chopped and bitten it looked. It slumped over Destin's head, a mess that rivaled Harry's hair on a bad day. Hey, Rachel, he said as the cold winter air blew around him, freezing everything except for Destin. May I come in? Destin, without a question. Chapter summary. Destin is determined to get Rachel, Harry, and Percy to reconsider Lupa's training. Sally is less than pleased by the way her kids, all the kids, really, are being shunted around the board like pawns. Chapter notes. Vibe. Lighted up by Nefex. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Destin wore a golden bomber jacket. Perhaps he was a legacy of Apollo. Perhaps he was a god? Harry and Percy flanked Rachel and the others stood behind them, all facing Destin, who still waited on the front porch outside the door. What do you want? Harry asked, annoyed. Destin smiled. I'm here to try and change your minds. What about? About not dropping Lupa's lessons. Rachel stared. Percy asked, alarmed now, are you spying on us? No, Destin reassured him. But Lupa has zero bedside manners and she'd have given you a complete overview of what you'll be dealing with if you say yes. I believe she said she'll wait till you're awake for your training to really begin. Percy glared at him. I wasn't out. I was dead for nearly a week. Destin nodded. And now you're not. Lupa's training will be the best way to get you up to speed in a short time. The Earth Goddess has sped up the timeline. Rachel gasped. What timeline? Destin frowned, now confused. He watched her before glancing over at the others. But you're the one who announced this, Rachel. She frowned. When did I say what? Harry stifled a sharp inhale. He stared at Rachel wide-eyed. No, that's what the spirit of Delphi said. She told me the apocalypse was set for 2015. Percy's head snapped to Annabeth's. She stared back, the feast of Spes. Destin snapped his fingers in victory, pointing at Rachel. August 1st. That's your 19th birthday, I believe. Rachel couldn't formulate a response to that. You all have 2.5 years to straighten up this mess before Gaia grows strong enough to end everything, Destin summarized. With Lupa's help, this timeline is doable. Rachel couldn't believe what she was hearing. Her vision of the wasteland left her with the impression that their future was set in stone. But here was somebody saying that wasn't so? You're saying we can win this war? She asked to be sure. Yeah, Destin said. Provided you take up Lupa's offer. And what can she teach us that we can't learn on our own? Harry asked. He scowled hard at him, green eyes blazing into dark brown ones. Destin hesitated. He watched Harry closely before flitting his eyes over Percy and Rachel. Then he said, I challenge the three of you to a fight. If you can beat me, I'll leave it alone. But if I win, you will take up Lupa's training. No loopholes or shortcuts. Everyone gathered in the backyard. Destin took off his bomber jacket and carefully folded it. He placed the golden material on the marble floor of the back porch and lithely hopped down the short stairs to walk around the cold yard. He was in a dark red plaid shirt with the collar unbuttoned. His blue jeans were tied to the legs. That's a girl's pants, Hermione mumbled. Rachel nodded slowly. Guys can wear tight jeans, Nico argued. Harry gestured to his own trousers, which were pre-fitting as well. Percy didn't say anything. He fiddled with his pen and kissed Annabeth on the cheek. Harry brought out his wand and walked on the grass, eyeing Destin in the distance. Rachel followed him nervously. Annabeth, Hermione, and Nico stayed on the porch, watching the four fighters take places. Destin checked his watch before calling out, It's not one-on-one. All three of you against me. Start in 5 or are you ready to go? Percy stopped, surprised. Wait, we can't all fight you. Why not? He asked, sauntering over, smirking. You three never fought together before. That was technically true. Despite all of Rachel's training, Percy's experience, and Harry's endurance, the three of them hadn't even fought against a common enemy. Start in 5 minutes, Percy told Destin. He pulled Harry and Rachel closer to the porch and whispered urgently, "Any strategies?" Annabeth frowned. "We've never seen this guy fight before. We don't know his style, we know nothing about him." "Thanks for the pep talk, Chase," Harry said. "But he doesn't know anything about you three either," Nico pointed out. "Look, Harry can take long range and try that stunning spell. Percy can go in close and disarm him." "Stunners won't work on Immortals," Hermione said worriedly. "It hasn't worked on Harry and Percy for a while now." "We don't know he's immortal," Rachel said, hopefully. "But he can't be a hero," Harry pointed out. "He doesn't have that demigod stench. Even if he isn't a god, he's still powerful enough to track us down at Frost. This place has a lot of warding, it should have kept him out. But gods can't challenge us," Percy pointed out. "That's against immortal laws." "They can't challenge demigods and mortals," Nico clarified. "You guys aren't either of those two." Annabeth scowled at Destin. They raised their heads and stared at the stranger. Destin smiled, waving an excited hand at them. "He's cocky," Annabeth decided. "He seems pretty confident to take you three. Strike fast and from far. Harry, you got any binding spells?" "Yup," Harry nodded, spinning his wand like a drummer's stick. "Percy, tap into the sprinkler system. Use it as backup, don't let him get close to you." "On it. And Rach, yeah, you could look threatening." Rachel wasn't even insulted, she nodded and brought out her dagger. "Can do." They took their places again, Harry and Percy spreading out to face Destin from different angles. Rachel stood further back with her dagger gleaming in the dull daylight. Destin watched them, his forehead crinkling lightly. He stepped forward. "Tell your friends to stay on the porch." "They already know," Percy said, holding his pen close. "We fight till we draw first blood." "All right. You'll lose only if I injure all three of you. Fair?" It didn't feel fair for him. Rachel knew they had a huge advantage over Destin. Was this arrogance or confidence? "Fair," Percy called out. "On 3. 1, 2, th." Destin ran. He moved because Harry was already conjuring flying ropes. The thick ropes missed Destin by a hair because the guy moved like the wind, pushing off the ground so fast Rachel flinched. His legs were powerful, catapulting his body at Percy in the blink of an eye. He wasn't teleporting in any meaning of the word, he was running. It wasn't as fast as Hermes, but he could certainly give Camp's dryads a run for their drachmas. He appeared in front of Percy, slashing a small knife at him. Percy already had Riptide rising to block his blow, but the sword was too big and missed the knife's edge. Instead, Destin sliced Percy's wrist, cutting half the muscles and scraping the bone joint. Percy shrieked, dropping his sword as his entire wrist practically flopped back, exposing all the blood and flesh inside. Destin slammed his shoe into Percy's torso, shoving him 20 feet backwards right into Rachel. She caught him in both arms, stumbling back in shock as Percy clutched at his bleeding hand, hunched over in agony. In the same moment, Harry launched a barrage of curses. 2 stunners followed a disarming spell. More ropes flew out. Destin dodged most of them, running at him. The cutting and bone-breaking hexes followed. Some spells caught his torso and shoulder, but they sliced his plaid shirt up, leaving his skin unmarked. Destin caught Harry by the throat, his fingers digging into the skin. A blast of purple light from the wizard's hands separated them and Harry furiously lunged in with his dagger. The blade caught Destin's raised forearm, but the metal just scrapped uselessly against his unbreakable skin. The ground broke into small cracks as grass blades grew long. Their roots joined, shooting out of the ground to grab Destin's legs. But he twisted and broke all their grips. Some of the plants evolved to climber vines, catching his arms. Destin swiped his knife through the plants, slicing them apart easily. Despite its short reach, the knife did its job. Destin yanked the rest of the plants from the ground and threw them away easily. He advanced at Harry and their blades met furiously. Harry's moves were on par with a demigod, weaving in and out, dodging outstretched legs and using his other arm to throw more curses, but none of them hurt Destin. Destin smiled. He was enjoying this. He met every slice and stab, every feint and shove like a choreographed dance. He dodged more creeping vines, fast roots, and shocking curses. The ones he didn't dodge did no damage to his skin. Percy groaned in pain, eyes squeezed shut. His arms glowed blue and Rachel dropped him in a panic. He hit the ground and rolled on his side, already disintegrating a ring of grass around him. The green withered and died. Percy, no! Annabeth was screaming, but he couldn't hold back. The light exploded out of him and Rachel dived to the ground, hands over her head to avoid it. Harry conjured a shield around himself while Destin was slammed in the stomach by the beam of burning light. He wasn't the only thing to be hit. The blue wave sliced one of the columns of the back porch and shattered all the windows. Annabeth shoved Hermione to the floor in time and Nico's shadow traveled away to avoid the beam. The rest of the light lacerated the trunks of trees several yards away. The fight paused for a moment as everyone watched a dozen tree branches tip over and fall on the ground. The standing stumps glowed like embers in the fireplace. Dry leaves fluttered away in the wind. Destin was still standing. He was uninjured, not a mark on his body. But his plaid shirt had been eaten away around the stomach, so had his long sleeves which now sported a torn look halfway up his elbow. He sported a plaid crop top fashion now. He was staring at his bare arms in surprise. Percy somehow got to his feet still in pain. He and Harry charged at Destin again. Percy wielded Riptide in his left arm, and Harry brought his dagger down on Destin's legs. Had it been anyone else, the double attack might have worked. Harry was clearly intending to catch Destin off guard so Percy could deliver the final blow. But he knew. Destin bent his upper body back to dodge a silent incantation and the dagger. He caught Harry's outstretched arm and used the momentum to spin him around, right into Riptide's path. No one gasped louder than Percy. Riptide pieced Harry in the shoulder deep enough to shock him into dropping both his wand and dagger. The growing plants fell back to the ground and Harry's magic came to a halt. Percy froze, still clutching the sword handle now facing Harry's stunned face as they both watched the blade slice through the muscle and bone and out the back. "That's two," Destin announced before kicking Harry behind the knees and dropping him to the ground. Percy had to let go of Riptide and catch him before the sword cut any deeper. Destin now charged at Rachel. She dove to the side, tucking and rolling far away enough to avoid him. Destin threw his knife and she darted to avoid it. Blades couldn't cut her. Not even enchanted material, not even Stygian iron could hurt Rachel. If they had no sharp object, Destin wouldn't be able to make Rachel bleed, right? She was right. Destin didn't even bother with the knife. He caught her by the arm, iron muscles squeezing tight to strain her bones. Rachel kicked his knee and went for his ear, punching hard. She drove her fingers into his eyes next, but he swerved his head away and down. His teeth clamped onto Rachel's wrist. She shrieked, bringing her knee up to crash it into his ribs. Destin grunted from the blow but only secured his jaws tighter into her muscles. "Ow!" Rachel cried, relenting. "Let go, you psycho." Destin finally unclamped his teeth and shoved her back. Rachel fell hard on the cold, wet ground, whimpering and holding her ruined wrist. 2 rows of teeth impressions were easily visible. Destin had not hesitated. He picked up his knife from the grass and smiled at her, revealing his bloody incisors. 3, Destin said. "Lupa will be waiting for you tomorrow morning, LA time, 8 a.m. sharp. Don't be late." Sally was not pleased about the outcome. She had arrived at Frost Mansion only to stutter at the damage incurred in the back-facing windows, the porch, and the trees lining the edge of the backyard. Hermione had gotten enough dittany for Harry and Rachel to close up their wounds before the woman could see it. Nectar had taken care of Percy's battered wrist as well. But Sally still figured out how badly this mysterious Destin Outis had messed them up. "Outis," Annabeth corrected. Hermione blinked, wide-eyed. "I heard Outis." They sat around the island in the kitchen with piping hot tea to soothe their nervousness. Percy sat up, twisting his freshly healed wrist, quite annoyed. "But that's Odysseus's name," he said. "Unless we're saying Destin is Odysseus reborn." Rachel and Sally were confused and Nico explained. "Outis means nobody. It's the pun he used to trick Polyphemus." "And what's Outis?" "To return. Or to be back again," Annabeth said. "But that's not what we're talking about. This guy or God just handed our asses to us." Harry glared at the floor, utterly irritated by his own failure. We can't beat Destin, so there's no way we can go up against Ajax. If Lupa teaches us properly, I'm in. Percy sighed. Yeah. I'm in as well. We should have been able to fight him. He didn't even use any fancy powers. At all? Sally asked, stumped. He had strength and speed, Rachel said. He was stronger than me. I need him and it should have broken his insides, but he kept going. The room grew quiet. None of them could tell if Destin was a real help or hindrance. He'd certainly made his point though. Having heard the full story, Sally gritted her teeth. He's probably a minor god who works as Lupa's agent. He could be a demigod too, or even a regular fighter with years of training. Percy raised his head, alarmed. But Mom, if he's way faster and stronger than us. Enhancements, she said. His real power was knowing you'd underestimate him. Percy, you fought several monsters at once. And Harry's just as strong, so what happened today? Annabeth sighed. Destin went for Percy's wrist. It put him on the back foot and made him forget about the sprinklers. I didn't forget, Percy argued. I just didn't want to explode the house. Do you have any idea how much water's in the pipes? Everyone turned around to stare at the shattered windows facing the backyard. The porch was missing one column. The trees outside were still burning quietly, all the branches lopped off. I'll fix that, Harry said. After dinner maybe. I'll help, Hermione murmured. You know? I've never seen you fight with a knife before. Dagger, Harry said. Yeah, I don't advertise it. I was supposed to stay long distance but he charged at me with the tiniest knife ever. Annabeth smirked. Size isn't everything, Potter. He won that fight. We were interrupted by the bloody blue beam, if you recall, Harry snapped. Sorry, Percy groaned. Your shield came up fast, that's good, Nico said, holding back a laugh. Sally frowned. You protected Destin, too? Of course not, Harry protested. The light didn't do anything to him. His clothes were right piecemeal. But he was fine. Tickled even. So tickled he got Percy to stab Harry, Rachel muttered under her breath. Sally flinched. Are you sure you're okay? Let me see the wound. It's closed up, it's fine, Harry promised. I've got a scar for the collection. It doesn't hurt? Sally demanded. I promise it doesn't, Harry said, jerking his head at Percy. You should be worried about Percy. He escaped nerve damage. Percy scowled at Harry. It's okay, Mom, don't worry. Sally still inspected his arm carefully. I don't like this. If this is how Lupa thinks she ought to convince you, then I don't want to rely on her training so much. I think they should go, Annabeth said. They need to learn how to fight together. She was staring at Rachel who gawked at her. What, I fought him. Only at the end. You told me to stay out of it. Yeah, sorry, Annabeth said. She even seemed contrite. I said that because I genuinely didn't know how to put you into the plan. I think Destin was counting on something like that. If Lupa can teach you to join the fight seamlessly, then you should definitely go for it. Rachel stared at Percy and Harry helplessly. They shrugged, already having made their decisions. Damn it. Fine. She scowled and folded her arms, pouting. Sally watched her silently for a long time. The sun was setting now. Once in a while the broken windows let in freezing cold air, but Hermione had warmed up the kitchen with a household charm. We need more help than Lupa, Sally said carefully. The Order hasn't been finding enough trails with the Death Eaters. The demigods can't be the only ones fighting the Earth Goddess. If the gods aren't going to help, we need to figure something else out. Like what? Percy asked his mother. Sally tilted her head, her pale blue eyes glittering. It was a plan she'd been considering ever since Percy told her the truth about Kimberly Jackson. Friday night, Sky's favorite time of the week. Back home, he'd be busy from Monday to Friday. Classes, training, and miscellaneous studies were a constant and his teachers barely ever let him slouch off. Sure, he was homeschooled, but Mom and Ma were the strictest trainers when they wanted to be. In contrast, Camp Jupiter was almost lax. He was still busy with probatio work here. Cassandra and Iphigenia had written letters of recommendation for him and Lupa had been cordial enough to read them. That alone would have placed Sky in the first cohort, but Neptune was a feared god among the Romans. Sky didn't complain. Second cohort wasn't bad, he even got his own place, so Sky didn't have to worry about needing to get along with an unsuitable roommate. After supper, he headed up to his room, ready for a 10-hour sleep. It was barely 9:30 when he'd switched off the lights, and Siren simply hadn't expected anyone to be in his room, waiting in the shadows. Except, someone was there. In the darkness, he heard the shuffle of footsteps on the floor. Sky rolled off the bed and onto the floor to avoid hands trying to grab him. Heart pounding, Sky swerved and plunged his hand below the mattress to retrieve one of his hidden knives. It was precious time he lost, because his head felt a terrible blow that made him fly into the shelves. The world spun in the blackness and he lunged blindly, his knife grazing the attacker's arm. The floor dropped away from him as his attacker yanked him forwards, through space. The mist lit up his surroundings and Sky's humble room in the cohort quarters splintered away. He tumbled onto a beautiful marble floor, his knife scraping the tiles under the bright lights. This was not his room. Sky gasped, scrambling away from Percy and Nico. The son of Poseidon was clutching his bleeding arm, glaring at Sky. "What the hell, man?" Sky yelled. "What are you doing? Where am I?" "Frost," another voice said, and Sky spun around, leaping to his feet to come face to face with Harry. Sky fell silent. The abrupt change in surroundings didn't help. It was daylight here in this large house. The sun streamed in with cold air. Dark curtains pulled back to reveal an enormous backyard beyond the porch. He'd been here before. The party. From back in November. "Tie him up," Percy grumbled. Sky backed away. "What? No," Harry sighed. "That's not necessary, he can't get out anyway." "He sliced me. You attacked me," Sky defended. "We just had to get you here," Nico said, watching him and Percy, amused. "I'm watching him," Harry said firmly, "he won't leave." "What are you saying?" Sky griped. Harry finally explained, "We're kidnapping you, T. I. No, what?" Sky blurted. There was movement to the side. He glanced over and gulped. Sally Jackson had appeared in the doorway. She frowned at the four kids, eyes darting between Harry and Percy suspiciously, like she expected them to set fire to something. Then she met Sky's eyes. "Siren," she said, holding out her hand. "I'm Sally Jackson. I expect your parents will have told you about me." "They did," Sky whispered. More than the story, his mothers had emphasized that while he didn't necessarily owe Percy for their ill-fated meeting in Cairo, he was still answerable to Sally Jackson. She'd lost her sister despite 3 distinct promises to keep the Jacksons safe. Lily and James died before they could resolve their debt to Sally, thereby passing the burden onto Harry and Rachel. While Sky did sacrifice himself to keep Percy safe from the Lethe, Sally might still want favors from him. "Are you hungry?" she asked, completely derailing Sky's worry. It's morning here," Sally said, gesturing to the lightening skies outside. "I'm making waffles. The girls are already at the table, you're welcome to join them." Sky wondered if this was a test. "No, I just ate," he mumbled. "It's past dinner time in Camp Jupiter." Sally frowned. "How early do you sleep?" Now, Sky thought. He valued his rest. His hesitation answered her and she placed her hands on her hips and faced her son. "It's his bedtime, Percy." He didn't say anything, Percy defended. "Didn't you tell him that you were abducting him for the day?" Harry asked, as though that would have solved the situation. Thankfully, Sally didn't see the humor in it. "Percy. I meant you and Nico to bring Sky here after checking with him when he was available." Percy put on a Boston accent. You gotta be specific about that. You wanted him here. We brought him here." His mother made a face, but before she could respond, her phone rang. Sky had a gut feeling he knew who that was. Sally picked up the call and listened to the caller talking hastily. "He's not hurt, I assure you," Sally said calmly. "I just wanted to talk to you." The caller persisted. Sally nodded briefly and held the phone to him. Sky took it curiously and said, "Hello? Sky, are you okay?" Cassandra's voice burst into his ear. Sky's head whirled. It had been weeks since he'd heard his mother's voice and a deep well of emotion opened up in his chest, choking him. "Ma, I'm okay, I'm fine. Where are you? Are you all right?" She exhaled and the sound crackled on the line. "I can't tell you, love, but your mom and I are fine. Don't worry about us. Where are you?" Sky glanced around the large house. In Scotland." And they're not threatening you, right? Between Percy's disgruntled glare, Harry's curious gaze, Nico's amused face, and Sally's calm composure, Sky wasn't even sure anymore. Nah, he finally said. My sleep cycle's whacked though. We have a guest bedroom here, Sally said, and the implication sent Sky reeling. Excuse me. Cassandra snapped. Hand me over to her, sweetie. Sally took the phone, not worried about angering a 3,000-year-old immortal in the slightest. She even switched the call to speakerphone. You're angry with me, Sally, Cassandra fumed. Not with Sky. He risked his life for your son. Both my sons, actually, Sally interrupted. She nodded at Sky, her voice growing soft. I acknowledge that. Siren won't be harmed under my roof. I just figured this was the quickest way to speak to one of the best warriors in the world on the lam. Sky exhaled. Good guess. Cassandra was always looking over Sky even when they weren't in the same country. Perks of having a seer for a mother. Now? Cassandra asked, baffled. Sure, Sally said, now smiling. I hope you have long-distance calling. Wait. Or we can meet up in person. Today, Sally said, turning to the window, unsmiling and unflinching. There's a little pub in Gretna Green, Queen's Head. I checked the menu online. They serve excellent popera. Sky gulped. Fine, Cassandra growled. Sky will be with you. Sky will be here, Sally said, now glaring at the wall. You're holding my child hostage. Wow, Sally hissed. I wonder what that feels like. I wouldn't know, I don't remember. Even her boys were taken aback by the fury in her voice. Sally took a purposeful breath, then another. All right, she said. He'll be absolutely safe here. In fact, after our talk, you can come back here with me and check on him yourself. Cassandra's voice was stilted. Sky? He watched Percy's guarded expression. I'll be fine, Mom, he said. I trust Ms. Jackson. She sighed. Very well. I'll meet you there at noon. What's the topic? Sky, Harry, Percy, and Nico watched Sally's face closely. She was thinking things over very quickly. You owe me a grave debt, she finally said. That much is clear. I want to know how bad the situation is regarding Pandora and all the heroes. And you are gonna help us over some mighty tall hurdles. Cassandra didn't miss a beat. Understood, but I have a request. Bring Rachel. Sally blinked, surprised. Harry frowned and Percy shook his head frantically at his mother. Why? She asked suspiciously. I have an offer for her, was all Cassandra said. About what? You'll find out when we meet up. May I speak to Sky? Sally narrowed her eyes but handed the phone over to him. He turned off the speakerphone and said, Yeah? Be careful about Harry, Cassandra hissed worriedly. I know you like him, but he might not see it that way. Ah, those were the downsides of having a seer for a mother. It's all right, Cassandra, Harry called, having heard her words despite standing several feet away. I don't hold grudges. Sky could practically hear his mother wince. Good, Sally said. And we'll discuss about Destin as well. Sky glanced at her, confused. His mother was equally questioning. Who? Percy, Harry, and Nico exchanged worrying looks. Sally frowned. Annabeth, Rachel, and a brunette stuck their heads out of the kitchen, now surprised. Destin Outis, Sally explained. Outis. Cassandra's scowl was obvious. Who is Destin Outis? The girl Sky didn't know murmured from the kitchen. Maybe he's not as important as Pandora. And the 20 other problems we have, Nico added. Sky watched Harry's face carefully. The guy was quietly frustrated. He knew that Harry, Percy, and Rachel were due to train with Lupa soon. Something must have happened then. The brunette gasped. She pointed at Sky and exclaimed, I know you. You and Harry snogged for 4 hours. Everyone goggled at her and then at Sky. Harry went red. Sky stammered, words and sounds stumbling over each other. Sally blurted, Hermione, what did you say? The girl, Hermione, stared in horror. She clapped a hand over her mouth. So did Annabeth, but she was hiding a shit-eating grin. What was that? Cassandra yelled over the phone. Sky, what did Harry do to you? Excuse me. Sally snapped at her. My kid didn't do anything. Harry, baby, what did Siren do to you? Harry and Sky were equally dumbfounded. Nico bounced on his feet, contemplating running or laughing. No one did anything to anyone, Percy said frantically, waving his hands like he was stopping traffic. Sally caught Harry's still blushing face in her hands. Are you okay? Harry, I promise I accept you no matter who you like and who you kiss. But you just met Sky a week ago. You're just 16, you should take it slow. That was probably why Percy was freaking out. Neither Sally nor Cassandra knew anything about the secret party, and it had better stay that way. Not to mention, they'd made out after knowing each other for less than an hour. We didn't kiss for 4 hours, I promise, Sky said, finally entangling his tongue. Yeah, Sky and I didn't do anything that lasted 4 hours, Harry added. Are you dating? Cassandra demanded. Sky, sweetie, just because you saved his life does not mean you have to be with him. Trauma bonding isn't completely healthy. Oh, my gods, Ma, please stop talking, Sky begged. Your mother and I will have words, Cassandra warned. Chapter endnotes warning. Violent fight with blood and injuries. Jason and his nightmare chapter summary. Piper, Leo, and Jason's quest lead them to gain as many answers as new questions. But neither Jupiter nor Medea seem helpful. It's for the best that Sally's scheming will prove better use for the kids. Chapter notes. Me. Sticks to twice per month schedule. Single commenter. I love this FIC. Me. Me. Frantic typing at 1 in the morning. No sleep till update. For real, I'm crying. Thanks for everyone who's still following and commenting on the story. It seriously gives me the dopamine boost I need. This series crossed 200 subscribers and I'm ever so grateful. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Jason dreamed of Juno trapped in her earthen cage. But her image faded, and the scene glimmered and changed. He now stood in a large, sweltering hot cavern, watching ancient rivers flow around him. Jupiter stood tall and proud within his cage. Jason gaped at the surroundings, unable to comprehend it properly. The rocky walls were black and red, with gray ice coating the ceiling and black soil that squished under his sneakers. Father? Jason asked. Jupiter scowled down at him. Well? Are you going to stand there and be useless, boy? But, this place, my powers are dampened here. Damn him, Jupiter growled. Damn who? Jason shook his head, trying to make sense. Where's your master bolt? You think if I had it, I'd be trapped here? Jupiter snarled as though this was Jason's fault. How long till you get here? The demigods stared. We're on the quest. We're on the way. Good. There will be consequences for your intolerable delay, Jupiter warned. Release from here so I may punish you accordingly. For the umpteenth time, Jason regretted his parentage. He did not want to be in this strange underground chamber, deep under the earth. It felt wrong. Even in his dream, Jason sensed the air trying to poison him. It was nearly as bad as Jupiter's eternal displeasure. We're on the way, he finally said. I spoke to Lady Juno. She spoke of a voice that drew her away from Olympus. We think that was the Earth goddess. Lady Juno was wondering where you'd been for days and followed it. Inane woman. Jupiter grumbled. Jason held back a scowl, and we're searching for Pandora. For once, Jupiter seemed startled. Pandora? He snapped. Of all the ridiculous things. Your oldest brother confirmed this, Father, Jason said, raising his voice. When Maria D'Angelo died, Lord Pluto was distressed. He turned away from the underworld domain for a moment and Pandora's soul flew out. Jupiter grew incensed. The cage imprisoning him glowed with his power. Searing heat slammed into Jason, who stumbled back, nearly tripping over the rocks. If it isn't one thing, it's another, Jupiter cursed. What does that insipid soul think she's going to do? Jason tried a few times until he could speak. She's back. Prometheus had brought the Pythos up to the mortal realm during the Titanomachy. Pandora intends to release Spes from her confines. Jupiter fell quiet. Silent horror arose in his electric blue eyes. When? He barked. The spirit of Delphi predicts the date to be August 1st, 2015, Jason reported. Feast of Spes, Jupiter murmured. After all this time, she's still on the warpath. Jason stepped forward. Father, how do we find her? How do we stop Pandora? The king of Olympus stared off into the distance. Electricity crackled within the cage but did nothing to the bars and walls. Beware the clay masters, Jupiter finally said. Pandora may have been blessed by the Olympians, but she will be different in this second life. She will be protected by the clay masters. Jupiter turned away without so much of a parting response, and Jason awoke. His eyes snapped open. Cyclops, whoa, sleepyhead. Piper sat behind him on the bronze dragon, holding his waist to keep him balanced. Leo sat in front, steering. They flew peacefully through the winter sky as if nothing had happened. Detroit, Jason stammered, holding onto Festus's metal body. Didn't we crash land? I thought. It's okay, Leo said. We got away, but you got a nasty concussion. How you feeling? Jason's head throbbed. He remembered the factory, then walking down the catwalk, then a creature looming over him. A face with one eye, a massive fist, and everything went black. How did you, the Cyclops? Leo ripped them apart, Piper said. He was amazing. He can summon fire. It was nothing, Leo said quickly. Piper laughed. Shut up, Valdez. I'm going to tell him. Get over it. And she did. How Leo single-handedly defeated the Cyclops family. How they freed Jason, then noticed the Cyclops starting to reform. How Leo had replaced the dragon's wiring and gotten them back in the air just as they'd started to hear the Cyclops roaring for vengeance inside the factory. Jason was impressed. Taking out 3 Cyclops with nothing but a toolkit. Not bad. It didn't exactly scare him to hear how close he'd come to death, but it did make him feel horrible. He'd stepped right into an ambush and spent the whole fight knocked out while his friends fended for themselves. What kind of quest leader was he? I saw something when I was out, Jason said, desperate to add something to the conversation. He told them about his conversation with Juno and the Jupiter. They aren't caged together? Piper asked worriedly. But we need him to lead the gods and fight the giants. What about the Master Bolt? Leo asked. Was that with her? No, Jason said. Juno said Jupiter's been missing for a while before she started hearing a voice. She followed it thinking it was him. He didn't confirm it though. But I didn't see the Master Bolt with him. Leo chewed on the inside of his cheek. Someone lured the king and queen out of Olympus just by talking to them? It's gotta be the dirt gal. Maybe Zeus grabbed his bolt and went out expecting a fight? Piper figured. He could have, Jason said. The cool wind soothed his worries momentarily. But he hadn't received any indication from his father. No dreams or nightmares. No strange voice coaxing him away. Have either of you heard of the Clay Masters? Jason finally asked. Leo and Piper shook their heads. He told them about Jupiter's warning. It's gotta be Prometheus and Epimetheus, right? Piper wondered. Annabeth told me that was the Titan who brought her jar up to the mortal world. He tried to convince Talia and the others to open it. Rachel had to take it away from the campers who were starting to get interested in it. Apparently, they all heard Elpis inside. Jason shuddered. He didn't want to imagine it, the spirit of hope whispering into people's heads, convincing them it was the right thing to open the jar. Could Spes have spoken to Jupiter and Juno? Jason asked. Maybe she lured them away from Olympus. Spes? That's the Roman name of Elpis. Leo sniggered. Piper smacked his arm. Eyes on the clouds, Flame Boy. You think it could have been her? Jason needled them. How powerful can a spirit trapped in a jar for 1,000 years be? Piper asked, exasperated. I think only a primordial can trick both the king and queen. 7,000, Jason corrected. Leo and Piper stared at him. The Pandora myth was pretty far back, Jason explained, blushing. The Great Deluge happened only after she released all the evil into the world. Holy hell, Leo shook his head. You know, I'd be pretty PO'd if I was stuck in a jar for 7,000 years, let alone be named Elpis. Real mature, Leo. I'm 15 and going through a traumatic event. Sue me. Jason chuckled as they flew into the night sky. Despite his nightmare, he couldn't help but feel hopeful thanks to his quest mates. Piper, Leo, and Jason ended up in a large abandoned store. The large M on the doorway ought to have tipped them off, but a middle-aged woman had enchanted Leo and Jason to start shopping, of all things. The woman was an old princess of Corinth. She was tall, dressed in fine silk and jewelry. Piper did not like the way she kept staring at Jason like he was her pet. She had spun voice magic like Charm's Peak, but much more powerful. Leo and Jason were completely taken in, but Piper tried to cling to sober reality. Every time she tried to speak against the princess, her words faltered against the noxious magic. Death no longer holds me, young hero, Princess Medea said. Thanks to my patron, I am flesh and blood again. Patron? Piper's mind reeled. Did Gaia make Medea immortal like Nyx did for Rachel and the others? Like Siren, Jason said, struggling to regain clarity. Medea ignored him. She spread her fingers, and steam hissed from her nails, like water splashed on hot iron. You have no idea what's happening, do you, my dears? It is so much worse than a stirring of monsters from Tartarus. My patron knows that giants and monsters are not her greatest servants. I am mortal. I learn from my mistakes. And now that I have returned to the living, I will not be cheated again. Guys, Piper said. The original Jason left Medea because she was crazy and bloodthirsty. Lies. Medea complained. On the way back from Colchis, Jason's ship landed at another kingdom, and Jason agreed to dump Medea and marry the king's daughter. After I bore him 2 children, Medea said. Still he broke his promise. I ask you, was that right? Jason and Leo dutifully shook their heads, but Piper wasn't through. Neither was Medea's revenge, she said. She murdered her own children to get back at Jason. She poisoned his new wife and fled the kingdom. Medea snarled. An invention to ruin my reputation. The people of the Corinth, that unruly mob, killed my children and drove me out. Jason did nothing to protect me. He robbed me of everything. So yes, I sneaked back into the palace and poisoned his lovely new bride. It was only fair, a suitable price. You're insane, Piper said. Both you and your husband were pathetic losers. I am the victim, Medea wailed. I died with my dreams shattered, but no longer. I know now not to trust heroes. When they come asking for treasures, they will pay a heavy price. Especially when it's my beloved Jason. She spat his name and Jason could only blink. Piper was horrified. Did the crazy princess actually think he was her husband from eons ago, or was she willfully targeting them? Let them go, Piper, Medea urged. I'm doing you a favor. Let it happen now, and it will make your choice so much easier. Forget the gods. Zeus is done for. Enceladus will be pleased with you. You could have your father back today. Medea's charm speak didn't work on her, but the sorceress still had a persuasive voice. Piper could have her dad back today? She wanted to believe it, but, you work for Enceladus, she said. Medea laughed. Serve a giant? No, but we all serve the same greater cause. A patron you cannot begin to challenge. Walk away, child of Aphrodite. This does not have to be your death, too. Save yourself, and your father can go free. Medea plucked a diamond off her bracelet and threw it into a spray of water from the fountain. As it passed through the multicolored light, Medea said, O Iris, goddess of the rainbow, show me the office of Tristan MacLean. The mist shimmered, and Piper saw her father's study. Sitting behind his desk, talking on the phone, was her dad's assistant, Jane, in her dark business suit, her hair swirled in a tight bun. Hello, Jane, Medea said. Jane hung up the phone and switched on the speakerphone calmly. How can I help you, ma'am? Hello, Piper. Piper was so angry she could hardly talk. Gaia had Medea pulling a lot of strings in the background. But after all this time, Medea must have forgotten that there were real consequences of angering demigods. Years of Piper's rage at Jane was streamlined at Medea now, and she shouted, So you're working for Gaia? Do you grovel at feet long enough for her to feed you scraps of information? Or does she pay you a ruby per quest? Medea glowered. I am a princess, demigod. Do not talk down to me. I never heard of a princess crawling around in dirt to get scraps of affection from a goddess who could care less. Medea snarled at her. Steam hissed around her. How dare you? That's all you are. Piper laughed. A pretty little tool to make her stronger. Or I guess you were pretty. Some people age like fine wine. I guess that concept never dawned on you. Medea shrieked. I will have your head for this. I am the goddess's greatest ally. I bet. Piper rolled her eyes. So is she demoting Ajax to give you an immortality bracelet, or did she promise to think about it? Piper hit a nerve. Medea had been brought back, but unlike Ajax, she clearly was still mortal. The princess shook in anger, glaring bloodshot eyes at her. Or do you still report to him? Piper wondered. Do you think if you give him the best information that he'd surrender his bracelet to you? I bet you couldn't pull enough out of your butt. To even catch his attention, Medea cracked. Shut up, she screamed. I am the greatest sorceress and seer this world has ever known. The goddess knows this. Ajax knows this. I give him the best information. I told him his daughter was at camp. I told him how to lure Zeus out of Olympus and trap him, and I will find Pandora, no matter what the fates decree. Piper sucked in a deep breath. Medea's rage actually broke through Leo and Jason's haze, and all three demigods reeled for a moment. Then they attacked. By the time the store was on fire with everything exploding around them, Festus the bronze dragon had dropped in through the multicolored glass roof. He hurtled into the fray, destroying Medea's loyal monsters. "That's my boy," Leo yelled. Medea cried as her store went up in flames. "I will not be abandoned again. You will fail without me. You will never find the king. Heroes. You want to save the gods and your father? Take me with you?" The building rumbled. Fire and smoke curled up the walls, melting the railings and turning the air to acid. Despite the temptation, Piper saw Medea's grim smile. This woman had seen glimpses of the future and used her visions to warn Gaia of possible threats. She'd engineered Leo's mom's death, Piper's dad's kidnapping, and gods know what else. Perhaps Zeus's end? And Ajax's daughter? That was the baby from Busan that Cassandra and Iphigenia relocated years ago. No wonder Ajax relied on Medea. She was confident in her powers of persuasion, confident that she could always make a deal with anyone, always escape, and win in the end. "Not today, bitch." Piper jumped over the side. She plummeted for only a second before Leo and Jason caught her, hauling her aboard the dragon. She heard Medea screaming in rage as they soared through the broken roof and over downtown Chicago and away from the raging inferno. Perhaps there was no avoiding fate, but Piper would not let such a heinous person have any part in orchestrating her future. Sally Jackson's Guide to Staving Off the Apocalypse. Step 1. Curse the gods, quietly. Step 2. Call immortals to help, who actually care. Step 3. Take some of the burden off of the kids, by threatening said immortals. Step 4. Stress bake. Bloody idiot, Sally murmured. Getting kidnapped right when both camps need him. Rachel slurped her iced latte through a straw, watching Sally worriedly. The woman had been insulting Zeus under her breath for the past half hour now. Sally had driven them to the town center of Gretna Green. The little diner sat in a prime location, so they chose a booth in the corner to avoid eavesdroppers. Sally had ordered a tray of authentic Scottish popera and had gotten Rachel the cold drink she wanted despite winter setting in. The door opened and in walked Sky's mother, Cassandra Alvida. Also Rachel's aunt, Sandy. Also, the original Cassandra of Troy more than 3 millennia ago, later turned immortal. Rachel scrambled over the table, nearly upsetting the food. She launched herself at Cass. You're here, I can't believe it, he missed you." Cassandra laughed, wrapping her arms around Rachel's waist and swinging her around. Rachel was now taller than her, but that didn't stop her from picking up the blubbering teen enthusiastically. "Ma chérie. You've changed. Look at you, are you in heels?" "Nope." Rachel said proudly. "I got a growth spurt after my first death, and look at my boobs." Cass chuckled, pinching her cheeks. "Belle." Rachel squeezed her aunt again. She was so cheerful that she totally missed the other woman who'd walked in behind Cassandra. "And you are?" Sally asked, standing up. The eccentric woman's hair was nearly as curly and wild as Cassandra's. She wore large, thick glasses which magnified her glittering eyes. Her outfit also made her stand out from the rest of them. While Cassandra was in her usual green blazer over her black suit and pants, the unknown woman wore a gray smock dress with a hand-kitted cardigan over her shoulders. "Sybil Trelawney," the woman introduced herself. "You are Sally Jackson." Sally shook her hand. "Do I know you? Perhaps we have not. But I knew we would meet today. The inner eye tells me more than I wish to know sometimes." Sally frowned. "Wait, aren't you Harry's professor from Hogwarts? We met during the Yule Ball." Sybil blinked her large eyes. I suppose my prescience precedes my memories." Cassandra smiled. "Hello, Ms. Jackson. This is my great-great-granddaughter, Sybil. Yes, she is a divination professor at Hogwarts." Rachel gawked. "You had a kid? Like a blood relative? Does Aunt Jeannie know?" Cassandra squeezed Rachel's shoulder. "Yes, she does. I have no secrets from her. Shall we all sit?" They sat back down. Sally faced the eccentric Sybil while Rachel sat opposite Cassandra. They ordered a pot of green tea for the table as per the professor's insistence. First things first, Cass broached. Is Sky all right? Yes, Sally assured her. The kids are with him. Cass frowned. Not just Harry, Rachel explained, holding back a grin. Percy's there. So is Nico, Annabeth, and Hermione. She accepted it. Sally spoke up. Are you and Iphigenia still immortal? Cassandra grimaced. Yes. Unfortunately, Beatrice and Patrick are using our bracelets to track us. That's why Iphigenia isn't here. She's blocking all tracers long enough for us to have this meeting under the wraps. Rachel's heart skipped a beat when Cass mentioned her parents. Sometimes, she convinced herself that the Dares were just on an extended work vacation without her. Cassandra noticed her discomfort and held her hand over the table, her grip comforting. What if I said I could get rid of the bracelets? Sally asked. Would that help you? Rachel gawked. You can do that? She blurted. Not me, Sally explained. But my guest. Cassandra frowned. The night goddess, you mean? I doubt Beatrice would allow that. Nyx is older than Gaia, Sally whispered. If push came to shove, who do you think will win? Cassandra sat back, looking troubled. Sybil hummed under her breath, not too bothered. She glanced around for the waitress, still waiting on their tea. I'll need to speak to Iphi about it, Cassandra finally said. Rachel bolted forwards. You'd do it? You'd be human again? Cassandra squeezed her hand. It will be dangerous, but I think 3,000 years is enough for any life. Iphi would agree with me on that. But you have a bounty on your head, Rachel pointed out. The woman nodded. Yes, a few million each? Dollars? Euros? Drachmae, darling. Rachel swallowed. She doubted any mortal had even seen that much gold in their lifetimes. No wonder Sky had to run from their house. She couldn't imagine being Cassandra or Iphigenia telling her beloved son to get away just to avoid getting trapped in the crossfire. Would the price drop if you become mortal? Sally wondered. I wouldn't bet on it, Cass sighed. Iphi and I know too much. Sally nodded. All right, here's my offer. I can have the night goddess dampen your bracelet. Trackers won't work on you. You can stay in one place for a longer time and you can visit Rachel, Sky, and all your hidden kids around the world as long as you don't cross any obvious lines. Even Sybil stared at her. Cassandra scowled. In exchange for what? Sally leaned forwards, her voice falling to a whisper, for the same thing Lily and James asked. Your help in getting rid of Tom Riddle and the Death Eaters. Cassandra's eyes widened. The soft green quality of her irises hardened as she stared at Sally, waiting for her to exclaim it was a joke. But there was no such announcement. Tea's here, Sybil said happily. Indeed, a waitress had wandered over and set down 4 cups with a large, filled, steaming teapot. Sybil, Cass chastised. We're having a serious conversation here. Nana, this will help us. I wish for Rachel to try her hand at tasseography, Sybil explained as she poured out the first cup. Rachel sat up straight as the cup and saucer was pushed towards her. I already have my latte, ma'am. You'll appreciate this more, my dear, Sybil tutted. Your inner eye is wide open to our fates. All you need is a little nudge in the right direction. Abandoning her iced drink with a sigh, Rachel began sipping her green tea, no milk, 1 sugar. She added 2 more cubes. Sally. Cassandra suddenly said, annoyed. Is this why you took Sky? To get Iphi and I to go after Voldemort? I brought him to the house to catch your attention, Sally explained. He's free to go after today. But what about the giants and monsters that are due to plague both camps? Cass asked. Not to mention, both Jupiter and Juno are missing from Olympus. Sally exhaled. Yes. Percy informed me the camps had already sent 3 children to search for the queen. I'm not doing anything to upset their quest. Should your involvement disrupt one of their lives, it won't be worth it. She continued. No, I want you to wrap up the Death Eater problem and let Camp Half-Blood take the claim for it. Cassandra massaged her temples. You want the wizards to be in debt to Camp? No, they won't owe their lives to the demigods, but they will be grateful enough to lend effort and magic in the war, Sally suggests. Shpee's population is barely at 50 campers. Even the hunters are down nearly half their women. Camp Jupiter outstrips them in terms of resources. With the wizarding community backing them, CJ will be more willing to take them seriously. Do you have any idea how many sleepless nights Percy's had ever since he's been attending those Roman conferences? Rachel wondered if she ought to say that Immortals strictly didn't need sleep, but Sally was on a roll and wouldn't appreciate being interrupted. Tell me a better way to unite both camps, the Amazons and the Hunters, with all the witches and wizards, Sally asked, her words growing sharp. Clearly Harry and Percy knowing each other isn't enough to convince everyone. They're still learning, still growing. Both boys and Rachel have agreed to take up Lupa's training. The campers are dealing with Zeus and Hera missing, and having to find Pandora. I want them to focus on that, not on having to worry about integrating all the allies. Rachel lowered her half-empty cup, gawking at Sally. Sybil said, "Dear, make sure you don't drink all of it. Leave a bit of tea at the bottom." Okay. Sally and Cassandra were in a staring competition now. They sat with arms on the table, food ignored, watching each other quietly from opposite ends of the booth. "What about the prophecy between Harry and Riddle?" Cass asked. "That won't involve his minions, will it? Knock out the Death Eaters, arrest them, or whatever. Just take them out of the equation, demigod style." Demigod style would be to just hack them to death, Rachel figured. She probably shouldn't tell Sally that Percy would be all for murder in that respect. Cassandra was exasperated now. She nodded to Sybil. "Well, what do you think?" Sybil Trelawney lowered her cup and told Rachel, "Ready? Hold the cup by the handle in your left hand. Watch how I do it. Swirl it counterclockwise so the dregs are distributed nicely. Yes, like that. Now invert it onto your saucer." Rachel placed her cup rim down on the saucer. "I have requested the Fates to give an answer," Sybil told Cassandra. "We must wait a minute." Cassandra gave a wry smile. "In an ideal world, Sally, your plan might work." "Then let's make the world ideal," Sally shot back. "I have a primordial on my side. You're immortal. Let's make use of this. I'll have to confer with Iphigenia. I'll call you with our decision." Sally nodded slowly. Sybil cleared her throat. Cassandra grinned. "Of course, sweetheart. Rachel, do you know why no one has been able to find Pandora?" Rachel stared, eyes darting to Sally in question before shrugging. "Not really. I guess the Fates got really bored and are making us wait." "Sure. But it's been clear to us for a while now that Pandora seems to have protectors." "It's been clear, huh? What protectors?" "Certain people who have been hiding her identity for a while," Cassandra said. "I don't know much more than that. Sally, your sister gave the most useful information I've ever known in decades. She thought that Sky and Percy will figure out who Pandora is, despite the protector's influence." Sally winced hard. Okay, but why them?" "Well," Cassandra ventured. "Scion is technically still in his first life. He has the same body, and essentially mind, as he did 2,000 years ago. We know that Pandora's soul escaped confinement in 1945. Anyone born before that and still living now cannot be her." Rachel raised her eyebrows. "So there's no way Scion can be Pandora, same with you and Iphigenia. And Nico and Bianca," Sally wondered. "Albus Dumbledore as well. Tom Riddle, Bathilda Bagshot, several vampires and werewolves still living now," Cassandra added. "None of them can be her. Perhaps that's why Kimberly said Scion will find out since he cannot be her. But Percy must be able to find crucial information if he's involved in tracking Pandora down." "Filters," Sybil said. "Rachel, dear. Now, using your right hand, turn the cup up from the right and look at it." The dregs of her tea had collected at the bottom of the cup. Some of the soaked bit had dripped partially up the sides, but Rachel squinted in the middle. "Looks like mush," she finally said. Sybil eyed her over her glasses. "Your brother was quite skeptical when he was in my class, dearie. But he is not clairvoyant enough. You are. You will learn to read that mush to find the answers you are seeking. Even the elusive Pandora." "Filters," Cassandra said, echoing Sybil's comment from earlier. Kimberly mentioned using filters to find the truth. I think she understood how to check who qualified to be a rebirth of Pandora. Sally gulped. "Will all dreamers have some new information to add to this?" Cassandra was sympathetic. "I hope so. Dreamers are too rare. They're mostly muggle and mortal, mostly human. Lily Potter was an exception. I worry she knew more than she let on, but there's no way we can know now. Rachel might not be a dreamer in that sense, but she can still figure things out better than most people. She's a true seer. That's why I brought Sybil here. I want her to train Rachel in divination methodologies to find out what works best for her. Rachel blinked. Really? I have to drink more tea now? Palm reading, tarot cards, dream interpretation, everything, Cassandra said. Rachel, I think you can help Sky and Percy get closer to the truth. We'll need you in case the demigod's quest goes poorly and they fail to save Tristan McLean. Rachel flinched. Shit just got real. Sally leaned back and composed herself. Cassandra hadn't confirmed if she would take down Voldemort and his terrorists, but she seemed willing. Hopefully, Iphigenia would agree to it. That should ease things for Harry and the Order. Honestly, Sally hadn't been attending too many Order meetings. She'd gone to a couple to support Remus and Tonks and to belay Harry's inclusion. But was it worth anything? Voldemort had gone into hiding, unwilling to make a public appearance. Albus's reasoning was that since Ginny had destroyed so many of Tom's treasures in the hospital fire, things were slow at the moment. She breathed in deeply. The diner's aromas and flavors soothed her aching heart. Will you be joining us, Sybil? She finally asked after the woman had coached Rachel through reading the tea leaves. I must be off, the ex-professor sighed melancholically. I sense the atmosphere at your house may not be conducive to me. I must prepare for my lessons with my most promising new student here. She gazed at Rachel with beaming eyes. You have a wonderful sight, my dear. Please do not let it be clouded by your brother. He has never accepted my forewarnings. Harry's funny like that, Rachel agreed. Sally nodded over to the other seer. Cassandra? Yes, the woman said, smiling sadly. I would like to meet Sky before I must leave. Great. If you stay a couple of hours, I can send you off with some cookies. I haven't made any since Kimmy was born. I'm overdue. Chapter Endnotes Images. 1a. Jupiter's Prison. Web links 1b. Jason's Silhouette. Web links. 2. Diner in Gretna Green. Web links with rooms. Lessons from Death Chapter Summary. Start learning from your deaths, kiddos. You're no longer humans. Chapter notes. Image links and warnings given in the end notes. See the end of the chapter for more notes. The phone rang and Annabeth picked it up without moving her eyes away from Percy, who was now having the world's least subtle stare-off against Sky. Annabeth Chase speaking, she rattled off. If your news is more important than my day off, speak. Ajax has a daughter in one of the camps, Raina responded. Annabeth stilled. She pushed away from the kitchen table and walked out on the porch, closing the doors behind her. Harry, Hermione, and Nico were none the wiser, also watching Percy and Sky. What the Hades? She whispered, stunned. Piper and Medea had a little verbal joust, Raina explained. There was enough charms peak in the room to convince Typhon to befriend Jupiter. Piper managed to charge it Medea's way. Medea? Annabeth said confused. That's a name? Medea of Corinth. Her blood chilled. How? Jason just called with the news. Medea has been alive for years working for the Earth Goddess. You remember what Dylan the Venti Spirit said about things is stirring, Raina sighed. I think Terra has been bringing more monsters and people back from the dead. She did it with Siren, intending for him to replace Ajax. Worse yet, Jason mentioned how monsters are reforming much faster now even after killing them. Annabeth exhaled. She's getting stronger. She's still asleep, but if she's channeling more energy into her armies, we're going to have more problems than Ajax's daughter. Yes, but I'm calling to talk specifically about her, Raina interjected. What do you think Ajax is gonna do if he thinks his kid is at one of the camps? Annabeth nodded stiffly. He'll want to break in. He won't care who gets in his way. But which camp? I think it's ours, Raina said in a low voice. CJ is much larger than your camp. We have more people, not to mention New Rome is right beside it. It would be much harder to locate one person here than to search Camp Half-Blood. Annabeth nodded. Yeah, I get it. But if he has this information, then we better believe that he already has an in. How many entrances do you have? A fair few, Raina admitted. We can't conduct a city-wide search on short notice, and if we go public, there would be pandemonium. He probably has a spy there, Annabeth guessed. One of the Locrians whom he trusts. Check up on people who are new in low and middle management posts. Easier to sneak than other positions, but still vital to the city. Security personnel, hospital records, newspaper stands, diners and mess halls. Anything that has loads of people visiting every day. I'll draft a plan, Raina said, and I should tell you about Jason's nightmare. Okay, Annabeth said. We'll need to get the news to Cassandra, make them tell us where Ajax's daughter, they ought to know. The call left Annabeth reeling. Ajax has a demigod daughter somewhere in their midst. The only way things could get more convoluted if this girl turned out to be Pandora. But Annabeth calculated the odds of that. Too slim. She'd bet all her gold against it. When Sally and Rachel returned with Sky's mother, he didn't let go of Cassandra for a good few minutes. Or it might have been the other way around, it was hard to tell. Rachel sat on the couch, only half listening to Harry and Hermione's complaints about her seeking lessons from Trelawney of all people. But she couldn't look away from the way her Aunt Sandy was embracing Sky. She'd known Sandy and Jeannie for years. Yet they'd never told her they had a kid. True, they kept Sky a secret so he'd be safe from Gaia's army, but it still hurt. Rach, are you listening? Harry asked. Trelawney is a shit teacher. She sighed. Aren't you both being a tad mean? No, Hermione huffed. She starts off the term by predicting a student's death. And only one has ever come true in all her teaching career, Harry added. Rachel frowned down at the tarot cards the woman had given her at the diner before leaving. Was it you, Harbear? You don't need to be a seer to guess it was me. Hermione ripped into Trelawney. Her lesson plans are all over the place. She picks and chooses the curriculum to her liking, not based on what students need to know. So much of her teachings are just reaching out into space and grasping non-tangible ideas. Rachel shrugged. She knows the theory. Aunt Sandy thinks I just need a bit of hand-holding to try all these techniques. Doesn't matter if Sybil isn't a decent seer herself. Sybil? Hermione said, aghast. We've lost Rachel, Harry told Hermione. She will forever be remembered fondly. Shut up, Rachel said, unable to stop grinning. She spread out the tarot cards in front of them and said, pick one each. Hermione made a face, but chose one of the face-down cards. Harry took two just to spite her. You forgot how to count, moron? Rachel asked, grabbing the tarot reading book Trelawney had passed on. Have I thrown you off your rhythm, Frenchie? He asked innocently. Are you floundering in space, unable to use your inner eye? Rachel snorted. Hermione's also a Frenchie. Harry blinked. Hermione shrugged. Just read us our future or whatever, Harry grumbled. Rachel flipped the pages. Okay, show me your cards. Hermione showed a Hierophant card. It was a figure clad in a red robe, seated on a throne. They held a raised scepter in one hand. Okay, Rachel said, finding the right page. As the Hierophant, you will be keen on learning practical lessons from the study of natural law. Harry rolled his eyes. Are you saying she'll become studious and have a thirst for new knowledge? Wow, this divination stuff is really helpful. Who'd have thought Hermione would ever be such a Ravenclaw? Hermione giggled, dropping the card back onto the others. Yours, Rachel said, not getting distracted by his teasing. One card, Harry, or I'll pick it for you. Fine, this one, Harry said, showing the tower. The card depicted a white tower with fire climbing out of its windows. Lightning flashed in the background. Disaster is about to strike, Rachel read. This one might be about our visit to the Wolf House tomorrow. Harry tossed the card and groaned. Aren't you supposed to pick 3 cards each? Nico asked, walking over to the couch. Annabeth peered over Harry's shoulder to eye the cards closely. Rachel urgently flipped the pages of her new book. Ooh. You're right. 3-card readings are more popular. Okay, guys. Take 3. No, Harry and Hermione responded. I'll do it, Annabeth laughed, sitting opposite Rachel. It was a thankful distraction from the quiet but furious conversations happening in the kitchen. Cassandra and Sally stood on either side of the island, both of them unsmiling. Their sons flanked them, equally wary. Nico will drop Sky back at camp, Sally promised. You and Iphigenia will be safe under my patron's protection. But you need to confirm when you can start helping us. Sky flinched. He didn't like the idea of either of his parents going undercover or going on the front lines, let alone both. Cassandra frowned, thinking quietly. Then she took off her green jacket. She rolled up the right sleeve of her shirt and revealed Gaia's gift. Her gold medal bracelet was branded on the upper arm, at about the same place as Percy, Harry, and Rachel's. Except Nyx's champions had the bracelets on their left arms. Cassandra tapped the bracelet. This has been on me for millennia. Iphi and I spent a long time figuring out how to go under her radar and report regularly to the Olympians. I've been thinking of removing it. It would be a point of no return, but might make things easier for all of us going forward. Can you remove it? Percy asked, raising an eyebrow. 'Cause mine is stuck to me. Cassandra hesitated. If the goddess doesn't wish to relinquish her hold, it would be a serious hurdle. But the rules for primordials are even more strict and unyielding than it is for the Olympians. The bracelets work because our permission was given in the first place. Percy watched Sally's expression. He and Harry had never explicitly allowed Nyx to grant them powers. But Sally had done so on their behalf. Since they were dead and all, it was similar for Rachel, where Sally had essentially chosen her when she'd been in mortal danger. Sky spoke up, "Ma, maybe you should think this through. You haven't been human in so long. It's no walk in the park." She held his hand tightly. "It's okay, Philly. No one can truly outlive chaos. Even immortality has expiration dates. I'd rather make this decision now than have it made for me by someone else. You know how the fates work. Perhaps it is time." Sky exhaled shakily. Sally said in a softer voice, "You gave the Earth Goddess your permission all that time ago. Are you ready to take it back?" "Yes," Cassandra said. "I've had many regrets, none as vital as that. But there's no use ruminating on the past. The Earth Goddess is still asleep, but she speaks in her sleep. Thankfully, it's Beatrice who communicates most of the time. The Dares have been reluctant to admit to her that Iphi and I have deserted. So we have some time. How little, better sooner than later. But if you can give me your word, Iphi and I will work to get rid of it right away." Percy stood up, jolted. "Wait, you can actually just remove it?" Cassandra frowned. "I've never truly tried, but yes, we should be able to." Percy shot Sally an alarmed look. "Does that mean Harry, Rach, and I can take ours off too?" Sally grimaced. "Percy, you weren't the one to give your permission to her. It's a little more complicated for you three." "You need to approve it?" he asked, skeptically. "Why didn't you say so? She's in your head anyway." Sally frowned. "You think I'd simply do that now? When it looks like things are getting bad again? What if we get rid of the bracelets today and tomorrow something happens to the three of you?" Percy groaned. "Mom, this is why Harry's upset with you. You can't just make these decisions for us. I can't just let you get rid of the best protection. You're just like Dad," Percy interrupted her. Sally fell silent, eyes watering. "I'm sorry you feel that way," she whispered. Percy couldn't fault her. Try as he might, he just couldn't find it in himself to hate her. But that didn't mean he had to like her choices. He pushed it aside for now. Turning to Cassandra, Percy asked, "So, who's Ajax's kid?" Cassandra blinked. Sky was surprised too. I'm sorry?" Siren told us in his rendition of the incident of 1997, Percy reminded them. He said, "Ajax came straight from South Korea to interfere with what you were doing in Egypt." Siren said Ajax had a kid. A baby. Cassandra shot her son a look. Sky held out his hands. "You told me to tell them everything." She sighed. Yes, I did. Ajax has a demigod child." Sally gawped. "What god would be involved with him?" "Someone who didn't care, or who believes the Earth Goddess will win," Cass pointed out. "If she does, it's her champions who will rule the next world." Percy frowned. "Next world?" Cassandra nodded slowly. "Well, of course. That's the whole point, isn't it? To end the Olympians' rule. Get rid of their kingdom entirely and start from scratch." Percy made a noise like a dolphin being strangled. "The wasteland," Sally muttered, and things snapped into place. Percy realized that was what Rachel kept seeing when she died. She was witnessing an era after the war when all life perished and a new cycle would begin. "She wants Ajax to rule Olympus," Sky hissed, alarmed and terrified. Cassandra's eyes drifted out the kitchen, listening to the conversation in the living room. That was her original plan. But I wonder how things will change. Once Cassandra had said her goodbyes and left, once Sky reached Camp Jupiter, they had a few hours rest. But there was no such thing as a true recovery. The sun shone over California when Rachel, Harry, and Percy reached the wolf house, meeting Lupa again. The giant wolf glowered down at them. "Are you prepared?" They shared quick glances before nodding. "Follow me." Lupa walked into the antechamber of the rustic, stone cabin house. The tall ceilings and wide windows made the place rather echoey. The halls were cool and Rachel stuck close to the boys, wondering where the next arrows would fly from. "Note the painted line on the ground," Lupa announced. Her voice had a low growl to it that was almost natural for her. Rachel spotted a thick purple curved line painted on the floor. It stretched from one side to the opposite wall, dividing the back porch from the rest of the stone cabin. "It is the safety line," she explained. "As long as you're inside the purple line, you will not be physically harmed. The backyard is my training grounds. You will learn to fight and use your powers in the way that works best for the situation and others. On the grounds, everything is fair play." Harry stared at the vast expanse of the grounds in awe. Percy hesitated. "Everything?" "Everything to enhance your fighting skills," Lupa amended. "That includes killing us," Rachel murmured. "Of course," Lupa said, her eyes piercing into Rachel's. "If you do not wish to die, you better learn how to fight back." The threatening quality in her voice made Rachel actually miss Destin. At least he didn't kill them. "We're ready," Harry spoke up. "Then cross the boundary," Lupa said. They eyed the purple line on the floor. Rachel and Percy stuck close to Harry and they stepped over the line, crossing onto the open porch outside. Harry's shield immediately jumped up, covering Percy and Rachel as well. It was the right move, seeing as how 3 arrows were already embedded in the shield wall, mere inches from their faces. Rachel swore under her breath and held onto Harry's hand. They walked as a unit onto the porch and into the backyard, but no other projectiles came at them. "You cannot hide behind the shield forever," Lupa called from outside. Harry gritted his teeth. "She's right." "Ready?" Percy whispered. "No," Rachel pleaded. Harry turned back to look at them. "What do you think will happen if all 3 of us die at the same time?" Percy glanced at Lupa, steeling himself. "No clue, but I think it's something we need to do." He held out his hands and Harry and Rachel grasped them tight. She held back a sniffle. "It's okay. She won't remember this. She won't remember the pain." Harry took down the shield. In the next instant, Lupa was on top of them, her immensely large and heavy paw striking at Rachel's throat, snapping her neck and. Rachel was back in the wasteland. Her butt was planted on the rough sands of Camp Half-Blood's shoreline. She jumped up to her feet, spinning in place. This was the future, she remembered now. She had to die to appear here. But if this was really her future, then she could find out how things went down. She could find out who Pandora is. The problem was there was nobody in sight. "Everyone is dead." Rachel winced. "The future is set in stone." "No, it's not," Rachel shouted. "I don't believe it." The waves lapped at her feet, but her shoes remained dry. "That's good," Percy whispered. "It's good that you still believe that." Rachel scowled at him. He sat on the shore, water ebbs and flowing up to his waist. It was clear enough she could see through the minimal foam and at the shallow sands. Future. Percy was older and sadder. She didn't like this version of him. She didn't like this future. "Who is Pandora?" Rachel asked. Percy's hard, sad face cracked. A chuckle burst through his chapped lips and he began to laugh. He laughed so hard he started to cry. Rachel backed away. This was not her Percy. Not her friend who was ready to do the tough job to make sure everyone was safe. Percy fell into the shallow ocean shoreline, still cackling on his back. His laugh echoed through the silent planet. "Either answer me or I'll find Harry, or myself." Percy rubbed his face, striving to calm his laughter. When he finally caught his breath, he said, "I'll tell you right now, Rachel. But I'm afraid you won't remember when you wake up." At her puzzled face, he explained, "Our souls cross over the lethe each time we die. You always forgot something. I bet you don't really remember how you died right now." Rachel frowned, trying to think back. An arrow? No, Harry's shield had stopped them. "Lupa?" Rachel asked. "But her arrows didn't work." Percy nodded. "The first time Lupa killed you, her claws couldn't get through your skin, Ray. So she snapped your neck. It was quick for you. It took a little longer for Harry and me." She flinched. Percy smiled. "Don't distract me," Rachel whispered. "Who is Pandora?" "Future." Percy told her. She didn't believe him. And Rachel didn't remember either when she woke up in a puddle of Harry and Percy's blood with Lupa growling down at her. Percy saw Lupa strike Rachel down, half a second before her claws raked his throat. He found Pandora standing by the open walls of an outdoor corridor, gazing out to sea. Damn that wolf. Percy exhaled, even though he didn't really need the air. The open corridor was a beautiful lookout point. One side was completely open to the elements. The stones that made up the corridor's floor were cobbled by hand, warm from the slanting sun rays. Thick shrubs and ivy grew over the roof, dangling over their heads carrying bright pink flowers and heavy green leaves. Marble statues adorned the corridor and Percy guessed the closest one was Aphrodite. Pandora stood by a pillar, looking out into the distance. Her arms were crossed, with a gleaming yellow apple tucked in the crook of her elbow. Her off-white chiton fluttered in the breeze. Despite the simple attire, she glowed a regal light. Percy, Pandora greeted him with stars in her eyes. I'd hoped you would return, dear traveler. Considering all the titles Percy had received in the past, traveler was a monumental step up. He grinned back at her. It's good to see you too, Lady Pandora. Pandora gestured to the stone corridor they were in. Percy joined her and gazed upon the horizon. The sun had crossed midday and was slowly making its way down. Apple? She offered. I'm not sure I can eat it, Percy said, frowning at the immaculately formed fruit in her hand. You can't, she said, eyeing him sardonically. You do remember I fell through your body when we first met? Percy stared. Then why'd you ask? I was being polite. He scoffed. You can have it, no one really likes apples anyway. She gawked at him. You lie? I love apples, look. She took an overly large bite of the crisp fruit, savoring the taste. Her eyes fell shut and she smiled, chewing happily. Yeah, he rolled his eyes. Where's your pet snake, Pier? Pier, she said through the scrunched up apple in her mouth. She sounded so scandalized, Percy sniggered. He was supposed to do something, wasn't he? Pandora was a mystery to everyone. Percy was supposed to figure out who she was reborn as. But it's not like she'd know now in the past. So why was Percy here? My lady, someone called and Percy and Pandora turned to get a look at the newcomer. He was older than Epimetheus, with a well-groomed beard and dark blue eyes. His dark-skinned body glowed gold in the slowly setting sun. Percy gawked up at him, the creator titan in his prime. Lord Prometheus. Pandora gasped. She leapt away from the edge of the viewpoint, hid the half-eaten apple behind her back and bowed hastily. My dear, you need not bow to me, Prometheus said. He was soft-spoken and serious, unlike the eager voice of his brother. Percy stared at him and waved a hand. The Titan took no notice of him. I am staying at your palace, my lord, Pandora responded graciously. It's such a beautiful place. I would like to thank you. Yes, he responded quietly. I assume you are merely visiting my brother. He has spoken much of you. But I'm afraid I am still in the dark regarding your presence here. Pandora faltered. Even Percy caught the less than happy quality of his voice. I only mean to ask if you are a messenger of the king, Prometheus placated her. Ah, she said. I'm afraid not, sire. I am a guest here, but I shall, of course, not overstay my welcome. I wouldn't dream of causing anyone any discomfort. Percy frowned. Had Prometheus known what calamity Pandora could bring? As you wish it, the Titan answered. He eyed her hand. Are you hungry? I can have food packed for your journey. Pandora sent a panicked look over to Percy. He whispered, show him the fruit. She slowly extended her hand from behind her, revealing the half-eaten crisp fruit. Prometheus stared, sullen and quiet. Panic flared in his eyes, but he stamped it down quickly. Your brother offered me the apple, Pandora said quietly. Prometheus said nothing more. When the engagement of Epimetheus and Pandora spread all across the land, Prometheus was the only one to fear the future. Percy woke up in Harry's blood, and the only thing he could remember was the half-eaten apple. Harry saw Rachel fall, her neck snapped with the bones dislocated grotesquely within the skin of her neck. Percy was next, blood gushing from the lacerated tear in his throat. All of Harry's panic, fear, and rage coalesced into a microcosm of a second, threatening to tear apart the goddess in front of him. Perhaps she recognized this. Maybe that's why Lupa lunged at his face with her wickedly sharp teeth. He was surprised when he woke up in the darkness. "Lily?" Harry called. "James?" His jeans were soaked. He was in a small well with smooth walls. Cold water drenched his legs, reaching up a few inches of the smooth floor. It ought to have been pitch black, but Harry could see his hands and body fairly well. "Anyone?" he said. His voice echoed strangely. Harry craned his neck high, peering up. The walls of the well inclined sharply, reaching a small circular opening several feet above him. But the opening was shut tight with layers of leather to seal him inside the well. Harry panted, now panicking. What was this? Had he ever been here before? No, he was supposed to be on a beautiful island, seeing his parents, letting them comfort him after he got his face ripped off by that devil wolf. He scrambled to his feet, loudly splashing through the water. Harry slapped his palms on the wall, letting the noise echo like thunder. "Lupa," he roared. "Get me out of here, now, you said you would help me." Harry flinched, leaping to the wall and pressing his back against it. He had no wand or dagger here, no magic in his veins. Harry was cold and soaked, trapped in this sleek, echoey well, with that voice. "Elpis," he breathed. He was alone here, but he could hear the spirit of hope. "Harry." Her voice was soft, like gentle music, calling him hither. Harry had heard her before when Petunia had shot him dead. He gazed around his strange prison. If Harry's heart had been beating, it would have stopped from sheer shock. "This is your jar," he realized. "This is my Pythos," Elpis replied. "Why am I here?" Harry demanded. "You are dead," Elpis said. "You promised to help me, did you not?" Harry gripped his hair with wet hands. "No, I didn't promise you anything." Elpis didn't answer him. "Let me go," he demanded. Elpis breathed quietly and Harry felt the air tickle his neck. He jumped, sliding down to the water, trying to find a corner, but there was nowhere to hide. The Pythos was rounded and the only thing could see was himself and the water. "You said you would help me leave," she said quietly. Harry inhaled stale, dead air. "Are you threatening me?" Elpis fell silent again. Harry dropped his arms. "Look, I can't help anyone if I'm stuck in here. Let me go talk to my parents. I think they know more about this." Elpis made a noise of frustration. "Harry Potter, every time you have died, I heard you. You visit Lily and James in Elysium. You are lucky. I wish I could visit my family. But I am trapped here." Her voice hitched and broke. Harry winced. She better not start crying. Harry was useless around sad, crying people. "Why would you think I'd help you get out?" Harry finally asked. "The whole point of the bloody war is to make sure you stay safe in here." The jar went quiet. Water lapped at his feet, soaking his trainers and socks. "Is that what the king told you?" Harry frowned. "You mean Zeus? Did he tell you I am safe in my prison?" Elpis's voice was deadly quiet and patient. Her whisper made his skin erupt goosebumps despite his very non-alive body. Harry whispered. "What did Zeus tell you?" She didn't answer him, but the silence spoke for itself. Harry shook his head, pained. "I can't open the jar. None of us can. There's only one person who can do it. Pandora." Harry swallowed. "Who is she?" "I think we shall find out together, Harry Potter." Harry opened his eyes and found Rachel and Percy blinking down at him. Their clothes were splattered with blood. He touched his face, trying to recall. "Lupa. Did that sack of bones kill all three of us?" he hissed, sitting up. "Oh, yes, she did," Rachel whispered, equally annoyed, "but look at the time." Harry checked his watch. They'd arrived at the Wolf House at 8 in the morning. It wasn't even 9 yet. "We woke up fast," he said, surprised. "Wrong," Lupa announced. She was seated on her haunches, either posing for an 18th century photograph or preparing to spout the glories of Rome. "You were slow. You will be of no use to anyone if your bodies take so long to recuperate. You must learn to heal and wake up in minutes. Less so if you fall in battle." Percy scowled. "You want us to force ourselves awake while we're healing?" "It's possible," Lupa said. "CIA managed it. They can control the timing with some prior preparation." Harry frowned. "What? Who?" "Cassandra, Iphigenia, and Ajax," Lupa explained, lowering her snout to glower at him. Percy hummed. "Does that make us RHP? PHR? PHRRRR. HRP. Harry suggested. Rachel shook her head. Nah, that sounds like herpes. You are no acronym, Lupa thundered. She stood up, her massive head looming over them. They scrambled away, slipping on the bloody grass and mud underneath them. You are no team, Lupa warned. Not yet, not until you learn to think, rationalize, and fight together, on your feet. Harry had his wand and dagger out, thankful to sense the active magic running seamlessly within him. It had been a nightmare to be deprived of it. I remember something, Harry blurted. He held a hand out against Lupa, pleading her to stop. I remember not having my magic when I was dead. Lupa paused. She waited. Harry racked his head. He nudged Rachel and Percy, who tried to recall their deathly journeys too. I was in the wasteland, Rachel said. It's the future. I mean, a future. It's one where we all lost the war. Lupa's ears twitched, agitated by the news. Rachel shrunk back. Apple, Percy murmured. I remember an apple, and I was dead, like a ghost. Lupa scowled. Where were you? Harry and Rachel watched Percy think hard. I can't remember, but there was someone with me. Someone with an apple. There was someone with me too, Harry whispered. Rachel breathed out heavily, fluttering the bangs off her forehead. Why can't we remember exactly what happened? I know you killed me, but there's no way you cut me up. Lupa raised her hackles in a demented approximation of a smile. I snapped your neck, invincible one. Your iron skin will not protect you from everything. Rachel lowered her head to check her wrist. The bite marks left by Destin's teeth were already extremely faded. The scars heal when we're dead, Harry explained, and we forget a lot as well. A result of the lethe, Lupa said. Your souls, as do everyone's, cross the river with each death. It helps clean out lingering sentiment and ensure a smoother revival. Of course, there have been exceptions. Like? Percy asked in his voice. Lupa tilted her head at Harry. You made a wraith once, did you not? Ah, crud. Is the lethe not affecting me enough? Harry asked, sourly. Partially, Lupa hedged. The other reason is that there is more to the wraith than its original intention. True wraiths are a manifestation of vengeance. They haunt their murderers and eat them alive. Unlike ghosts and Larrys, wraiths do not stay back in our realm too long. Once their objective is completed, they fade. Rachel gathered some of her wits. By objective, you mean haunting and eating their murderers? Great. So if Haydn is still around, that means the murderer is still alive? She got her answer because at the mention of his name, the wraith was summoned. Haydn emerged from Harry's body, shrieking like a banshee. He landed on the ground, ready to wreak havoc. Thanks a lot, Rach, Harry snapped, grabbing the chaotic, screaming 5-year-old looking child by the collar of his shirt. Haydn snarled at Lupa. The wraith had no conscience to speak of, it was a dead and deadly embodiment of Harry's pure wrathful id. Haydn, Percy warned. Cool it. We're here. He grabbed Haydn and picked him up like a fussy child. Haydn calmed down immediately, grumbling into Percy's neck. Yes, Lupa said calmly, unfazed by the appearance of the vengeful spirit. The murderer has not been caught. But that's something you may consider down the line. For today, we will practice this. Harry watched with trepidation as Lupa jerked her head, summoning her wolves. She prowled away as they arrived. Rachel spun on her heel, standing back to back with the boys. Percy dropped Haydn on his little feet, riptide already out and gleaming. Harry summoned the shield around the 4 of them as they were completely surrounded by hordes of dangerous, alert, and bloodthirsty wolves. These beasts were bred for war, larger than the general Californian population. Their paws thudded the ground, claws racking through the mud. But the sounds of it, they were surrounded on all sides. You will not learn anything with the shield, Lupa called. She trotted up to the porch of the stone cabin and gazed upon the scene. Shields down, weapons in, Lupa said. You are allowed to defend yourselves, but with no weapon or power. You want us to punch them? Percy choked. Go ahead, Lupa said. My hooks would kill them, Rachel said, though her voice sounded doubly frightened. Harry tried to count the wolves, but there had to be dozens. Lupa wanted them utterly outnumbered, she wanted them to be ripped apart. Haydn, leave, Harry whispered. Percy stared at him in disbelief. We need all the help we can get. Harry shook his head, pained. The sooner we die, the faster we learn. I'm not waiting to get my throat ripped out, again. Fight back with your hands, Harry agreed. It's like a sparring session. We've all done that before. Rachel gawked. Not against multiple giant wolves hellbent on eating us. Harry turned back and watched Lupa's sharp eyes. She observed him quietly. I bet you, Harry said slowly, that we can kill at least a few of them before they take us out. Percy eyed the hungry wolves. It's gonna hurt. Like hell, Rachel whispered, tears already obscuring her vision. Harry pocketed his wand and slipped his dagger back into the bracelet. His hands shook. Yeah. Percy exhaled, nodding his head like a squirrel on an acorn high. Rachel gulped. They made a quick game plan. No weapons or powers put Percy on the back foot. He stayed on the inside while Harry and Rachel stood with him at their backs. They were going to die, but it would be fine. It would hurt, but they wouldn't remember. One day, these sentiments might actually help them. But for now, all three flinched as the shield went down and the wolves pounced on them. Rachel grabbed the maw of the closest hound and swung it around like a baseball bat, smashing it into two other wolves. Percy and Harry ducked under her 360-degree swing. Harry caught the front legs of the next wolf, crushing it in his hands while Percy brought his foot down on its skull. But the next wolves were smarter, attacking their unprotected flanks. Bones broke, theirs and the wolves'. A larger wolf caught Harry's calf, sinking its fangs deep, and Harry cried out. He lost control, bringing the grass alive to grab the wolf and yank it away from him. Percy lost his arm even as he snapped the neck of a third wolf. Three lucky wolves finally caught Rachel's weak spot. She was the first to fall. Once they got the claws in her mouth, it was game over. By the end of the day, after they'd killed tens of wolves with their bare hands, after they'd been slaughtered a dozen times over, waking up in their own blood didn't feel so traumatizing anymore. Not even Rachel flinched when she saw the remains of her own guts. In fact, she had stared at them for an additional few seconds, which was when the remaining wolves had taken her down again. Maybe Lupa had the right idea, maybe she didn't. Rachel certainly didn't appreciate it. Percy saw why the goddess chose this route, but wouldn't trust her completely just yet. Harry, alone, was fully receptive. And maybe that was why he woke up for the 10th time and suddenly recalled Elpas's voice in his head. You remember me, she whispered happily. He said nothing. Harry sat cross-legged on the grass amid the bodies of wolves, Percy, and Rachel. He watched their glassy, lightless eyes. Blood no longer smelled awful and alarming. When they woke up, the three sat quietly and wondered where their mortality went to be extinguished. It was easy to not mourn it. Gaia wanted a war. She'd get one. Chapter end notes. Images. 1a. Rachel, while dead, in the future. Web links 1b. Background. Web links Q equals placid plus ocean plus shoreline hashtag id equals 6F85463C708BFB5EA459CE9E875BB454E736E814. 2. Percy, while dead, in the past. Web links Assassin's Creed Odyssey Art Blast. 3. Harry, while dead, in the jar. Web links. Warnings. A violent fight scene, short, B on-screen deaths, temporary. Aphrodite and her clue chapter summary. Piper's quest comes to a close, but is it a point against Gaia? Aphrodite isn't so sure. Meanwhile, Destin proves that he can and will interfere with the affairs of demigods. Chapter notes. It's been exactly a year since I finished Power on this site, and we're still going strong. I swear every bit of feedback from you really boosts my dopamine levels. Thank you all and enjoy the chapter. Warning. Implicit scenes of violence and some gore, deadly violence towards wolves. Things changed. Over the days, Lupa killed them at least a dozen more times, and all three teenagers began to heal promptly, get faster, react better, and wake up quicker. Rachel crushed skulls with a single blow. Harry outran Lupa's fastest wolves. Percy scared them away simply by growling at them. But Rachel hated the sound of bones snapping under her hands. Harry recoiled at the idea of murdering the wolves that had possibly only been bred for war and never expected good lives. Percy felt less human every time he bared his teeth at them. Still, she grew stronger. He became faster, and he was getting used to his own aggression. All three had seen each other in various states of mutilation. Harry had lost one of his arms and they'd paused the fight to watch it regenerate painfully, but rather quickly. Half of Rachel's ribs had been broken at one point and she'd sworn she could feel a few of them poke at her lungs and heart. She kept prodding her torso to push the jagged edges of the ribs still under her skin away from her. Organs. Percy had simply sat down at near the end, holding his neck and exposed spine in place while the muscle and skin healed. By the end of the week, violence had taken on a new meaning. "I count 14 in total," Rachel said, examining her bare arm. 27, Percy said, bent over one leg on the counter. 21, Harry announced, looking over his shoulder to expose his blemished back to the bathroom mirror. Lupa's wolves had gone down fighting, ripping, and tearing. Their fangs and claws had left behind sharp scars and raised skin from hasty healing. "Which one's your worst?" Harry asked, before pointing at his hip. "Look at this, it's still baby pink." He had a fresh soft patch of skin that had regrown just after the last wolf had torn the flesh away from it. "Nice," Rachel said, eyes wide. "Mine's gotta be this one," Percy said, prodding at the wide bite mark on his neck. "It bit in deep before I could shove it away. I had to pick out 3 teeth." Rachel spun around slowly, examining her full body. Aside from their underwear, all 3 of them were undressed. Teeth marks stained their skin. "Mine aren't that bad. But their claws kept ripping into me when I was still healing." "Speaking of which," Harry said, facing the mirror and observing his chest. "Remember I had those lightning scars from Zeus's throne?" "No, we'd totally forgotten you got zapped with 1,000,000 volts and thrown off of Olympus." "More like 1,000,000," Harry muttered. He shook his head. "All the lightning marks are gone." Rachel and Percy squinted at his chest. He was right. Before the wolves, before Petunia shot him, his skin had stark Lichtenberg scars from above his diaphragm extending outwards to his shoulders and hips. But now, he was clear of those scars and he was left with light teeth and claw marks on his body. Rachel raised her hands. "Destin's teeth marks are nearly gone from my wrist. And this old patch on my forearm. That's Guinea's handprint. She burnt me when we were running away from the giant spiders on the train." Harry and Percy had been Mia for that event. Rachel had mixed feelings at witnessing her old scars healing, taking away the depth of the trauma. Percy touched his hair in dismay. The gray-tinted tuft of hair that he'd gotten from holding up the sky had darkened considerably. "You can always dye it," Rachel said quietly. "It won't be the same," he sighed. "I'll tell Annabeth later." Sally found them standing in the bathroom of her apartment, in their underwear. She held baby Kimmy in her hands, staring at the 3 kids, horrified by the fading scars. "You're done, right?" Sally asked, her entire body shaking. "Please tell me you're not going back there." Rachel hesitated. She glanced at Harry and Percy. Finally, they were in sync. They were back at the Wolf House the next day. Nevada West Pizza joint. "Eat 12 burgers in 20 minutes and win a lifetime supply of our house hamburgers." It was a small, run-down place outside Reno. With its failing business, Destin was sure the store could not afford to give anyone a lifetime supply of anything. "What's the asterisk for, ma'am?" he asked the waitress behind the bar. She was a plump black woman in her 60s who seemed less than impressed with the scrawny teenager, or man, who'd wandered into the joint. Her name tag read, Daisy. She grumbled, frowning at the sign he was pointing to. "That? Yeah, that just applies to the double bacon and cheese hamburgers. You can't skimp out on the fillings." "How much for one?" Destin asked, smiling. He sat on the rickety, rolling bar stool. $9.99, Destin whistled. "And how much for the 12-burger deal?" Daisy the waitress didn't look up from her phone. $50. But I'd advise you against it, kid." Destin blinked, wide-eyed. "Ma'am?" She just raised her eyebrows, smacking her lips, annoyed. "She thinks you're too scrawny." A patron yelled from the other end of the bar. "And you are." The pizza place was small, sure. Only the locals frequented its cramped space, leather peeling booths, and floor cleaner smell from the cracked linoleum. All eyes had been on Destin when he'd walked in. His clothes were weather-worn and just as frayed as the store, but his personality was too bright and fresh. "Wanna bet, sir?" Destin called, still grinning. You pay for my meal and I'll eat up all 12 burgers in less than 20 minutes. Half the shop burst out laughing. Daisy stared at him, unamused. I'll take that bet, the man shouted. You lose and you'll pay for both your meal and mine. Deal, Destin said, reaching over and shaking his hand. In a few minutes, the house special was brought in front of Destin. He tucked the napkin into his shirt collar, ignored the cutlery, and picked up the first burger which barely fit into his average-sized hands with piano fingers. A few of the regulars eagerly gathered around him, watching. He polished the burger within 2 minutes. He scarfed down the next in less than a minute. The smiles all around him vanished as did the burgers. Destin licked the plate clean after munching on the 12th. He still had a few minutes to go on the clock. Phew. He groaned, stretching his arms over his head. Hope you enjoyed the show, folks. The guy who'd bet with him grumpily paid for the meal. Daisy picked up Destin's empty plate, still stunned. The crowd dispersed but Destin's smile remained. He whispered to Daisy, "Ma'am, I guess this place can't really afford a free supply of burgers, right? What do you think?" She snapped. He raised his arms, palms facing her. "I mean, I can waive the free stuff if you give me a large pineapple pizza with ghost pepper chili sauce, and a free pizza delivery outfit, with the hat." She scowled at him. "What for?" Destin smiled, his sharp eyes gleaming. "It's for a friend." Piper dreamed she was in Medea's department store, in the presence of a deity. The goddess was gorgeous, shoulder-length hair, a graceful neck, perfect features, and an amazing figure tucked into jeans and a snowy white top. She was elegant without trying, fashionable without effort, stunning without makeup. Yet as Piper watched, the woman's appearance changed. Piper couldn't decide the color of her eyes or the exact color of her hair. The woman became more and more beautiful as if her image were aligning itself with Piper's thoughts, getting as close as possible to Piper's ideal of beauty. "Aphrodite," Piper said. "Mom?" The goddess smiled. "You're only dreaming, my sweet. If anyone wonders, I wasn't here, okay?" Piper wanted to ask 1,000 questions, but they all crowded together in her head. "Why didn't you claim me at 13? She finally asked. Aphrodite smiled. "Because you, my daughter, see possibilities much more vividly than others. You have a far greater play in this war. I couldn't risk losing you when the Titans rebelled." The goddess gestured around the store. "You and your friends have other trials to face, first. Medea will be back, along with many other enemies. The doors of death have opened." "What do you mean?" Aphrodite winked at her. "You're a smart one, Piper, you know." A cold feeling settled over her. The sleeping primordial, the one Medea and Midas called their patron. She's managed to open a new entrance from the underworld. The monsters are coming back from Tartarus the same way. That's why they don't stay disintegrated. Yes. Their patron, as you call her, has a special relationship with Tartarus, the spirit of the pit. Aphrodite held up a gold sequin top from the rack. "No, this would make me look ridiculous." Piper laughed uneasily. You can't look anything but perfect." "You're sweet," Aphrodite said. "But beauty is about finding the right fit, the most natural fit. To be perfect, you have to feel perfect about yourself. Avoid trying to be something you're not. For a goddess, that's especially hard. We can change so easily." "My dad thought you were perfect." Piper's voice quavered. "He never got over you." Aphrodite's gaze became distant. "Yes, Tristan. Oh, he was amazing. So gentle and kind, funny and handsome. Yet he had so much sadness inside. Could we please not talk about him in the past tense? I'm sorry, dear. I didn't want to leave your father, of course. It's always so hard, but it was for the best. If he had realized who I actually was." "Wait, he didn't know you were a goddess?" "Of course not." Aphrodite sounded offended. "I wouldn't do that to him. For most mortals, that's simply too hard to accept. It can ruin their lives. Ask your friend Jason, lovely boy, by the way. His poor mother was destroyed when she found out she'd fallen in love with Zeus twice. No, it was much better Tristan believed that I was a mortal woman who left him without explanation. Better a bittersweet memory than an immortal, unattainable goddess. Which brings me to an important matter." She opened her hand and showed Piper a glowing glass vial of pink liquid. "This is one of Medea's kinder mixtures. It erases only recent memories. When you save your father, if you can save him, You should give him this. Piper couldn't believe what she was hearing. You want me to dope my dad? You want me to make him forget what he's been through? Aphrodite held up the vial. The liquid cast a pink glow over her face. Your father acts confident, Piper, but he walks a fine line between two worlds. He's worked his whole life to deny the old stories about gods and spirits, yet he fears those stories might be real. He fears that he's shut off an important part of himself, and someday it will destroy him. Now he's been captured by a giant. He's living a nightmare. Even if he survives, he still dreams of Pandora. My dear, that's a death sentence if there ever was one. Our enemy will break him, and thus break your spirit. Piper wanted to shout that Aphrodite was wrong. Her dad was the strongest person she knew. But somehow she couldn't stay angry with Aphrodite. She remembered what her dad had said months ago, at the beach at Big Sur. If I really believed in ghost country, or animal spirits, or Greek gods, I don't think I could sleep at night. I'd always be looking for somebody to blame. Now Piper wanted someone to blame, too. The goddess said, "You see? My point is that love is the most powerful motivator in the world. It spurs mortals to greatness. Their noblest, bravest acts are done for love." Piper pulled out her dagger and studied its reflective blade. Like Helen starting the Trojan War? Ah, Catoptris, Aphrodite smiled. I'm glad you found it. You can tell a lot about someone from their objects of power. Piper touched the flat edge of her dagger. She didn't really consider this like an focus of her power. Catoptris was a weapon that kept her alive. And gave her visions. And showed her weird reflections sometimes. Aphrodite's eyes glinted in the low light. Do not underestimate it, Piper, darling. I certainly don't let anyone give me flack for my power. Of course, I have just one object of power. At Piper's confused expression, she explained, my throne on Olympus, dear. Some gods have more than one. Their weapons and seats hold more divinity than you can assume. Piper nodded slowly. Jason mentioned how the king's throne is flaking away. Aphrodite suggested when Piper had trailed off. Yes, father is far away and his power in the throne is slowly waning. The demigod stifled her gasp. That can happen? Aphrodite raised a perfectly styled eyebrow. Sweetheart, it is happening as we speak. All four of Zeus's objects of power are in great danger. The earth goddess has expected this. She has taken the master bolt and imprisoned my father far away from all of us. Zeus has 4 objects? Holy hell, Piper exhaled. So we need to find him and the bolt too, right? Aphrodite didn't answer right away. Her eyes flickered down to the dagger as she spoke. I think you need to focus on your father, Piper. Your dreams will lead you to the queen. You think I know the way? She asked nervously. Oh, yes. You see, Piper, my children can be quite powerful. My lineage is unique. I am closer to the beginning of creation than any other Olympian. Piper struggled to remember about Aphrodite's birth. That's right. The goddess was formed from the remains of Ouranos after Kronos had killed him. So, you're the last child of Ouranos, who was greater than the gods or the titans. So, in a strange way, I'm the eldest Olympian god. As I said, love is a powerful force. I understand that our race of Olympians may be standing on our last legs. My father, Zeus, has not responded in a while. I fear, immortality is supposed to last forever, you know. But times have changed. Definitions adapt to what the mortals believe. And with the destruction of nature, the earth itself is rising to wage war on us. Aphrodite steeled herself, and so, I've taken precautions. Piper's nerves tingled. Precautions? In case we lose, my dear, the goddess hummed. I have made sure my bloodline will not fail. But that is a last resort, I suppose. Bloodline, she'd said. Not Ichor. Piper gazed up at her mother, this distant, unattainable goddess. For a mere moment, Aphrodite had seemed vulnerable. You're saying there's a chance, she whispered, that the gods may perish? Aphrodite's form flickered. Gods are not eternal, Piper. Nothing lasts forever, except for chaos, I suppose. Ask your friends back at camp. They have witnessed the fading of Lord Pan. He held on for millennia but succumbed finally. I fear more immortals will cease to be before this war is done with. You took precautions, Piper mumbled. Against Gaia? Mother Earth? Do not underestimate her, Aphrodite warned. She is a cruel deity. She orchestrated Uranos' death. She gave Kronos the sickle and urged him to kill his own father. While the Titans ruled the world, she slumbered in peace. But when the gods overthrew them, Gaia woke again in all her anger and gave birth to a new race. The Giants, to destroy Olympus once and for all. And it's happening again, Piper said. The rise of the Giants. Aphrodite nodded. Now you know, what will you do? Piper's vision dimmed. The last vision of her mother faded into the air. Piper awoke in California, rattled. She was still clutching the pink vial in her hand. The amnesia potion for her dad. It was 9 a.m. on December 21st, the winter solstice, which gave them 3 hours until Enceladus's deadline. By the time Jason, Leo, and Piper took a cab to the base of Mount Diablo. From there, they scaled the side of the mountain. It was hard work for hours. Finally, Jason crouched behind a wall of rock. He gestured for the others to do the same. Leo crawled up next to him. Piper joined them stiffly. They hid in the shadow of the mountain's final crest, was a forested depression about the size of a football field, where the giant Enceladus had set up camp. Trees had been cut down to make a towering purple bonfire. The giant Enceladus was simply large and horrible. He was 30 feet tall, easily as tall as the treetops. From the waist up, the giant appeared humanoid, his muscular chest clad in bronze armor. His skin was bronze but sooty with ash. His face was crudely shaped, like a half-finished clay figure, but his eyes glowed white, and his hair was matted in shaggy dreadlocks down to his shoulders, braided with bones. His legs were scaly green, with claws instead of feet, like the forelegs of a dragon. In his hand, Enceladus held a spear the size of a flagpole. Every so often he dipped its tip in the fire, turning the metal molten red. Piper choked back a sob. Look! Just visible on the other side of the bonfire was a man tied to a post. His head slumped like he was unconscious, so Leo couldn't make out his face, but Piper didn't seem to have any doubts. Dad, she said. Leo swallowed. Tristan McLean was half dead and about to be eaten. The only people who could stop it, 3 fashionably dressed teenage demigods. The giants alone, Jason murmured, surprised. Maybe we can do this. Did you miss the fact that he's 30 feet tall? Leo asked. I hate to say it, Jason sighed, but a distraction is Piper's best chance. Their best chance fizzled out when 2 others walked onto the field. Leo heard Piper practically whimper at the sight of a man and woman, looking remarkably mortal compared to the giant. Wait, Jason murmured. Is that Ajax? Piper whispered. Leo's stomach flipped. Like Ajax who threw that wizard dude off of Olympus. The guy who shot the oracle. That Ajax. Jane's with him, Piper said in disbelief. What the hell? Leo turned back to the scene. Ajax was tall. He wore a camo jacket over black t-shirt and trousers. He wouldn't have been out of place at a gun convention. The arms on Leo's arms stood at attention. Something about the man just set off red flags worse than Medea. If Ajax was here, there was no way they'd be able to escape with Tristan easily. We need a big distraction, Leo muttered. Like an explosion or something. Good idea, Coach Hedge said. Arg, MMPHH, Leo jumped as Hedge and Melly the cloud nymph leapt back, surprised. Piper slapped her hand over Leo's mouth and everyone froze in terror. The voices from the clearing below had stopped. Then they heard a strangely jaunty voice, Destin's Pizza for delivery. What the hell's happening? Jason mouthed furiously. Where did you both drop down from? Melly helped us sneak up here, Hedge defended himself. I knew you 3 would need backup. Coach, the quest's supposed to have 3, not 5, Leo complained, moving Piper's hand away. Even better, Hedge said, grinning wildly, we have 6. Leo didn't get it. He saw Melly gesturing back to the cliff to peer over to the clearing. Then he got it. They already had a distraction in the works. A pizza guy was in the clearing, talking in rapid fire to Ajax, Jane, and Enceladus. He held up a large box and opened it for the villains to peek at it, confused. That's Destin, Hedge explained like it made sense. Who? Piper asked. He helped us, Melly whispered. He's distracting them long enough for us to get to your father, Piper McLean. Hedge patted Jason. When you see the signal, send a lightning bolt to the giant's ear. The demigods frowned. Jason whispered, "What signal?" "One large pineapple and cheese pizza, coated with chili sauce, jalapenos, and oregano," the delivery guy rattled off. "That'll be $24.99, sir." Ajax scowled. "And see, did you actually order pizza?" "What, of course not," the giant roared. "Why on Mother Earth would I purchase a greasy, disgusting, mortal invention? Why would I pay actual gold to get?" He trailed off when the delivery guy opened the box and the sweet scent of cheesy pineapple slathered in sauce wafted up to the giant. Enceladus leaned down close to sniff at it. How much did you say it is?" $24.99, sir, the delivery man said, unfazed by the staggering aura of the giant. Perhaps he just saw a bodybuilder. Enceladus turned his huge misshapen head towards Ajax. "Spot me, bro?" Ajax's eye twitched. "Those demigods are due to make an appearance, you realize?" "I'll still have space in my belly after the pizza," the giant complained. "Is it possible, perhaps, that this mortal is a distraction?" Ajax fumed. Enceladus thought about it. Nah, they wouldn't waste money on such a delicious distraction. Ajax eyed Jane, Tristan McLean's assistant, who had been helping them set up a few things from Medea's end. Even since the sorcerer's department store had burned down, Jane's compliance had wavered. "Jane," Ajax called. "Anything you want to add?" "No, sir," Jane said, gulping. "Did you secure the boundaries?" "I did, sir. The telekines were all over it." "Then how did this mortal wander in here?" Jane blinked. She turned to the delivery guy and asked, "How did you wander here?" "I walked in through the gate," he answered. "This pizza's getting cold, ma'am, and I need to get going so." "Who sent you?" Ajax asked, advancing on to him. "My boss," he said, unflustered. "What's your name?" "Destin Outis." Ajax stopped in his tracks. "Outis?" In response, Destin grabbed the back of Ajax's neck and shoved the pizza into his face. Hot ghost pepper chili sauce leaked into his eyes and the Immortal spluttered, disoriented for half a second. Destin dropped the pizza, grabbed Ajax's neck, and snapped it hard. His bones broke and the man immediately went limp. Then Destin heaved him up and threw Ajax westwards. Enceladus blinked, watching him disappear into the Pacific's horizon, miles away. Jane finally showed more emotion than she had all year, shrieking her head off as she ran away. "Traitorous pizza man!" Enceladus roared, raising his immense spear high up, but a lightning bolt erupted from the cliffside behind him, striking him in the ear. With a cataclysmic boom, the giant was rocketed off course. Destin threw himself to the side as the giant crashed down on his knees. The earth shook in response and rocks tumbled down the sides of steep cliffs. "We have 5 minutes, kiddos," Destin sang maniacally, raising his voice for the demigods, Satyr, and the cloud nymph. "Get McLean and Hera." Annabeth touched Percy's hair. He'd gone to CHB after another round of dancing with the wolves that Lupa lovingly sponsored. Harry and Rachel went with him. All three had the inexplicable urge to stick together for a while. But thankfully, they stayed back at the mess hall to talk to Talia and Chiron while Annabeth took Percy aside to examine him. "You changed," she whispered. "Sorry," he said. She kissed his cheek. "Don't be. If you say it's the right thing to do, then it is." Percy nodded, grateful for her. He'd been worried that Annabeth would not be able to accept his new trajectory. Maybe she'd goggle at his fading scars and wonder if he was still her Percy. He wanted to be. He'd do anything to be with her. But Percy had to be different to get stronger and better. No longer a demigod. Annabeth tilted her head back and leaned up to kiss him. Percy ignored the snickering from the mess hall and pressed his lips to her. She was soft and eager and he wound his arms around her waist, lifting her off the ground enthusiastically. "Get a cabin." "No, don't get a cabin, ew." Holy Hera. Indeed, the last person was more or less accurate. A blinding flash of light illuminated the evening, startling everyone in the vicinity. The light died down, revealing 5 people standing on the dinner tables, and 1 cloud nymph floating over them. The silence broke when someone gasped, "Oh, my gods, it's Tristan McLean." 4 objects of power are way too many, put some back. Chapter summary: we get a meeting with campers and another one with an ant. Chapter notes: vibe. Dreaming On by Nefex. See the end of the chapter for more notes. The cabin heads along with Jason and Leo quickly gathered in the big house. They opened an iris message with Reyna and Octavian in Camp Jupiter. Harry and Rachel helped Piper get Tristan McLean settled in the infirmary before joining them. "So you saved Hera and your dad," Clarice summarized. "But didn't find Zeus or the Master Bolt. 50% ain't so bad." 50 is a failing grade, Talia, Annabeth said, wide-eyed. "Especially if Zeus is still missing." Everyone began to murmur worriedly. Did the quest fail despite gaining some traction? Okay, guys," Percy yelled, catching everyone's attention. "Let's start with the bad news. Zeus is still missing. His Master Bolt is also gone. His throne is rusting. He wasn't imprisoned with Hera. Ajax's daughter is in Camp Jupiter. Pandora is totally out of our reach. She's being protected by the Clay Masters. Anything else?" Nico opened his mouth but didn't say anything. He leaned back in his chair. Talia slapped his shoulder. "Nico's cursed," she said, reminding everyone. Nico groaned. "I'll handle it." "We'll handle it," Percy corrected him. "And the Earth Goddess has opened the doors of death," Reyna said. "Yes, that," Percy said, pointing at her like she'd said the winning lottery numbers. "And the good news is that we found Hera. We have Tristan McLean who is a dreamer, so he can help us get closer to Pandora. No one died on this quest," Leo suggested. Percy clapped his hands. "Yes, no one died on this quest." "Destin is strong enough to fight Ajax," Jason added. Percy trailed off, wide-eyed. "What, Destin?" Coach Hedge said, his thumbs hooked in his waistband of his trousers. "He's real chill. He got the worst pizza on this side of the country and smashed Ajax's face into it." No one said a word. Their eyes were wide like saucers, gawking at Hedge. Harry snorted. They turned to him and he fell silent. Harry said. "It's funny. I once shoved a plate of mac and cheese into his face." Piper nodded slowly. "Did you also break his neck and throw him 50 miles away into the Pacific Ocean?" "No, sounds fun, though." Annabeth held out her hands. "Are you saying Destin appeared out of nowhere and helped you on the quest?" "Is that even allowed?" Octavian burst out, incredulous. "Who's this Destin?" Nico shrugged. "He's this weird god-like dude who beat up Percy, Harry, and Rachel in the nicest way possible." Reyna's jaw dropped. All three of you? Nicest way?" Harry asked in disbelief. "I was stabbed." "He stabbed you," Hedge said, doubtfully. "He has a tiny knife, sure, but he barely uses it." "You have iron skin." Talia spluttered at Harry. "Riptide as sharp," was Harry's retort. "Not to mention, Destin bit Rachel." A few gasped. Rachel blushed but showed her arm where the teeth imprints were lightly visible. Chiron cleared his throat. "Children, we're getting off track. What were we talking about?" Leo asked, trying to get a good look at Rachel's wrist. "Your quest," Annabeth reminded him. "Okay, so Destin is kinda on our side. That's really good news. If he's willing to interfere and help us, we should use him." Octavian leaned closer to the IM window. "I don't think a god would like being used." Jason jumped in before Annabeth could retort. "Medea and my father told us a lot of things regarding Pandora. Let's discuss that." They went over the good points. Clay Masters. Great, Prometheus and Epimetheus might be somewhere on the planet hiding Pandora. Medea working as a seer informant for Gaia. Bad news. Ajax's daughter? Neutral for now, until they find her. "Wait, go back. What did Mom say?" Drew Tanaka asked Piper. Piper gripped the ping-pong table hard as all eyes swiveled over to her. "Aphrodite said something about objects of power and how Zeus's stuff are fading because he's so far away from Olympus," she said. Percy shared a glance with Jason. "Like his throne? It's gone all flaky." "Yeah," Piper said. "My mom thinks the Master Bolt is not with him either and that all 4 objects will disintegrate if we don't find him. But she doesn't think we would ever find him." Worried whispers flew over the room. Octavian hissed something to Reyna, who nodded and stepped away from the IM window momentarily. 4? Annabeth blurted. 4 things of Zeus are missing? I thought gods had like 1 or 2. Katie mumbled. The 6 elder Olympians have 2 each, Nico explained. Their most important weapon and their seat of power. Like Hades has his helm of darkness and his throne down in the underworld. Demeter has her scythe and her throne up in Olympus. Hestia is the only exception. She has just her hearth fire. And Zeus has 4. Travis said, incredulously, turning to Chiron. How's that fair? The centaur frowned. I believe it's a misnomer. The master bolt and throne are solely his, but the necklace belonged to Métis. Annabeth sat up straight. Métis? What necklace? Harry asked suspiciously. Rachel shared an alarmed look with him. Chiron grimaced. Zeus was married to Lady Métis once. Before Hera, of course. Of course, Talia muttered. Métis was Athena's mother, Annabeth explained to the room. Rhaena reappeared beside Octavian. She'd brought Sky with her. It was embarrassing how fast Harry's face lit up at the sight of him. Sky gawked at the open IM window with more than a dozen faces peering out at him. Hi? He squeaked. Hi, Harry said. Hi, Sky said again. Someone hastily coughed. Sky's pretty good with history, Rhaena explained. As we just discovered this week, he's been helping out the librarians with some of our older scrolls and stories. Chiron smiled. It's good to have you, my boy. I have heard much about you. Sky's smile split his face so bright it lit up the room. Hi, Chiron. I'm Siren. Most of them burst into laughter. Rachel and Nico giggled. Harry hid his grin behind a fist. Percy and Octavian were the only ones who didn't find it amusing. Even Rhaena cracked a smile. Hello to you too, Siren, Chiron chuckled. You can call me Sky. Finish up all the highs and hellos, Percy said, tapping his fingers on the table. We're talking about how Zeus is still missing and his stupid number of objects of power are in trouble. Sky listened to a brief recap of their discussion. You're right, he said, nodding to Chiron. When Jupiter absorbed Métis' essence, he took control of her domains. Minerva is the goddess of wisdom and arts, but the king took up the rest. One was her necklace. It held all her memories and knowledge, wits and strategy and stuff. But I can't be sure what the other was. I think Plutarch mentioned a scroll, but that could have been any ordinary thing. You're sure Métis had 2? Non-Olympians generally have 1. I believe Métis had 2 objects of power when she was queen, Chiron said. This was before my time and all I know are the stories transferred from word of mouth. Hesiod and Plutarch did not have much to say about Métis, none of them did. Annabeth exhaled, frustrated. Percy caught her hand and pulled it under the table to squeeze it reassuringly. So, you're both saying Zeus wore a necklace? Nyssa asked skeptically. Lots of artists have drawn him with jewelry, but none have really stood out, not even his crown. I can't recall seeing anything special in a necklace even with a sculptor or painter, or in any stories. Talia sat very still. Jason and Annabeth noticed her change in posture. He doesn't, Sky said. As far as I know, he hid the necklace. It keeps him safe, knowing that his power will never fade as long as nobody can destroy or corrupt these objects. But 2 mortals found out and sort of, there's no nice way to say it. But they stole the necklace and ran. Harry and Rachel winced. Everyone in the room and through the IM window turned to them. The necklace from Alexandria, Rachel whispered. The one Lily and James stole, that belonged to Métis? To Zeus? What are the odds? Lou Ellen chuckled. Maybe Gaia wanted to collect all his objects to kill him and she gave your mom dreams about the necklace so they could steal it in the first place. Harry and Rachel were incredibly silent. Percy exhaled. Sky stared at her wide-eyed. Oh, shit? Lou Ellen choked. Is that it? It would make sense, Sky muttered. You said the necklace was in Alexandria? Egypt, yeah, Harry answered. This was in 1995. Lily had strong visions about a temple there. She and James went to Cairo and spoke to some wizard museum curator. You mentioned an Auror arrested them in Cairo in 1997, Sky. The curator was the Auror's sister. Damn, Sky whispered. But Alexandria makes sense. It's at the edge of Roman, Greek, and Egyptian pantheons. Super dangerous, but also no god could have ever tried to steal it for themselves. Even demigods and magicians would have avoided the place. Harry frowned. You mean wizards? No, I mean magicians. But let's not go there. What? Sky overrode him. So if Lily and James really got the necklace out of Egypt, they ought to have hidden it somewhere really well because my parents say Earth Gal's still looking for it. Annabeth sighed. We've actually been over this. It was one of the things on the agenda we were gonna discuss when Harry would be coming over to Camp Jupiter. Well, that's not happening now, Percy said. Harry was surprised. I'm not going to the camp? You're still invited, Jason assured him. I mean, Percy said carefully, we were gonna ask you to talk to Petunia about the necklace. To his credit, Harry didn't refuse right away. You have a lot of faith in me, but you know she won't help us. Why not? Octavian burst out, scowling. Is she hiding something? What does she know? Did your mother tell her something about Jupiter, Terra, Pandora? Harry shook his head. Nothing like that, she just doesn't like us. We'll look confused. All of us? But we haven't even met her. Clarice folded her arms. No, Will. That's the wonderful lady who shot Harry point blank with an SA-80, assault rifle with a 5.56 into 45mm NATO cartridge. Used for military purposes. I'm guessing she was in the army at one point. Harry stared. No, wait, what? Clarice shrugged. I heard the shot from outside the house just before getting red lasered by those oars. You're saying she wasn't in the armed forces? Harry had no answers. Imagining Aunt Petunia in any army was ridiculous. She was more concerned about the state of her tiles than the state of the country at any rate. Dude, Percy said, shaking his head. Petunia's the most waspish Britisher you'll ever meet. She's about war regulations, not army regiments. Harry croaked, no way was Petunia in the army. That's like saying you worked in an arts and crafts store full-time, Reese. Clarice scowled. I could work in an arts and crafts store. You don't even attend our arts and crafts classes, Annabeth pointed out. Travis sniggered quietly. Harry said, I was trying to say Petunia doesn't like magic. She hates our kind of people. Anything out of the ordinary is the devil for her. I can't imagine Lily giving her anything magical, let alone godly. You're sure? Skye asked, concerned. If your mom was okay with Petunia raising you, then maybe she did give the necklace for her to hide? No, that wasn't Lily's choice, it was Dumble. Harry's voice trailed off. He shared a shocked look with Rachel. Did you ever ask? She whispered and Harry dumbly shook his head. Talia suddenly stood up and walked out of the room. They stared at her and Annabeth even called out to her, but she didn't respond. I'll go, Jason said quickly, running out after his sister. Piper cleared her throat. So, maybe you can ask whoever your parents trusted. I think those objects of power are really important if we need to track down Zeus. Harry nodded stiffly, clearly not liking the idea. Rachel patted his shoulder. Okay. Leo piped up. Are we done? I feel like I need a reward for completing a quest with everyone alive. Will perked up as well. A party? Hedge hooted. What? Octavian spluttered. Jupiter's still missing. You actually failed the quest. Piper scowled at him. Then she recited the prophecy that had kicked off their adventure in the first place. Child of lightning, beware the earth, the giant's revenge, the heroes shall birth, the forge and dove shall break the cage. And death unleashed through Hera's rage. Doesn't say anything about Zeus, Rachel noted. This quest was a success. But, Rachel glared at him. Just a week ago, Octavian might have snapped back at her, but now, she stood with her head high, her body glinting with dull bite and scratch marks peeking from underneath her clothes. She was not an oracle anyone would want to mess with. Jason flew over to where Talia was marching fast across camp grounds. She was heading to cabin 1. What's wrong? He asked, landing lightly beside her, keeping up on foot. 4 objects of power, Talia said, her feet moving faster. Nissa's right, someone did portray him with them. Jason nodded, excited. You mean, with the necklace and a 4th thing? Where's it drawn? On the cabin walls. Talia chuckled. I wish. She opened the door to the cabin and jogged inside, leaving Jason standing at the entrance, slack-jawed. Cabin 1 was made of cold stone and even colder floors. Jason stepped inside and craned his neck up at the tall statue of their father sitting on a stone throne atop a cube pedestal that rose 3 feet off the ground. The whole structure sat smack dab in the middle of the cabin, cemented to the floor and extending all the way up to the ceiling. Nothing says home like Dad's stony face glaring at you while you sleep, Talia announced, standing beside the statue. The top of her head barely reached his knees. Yuha, Jason said, still gobsmacked. Then he paused when he caught sight of what Jupiter was holding in his left hand. Wait, is that the necklace? Talia nodded. Jason joined her and they peered up at the large muscled hand of Zeus with his elbow resting on the throne's arm, and his forearm dangled carelessly over the side. Clearly the strong point of the statue was the master bolt in the right arm ready to aim at the door to scare away intruders. The left arm was understated with his palm closed around the stone necklace that was tucked inside uncomfortably. It was amazing to think it was all carved out of a single piece of rock. 3 objects here, Talia pointed out. He's sitting on the throne with the bolt in the right arm and Métis's necklace in the left. But maybe that's how Dad wanted it, Jason suggested. He wouldn't want to advertise he had 4 objects. If everyone knew about it, then they could use it against him. Dad's nothing if not paranoid, she agreed. So, if you were a sculptor chosen to design the likeness of the most powerful and trigger-happy god on the planet, where would you hide information you didn't want him to know? Jason breathed out in a laugh. If I wasn't worried for my life or sanity, I'd use a distraction. Talia nodded, listening. Something too subtle that would draw his attention, Jason explained. So he'd think I was trying to add only that, but really, I'm trying to hide the real details somewhere else. Talia shrugged. Could work. But Zeus isn't stupid. No matter what you try, he'll see through it. Jason stepped back to examine the statue again. Zeus wore a gold shoulder armor with intricate filigree design. His abs were on display, just above the gold medal belt. Every limb had detailed musclework that made the stone look like paint over the actual god. His knuckles were prominent and veined like a healer's dream. His face was hard to describe because it was equally terrifying and difficult to look at. Jason could just imagine his father scowling down at him for not finding the king. He walked around the pedestal, running his eyes over the crevices and corners meticulously carved and shaped. The throne was a large and uncomfortable-looking thing with designs of lightning bolts zigzagged unbelievably elegantly. Obvious, much. The statue had passed Zeus's inspection, which meant there could be nothing on it that had displeased him in any way. What about the pedestal? Jason asked. Maybe whoever made this showed just the statue for Dad to approve. The pedestal could have been shipped directly to the cabin. Good thinking, Talia said, checking out the base. It was just a squarish block of stone, strangely plain compared to who sat on top. Jason leaned down. It's not hollow, is it? She rapped her knuckles hard on the left wall of the pedestal. No dice. It was solid through and through. Maybe we need to do something that Zeus won't do, Talia said. Not can't, but won't. What do gods refuse to do that mortals don't mind? Dying, Jason said. Being humble, apologizing, accepting that they're wrong, genuinely regretting mistakes. Humble, Talia said suddenly, her eyes sparking in delight. She knelt on the ground, facing the back of the pedestal. Jason joined her. The 4 sides of the stone cube were unremarkable except for faded carvings. Jason blew hard on the surface, displacing the dust and revealing a shallow design of a necklace. Talia grinned. You're right. If this side has the necklace, then the right must have the bolt. She scooted around the pedestal and confirmed it. The front has the throne, Jason said, grinning at the stone surface facing the cabin door. They scrambled across the floor to scrutinize the back wall of the pedestal. It was unfortunately smooth. Jason smashed the side of his fist against it. The slab moved as dust erupted from the sides. Using their swords, they dug into the edges, releasing the slab from the pedestal's back frame. Thud. Jason and Talia dropped the heavy stone slab onto the ping-pong table of the war room. Everyone jumped and gawped at the 200-pound slab that made the poor table wobble. Everything we need is here, Talia said, cracking her knuckles. But that's not ancient Greek. It's gotta be at least Mycenaean. Certainly hieroglyphic, Chiron mused, intrigued. Everyone eagerly peered over the slab. The carvings were on the side of the slab that had been where the sculptor had thought to rightly hide it. The letters were faded but visible enough to understand the dirt and pebbles caked into the carved lines of each character. Older than linear, eh? Sky gasped through the IM window. Chiron nodded, putting on his reading glasses to examine the slab. Not syllabic. Sky grinned and bounced on his feet. Holy frick, can you read it? I just know how to sound some of the characters. But if we're talking about hieroglyphic writing, this might be legit. Leo made a popping sound. Did you get any of that? No, Piper and Jason muttered. Chiron leaned back, impressed. If the Roman Senate and praetors will allow it, I'd like to invite Sky to Camp Half-Blood so he can help me decode this slab. Sky's eyes popped out. Harry stood up straight. Percy grimaced, but Jason and Reyna seemed to consider it. To everyone's surprise, Octavian said, "That's very kind of you, Chiron. I shall speak to the Senate members tomorrow and let you know." Percy immediately figured it was some kind of ploy, but Octavian just stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He didn't add anything else and Chiron accepted his word. Annabeth patted Percy's arm. "All right then," Reyna said. "So Harry and Rachel can speak to their aunt while Siren can visit your camp." "And," Percy added, nodding towards Piper, "your dad can stay at our place in Scotland for a few days till we figure out what to do with his dreams." Piper nodded, wide-eyed. "If that's okay with you, sure. My dad's new to the whole demigod thing. And the magic thing. Wait, did you say Scotland?" "Sure," Harry reassured her. "Mum can actually help him out." Octavian folded his arms. "I thought you said your mother was dead." Harry didn't know if he was trying to bait him, but he just scowled. "I meant Percy's mother." "Did she adopt you?" "Sort of. Not officially." Octavian shrugged. "Just wondering why you call his mother, Mum, when you call your own mother, Lily." Harry glared. Rachel wasn't pleased either. "That's out of line, dude." Sky looked like he wanted to football tackle Octavian. Reyna quickly spoke up. "We'll get back to you about Sky's invitation." "Thank you. By the way, Harry, you haven't RSVP'd yet." Harry exhaled. "Oh, right, so I'm still on for Camp Jupiter? Do I just send an owl?" The Romans were confused. "A what? I'll just write you," he said hastily. Percy slapped his hands on the already wobbling table. "Okay. I think we covered everything. Are we forgetting anything?" The sun had already set by the time Jane reached her designated safe house. It had been a bad idea. The entire thing had been her worst moment of judgment. Jane should have refused Medea the moment she'd stopped by the office and offered a too-good-to-be-true deal. Being Tristan McLean's secretary had been no walk in the park, especially thanks to the PR fires, crazed fans, and his kid's kleptomaniac tendencies. The same kid who had battled a giant, with two boys of lightning and fire. Jane hadn't wanted to know what kind of power Piper wielded to fit into that trio. She barricaded the door, grabbed her phone, and dialed furiously. Medea didn't pick up her calls, so Jane was left with the only other option. The ringing barely started when Beatrice Dare picked up the phone. "What went wrong?" "Everything," Jane wailed. "The goddess, the giant, they're both out and Ajax was killed." "Oh my god," he snapped his neck just like that. "I don't know what to do." "Who killed Ajax?" Beatrice barked. Jane trembled but recounted everything she'd seen, especially Destin, the pizza delivery killer. Beatrice muttered something unintelligible. "Can you describe this Destin?" Jane stumbled over her words as she recalled the uniform and cavalier attitude that had fooled her completely. She was usually such a good character of judgment. She could tell Medea had an unhinged quality from her tone alone. But her monetary compensation had been worth it. She had sensed Ajax's murderous intentions towards the kids, but had brushed it away because his ire had never been directed at her. But she never expected a pale young man, perhaps a teenager even, to catch Ajax off guard enough to snap his neck and bodily throw him miles away. "Damn it," Beatrice muttered. Her voice lowered as she moved away from the phone to speak to someone in the room with her. Jane focused her ears but couldn't gather the words clearly. All she'd heard were Beatrice's whisper, "He's back, then?" Perhaps this Destin was an old enemy? As old as the goddess they'd imprisoned? "Your services are no longer needed," Beatrice announced over the call, and Jane stiffened. "What?" Click. Jane stood in the small room, watching as the light of the surrounding towns popped up against the darkness setting in. She held her phone loosely, unable to comprehend the words. She needed to get away. She needed to disappear before they. Snap. Jane flinched, head turning to catch Ajax, soaking wet, dripping seawater everywhere. He had a small crossbow aimed at her. "Wait, wait," Jane screeched, dropping her phone and stumbling back. "I can still help?" Ajax's eyes were wild with bright, furious energy. He grinned too wide for her to feel comfortable. "You do? Well then, Janie. You have a minute to convince me you're still useful." Jane froze. Thoughts and plans, all her strategies fled her mind. Tick-tock. Ajax reminded her like he was perfectly content to wait out 60 seconds. I saw his face, Jane hollered. I can spot him in a crowd. And if he changed his face? Ajax shrugged. His wet hair fell in clumps over her head, making him seem ungainly and that much more deadly. If he slips up, we'll know, Jane pleaded. Tears leaked from her eyes and her hands trembled heavily. Only an idiot would wander around with the same face, Ajax reminded her. He's probably discarded it. Probably, doesn't mean for sure. Don't argue semantics with me, he warned Jane. She began to cry. Please, please. I have a family. Yeah, 2 nephews in Wisconsin. You haven't spoken to them in 6 years. They'll have no problem mourning you. The arrow bolt let out a whoop and Jane was stumbling back. Her head slammed against the wall and she slumped to the floor, stunned and impaled in the chest. She'd never been attacked or injured like this. Her silk shirt quickly soaked up the blood from the short arrow, leaving her breathless and struggling for air. Her airway filled up with blood and she coughed painfully, her entire chest racked in agony. Ajax didn't bother finishing the job, leaving Jane there to bleed out. Percy and Rachel visited Petunia the next day. Harry had been reluctant enough to even talk about her, let alone to her. For good reason. They were charging her with assault and battery, and it was for the best that Harry didn't have to be around her at all. Percy and Rachel walked up to the door now. Privet Drive was covered with a light layer of snow. Frigid breeze blew through from the forest, chilling everything in its path. But they wore summer clothes. Percy in a tee and shorts, Rachel in her tank top and caprice. Rachel exhaled for the umpteenth time. What? Percy finally asked. I have mixed feelings. Okay. She sighed as they came to a stop outside the front door. Petunia's my aunt too, remember? I remember, Percy said. Just so you know, she might scream in your face and shut the door. Why? 'Cause you look like Lily, he pointed out. Also, she's probably panicking about the assault charges. You think so? Rachel asked. Harry said she might not be so bothered with it. She is, Percy said, jerking a thumb over his shoulder. The front yard's not shoveled. If there's one thing the world knows about Petunia Dursley, she's a super neat freak who keeps everything in check. Everything? Rachel questioned, disbelievingly. And everyone, Percy added. This one time, she made Harry rearrange the photographs on the mantelpiece like 50 times just because Dudley lost 5 pounds and Petunia couldn't decide how to show the family frames in ascending order or something. Harry was convinced Dudley lost the weight just to make his life miserable. He made it sound like an obsessive compulsion. Well, remember what Clarice said, Rachel remarked. Maybe Petunia really was in the army, so she still follows her routines. Percy scowled. And what army routine demands says it's okay to scream at kids for sneezing at a dust bunny? She held her tongue. She didn't know why she was defending Petunia. Rachel had heard enough from Harry and the Jacksons to know the kind of inflexible character she was. Rachel instead turned around and checked out their footprints on the path. The snow fluttered, dispersing around and naturally settling in the depressions, covering their tracks. Missed? She wondered, staring at the undisturbed snow. Bracelet, Percy guessed. He rang the doorbell. Who is it? A high and sweet voice sang out. Rachel frowned. It didn't sound like the voice of a crazed and abusive woman. It's Jackson, your neighbor, Percy answered, speaking just as sweetly. Rachel practically saw musical notes dance around him. The locks clicked open and the door swung inside. Petunia appeared in the gap, glancing at Percy with a frown before her eyes slid over to Rachel. It happened fast. Her face went pale and her thin lips disappeared as shock overtook her features. A high-pitched shriek echoed from Petunia's throat and she slammed the door in their faces. Percy massaged both ears. Yeah, I figured she'd do that. You look enough like Lily. Shall I break down the door? Rachel asked. You can try. I don't know if Harry's wards can allow it. They didn't. Rachel punched and kicked the door, using all her strength. The most she managed was to rattle it in its frame. She slammed her fists into the windows, but that yielded no results either. Go away, Petunia roared. Her voice was no longer inviting and gentle. I'm Rachel. Rachel shouted. I'm Lily's daughter, Harry's sister, his twin. Are you deaf? Get lost, Percy sighed. Step back, please. Rachel stood aside and Percy wielded his sword. Riptide gleamed bronze and blue as he sliced the door into shards of wood. Harry's ward shimmered in protest, but they held fairly well. Percy kicked through the remaining wood and stepped through the doorway. "Hi, Mrs. Dursley," Percy greeted her, recapping Riptide. "You owe us some answers." He ducked to the side as a frying pan came hurtling his way. Rachel snatched it out of the air, scowling at the woman. "Is this how you greet your guests?" she chastised Petunia. The woman glowered at them. "I don't know what freakish trick this is, but leave. You have no business with me. I'm not involved with Harry's life and I certainly don't owe you any answers." She grabbed a picture frame off the wall and threw it at them. Percy caught it like she'd tossed a baseball in slow motion. "You killed Harry," Percy warned, his voice growing dangerous. "The least you can do is listen to us." "Your people gave me a subpoena," Petunia hissed, backing away. "How dare you think you can drag me into your affairs, and get her out of my house?" Rachel raised the frying pan like she was at an auction. "Would you chill, Auntie? We wanted to ask if Lily and James ever left an ancient gold-carved box with you, preferably with a key, and a nice long explanation of the whole story behind it." Percy side-eyed her. "We already got the story, remember?" Rachel shrugged. "Yeah, but it's all so nonlinear. I think the readers should get a summary of the full thing, you know." "I think you're undermining them," Percy assured her. "They're following the narrative fine." Petunia stared at the two of them. "You're worse than the boy." "You're so sweet, Mrs. Dursley," Percy crowed. "So, the box. Where is it?" She glared at him. "I don't know what you are talking about." Percy nodded solemnly. "Ah, of course." He wandered over to her mantelpiece where, true to his word, all the family photographs were arranged methodically with equal space between individual frames, except for Petunia and Vernon's tall wedding photo which was pushed to the back. Percy frowned at the tall frame and picked it up and placing it in front of Dudley's baby photo. Petunia twitched. "Put it back." "Okay." Percy piped up and shoved both frames back. They scratched the dust on the wooden surface. Petunia shuddered. "It's so typical of you, Jackson. This is why no one expects anything from you or your mother." It was Percy's turn to wince. His cavalier attitude disappeared and his eyes glinted in that malicious blue glow. Rachel slapped a heavy hand on his shoulder and stepped forwards. "Can I call you Aunt Petunia?" Rachel asked, trying for a gentler way. "No." "Okay, Mrs. Dursley," Rachel improvised. "Like I was saying earlier, I really am Lily and James's daughter. Their firstborn. They named me Rosalie, but I go by Rachel now." Petunia narrowed her eyes. "That old man said you were dead." Rachel nodded. "He thought I was. They all did. But I met Harry through Percy. Total coincidence, probably." Percy blinked in that way like he was trying to telepathically communicate with Harry. Except Harry was back at Frost. Oh, was he trying to talk to Rachel? No such thing as a coincidence, his eyes seemed to say. Exception to every rule, Rachel quietly reminded him. Petunia scowled. "You're just like them. You're doing that peculiar thing with your eyes." A realization struck Rachel. That's why Petunia had always hated Harry. "Actually, I'm not a witch," Rachel said, schooling her expression. "That's the reason it took so long for Harry and I to find each other. I just don't have wand magic." Petunia was taken aback. "You don't?" "I swear on my paints," Rachel promised. "Never got on a magic train and never went to a magic school. I was actually at a high school in New York till all the godly magic stuff dropped into my life. Regular high school." The tense measure in Petunia's posture relaxed by a degree. She scrutinized Rachel's face closely. "In America?" Petunia asked. "Yes," Rachel said. A regular couple adopted me as a toddler. They don't even know I'm here visiting you." Petunia was much less threatening now. She stepped closer. "You look a lot like Lily." "Yeah?" Rachel smiled. "Except the hair. Her husband had those messy curls. They suit you better than your brother." Rachel grinned, brushing her heavy braid over her shoulder. "I think the length helps maintain it better." "It does," Petunia sighed. Then she jerked her chin at Percy. "Did he drag you here?" "Kinda," Rachel said, placing her hands on her hips and rolling her eyes at Percy. "You know how these magic types are. Always wanting something." Percy gave the perfect look of surprise. Petunia clicked her tongue in agreement. True. Rachel smiled at her. Honestly, if you could help me out, I could get back to my regular life. See, Harry didn't want to come today, that's why Jackson brought me here. Petunia glared at Percy. They have no concern for others. Tell me about it. Rachel groaned. So, the sooner you give us the box, the sooner we can all get back to our lanes. Petunia frowned at Rachel. She pursed her lips like she was sucking on a slice of lemon, probably trying to detect some kind of insincerity in Rachel's words. On one condition, Petunia said. Yes? Stop the charges against me. Percy blanched. Excuse me, you mean your arrest warrant? Those policemen have been congregating around my house every morning and evening. Petunia complained. I haven't been able to leave the house in days. Again. You murdered Harry. Petunia made a face at him. Where's your proof? Proof? Rachel caught Percy's arm just as he advanced onto Petunia. Whoa, dude. My darling. Level-headed friend from another mother. Let's chill, huh? Percy spun around and folded his arms, glaring at the stairs and showing his back to them. Petunia tilted her face up, unbothered by Percy's rage. Rachel had seen real demons and monsters run away from an angry Percy Jackson. Petunia was a whole other beast, able to instill fear into Harry and scoff at Percy. Their enemies had nothing on her. Mrs. Dursley, Rachel called her attention. You can call me Auntie. Petunia smiled. She seemed far sweeter and kinder when she smiled so genuinely like that. Rachel almost fell for it before recalling the kind of person she was. Auntie, Rachel simpered. I can talk to Harry about reducing the charges, but I can't promise anything. But I'll try my best, though. Petunia didn't like the sound of that. She tapped her kitten heels on the beautiful wooden floor. The sound was not so flat, reminding Rachel that there was a cellar below them. Could Petunia have hidden the box there? Lily did leave a box with me, Petunia admitted, letting out a gush of air. It was old, heavy, and metal. Gold carvings all over it. Egyptian. But I could never open it. There was something in it, though. An old necklace, Rachel said. It's important to Percy and his friends. Once you give it to them, we'll get more free time. How do you take your tea? I have it without milk. Aunt Petunia smiled. Me as well, it's stronger that way. I know, the milk totally dilutes it, Rachel exclaimed. She looked like she was actually coming around. Aunt Petunia sighed. If you can't do anything about the charges, maybe you can help me another way. Dudley. Dudley? Rachel and Percy asked. Petunia's iron visage crumpled like paper. She sobbed, my baby, he ran away. Percy's jaw fell open. Rachel stammered, oh, no, that's terrible. My sweet child. Petunia wailed, throwing her arms around Rachel and crying into her shoulder. Last week, Vernon and I woke up one morning and found a note on the table. Diddy had packed all his clothes and left the house. He didn't even say goodbye. Percy widened his eyes and clamped his mouth shut. Rachel could just imagine him saying, he probably said good riddance in the note. And you don't know where he went? Rachel asked gently, ignoring Percy rolling his eyes. No. Petunia wailed. I phoned all his friends and their parents. He's still going to school, but Vernon can never catch him leaving the building. The principal promised Dudley isn't staying on campus overnight, but where is he living? I just don't know. And he isn't picking up his cell? Rachel asked, patting her back. Petunia sniffed. He left his SIM cards here. I just don't understand what happened. Why did he leave? Did someone kidnap him? But they let him go to school, so what went wrong? Percy had to physically hold a hand over his mouth. Rachel signaled him to step outside the house. Okay, Auntie, Rachel said softly. I'll get Percy and Harry to find Dudley. We'll make sure he's safe and sound. And then will you give us the box? Petunia wiped her eyes. Of course. The box isn't here in the house. I'll need time to get it back. But I have to leave the house to get to it. It'll be easier if you can get those police to lift the charges on me. Rachel bit the inside of her cheek. This felt like a ploy. But holding a crying woman in her arms, especially someone who was freaking out about their only son, made her put things into perspective. I'll talk to Harry, Rachel said, and we'll check on Dudley. Petunia sniffled. Bring my baby boy back to me and I'll give you anything. Harry dropped the two-way mirror on his lap and groaned. Bad news? Sally asked. Tristan, Piper's father, looked up from his steaming mug of tea. They sat around the island in the kitchen in Frost Mansion. Piper was in the living room with Hermione, who'd dropped by again. The witch would be leaving for Bobadden's the next day and wanted to visit him and Ron before she took her portkey. Harry had left the girls at it when Percy and Rachel called him from their Surrey visit. "Definitely not good," Harry said, responding to Sally's question. "I guess we don't need to ask Dumbledore anyway, since Petunia does have it. She wants the charges dropped in exchange for the box, and something about finding Dudley." Sally set her mug down hard on the coaster. "Absolutely not. We need that box, Sally," Harry said, leaning back in his chair. "She attacked you, Harry," Sally said firmly. "She'll face justice. I'll speak to her if it comes to that." Harry frowned at his reflection in the mirror. Ajax managed to trick Zeus and steal the Master Bolt. The throne is breaking apart. We need to get to the necklace before he and his Locrians realize Petunia has it. I'm actually worried about Dudley. What if Ajax kidnapped him? Sally grimaced. "Where are Percy and Rachel going? To find him?" "Yeah. They went up to London to check his boarding school. Apparently, he has full attendance. Who knew?" Sally didn't smile. "And if Dudley is fine," Harry shrugged, "then I can threaten Petunia with a little house demolishment." Tristan choked on his tea. Harry quickly added, "I'm kidding." Tristan said, "Not that this is any of my business, but when you say Master Bolt, do you mean the King's lightning strikes?" Harry and Sally sat up in unison. She asked, "Do you know anything about it? Did you dream about it?" Tristan stared. "I just know that Mrs. Dare is going after his things. His lightning bolt, a necklace, and a baton." Harry gripped the island hard enough to crack it. The marble crumbled in his arms. Harry blurted, "Reparo." The rock fixed itself, all debris disappearing in an instant. Tristan was speechless and Sally poured more tea for him. "A baton," Harry said, leaping to his feet. "That's the fourth object? Métis had a baton?" Tristan was still staring at the marble top, utterly baffled. Sally commented, "I didn't know ancient Greeks had batons." Tristan gulped down more tea. "It could be a translation error. Mrs. Dare did mention something like a collapsible scroll, or I'm misremembering the dream." "You're honestly one of the closest sources of information for this," Harry admitted. "Can you recall anything else? Maybe something about Pandora?" Tristan flinched. They'd healed the wounds he'd gotten from Enceladus when the giant had tortured him, but his memory hadn't failed him during the incident. "Tristan," Sally said gently, "I know it's not easy. The mist will always work against you even though you dream about all this. It will cause you pain even. But you can help Piper so much if you choose to do this." Tristan inhaled a shaky gulp of air. Harry hadn't been present for the man's conversation with his daughter, but Piper had shown him a vial of glowing pink potion that genuinely looked like straight-up poison. A gift from Aphrodite, apparently. Tristan could either help himself and be a fully mortal connection for Piper, or he could refuse the potion and be subjected to the painful memories and dreams, but still helping them all. "It's always a sacrifice, isn't it?" Tristan muttered unhappily. "I can either choose to be a happy person or a helpful father." Harry's eyes widened. He watched Sally nod sadly. "It feels like that," she said. "But you can find happiness whatever path you decide. It might just take more time and effort." Tristan tilted his head, listening to Piper and Hermione's conversation from the living room. Hermione was currently fascinated by Piper's ability to speak in most French dialects simply by virtue of her mother. They were having some intense discussions of the origin of magic, one of Hermione's favorite topics. Since Piper could read older versions of French, it made translating some of France's ancient tomes easier for Hermione. Piper sounded giddy and intrigued with the new information and a new friend. It struck a chord in Tristan. "Thank you for the tea, Ms. Jackson," Tristan whispered. "I think I'll catch a nap now, and find out everything I can about Pandora and Zeus."